Chapter 1. I was set up by Capital. Rongqing. In a certain apartment, an extremely handsome man is staring in shock at the computer camera in front of him. His name is Jiang He, a Douyin streamer. Although he hasn't become a top streamer and achieved financial freedom in these 3 years, he has still earned quite a bit of money. He has his own wealthy benefactor. Whenever he performs brilliantly in games, his benefactor sends gifts to support him. Just as he started his stream today, his benefactor initiated a voice chat. How could Jiang He refuse? This is his golden sponsor. However, the moment the other party spoke, Jiang He was left dumbfounded. Streamer, can you refund the money I spent on you? A very childish voice came from the headphones. Hearing this, Jiang He was stunned. Boss Tyrannosaurus, you're joking with me, right? He tried to deny what he had heard. The next second, a sharp voice came through the headphones, speaking in a non-standard Mandarin mixed with a dialect. You streamers are really harmful. My son spent $1 million in your live stream over 3 years, and he has exhausted my savings. You don't want to refund it, right? Be careful, I will call the police. At that moment, Jiang He felt like the sky had fallen. He incredulously said, didn't Boss Tyrannosaurus say he was an adult? From the very beginning, Jiang He felt something was off when Boss Tyrannosaurus started sending him gifts. After all, how many adults would choose the ID Universe Invincible Tyrannosaurus? So he repeatedly confirmed with the other party whether he was an adult, and if not, he shouldn't send gifts. The other party assured him he was an adult, which made Jiang He feel at ease accepting the gifts over the past 3 years. But now that most of the money had been spent, he was being told he was underage. Is this right, bro? The sharp voice continued from the headphones. You believe him just because he said he was an adult? He's just a 14-year-old kid. I'm telling you I'm his mother, and you don't believe me? You aren't? Of course, I am his mother. Then I believe you. If you believe, then refund the money. I also believe he is an adult. The other party was momentarily speechless, and then questioned harshly. So you don't plan to refund the money, right? Just wait. I'm calling the police now to apply for a refund for minors. As soon as the mother of Boss Tyrannosaurus finished speaking, a panicked voice came from aside. Easy, wait for me to turn 18, and I'll send you gifts back. I will definitely support you. Don't hit me. I was wrong. Before Boss Tyrannosaurus could finish his words, all that was left in the headphones was his screams, accompanied by his mother's voice. You still want to send gifts, huh? He'll make you send. Send. Listening to the other party's screams, Jiang He weakly said, you can apply for a refund for minors through the platform, and I will cooperate with the platform. However, there was no further reply, and all that remained in the headphones were the screams of Boss Tyrannosaurus. Amidst the screams of Boss Tyrannosaurus, the voice chat was cut off. At this moment, Jiang He looked at the bullet comments in his live stream. Although there were only a few hundred viewers in his stream, at this moment, the comments burst forth with the momentum of tens of thousands. Among the barrage of question marks, there are also some amusing comments. I can see it. Heezy is truly loved. Hang in there, Boss Tyrannosaurus. You are invincible. It's over. This Boss Tyrannosaurus seems to have sent 7 figures to Heezy. How much tax does he have to pay back? The legendary Boss Tyrannosaurus has fallen. Let's send him off. Looking at these teasing comments, Jiang He felt like crying without tears. From the brief dialogue just now, it was evident that Boss Tyrannosaurus was indeed a minor. If nothing unexpected happened, the money would definitely have to be refunded. But those who often watch live streams know that the money the streamer actually receives is quite different from the money gifted by viewers. For someone like Boss Tyrannosaurus who gifted $1 million, the platform takes half as a commission. The remaining $500,000 is subject to a 20% personal income tax before it can be successfully withdrawn. In reality, Jiang He only ends up with $400,000. So when Boss Tyrannosaurus' mother demanded a refund just now, he didn't agree immediately. This must go through the platform, and the platform has to take out the portion they deducted. Jiang He couldn't possibly cover tens of thousands out of his own pocket, right? Moreover, even if it goes through the platform, Jiang He would still have to pay tax. The tax bureau wouldn't care about this and wouldn't refund him. The most crucial point is that Jiang He has almost spent all the money. After a few years as a streamer, aside from some daily expenses, he had saved some money. So, just yesterday, he fully paid for a CT5 for himself. Now he only has a little over 10,000 left. He originally intended to share his joy with the viewers today, but encountered this situation right after starting the stream. In silence, Jiang He logged into WeChat in front of the few hundred viewers in his live stream, then found the salesperson selling the car. Their chat history still showed the conversation from this morning when Jiang He went to pick up the car, with the last message being from the salesperson. Dealership. Congratulations on becoming the proud owner of a Cadillac CT5. May the colorful Holy Shield illuminate your career and future. All greatness stems from a brave beginning. May every bath you take bring new insights. Seeing this chat record, the viewers in the live stream couldn't hold back anymore. Wow, not even pretending anymore, huh? What the hell is an official certification? This is official certification. What colorful Holy Shield? Is this not a bathtub? A CT5 owner sharing their personal experience. This car is not good. 100 kilometers uses a tank of gas. Amidst the viewers' teasing, Jiang He sent a message to the salesperson. Are you there? Yes, brother Jiang. Is there any paperwork that hasn't been completed? Can I return the car? The salesperson was also confused. You just picked up the car 2 hours ago, and now you want to return it? But even facing this somewhat outrageous request, the salesperson still replied politely. Brother, it's already been transferred. It can't be returned. Isn't there a 7-day Norwegian return policy now? The vehicle is not within that scope. Can I apply for a refund for minors? Brother, I see your ID. You're already 25. Can I get a refund just for the product? Brother, do you have any other business? I want to return the car. The salesperson did not reply to Jiang He again. After waiting for more than a minute and unable to wait any longer, Jiang He sent another question mark. Then, message sent, but the other party has refused to receive it. Seeing this scene, Jiang He's eyes widened. What the hell? I just picked up the car and got blacklisted? Brothers, I've been set up by Capital. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the live stream Lei Win system. Chapter 2. As a streamer, you must have a good attitude. Live stream Lei Win system. Assisting the host in lying down to become a winner in life. Lei Win 1. Daily lucky bag upon starting a stream. As long as the host starts a live stream, this system will automatically grant a start stream lucky bag with random rewards limited to 1 per day. Lei Win 2. Daily settlement of live stream content lucky bag. This system will calculate the daily live stream lucky bag based on the host's peak viewer count, popularity, and gift amount at the end of the stream, with the rewards of the lucky bag depending on these factors. Lei Win 3. Fan milestone settlement. When the host follower count reaches milestones, such as 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, the system will automatically unlock permanent, passive benefits. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a newcomer gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the daily lucky bag. Ding! Congratulations, host, your fans have reached 10,000, milestone unlocked, reward passive big internet celebrity. Ding! Congratulations, host, your fans have reached 100,000, milestone unlocked, reward passive gentleman. Big internet celebrity. Whenever you raise your camera, those around you will surely think you are a big internet celebrity. Gentlemen, as long as you don't speak, everyone will think you are a cultured, handsome guy. Hearing the sudden mechanical voice in his mind, Jiang He was stunned. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. In front of hundreds of viewers in the live stream, he silently crossed his fingers and placed them in front of him, slowly saying, "Why were Newton and Gauss born before me? Is it that the foolish bird flies first, or do they avoid my brilliance? Why is God in heaven? Because I am on the ground. The sky hasn't collapsed yet because this pillar hasn't fallen. I haven't sat down." Jiang He's expression suddenly became manic. "I made it as a streamer. I am the protagonist of this universe." He touched his face with one hand and pointed at the camera with the other. "It's not that I open my eyes when the day breaks, but that I open my eyes and then the day breaks. Remember, I am Mike Jack Jiang." Listening to Jiang He's words, the live stream was filled with question marks. "Not bro. This is crazy. It's obvious the host's mental state is a bit concerning. Easy, stop playing around. Check if there are any refund requests for minors in the back end before going crazy." Amidst the barrage of comments, Jiang He came back to his senses. It wasn't that he had become clear-headed. Instead, he saw a system message pop up, system notification. "Dear host, hello. After the platform's verification, it has been found that your previous live stream earnings included a part derived from the consumption of minors in the amount of 525,012.87 yuan. The platform will refund these users, and the corresponding amount will be deducted from your live stream earnings." System notification. 1,055.75 yuan has been refunded from your live stream earnings, with 523,957.12 yuan still pending refund. The platform has also refunded its share of earnings. When Jiang He saw the contents of the system message, he silently displayed these two messages on the live stream screen, then said with a laugh that seemed to be a mix of anger and humor, "Haha, what the hell is a surprise? This is a surprise." Laughing, Jiang He took a deep breath, then smiled at the camera and said, "It's all good being a streamer is like this, just like any job. We will always encounter various unexpected situations. We must maintain a good attitude as streamers, otherwise, how can we be good streamers? We must face everything with a smile. Live stream with a smile? We must. Ah, screw it. The live stream has been banned for 10 minutes, involving vulgar sexual and other inappropriate content. Please do not display vulgar, sexual, or related behavior or content in subsequent live streams." Looking at the ban notification on the computer screen, Jiang He felt as if he had lost all his strength and slumped back in his chair. Now he was directly in debt by 500,000 yuan, and it was the type tied to his ID that would affect his credit. Even if he sold his car now, it wouldn't be enough. After all, a car depreciates the moment you buy it. If he sold it now, even if he got 20,000, he would still be losing several thousand. Thinking this, Jiang He went to the bathroom to wash his face and wake up. Although he was indeed a bit angry, he didn't show it as exaggeratedly as he could have. It was mainly for the show effect. Having show effects would attract viewers and make money. He was counting on a live stream to pay off his debts. As for the mechanical voice he heard earlier, he didn't pay much attention to it. The psychological pressure that comes with being a streamer, a freelance job, is actually quite significant, because income is unstable. Plus, Jiang He wasn't exactly a big streamer, so the pressure was even greater. Insomnia and anxiety were the norm. The earlier mechanical voice was just something he thought was an illusion caused by his excessive tension. After all, just thinking about a system seemed very... Ding! Live stream ended. Daily settlement in progress. Settlement completed. Live stream lucky bag has been issued to the system warehouse. Jiang He. Jiang He's mind stalled for a few seconds. Then he tentatively spoke, "System." As soon as he spoke, a transparent screen appeared in front of him. Host, Jiang He. Age, 25. Fans, 357,654. Milestone unlocked at 10K fans. Big internet celebrity. 100K fans, gentlemen. Passive benefits. Big internet celebrity, gentlemen. Warehouse, newbie gift pack, daily lucky bag, live stream lucky bag. Another brain stall, but this time Jiang He was clearly more accepting of the fact. He tentatively said again, "Open the newbie gift pack and lucky bag." Ding! Newbie gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained health potion, mini live streaming drone. Ding! Daily lucky bag opened successfully. Reward cash 100,000. Ding! Live stream lucky bag opened successfully. Reward cash 200,000. Health potion. How can one be a true winner in life without a healthy and strong body? Consuming this potion can repair hidden injuries and restore to peak condition, enhancing physical abilities. Mini live streaming drone. A good host deserves good equipment. 8K ultra clear filming, solar powered, satellite connection, easy operation. As the system voice fell, a bottle of transparent potion and a mini drone suddenly appeared in front of Jiang He. At the same time, his phone also rang. Jiang He instinctively opened it to take a look. Account ending in online banking income, Union Pay deposit 100,000 yuan, balance 115,875.18 yuan. Account ending in online banking income, Union Pay deposit 200,000 yuan, balance 315,875.18 yuan. Two transfers, totaling 300,000 yuan, successfully credited. Jiang He looked at the account information on his phone and then at the transparent potion in front of him. Without any hesitation, he opened the cap and drank it in one go. Who cares? Whether it's a real system or just a mental illness, either way, it feels good, so he went for it. Chapter 3. Do you really think I have no money without a loan? Moments later, Jiang He looked at himself in the mirror, feeling a bit dazed. It's important to note that he was already among those with good looks, but years of sitting in front of the computer playing games had left his body somewhat weak. Now, after taking a health potion, all the hidden injuries in his body had disappeared, and he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. His once frail body had become strong, looking no different from someone who has been working out for years. coupled with his decent looks and height of over 1.8 meters. He would definitely be a top male model in a bar. Then Jiang He picked up the mini drone and followed the instructions provided by the system. He found that it was indeed quite simple. The built-in software even logged into his account directly, allowing him to start broadcasting immediately. After tidying up and stepping out of the bathroom, he noticed that the ban time for his live stream was almost over. Sitting in front of the computer, he initially thought about ending the stream since he had already claimed both lucky bags for the day. However, just as he sat down, the ban time was up, and the live stream started automatically. The viewers who were originally in the stream flooded back in as soon as it began. Don't get too excited. If the account is gone, it's really gone. Take it slow, sell the car, and pay back the remaining money gradually. Not very capable, but I can support the streamer by reporting. Hi Z, have you thought about it? Sister is really rich. Don't you consider coming to the Magic City to find me? Among a flurry of comforting comments, there was a rather strange one. Jiang He spotted it immediately. It was sent by a level 75 user with the ID Flower Blooms Wealthy. Jiang He recognized this person. She was a lady in her 50s. Initially, under the encouragement of viewers in the live stream, Jiang He randomly played a PK match, hoping to make some money. Coincidentally, Flower Blooms Wealthy was the top supporter of the streamer he was randomly matched with. In that PK match, Jiang He got completely beaten up. Not long after, Jiang He received a private message from Flower Blooms Wealthy, expressing her desire to support him. If Jiang He felt embarrassed, all he needed to do was visit the Magic City once a month, and she would act as his top supporter, helping him with PK battles every day. Jiang He was indeed tempted at first, considering that a level 75 user on Douyin had spent at least 20 million. A person like that could easily throw him a little money to keep him satisfied. However, after seeing Flower Blooms Wealthy's photo, he fell silent. Some money he truly couldn't earn, especially after the male streamer who had previously battled him in PK found out that Flower Blooms Wealthy was looking for him and sent Jiang He a few photos to let him know why she was interested in him. Because that male streamer no longer had the value to be supported. After seeing that, Jiang He was even more resolute in his decision not to rely on others. Seeing that Flower Blooms Wealthy still wanted to be his top supporter, Jiang He couldn't help but say, "Sister, I really don't want that kind of support. I still want to have a sweet romance, not establish some twisted relationship." Although Jiang He spoke rather tactfully, Flower Blooms Wealthy still understood his meaning. She typed a mocking response. "Is it because you think I'm not pretty enough? I haven't complained about you being poor. Besides, do you really think I'm not beautiful without makeup?" Seeing this comment, Jiang He couldn't help but retort, "Makeup? Do you really think I have no money if I don't take out a loan? You don't have to repay your loan. You don't have to remove your makeup." The two exchanged comments back and forth, leaving the viewers in the live stream confused. After all, Jiang He had never publicly mentioned that he almost got supported by someone. What's going on? Someone wants to support Heizi? Heizi, if it were before, I definitely wouldn't advise you. But in your current situation, why not just go for it? Heizi, money is hard to earn, but it's normal to suffer a little to make money. Okay, I just looked at Flower Bloom's Wealthy Douyin, and I feel like I can't earn that money. Some viewers curiously checked out Flower Bloom's Wealthy Douyin. After that, they stopped advising Jiang He. Some money is really not something just anyone can earn. Seeing this, Flower Bloom's Wealthy angrily left a comment saying, "Just wait for me," and exited the live stream. Alright, brothers, that's about it for today's live stream. I'm not feeling great, so I'll log off now. Just as Jiang He was about to say goodbye, he noticed a fan with the ID Turkey Flavor Rice Crackers applying to join the live stream. At the same time, this person was spamming the chat. "Turkey Flavor Rice Crackers. Heizi, let me join. I'll give you a Douyin number." Though the system had just given him 300,000, it wasn't enough to pay back the refunds, and a Douyin number costs 1,000 bucks. After fees, he did have several hundred left. How could he ignore that? Jiang He immediately canceled his plan to log off, saying, "Ahem, there's a brother who insists on enthusiastically joining me in a live stream. As you all know, I'm a fan-loving streamer. Can I just pretend not to see this little request? Since that's the case, let us finish this connection before logging off." Upon hearing this, viewers flooded the chat with the words "two-faced." After all, many had seen the spam from Turkey Flavor Rice Crackers. They could hardly be unaware that Jiang He was eyeing the other Douyin number. Ignoring the viewers' comments, Jiang He agreed to the connection request and said, "Hey, Rice Crackers, what is up? Oh, what do you need from me? Hey, can Heizi hear me?" At that moment, a somewhat childish voice came through the headphones. Jiang He immediately became alert. "You're not a kid, are you?" No, I'm a girl. So my voice sounds a bit small." Jiang He was still somewhat skeptical. "Really? Turn on the video." "Huh, I'm in the bathroom. Then you definitely need to turn it on. Huh? I mean, never mind. I just want to see you. I'm really in the bathroom. How about this? I'll show you after I send a gift. Okay? All right, that is fine. Jiang He nodded and then asked, so why did you insist on connecting with me? He. The voice of Rice Crackers came through with a playful laugh, followed by, you answer me a few questions, and if you get them right, I'll give you a Douyin number. If you get it wrong, I will 1T. Questions? Jiang He raised an eyebrow. He had connected with several fans like this before, and they generally did send gifts, as the emotional value generated from interaction was significant. Most people were still willing to pay. However, they usually gave small gifts, like $10 sunglasses, while something like a Douyin number was rare. What kind of questions? You can think of them as riddles. Yes, just riddles. If you get them right, I'll send you a gift. Okay, go ahead. Chapter 4. Can play. But only a little bit. Seeing Jiang He agree, Guoba immediately said excitedly, ask, when is the Leaning Tower of Pisa straight? The Leaning Tower of Pisa? A strange expression appeared on Jiang He's face. He knew the answer, but it was a bit. You must know, right? You do not know such a simple question, do you? Huh. Jiang He sneered and said, it's simple when Hawking looks at it. As soon as this was said, the live broadcast room was immediately filled with question marks. Isn't this a bit too out there? Is this something a person can think of? This is what Hizai said. Don't take my credit. I'm sorry, my teeth are a bit hot. Let them cool off. Even the Guoba in the headphones was silent for 2 seconds. Did I not answer correctly? Jiang He asked. At this moment, Guoba's excited voice finally came through the headphones. Right. Next question. Why is the Leaning Tower of Pisa leaning? Hearing this question, a strange expression continued to appear on Jiang He's face. It seemed he had figured out the other party's routine. However, during the few seconds of his silence, Guoba appeared a bit anxious. Come on, why aren't you speaking? You wouldn't not know this, would you? Although Jiang He didn't understand why Guoba was so anxious, he still casually said, because it needs to dodge airplanes. And the ones that didn't dodge are called the Twin Towers. As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, Guoba's excited voice came through the headphones. Did you hear that? Because it needs to dodge airplanes. Immediately after, a clear female voice came through, calmly saying, wrong. The Leaning Tower of Pisa's tilt is due to foundation settlement and soil instability. You should read more books, but you insist on playing on your phone. Now you understand the importance of knowledge, right? This answer seemed to make Guoba a bit collapse, and he shouted loudly, no, you're talking about a riddle. You can't be unreasonable. This is knowledge, not a riddle. The female voice still maintained its calm tone. Don't you know that the right to explain belongs to me? You should think about how to give this streamer a Douyin number 1. I remember you only have a little over 1,000 left from your New Year's money. Do you still have money? Then my right to explain belongs to me too. You can't afford it, can you? You can't afford it either. We're family. If I can't afford it, it's not embarrassing to be out there, but if you can't afford it, that's not necessarily the case. There are still hundreds of people in this live broadcast room. You might just get famous. After the female voice finished, footsteps could be heard in the headphones, clearly leaving. At this point, Jiang He also sensed something was off, because when Guoba spoke loudly just now, it clearly revealed that he was a child. It seemed he was betting with his sister or someone like that, looking for Jiang He for outside assistance, but then his sister defaulted? Little friend, if you're underage, I suggest you don't. Before Jiang He could finish, a flurry of gift effects rose in the live broadcast room. User turkey-flavored Guoba, gifted streamer, Hizai Douyin number 1. This. Jiang He was still a bit confused when he heard Guoba's somewhat aggrieved voice say, streamer, don't cash out yet. I'll quietly apply for a refund for minors later. I can afford to play, but I feel a bit heartbroken about my money. Hearing this, Jiang He was somewhat speechless. What kind of logic is this? Even the audience in the live broadcast room was conquered by this logic. All right, can play, but only a little bit, right? Hizai was truly unlucky. This was poking the nest of child. If you ask me, his sister can't afford to play as much as he can. At least he really spent. This kid is a bit cute. Just as the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was harmonious, Jiang He said with a strange expression, little friend, don't be in a hurry. Let me show you something. After saying that, Jiang He put his back-end notification in the live broadcast room. System notification. 500 yuan has been refunded from your live broadcast income. 523457. 12 yuan is still pending refund. The system had just automatically deducted my earnings to refund the last little kid. Your money is gone. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the live broadcast room remembered. There was still an application for a minor refund. There were still 50,000 funds that hadn't been refunded properly. The gifts Guoba sent were deducted the moment they reached Jiang He's back end, because he hadn't cashed out, and even without calculating the 20 tax. It was equivalent to helping Jiang He pay off a little more. The appearance of the back-end interface instantly filled the live broadcast room with question marks and laughter. Everyone was laughing at the reversal of this situation. However, seeing this scene, Guoba collapsed. Wow, wow, wow. You're messing with me. My sister messed with me. And now you're messing with me. Wow, wow, wow. Douyin, I curse you. The live broadcast screen was banned for 24 hours. Guoba's furious cursing caused Jiang He's live broadcast room to be banned for 24 hours. Looking at the black screen of the live broadcast room, Jiang He twitched his mouth. He didn't feel the slightest discomfort, because after 24 hours, his live broadcast room could reopen. And the little friend Guoba's 1,000 yuan was really gone. In the current situation, even if the other party applied for a refund, they would have to wait for Jiang He to finish repaying the previous 50,000 before they could refund. At most, the platform would give Guoba the 500 they collected. The remaining 500 could only hope the system's lucky bag would give a little more tomorrow. Enough for Jiang He to pay off that 50,000 and still have some left over. Thinking about this, Jiang He shifted his gaze away from the computer. This morning he was busy picking up a car, and after picking it up, he wanted to come back and share the joy with the audience in the live broadcast room, which resulted in him not eating. Now that the live broadcast room was down, he could eat something to fill his stomach. Jiang He first opened the kangaroo group to see if there was anything he wanted to eat nearby. But unexpectedly, he discovered a new barbecue restaurant that had just opened. However, this restaurant was not a self-service barbecue, and the average consumption was a bit expensive. Even the group buy was over 400. Seeing this price made Jiang He feel a bit pained. After all, he had saved for so many years. Being a bit stingy was normal. Otherwise, he would have saved enough for CT5. But looking at the uniformly good reviews, Jiang He was a bit tempted to try. Being from Sichuan and Chongqing, one can suffer losses in everything, but not in their love for food glutton. In hesitation, Jiang He seemed to think of something, exited the kangaroo group, and opened Xinyu. He typed the name of the barbecue restaurant he had just seen into the search bar. Quickly, a post popped up. XXX Barbecue Group, by half price. Limited 1 day. Sure enough, there it was. Jiang He grinned. He knew there must be cheap goods on Xinyu. He decisively contacted the seller and confirmed it was the same place before making the payment. However, what puzzled Jiang He was that the seller specifically emphasized to arrive after 11 a.m. Fortunately, it was already past 10:30 when Jiang He ended the live broadcast, and it would take him over 10 minutes to walk there, so he didn't mind that much. Chapter 5. The Transformation of the Clumsy Girl. Alright, brothers. Today we're going to stream outdoor for a whole day. Recently, the game has lost its popularity, and the little windmill can't keep up anymore. So let's do some outdoor streaming to help everyone relax. At the Chuanxi Road intersection, a girl is holding a selfie stick speaking to the camera. The live stream displayed on her phone screen is undoubtedly proof of her profession. Hey, why is the old woman thinking of doing outdoor streaming today? It seems like it's her first time since switching to Douyin, right? What? Are you going to take us out to eat again? Why not just go back to your old job? Douyin doesn't suit you. Looking at the barrage of comments in the live stream, the clumsy girl sighed helplessly and said, "It's not that Douyin doesn't suit me. It's that I haven't found a right path for myself yet. It doesn't matter where I stream. The brothers know that gaming streams are not popular anymore." As a former top streamer on Douxia, the clumsy girl once enjoyed fame. But now, times have changed, and the decline of game streaming has made it tough for streamers like her. She had a hard time breaking her contract with her old job to come to the big platform of Douyin, yet on the first day of her debut, she barely managed to reach over 100,000 views, and that was just for a short while. The traffic continued to decline in the following days. As of today, her Douyin live stream only has over 2,000 viewers, which is a stark contrast to her previous popularity. With no other choice, the clumsy girl had to give up her specialty in gaming and try various other types of content to see if she could successfully transform. Today, she chose outdoor streaming, which was one of the most frequent activities she did besides gaming in her previous streams. Looking at the various suggestions in the live stream comments, the clumsy girl smiled and said, "Today's outdoor stream is a bit special. It's not quite the same as before." She took out another phone to show the viewers, saying, "A new barbecue restaurant has opened at Chuanxi Road with a 99 positive rating. I checked the negative reviews, and most just complained about the prices. There are many complaints about the food being bad. So today, I'm taking you guys to try it out and see how it really is." With that, the clumsy girl raised her eyebrows. "But I know you brothers are more frugal, so you probably wouldn't want to spend too much. So I made a low-price strategy for you guys, that's right. On Xinyu, the clumsy girl displayed the interface on her phone and explained to the viewers, the cheapest set meal at this restaurant online costs 498, which is a bit painful for many of you. But if we search for the restaurant's name on Xinyu, we can find some discounted packages. I just got a 50 off deal. She showed the orders she had just placed to the viewers. This was one of the many transformation ideas her team had come up with. By utilizing Xinyu's discounts, she could explore some relatively expensive restaurants live, satisfying the viewer's curiosity. If this approach works, she could also collaborate with the businesses for promotion later on, and monetization could come quickly. This is a common tactic used by many food exploration streamers. Seeing the clumsy girl's order, many viewers began to realize something was off. Is the old woman transforming into a food exploration streamer? Wow, I thought it was just ordinary outdoor streaming. I didn't expect it to be food exploration. Are you going to fight someone later? Sorry, Lang. Sorry, Lang. Even though you're not advertising yet, I feel like you want to fight. Brothers, report the streamer a bit. Don't let her really succeed in this path. Looking at the barrage of comments, the clumsy girl rolled her eyes. Can you guys wish me some good luck? I'm just trying out a transformation. You're all acting like I've broken some heavenly rule. A bunch of idiots. While complaining, the clumsy girl contacted the seller on Xinyu. They had previously agreed to contact each other when she arrived. Soon, the seller replied, asking her to wait at the entrance. He would come down shortly. Seeing this, the clumsy girl said to the viewers, if I'm not mistaken, this should be an internal discount from the barbecue restaurant staff. That's why it's so cheap. Brothers, I might not be able to show your faces later. If the owner sees this, they might lose their job. We should keep some ethics since we're getting a discount. After saying that, the clumsy girl put on a clever expression, as if she had seen through everything. Before long, the clumsy girl arrived at the barbecue restaurant's entrance. She first showed the viewers which restaurant it was, then sent a message to the Xinyu seller to let them know she had arrived. A minute later, a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance. He scanned the area and walked uncertainly to the clumsy girl, asking, "Are you the sexy cockroach on Xinyu?" The clumsy girl nodded. "That's me. Shall we go in now?" The man shook his head. "Wait a minute. Someone else is coming. They'll be here soon." Hearing this, the clumsy girl quietly leaned closer to the man and whispered, "Big brother, you work at this restaurant, right?" The man looked at her with some confusion. "What are you talking about?" "I'm not." The clumsy girl was a bit stunned. "If you're not, then where did you get the internal discount?" The man pointed to the barbecue restaurant behind him and said, "Our company is having a gathering here. The boss said we could bring family. You just need to say you're my family when you go in. Feel free to eat as much as you want. The company is paying." "Clumsy girl, are you not afraid your boss will find out and fire you?" The man said proudly, "I've worked at this company for 10 years, and I just signed a permanent contract a few days ago. It will be expensive to fire me." The clumsy girl smirked and finally gave the man a thumbs up. Impressive. Even the viewers in the live stream expressed their envy. After all, getting that contract was almost like being semi-retired. If one seeks stability, the upcoming work life would be as easy as it gets. Just then, the man suddenly looked toward a handsome guy not far away. "Hey, over here." The clumsy girl instinctively glanced over. As soon as she did, she was stunned. Not far away, a handsome and muscular man was slowly walking towards them. Even though the clumsy girl had seen many handsome guys, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this man for the first time. And the viewers in the live stream also saw the man because of the clumsy girl's turn. In an instant, the live stream was filled with exclamations. Chapter 6, it's time for dinner again. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Impressive. Even hired an actor, right? Spending so much just to explore a store? The old woman has improved. Now she knows to hire actors. This guy has a good physique. Is he a model or an actor? Although there are many handsome guys and beautiful girls online, most people hardly see a few in real life. So when the audience sees that Daixiomi casually captures a handsome guy in a shot, they instinctively feel something is off. Especially since Daixiomi had previously hinted at a desire to transition, it inevitably raises suspicions that this might be an actor hired by her. However, at this moment, Daixiomi is looking at the man not far away, completely unaware of the barrage in her live stream. When a man gets a bit closer, the big brother first asks the man, "You're the one who talks big on Xinyu, right?" Jiang He nods. "Yes, that's me." Seeing this, the big brother points at him and tells Daixiomi, "Wait a minute, you guys come in with me. Just say you are my brother and sister. Our company is having a dinner inside, and we can bring family, so eat freely." Jiang He looks at the big brother, then at Daixiomi beside him. Finally, he says, "Bro, do you think we look like a family?" The big brother replies grumpily, "Just don't worry about it. Are you eating or not? Let's go." After saying that, the big brother heads toward the store. Jiang He and Daixiomi follow him. On the way, they hear the big brother muttering ahead. Who hasn't been young? Who wasn't young when they were young? Hearing this, Jiang He feels a bit embarrassed and scratches his nose. He's not too high or too low in emotional intelligence. He's just at the level where he realizes when he has said something wrong. The audience in Daxiomei's live stream can't help but laugh at this. Ha! It's not easy for this big brother to earn some extra cash, and he still gets attacked. This guy's aggressiveness is a bit strong. Honestly, this guy's emotional intelligence is a bit lacking, and being handsome isn't something you can flaunt. Where did the old woman find this actor with a mouth like a knife? At this moment, Daxiomei finally notices the barrage in the live stream and quickly explains, "What actor? I don't know him at all. Didn't you hear what the big brother said? He also bought discount from Xinyu like me." Since they are very close, Jiang He naturally hears what Daxiomei says. He instinctively glances at her. He recognized her right away when they were at the store entrance. After all, there aren't many big internet celebrities living in Rome City. And as an early big gaming streamer, how could Jiang He not know Daxiomei? He just didn't expect that this guy also buys discounted food from secondhand sellers on Xinyu. She shouldn't be short on money, right? Did she also apply for a refund as a minor? That would probably cost her more than it did him. Thinking this, Jiang He looks at Daxiomei with a bit of pity in his eyes. While Daxiomei is explaining to the audience in the live stream, she suddenly feels someone looking at her. Turning her head, she meets Jiang He's somewhat sympathetic gaze. She's a bit confused. What kind of look is that? But before she can think much more, the big brother has already brought them into the store and introduces them to a young man. "Mr. Li, this is my brother and sister." Mr. Li looks at Jiang He and Daxiomei as per the big brother's words. Then his mouth slightly opens. At this moment, Daxiomei still doesn't realize something is off and smiles at Mr. Li. "Mr. Li, you're so young. Young and promising." "Huh, is that so? It's okay, I guess." Mr. Li awkwardly laughs a couple of times, then looks at the big brother. "Lao Yang, if I'm not mistaken, your last name is Yang, right?" Big brother Yang looks at Mr. Li with some confusion and nods. "Yes, my last name is Yang." Upon hearing this, Mr. Li points at Daxiomei, the big streamer in the gaming section, Daxiomei, last name G. Then he points at Jiang He, the small streamer in the gaming section, Heezy, last name Jiang. Finally, he asks Big brother Yang, "Are you three a family?" This. Big brother Yang's face turns a bit awkward. Just saying I'm a gaming streamer is enough. There's no need to add small. I think I'm fine, not small. Jiang He interrupts their conversation and says, "Big brother Yang, Mr. Li, Daxiomei, is this really the time to talk about small or not small?" The three of them look at Jiang He in confusion. Jiang He grins, revealing his neat teeth. Not small at all. The three are speechless. And even the audience in the live stream is questioning, wondering if Jiang He has a bit of a problem. At this moment, Mr. Li waves his hand. "Forget it. You look a bit slow. Let's go in. This time I'll pretend I don't know." After saying that, Mr. Li intends to leave. However, Jiang He stops him and says, Mr. Li, you wouldn't be my fan, would you? Otherwise, how would you know me?" Daxiomei looks at Jiang He in shock. She feels a bit awkward. How can Jiang He be so bold? Mr. Li also can't refuse to answer this question. So he says, "Our company develops small games, and we thought about finding someone to promote the small windmill. I looked at the materials of the gaming streamers that the operations team provided, and you guys happen to be there, so I recognized you. You can eat slowly. I still have to go over there. Don't rush, Mr. Li. Let's talk about the small windmill issue. My price is very cheap, and I don't ask for a high commission." Jiang He casually walks over to Mr. Li and starts discussing prices. Daxiomei watches in astonishment. How to put it? She's not unfamiliar with business, but this is her first time encountering business like this. It feels very strange. It gives off a very bizarre feeling. The key is that while she is confused, Mr. Li really gives Jiang He a contact number, allowing him to discuss specific matters with him. After getting the contact number, Jiang He lets Mr. Li leave and turns back to Big Brother Yang's side. It's almost time for dinner." Hearing this, Daxiomei's mouth twitches, and she looks at Jiang He in disbelief. How can someone like you be a small streamer? Jiang He, deep in thought, seriously says, "Because extremes will turn into opposites. Because I'm too big, I'm a small streamer." Daxiomei, something feels off. 9 out of 10 things feel off. At this point, Jiang He looks at Big Brother Yang again and says, "Bro, we're about to collaborate, so let's skip this meal. How about you refund me the money?" Big Brother Yang, "Why are you looking for me for operational issues? Just eat if you want." After saying that, Big Brother Yang waves his hand and walks to a nearby table to sit down. Seeing this, Jiang He sighs, another loss of 200. Daxiomei is already numb. So it turns out that if you don't make money, you just lose, huh? Chapter 7. You see, it's getting urgent. Not only is Dai Sister anxious, but even the viewers in the live stream are curious. How could someone like Jiang He be just a small streamer? So someone ran out to search for him. This guy, with his shamelessness, is actually just a small streamer? Brothers, this guy is about to not be a small streamer anymore. Just look at the trending topics. Damn. No wonder he's a small streamer. Turns out he's still in debt. Incredible. 1 million in gifts refunded. Completely drained. Although Jiang, he isn't a big streamer. There are still some marketing accounts recording in the live stream. After all, Longue GNMO has proven that a small streamer can become a big streamer with just one event. No one knows if the next hot streamer will be a small streamer who suddenly gets inspired. This morning, Jiang He's live stream has already been edited and released by marketing accounts. Normally, a streamer being refunded by minors isn't a big deal. But the fact that Tyrannosaurus was supporting Jiang He when he was being refunded adds some drama to the situation. Produce. The subsequent collaboration with the Kid Gaba made Douyin #1, which further increased the topic level of Jiang He's live stream today. So this clip made it to the trending topics. Although it's just on the entertainment list, it attracted a lot of attention. Viewers from Daysister's live stream searched and found it. That's why people are saying Jiang He won't be a small streamer after today. Everyone knows that once a streamer trends, they can gain a wave of followers. Seeing the bullet comments in the live stream, Daysister immediately realized the opportunity, walked a few steps to Jiang He, who was already seated, and asked him, "Are you also a game streamer?" Jiang He glanced at Daysister, then nodded. "Just to correct you, I'm a game streamer who's about to eat." Saying that, Jiang He pointed to General Li, who was chatting with someone not far away, and said, "Aren't you going to ask for one? The little windmill makes a lot of money. We'll talk about that later. I have staff responsible for business connections." Daysister waved her hand and continued asking, "Do you know you trended today? Why aren't you streaming to gain followers?" Trending? Jiang He was taken aback, then took out his phone to search. When he saw his related topics on the entertainment trending list, Jiang He couldn't help but touch his NN. Damn it, how could I trend at this time? Watching Jiang He's reaction, Daysister was a bit curious. Why aren't you streaming then? Jiang He put down his phone, turned his anger into appetite, and feasted on the grilled meat in front of him while saying in a calm tone, "As a streamer, you can't focus too much on money. Besides streaming, we also have our own lives. We need to learn to enjoy life and not become slaves to money." Nowadays, people are just impatient. They can't appreciate such high-end topics, and it pains me. Although Jiang He spoke with righteousness, his painful expression still betrayed him, especially for Daysister, who had just witnessed his begging demeanor. She definitely wouldn't believe his nonsense. She glanced at the live stream bullet comments and quickly found a reason. This guy's live stream was banned for 24 hours, so he couldn't stream. Stream? If I could stream. The account is banned. I can't stream. This guy doesn't have a single truthful word. After figuring out the reason, Daysister looked at Jiang He with a strange expression. "You can't stream, right?" Jiang He's hand holding the meat paused for a moment, but he still said seriously, "To be honest, don't be misled by appearances. Even if I could stream now, I still wouldn't. Because I know that after a brief frenzy of traffic, what remains is just chaos. If I indulge in it in the end, it will only cause me irreparable psychological disparity. The more at such moments, the more I need to maintain my original intention, not to be disturbed by external factors, to work hard to improve myself, to refine my streaming content, so that more viewers choose to watch my stream because of my content. Not to rely on this short-lived traffic to harvest those impatient leaks and become a mundane person." Jiang He's somewhat philosophical words immediately stilled many people in the live stream. But Daysister, who had already figured out his speaking pattern, just said lightly, "You can appeal it. Just lose some health points." "Really? I'll give it a try." Jiang He quickly took out his phone and entered his backend to appeal. But a few seconds later, Jiang He, expressionless, pointed his phone screen at Daysister. "My live stream was only banned for 24 hours. They said they would process my appeal within 72 hours. What the hell is this appeal?" Hearing this, Daysister struggled to suppress her laughter and comforted Jiang He. "It's okay. Although they said it would take 72 hours, what if they restore your live stream in 48 hours? Jiang He, do you want to hear what you just said? I'm comforting you. Thanks a lot." Jiang He gave Daysister the middle finger, then put down his phone and continued eating. At this time, Daysister continued to ask, "Hey, have you refunded that money?" "Not yet. It's 50,000. Do you think it's $50? So how do you plan to pay it back?" "Earn money to pay it back. I can't rob a bank." "How long will it take you to pay it back?" "Probably until it's all paid off. Then you." This time, Daysister's words weren't finished, and Jiang He turned to look at her. He first assessed Daysister up and down, then said, "Why do you have so many questions? Since you're asking so much, can I ask you one?" "Go ahead." Daysister looked indifferent. She was just out looking for live stream content, so how could she mind Jiang He asking questions? "Can you afford it? Don't get angry just because I ask." "Hey, what are you saying? What can't we streamers afford? If I couldn't afford it, how could I be a streamer?" At least I'm an old streamer, okay? Is that video real? What video? Dai's sister suddenly stopped talking. Looking at Jiang He's eyes, she instantly understood what he meant. Silence. Then quickly blushed. Damn it, that clearly looks fake. I don't have a mole on my arm. Dai's sister shouted angrily at Jiang He. Jiang He, however, was not angry at all. Instead, he pointed at Dai's sister and looked at her live stream camera, saying, "Look, she's anxious. She asked me so many questions, but I wasn't anxious. I said one thing, and she got angry. Is that a serious question? Have I ever asked you if your video is real or fake?" "It is real, Dai's sister." She looked at Jiang He in confusion. But Jiang He looked at the live stream camera with a serious expression and said, "Although it hasn't been filmed yet, it must be real. I'm just that kind of unruly man. I am very big." Chapter 8. Grandpa's Tea. After a while, Dai Xiaomei came back to her senses and looked at Jiang He with a confused expression, saying, "I realize that you guys really don't care about these things." Jiang He shrugged his shoulders. What is there to care about? A serious expression appeared on his face as he said, "A pretty face is just the same everywhere, but an interesting soul is rare. But when the face grows old and life fades away, no one will know what your soul was like. It's better to leave behind classics that can be sung for generations while in the prime of youth. That way, even if future generations don't know what my soul was like, at least they will envy me for having a good appearance." He paused and added, "A good and big appearance. Going to the sea is one thing, but why say it so poetically?" Dai Xiaomei complained, then looked at the comments in the live stream, only to find that the audience in her live stream shared Jiang He's views. "I think what this guy said makes sense, so where's the address?" "You're right. So what's the keyword? It's hard not to agree. Someone with a good heart, please. So where's the video this guy mentioned?" A few days ago, when Dai Xiaomei first debuted on Douyin and her data was good, a lot of black material about her appeared online. Most of it was a mix of truth and falsehood, which made the black material seem quite real. It was at that time that some videos were released, a classic operation to smear female streamers. Over the years, any female streamer with some popularity faced this when switching platforms. However, because some of it was indeed true, it led to an increase in trustworthiness of such videos among netizens. Despite Dai Xiaomei's efforts to clarify and even report the matter to the police, she remained mired in public opinion. This issue was also the most troubling thing for her over the past few days. But after Jiang He's commotion, she found herself caring less about it. Just then, Dai Xiaomei suddenly heard the sound of a lighter. She turned her head to see Jiang He slumped in his chair, lighting a cigarette and enjoying it. "Are you done eating?" Dai Xiaomei instinctively asked. "This is a mid-game break smoke. Basically, once I finish it, I won't have much appetite. It's a way to control my figure. You know nothing about it." Jiang He casually explained. He was no longer 17 or 18. If he indulged in binge eating for too long, it would be easy to gain weight, especially since his current job involved sitting for long periods. Plus, some of his fans were attracted to his looks, so he would manage his figure a bit to maintain his work and appearance. Is it really possible to do that? Damn, Dai Xiaomei suddenly thought of something and turned to look at her live stream. Sure enough, the originally lively stream was now empty, with only a warning message across the screen. "Warning, the live broadcast content is not suitable for display, violating community rules. The live stream is banned for 10 minutes. 10 health points deducted." Seeing this warning, Dai Xiaomei's eyes widened. Wait, why am I losing health points because he is smoking? She was somewhat unconvinced, but she also knew that there was no room for appeal in such matters. She could only accept it. Fortunately, the ban was only for 10 minutes, which wasn't too long. At this time, Jiang He also noticed that Dai Xiaomei's live stream had been banned, so he said to her, "Try to think positively. A blessing in disguise. Although your live stream is banned, I have some good news for you." Dai Xiaomei looked at Jiang He and asked, "What good news?" Jiang He raised his phone and showed the screen to Dai Xiaomei. "My live stream has been unbanned." Dai Xiaomei, "What kind of good news is this? Your live stream being unbanned has nothing to do with me." Jiang He blinked. "It's good news for me. You can't live stream now, so your fans can only come to my live stream." Saying that, Jiang He quickly finished his cigarette and opened his own live stream. Although he had already claimed all the system rewards for the day, there was still a fan milestone to achieve. Now that he was trending, it was a good time to gain more followers and unlock the milestone to redeem some bonuses. Hearing Jiang He's words, a look of speechlessness appeared on Dai Xiaomei's face. She had initially wanted to ride on Jiang He's trending popularity to gain some followers for herself. Now it had turned into her fans supporting Jiang He instead. The key was that she couldn't refuse, otherwise, it would seem like she couldn't handle it. After all, Jiang He had been interacting with her throughout the stream, except for the smoking part at the end. Wait, could this guy be doing it on purpose? Dai Xiaomei suddenly looked at Jiang He with suspicion. Just after being unbanned, he started smoking in her live stream. Was that right? As Dai Xiaomei questioned this, Jiang He opened his live stream. As he expected, after Dai Xiaomei's stream was banned, her audience instinctively searched for Jiang He. They quickly found his unbanned live stream and flocked in. Normally, a stream with only a few hundred viewers suddenly surged to over 2,000. Coupled with the trending topic in Jiang He's original fans, the number kept increasing. Seeing this scene, Jiang He grinned at the camera. Hey everyone, today I went out to beg, and I ran into the big streamer Dai Xiaomei, who is also here to beg. The current streaming market really isn't good. Even big streamers have to compete for food with us small ones. Hearing this, Dai Xiaomei rolled her eyes at Jiang He. That's such a harsh way to put it. I came in through proper channels and paid. Jiang He glanced at Dai Xiaomei. Sure. So now you're my little sister, right? Dai Xiaomei was taken aback, then immediately reacted, realizing he was using the excuse from that guy on Xinyu, pretending to be family to crash a company dinner. So what? I paid. Dai Xiaomei puffed out her chest and said confidently. Jiang He gave her a sidelong glance. Do you like drinking Grandpa's tea? Grandpa's tea? Dai Xiaomei looked at Jiang He in confusion. What do you mean? I mean I haven't seen your grandpa's wife. Huh? Dai Xiaomei was still a bit bewildered, but when she saw the comments in the live stream, she instantly realized. What the hell, Grandpa's tea? To be honest, the old woman should have changed her parameters. It feels like she's been around lately. Report. The old woman is committing fraud. The host is really funny. Here's a report for you. No need to thank me. Wait, how did Jiang He end up with an old woman? Understanding Jiang He's meaning, Dai Xiaomei's gaze towards him changed. Chapter 9 still. You guys can make money, no? Don't you guys talk about this? Just as Daxiomi was about to scold Jiang He a bit, he interrupted her and said, Aren't you going to eat? I've spent the money, I've eaten most of it, and I'm getting some dessert. Do you want some? Saying this, Jiang He looked into the store. He found that there were only a few desserts available, and they didn't look that good. In the end, Jiang He opened Xinyu again and said while browsing, I remember there's a bakery on Chunxi Road that has good desserts, but you often have to queue. Let me find someone to queue for us. As he spoke, Jiang He glanced at the camera and told the audience, brothers, when you're out, you must remember that everything can be found on Xinyu, and you can save a lot of money. However, everyone urged him to buy on the platform, but warned him not to sell any valuable items, cautioning against offshore fishing, as the finances in various places these days. Oh. This time, it was Daxiomi's turn to interrupt Jiang He. She looked at him with a strange expression and said, You want to get banned just as you're gaining some popularity, right? TSK. That's true. Jiang He raised an eyebrow, stopping the topic. But the audience in the live stream wasn't having it. Come on, why did you stop? If you don't keep talking, I'll get mad. You haven't even reached the Mid-Autumn Festival, and you're already missing someone? Huh? It's not even the Dragon Boat Festival yet. And you're already thinking of a long vacation, right? How come you're keener than the Dragon Turtle modeling? While Jiang He was looking for someone to queue, he glanced at the live stream's comments. He smiled and said, What are you guys talking about? I don't understand. I'm just talking about Xinyu. Amid laughter, Jiang He found someone to queue for him on Xinyu. The person even offered to deliver it when they learned he was eating there. After confirming the time and location, Jiang He showed the order to the live stream audience and said, See, $20 saves half an hour, still a good deal. However, the audience still had that disapproving attitude. They expressed that their half hour wasn't worth that much money. Some even started a nonsensical rhythm in the comments, saying that big streamers are extravagant, that they wouldn't even earn $20 in an hour, and so on. Jiang He didn't understand why these people were creating a rhythm in his live stream, but he looked at the camera with a strange expression and said, Huh? Now, $20 for half an hour seems expensive? You weren't saying that when you were crazily adding time at the foot massage place for $990 an hour. As soon as he said this, the live stream was instantly flooded with comments. That's different. Seeing this, Jiang He earnestly said, You guys are still young and don't understand these things. When you get a bit older, you'll realize that some things aren't as joyful as you imagine. The more you experience it, the more you'll see it's just like that. Rather than wasting your time, money, and energy on meaningless things, it's better to communicate with friends around you, discuss where to go play, and enjoy the scenery outside to enrich your inner world. Isn't that great? As for those foot massage technicians, don't worry, I'll help you arrange everything. Originally, Daxiomi was nodding in agreement while looking at Jiang He, but when she heard the last few sentences, she instantly changed to a speechless expression. I knew you'd talk about the netizens. Why don't you go find friends to play with? I did, Jiang He said with a sense of righteousness. My friend invited me to come along. Daxiomi. She tugged at the corner of her mouth and said somewhat helplessly, I saw many people online saying it's dirty and they wouldn't go. Yeah, They all thought it was dirty and didn't go, but I went, huh, really? So you don't think it's dirty? What is dirty or not? They are my hard-earned money. Don't I know if it's dirty or not? Is my money dirty? Daxiomi was stunned. It seemed. That made sense. No. Wait, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. It just fell off. While Daxiomi's CPU was overloaded. The audience in the live stream rarely agreed with Jiang He. Exactly. They are my hard-earned money. Who said it's dirty? I'll fight them. My gambling father. Sick mother, school-going brother, and shattered her. If I don't save her, who will? I'd rather work hard at the construction site than not work. Shut up. You've never worked extra hours or understood her deeply. How can you casually slander her? Looking at the intense reactions from the audience, Daxiomi realized that whether she felt it was right or not was no longer important. What mattered was that the audience felt it was right. Ah, you people really? Daxiomi shook her head, not knowing what to say. Just then, Jiang He waved to the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. Daxiomi followed where he was waving. She saw a pregnant woman walking towards them with 2 bags of desserts. As she got closer, the woman smiled at Jiang He and said, "Is it Kohai all over the world? Here are the desserts you wanted." "Thank you." Jiang He took the desserts and thanked her. The woman waved her hand and said, "No problem. I'm a pregnant woman, so I don't have to queue. You really know how to make money." Jiang He gave her a thumbs up. Nowadays, many places allow pregnant women to skip the queue, and he didn't expect her to use this to make money queuing. "Hey, it's just to earn some milk powder money." The pregnant woman waved her hand and then sat down across from Jiang He to order. Jiang He looked at her in surprise. "Are you also here for lunch?" The pregnant woman smiled and explained, "My husband's company is having a gathering here, and as a family member, I can eat for free. I just craved some desserts, so I went to buy them and happened to pick up a queue on Xinyu." Hearing this, Jiang He and Daxiomi exchanged a glance. Although there was no evidence, they both felt. "Husband, over here." In the next moment, the pregnant woman waved her hand behind them. The two turned to look and saw Lao Yang, who had just led them in, walking towards them. When he reached the pregnant woman, he said, "Why did you take so long? Didn't you say you'd be back soon?" The pregnant woman pointed at Jiang He. "I just happened to pick up a queue on Xinyu, so I bought it for him too." In an instant, their eyes met. Jiang He silently extended his hand and gave a thumbs up to the couple. "You two really know how to make money." The pregnant woman appeared somewhat confused, but after Lao Yang whispered a few words in her ear, she also showed a surprised expression. That is quite a coincidence. At this moment, the audience in the live stream was already laughing uncontrollably. After all, many of them had come from Daxiomi's live stream and knew how Jiang He and Daxiomi got into this barbecue restaurant. Now seeing that the pregnant woman who helped Jiang He queue was Lao Yang's wife, it was really hard for anyone to keep a straight face. Look, what is called a fucking business mind. No wonder they can make money. Indeed, one bed can't produce 2 types of people. This couple knows how to earn money. Is this the elite of the big city? Their thought processes are definitely different from us ordinary folks. Chapter 10, At least it's time for dinner in the midst of the audience's complaints in a live broadcast room. Jiang He opened the dessert bag and took out the desserts inside. Dai Xiaomei glanced over and found the desserts to be quite visually appealing. So she took out her phone and said, "Let me take a picture. It looks nice." "Here, go ahead." Jiang He pushed the dessert towards Dai Xiaomei. She then opened the camera and started taking pictures. However, at that moment, Jiang He suddenly said, "Hey, taking pictures of food before eating it? Isn't that like taking a posthumous photo for it? Dai Xiaomei, isn't that a bit much? Do you even hear yourself?" Not only Dai Xiaomei, but the audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked by this line of reasoning. Huh, so when taking a shower in summer, are we washing vegetables for the mosquitoes? And paying for things is like redeeming them? If that's the case, doing homework is just giving the workbook a tattoo? I get it. Living one more day means living one day less. At this moment, Dai Xiaomei snapped back to reality and gave Jiang He a strange look. Where do you get so many weird lines in a day? Is this even a weird line? The real weird stuff hasn't even started yet. If I were to say, Jiang He suddenly paused, glancing at his phone that was broadcasting live, and said, "Forget it. I'll wait until you start your broadcast next time to say it in your room." Dai Xiaomei didn't respond, just gave Jiang He the middle finger and turned to eat her food. Jiang He brought the dessert back to himself. Just as he was about to put the dessert in his mouth, he paused again. He thoughtfully said, "Brothers, I remember seeing a piece of popular science before. The depth of an adult's oral cavity is 4 to 5 centimeters. The depth from the lips to the throat is 13 centimeters, and the volume is 92 milliliters." Saying this, Jiang He revealed a meaningful smile. "So everyone, pay attention. When eating, don't rush, or you might choke. And don't drink too quickly either, or you might cough. You must maintain good eating habits." After saying this, Jiang He stuffed all the dessert into his mouth at once. However, at this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room didn't care about his actions. They were just spamming question marks in the chat. After a few minutes of this, the audience in Jiang He's live broadcast room had reached 10,000. Almost everyone who came to his room stayed for a while, with some even remaining without leaving. The number of followers in Jiang He's backend was also rising rapidly. In just a few minutes, he gained more followers than he had in the entire previous month. At this moment, Dai Xiaomei noticed that her live broadcast room had been unblocked, so she opened her stream and said in front of Jiang He's camera, "All right, brothers. My live room has been unblocked. You can come back now. Don't keep bothering others in their live rooms. It's not good." However, the only response she got was from Jiang He's live room, with a unified barrage of comments. "Old woman, stop talking. I'm afraid Jiang He will misunderstand." The key was that they weren't joking. Except for a few who returned to Dai Xiaomei's live room. Most actually stayed in Jiang He's live room. A few minutes passed, Jiang He finished his dessert, and the audience in his live room remained stable at 10,000, while Dai Xiaomei's live room had fewer than 2,000 viewers. Watching this, Dai Xiaomei's lips twitched in annoyance. "Full now, time to go home." Jiang He wiped his mouth and hands, then stood up and said to Dai Xiaomei, "Thank for your fans. Let us go to the bathroom together next time." After saying that, Jiang He left without looking back, leaving Dai Xiaomei staring silently at her dwindling audience. At this moment, a viewer dealt a fatal blow to Dai Xiaomei. Why not go to Jiang He's live room? After all, the old woman is streaming every day. Jiang He might get banned again anytime. That makes sense. The old woman can be watched every day, but Jiang He is only seen for the first time. Everyone, don't divert traffic. It hurts the old woman's feelings. Exactly. Let us all report her live room to get it banned. Then we'll have a legitimate reason to go to Jiang He's live room. Seeing these comments, Dai Xiaomei was so angry her teeth itched. Why? It's only been a few minutes, and you've all betrayed me. Are you even human? If you have the ability, just all go over there. But as soon as she finished cursing, she regretted it. Because the barrage transformed into, you all saw it, it was the old woman who told me to go. Then the number of viewers in her live room dropped by a few hundred. Meanwhile, Jiang He, after leaving the barbecue restaurant, scanned a shared electric bike on the roadside. Since there was no phone holder on it, Jiang He had to place his phone in the helmet in the front basket. Now that he had finished eating and was going home, which was quite close, he decided not to take a taxi. As he spoke, Jiang He leisurely rode the electric bike toward his home. However, just after turning a corner, a traffic police officer suddenly appeared from the side and signaled Jiang He to stop. Slap! Jiang He high-fived the officer, and in the officer's bewildered gaze, he said, "Give me 5. Hey, stop." The officer, realizing what was happening, immediately called for Jiang He to stop. Jiang He squeezed the brake. The officer slowly walked up to Jiang He and said in a teasing tone, "Who taught you to say give me 5? While speaking, the officer issued Jiang He a ticket. For not wearing a helmet, the fine was 50. Looking at the ticket thrust into his hand, Jiang He's mouth opened slightly. "So familiar, asking me for 50 after just meeting? Honestly, I don't like materialistic men." The officer shot a glance at Jiang He. "I don't like men either." The two locked eyes in silence for a few seconds. Then Jiang He quietly took out the phone from the helmet, put on the helmet, and slowly rode away on the electric bike. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast room began to go wild. "Huh? You don't like it? What a disappointment. Is this what the real Rongqing is like? A bit disappointing. Wait, what are you all disappointed about? Did you lose your Sichuan opera?" Because he was riding the electric bike, Jiang He didn't see the barrage in the live broadcast room. When he reached the bottom of his building and was about to lock up the bike, he heard, "Saw the area you are in is not a locking area." Jiang He tried several times and finally, successfully had 15 yuan deducted from his account without a password. Looking at the deduction screen, Jiang He squatted silently by the roadside. He felt like there was something wrong with this whole situation, but he couldn't pinpoint what. Just as he sat there in silence, a shadow appeared, blocking the sunlight above his head. Jiang He looked up to see a middle-aged man shaking his head with a look of pity, then tossing him 10 yuan before turning to leave. Looking at the 10 yuan on the ground, Jiang He's mouth opened in surprise. "Huh? No. Forget it. At least it's time for dinner." It seemed he had resigned himself to this outcome as Jiang He reached down to pick up the 10 yuan. But just then a gust of wind blew, sending the 10 yuan flying away. Then, in Jiang He's bewildered gaze, it was blown into the drain. Jiang He. It seems there really is a problem. Chapter 11. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected happens, reflecting on all that had just happened. Jiang He took a deep breath, looked at the camera, and said in a serious tone, I just wanted to go out for a meal and then go home for a nap. But since I ran into that silly girl at the barbecue restaurant, everything around me has become more and more absurd, especially after I opened my own live stream. In just half an hour, I lost a full 75 bucks. If I'm not mistaken. Jiang He looked at the camera, his gaze sharp. This is all your fault. It's because I started streaming and you guys kept nagging me, draining away my good luck, that I ended up so unlucky. He stood tall, one hand on his waist, and shouted at the camera, "Damn it, apologize to me." As soon as he said this, the live stream was filled with question marks. What the hell? Say that again. Are you kidding us? You want us to apologize? The streamer is right. I reported you. Wait until your stream gets banned and your luck will come back. Well said. I also applied for a refund as a minor. Looking at the screen full of question marks, Jiang He suddenly changed his expression and smiled. Hey, I was just joking. Why so serious? Especially those who applied for refunds and reports. Look at you. So anxious. Can't you take a joke? Saying this, Jiang He walked towards the nearby drain. He hoped to recover some of his losses. Picking up even just 10 bucks would be better than nothing. He crouched down at the drain, peering through the gap to see where the money had fallen. After all, it hadn't rained much recently in Rome City, so the drain was relatively clean. He should be able to retrieve that 10 bucks. However, as soon as Jiang He's gaze passed through the gap, he was startled by what he saw. Inside the drain, a woman was staring at him with wide eyes. Her pale face was smeared with some grime from the drain, but he could still see irregular streaks of blood covering her cheeks. It looked as if someone had a deep grudge against her and had wildly slashed her face with a knife. Perhaps she had been down there for too long, as the wounds had even dried up, making her face appear even more terrifyingly pale. Oh my! Jiang He exclaimed, then stumbled back a few steps, sitting down on the ground. The viewers in the live stream were confused and still asking questions. The next second, they saw Jiang He looking panicked as he said, "Oh my god, guys, there's a corpse down there." As soon as he said this, the live stream was flooded with question marks. But Jiang He didn't explain much. Instead, he quickly dialed the police. "Hello, I want to report crime. I found a female corpse in the drain at the entrance of the community on road in Rome City. Please send someone quickly." Because Jiang He acted so quickly, many viewers in the live stream hadn't even reacted yet. Some even thought Jiang He was just messing around. Considering how much he had played with his audience that afternoon, Jiang He didn't waste time on useless explanations. He directly showed the call log to the viewers and said, "I've already reported it. Just wait for the police to arrive." Seeing the call log, the viewers realized that they might have just witnessed a crime scene. Suddenly, exclamations filled the chat. The police in Rome City were also quick to respond since it involved a homicide case. Soon, several police cars appeared at the entrance of the community. Jiang He waved to the officers getting out of the cars. "Over here." Hearing Jiang He, several police officers quickly approached. "Did you report it?" One of the officers asked Jiang He. "Yes, I reported it. The body is in that drain. I just discovered it." Jiang He pointed to the nearby drain. Upon hearing this, the questioning officer immediately directed the other officers to secure the scene and began to remove the cover of the drain. Jiang He was also taken aside for questioning. "So, I was live streaming by the roadside, and someone thought I was a beggar and threw me 10 bucks. Jiang He finished his sentence when the officer in charge of retrieving the body shouted over, "Captain, come look at this." The questioning officer was distracted and looked over. The other officer didn't say anything, just kept waving his hand. Seeing this, the questioning officer had to tell Jiang He, "Wait here, we'll need you to come back to the station with us later. I'm going to see what is going on." With that, the officer walked towards the drain. Jiang He, feeling curious, followed him over, although he had already seen it. He hadn't been able to see clearly due to his nervousness. Now that the police were there, he wanted to take a closer look. However, Jiang He wasn't foolish. Before getting closer, he slightly adjusted the camera angle. As an experienced streamer, he knew whether or not he could show a corpse. But as Jiang He got a bit closer, he noticed that the expressions of the people around him seemed quite strange. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly got a clear view of the corpse's face. It was an extremely lifelike silicone doll, and it didn't look cheap. As for the wounds Jiang He had initially seen, they were just a pair of torn red stockings. The so-called bloodstains were just threads from the stockings. After realizing all this, Jiang He's mouth dropped open. Do you believe me if I say I didn't see clearly?" he said to the nearby officer. The officer's mouth twitched. Although a bit speechless, he understood that Jiang He wouldn't joke about something like this. Normal people wouldn't make jokes about homicide, so it was highly likely that he had just misinterpreted the situation. "All right, everyone, wrap it up. Xiao Li, throw this doll in the trash can. What a lack of civic sense, throwing it in the drain," the leading officer said, somewhat exasperated. Then he looked at Jiang He. I understand your feelings, and thank you for your contribution to public safety, but next time, please make sure to see clearly. It's quite frightening. Okay, I got it, Jiang He replied. To be honest, he felt a bit silly himself. Goodness, not only did someone throw away their wife, but how could they also throw away the stockings, and in such a strange place? Just as he thought this, Jiang He saw the officer retrieving the doll also pull out $10. He quickly said, that $10 is mine. Can you give it back to me? The officer in charge of retrieving the doll looked at the $10 in his hand, then at Jiang He, and finally silently handed the $10 back to him. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream judged the situation based on the conversation between the officers. A doll? Is it the kind of doll I'm thinking of? If nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected has happened. Just an unexpected twist. By the way, would someone really throw their two-dimensional wife down the drain? A doll that can confuse the streamer into thinking it's a person must be expensive. Would they throw that away? Streamer, can you tell us where the trash can for the thrown doll is? Chapter 12. Whispers of the Devil after the police left. Jiang He looked at the camera in the live streaming room and said, somewhat speechlessly, I don't know if there are brothers in the live stream who have a two-dimensional wife. If there are, please don't just throw your wife away, okay? It's really scary. After saying this, Jiang He briefly showed a small image of the two-dimensional wife in the trash can. Of course, it was just a flash, taken while the review wasn't paying attention. The viewers in the live stream began to ask about the location of the trash can. Jiang He remained silent and just took a picture of the nearby road signs. I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. If you catch a disease and turn into a biochemical baby, don't come looking for me. In an instant, the bullet screen was filled with what the hell is a biochemical baby? Seeing this, Jiang He smiled and said, but seriously, brothers, I remembered something. There's a news report saying that many lubricants on the market have excessive carcinogens, and long-term exposure can easily lead to lung cancer and bladder cancer. So everyone must be cautious when buying. If it's really not possible, using shower gel will be fine. As soon as he said this, the live stream was immediately filled with question marks. What? This can have excessive carcinogens too? Damn it. I won't even go out, and I'm going to turn into a biochemical baby? Why can't I escape this? Wait, how do you know this so clearly? Is a shower gel really good? Looking at the bullet screen, Jiang, he just raised an eyebrow and smiled, not saying much. If he kept talking, the live stream would be over again. While chatting, Jiang, he returned home. He originally wanted to switch the live stream to his computer to play some games since he was a gaming streamer. But when he saw the gifts and rewards in the background being automatically deducted, Jiang He inexplicably felt a bit tired. Brothers, I have a question. I want to take a nap, but I don't want to stop the stream. What if others can't find my live stream? If they miss out on a treasure streamer like me, isn't that their loss? Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream began to suggest some silly ideas. The more reasonable ones urged him to hang in there or just stop and take a break. But there were also some unreasonable ones suggesting he should drop 2 drops of essential oil to wake himself up. Looking at these comments, Jiang, he couldn't help but curl his lips and say, can't you say something that normal people would accept? Who can stand that essential oil? Saying this, Jiang, he fixed his phone on the computer desk, leaned back in his chair, and chatted casually with the viewers while resting. If you guys could be a bit generous and give this online beggar a little more, my debts will be paid off a bit faster than I'll. So just then, the viewers in the live stream were curious why Jiang, he suddenly stopped talking. Upon closer inspection, they found that he had just laid back in his chair and fallen asleep. This sleep quality made many viewers envious. Dude, does your name also start with D? What the hell is this sleep quality? I've been working for 5 years, and I'm envious of this sleep quality. Wait, he really fell asleep? The sound of Jiang He's steady breathing filled the live stream. No matter what the viewers said, he didn't get up from the computer chair. The only time he opened his eyes was because his position was uncomfortable, so he adjusted himself a bit, propped his feet up on the computer desk, and continued sleeping. From the viewer's perspective, Jiang He's live stream changed from a man lying asleep to a pair of size 40 big feet. Time passed second by second, and the number of online viewers in Jiang He's live stream gradually decreased from over 10,000. After all, no one likes to watch someone sleep, especially watching a man sleep. As the sky gradually darkened, the number of viewers in Jiang He's live stream dwindled to just over 1,000. It was at this moment that the audience in his live stream stopped leaving. Instead, more and more viewers enter the live stream, frantically sending bullet comments. However, Jiang He, still in his dream, had no idea about this and continued to sleep. When he finally woke up, he didn't check the live stream, but instead sat in his chair, looking blankly out the window. After a while, he picked up a cup from the computer desk, poured himself a glass of water, took a couple of sips, and then went to the bathroom to wash his face to feel a bit more awake. He returned to the computer, listening to the various noisy sounds, and said somewhat confusedly, "Why is it so noisy?" As he spoke, he got up to take a look out the window. The moment he glanced outside, he was fully awakened. He saw several fire trucks parked downstairs at his apartment building, each one working frantically. When he looked up, he noticed thick black smoke billowing from above his own apartment. The smoke was so dense that it was impossible to see how large the fire was. Jiang He quickly pulled back and looked at his live stream. Sure enough, the entire chat was flooding with "Host, your house is on fire." Jiang He didn't have time to think too much and grabbed his phone as he rushed outside. The moment he opened the front door, he saw a firefighter standing outside with his back to him, holding up a water gun and spraying. The hallway was filled with black smoke and flames, making it hard to see while feeling the intense heat. Jiang He paused for a second and then asked the firefighter, "Can I go outside now?" The moment he spoke, everyone could clearly feel the firefighter shuddering. The firefighter turned around in disbelief to look at Jiang He behind the door. Despite the thick mask, everyone could see the shock and disbelief in the firefighter's eyes. "Captain, someone, there are still living people inside the building." That loud shout was audible to the viewers in the live stream as well. Jiang He then realized that he might have gotten into trouble. No, wait, he was just sleeping. "You come with me." Without waiting for Jiang He to react, the firefighter had already grabbed him and started running down. Fortunately, the fire escape was not on fire, and the two quickly reached the ground floor. However, Jiang He could clearly see that the moment the firefighter pulled him downstairs, everyone's gaze was focused on him, especially those wearing firefighter uniforms. Their eyes seemed to carry a hint of despair. Once they had moved a safe distance away, Jiang He finally looked at his phone. The bullet comments had exploded. "If I were that firefighter, I'd rather see a ghost than see you. Still young. If it were me, I'd just knock you out and carry you out, then say you were unconscious from start. Captain, who the hell checked in here?" What the host just said was like the whispers of devil. The host really has good sleep quality. The sound of the firefighter knocking on the door was like a heavy object smashing the door. How could he not wake up? Chapter 13, This is Reputation. Seeing the barrage in the live stream, Jiang He's mouth slightly opened. To be honest, he really didn't mean to. But he also didn't know when his sleep quality got this good. He remembered he had anxiety and had relied on melatonin to sleep for a long time. When it was severe, he even bought some foreign brands that were over the limit just to fall asleep smoothly. Recently, he hadn't taken any not because his anxiety had gotten better, but because he started to let loose, waking up to stream, sleeping whenever he was extremely tired, with no biological clock at all. But why did he fall asleep quickly today and sleep so deeply? Health tonic? Jiang He thought of the health tonic he had taken today. Besides this, there seemed to be no other explanation. Coming back to his senses, Jiang He looked at the building still ablaze and said, "Looks like it won't be good to go home to sleep tonight. Maybe I should find a hotel to continue sleeping." Hearing this, the audience in the live stream began to bombard the screen with question marks. "Dude, you still need to sleep? Do you have narcolepsy? Sleeping from the afternoon to the evening, and now you want to continue sleeping? Even pigs can't sleep as much as you." Seeing these comments, Jiang He smiled and said, "You don't understand. When you're sleepy and want to sleep, you must sleep if the conditions allow, because you never know when you'll be unable to sleep." The viewers who were still questioning suddenly felt this made some sense. After all, most of them were already working after leaving school, well aware of the discomfort of anxiety and insomnia. If one could really sleep when they wanted, that would indeed be quite enjoyable. Just as the viewers were starting to agree with Jiang, he had already walked to a roadside parking space near his community, then pointed at the black CT5 parked there and said, "Brothers, this is my new car that I just picked up today. I might have to sell it to pay off debt soon, so let's enjoy it while we can." Saying this, Jiang He walked to the front of the car, took the parking ticket off the windshield, and glanced at it. "Tech company? Then I'll give you an egg." After saying that, Jiang He tossed the parking ticket aside. Seeing Jiang He's actions, the viewers without cars began to criticize him for not paying for the parking space. Those with cars were also joining in the complaints. Meanwhile, Jiang He had already sat in the driver's seat. He first secured his phone in the holder, then started the vehicle. Finally, he spoke to the car system. "Hello, Cadillac. Navigate to a nearby hotel. Sorry, network error. Please try again later." "Huh?" Jiang He looked puzzled and said again, "Navigate to a nearby hotel. Sorry, network error. Please try again later." At this point, Jiang He's brows were slightly furrowed. "What the heck? Why is the network not working for me? Navigate to a nearby hotel. Sorry, network error. Please try again later." Still the cold mechanical voice. Jiang He pointed at the steering wheel with a helpless expression and said to the live stream audience, "Who is it that's claiming this thing is the king of bathing? I really believe the online hype and bought this car. Am I not afraid of being laughed at by the technicians when I drive this car to the foot massage place? However, just as Jiang He finished speaking, the previously malfunctioning car system suddenly responded. I have found 7 nearby bathing centers for you. Please choose one. Jiang He. He looked dumbfounded at the central screen. A total of 7 bathing center addresses and names appeared on the screen, along with their distances. Seeing Jiang He's lack of reaction, the car system continued. Defaulting to your first choice, Cloud Secret Foot Bath. 9. 2 kilometers away. Estimated time, 26 minutes, starting now. Even before the car system finished speaking, the navigation map had already loaded and projected onto the dashboard. This sudden change left Jiang He speechless. Meanwhile, the barrage in the live stream reached a peak. Cadillac. Haters speak. Cadillac. Are you questioning my reputation? What the hell is reputation? What the hell is reputation? Cadillac owners drive with one foot because the other foot is already at the bathing center. 100 kilometers of fuel will mess with you? Haters speak. If it were any other fuel car, such a problem with the car system would undoubtedly invite a wave of criticism. They would say that fuel cars should be eliminated, that the car system isn't smart enough, it lags, and so on. But this is Cadillac, and it's a Cadillac that doesn't hold back on bathing. In the live stream, there was not a trace of slander or insults. What there was recognition of Cadillac's reputation. This is reputation. At this moment, Jiang He also came back to his senses. He looked at the address recommended by the car system, sighed, and said, forget it. Since the car is urging me to go, if I don't go, the car spirit will be unhappy. So I might as well go experience it. By the end of his sentence, Jiang He's mouth had unconsciously curled into a smile. He admitted he was a bit frugal, but being frugal also depends on the occasion. For things like this, he could be frugal, but absolutely not when it comes to money. Off we go. Watching Jiang He start the car, the live stream was suddenly filled with expressions. They were too embarrassed to call Jiang He out. Was it really the car spirit wanting to go? Maybe it really was. But Jiang really wanted to go too. It was obvious. Hello, Cadillac, playing music. On the road, Jiang He casually started playing music. The next second, a beautiful melody began to fill the car. One misstep leads to a lifetime of mistakes. Diving into the dance for life. Dancers also shed tears. Who do they tell their pain to? The song was a good song. The CT5's car audio system was also quite nice. It's just that the combination of these two things felt a bit strange. Even many viewers in the live stream couldn't help but laugh. What this march and that march? Nothing beats a song on the way to the foot massage place. It seems the car spirit is very accurate in its self-positioning. While other cars are falling apart, only Cadillac stays true to its roots, which is rare. Streamer, don't go there yet. I've already called to report the place you're going to. Change to another one. At this moment, Jiang He was focused on driving and hadn't looked at the live stream as barrage at all. However, when he stopped at a traffic light at an intersection, a motorcycle roared past, weaving in between and getting stuck in front of Jiang He's car, between him and the first vehicle. This made Jiang He frown slightly. Dude, what is wrong with your brain? You should either go to the front or just stay beside me. What is the point of cutting in front of me? Jiang He muttered, but he just complained a bit and didn't do anything. However, the next actions of the other party made Jiang He a bit angry. When the traffic light turned green and the car in front of Jiang He moved away, the motorcycle stuck in front of him didn't start moving. Instead, the rider was looking at his phone. Beep. Jiang He couldn't help but honk. The rider noticed Jiang He, turned around, and gave him the middle finger. Jiang He. Chapter 14. Prop race, damn it. I've never been so humiliated in my life. Jiang He cursed angrily, then switched to gear in and slammed on the gas pedal. Boom. Boom, boom. The engine roared violently, startling the motorcycle in front of him, which quickly swerved to the side. Seeing this, Jiang He immediately switched to gear D and started the car. As he passed by the motorcycle, the rider happened to glance over at Jiang He. Jiang He rolled down his window and shouted, "Idiot!" After cursing, he drove away from the intersection. The viewers in the live stream were also in agreement with Jiang He's actions. Feels great. I was about to lose sleep over this. Wow. The streamer doesn't hold grudges overnight. He retaliates on the spot. You can tell he's someone who remembers a grudge. Jiang He glanced at the barrage of comments and smiled, saying, "There's nothing I can do. Some people are just inexplicably annoying. If I don't annoy them back, I want to sleep well for a year." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the roar of an engine behind him. Jiang He looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the stupid motorcyclist was chasing after him. Realizing this, Jiang He drove as fast as he could within the speed limit, trying to shake him off. He knew that if the biker got beside or in front of him, he would definitely annoy him. However, he overestimated the other person's decency. Even though Jiang He was driving at the maximum speed allowed by traffic laws, the biker easily sped ahead of him. After all, they weren't following the law. When a motorcycle reached in front of Jiang, it began to frequently slam on the brakes to annoy him. Jiang He tried to change lanes to avoid being alongside the biker, but every time he changed lanes, the biker did too, speeding ahead to annoy him. At this point, the viewers who were initially enjoying the show began to curse in the comments. But Jiang He just blinked and said, "Does this idiot not know about cruise control?" Saying this, he flicked the lever and activated cruise control with lane centering. Whenever the biker braked, Jiang He's car would automatically slow down. If the biker accelerated slightly, his car would also gently speed up. If the biker braked again, Jiang He's car would also slow down leisurely. Since the car maintained a relatively safe distance, Jiang He didn't need to move at all. However, even so, the viewers still felt frustrated. Some even urged Jiang He to crash into the biker. But Jiang He wasn't stupid. He could find a chance to annoy him back. But he would never crash into him. He definitely wouldn't drive recklessly in front of so many viewers in a live stream. That would just be documenting his own crime scene. Don't worry, people like that will get into trouble sooner or later. Why should I jeopardize my future for this scum? I've already cursed back at him, and he didn't get to curse at me. Well, at least I didn't hear it. Jiang He reassured the viewers. However, after a few minutes of tormenting Jiang He, the biker, seeing that Jiang He was still following behind and not overtaking, thought that Jiang He had given in. So, he turned his back to Jiang He and gave him the middle finger before accelerating away. "Hey, giving me the finger again? I have to curse back," Jiang He shouted, accelerating to catch up with the biker. Just as he was about to change lanes to overtake, the biker noticed him and suddenly slammed on the gas, dramatically increasing his speed and widening the gap between them. But as soon as he accelerated, he encountered a sharp turn. The biker gripped the handlebars tightly, trying to control the motorcycle, but due to the previous acceleration, he was going too fast. Screech! A loud screeching sound of brakes echoed, and then the motorcycle began to wobble and flipped over right in front of Jiang He. As the motorcycle rolled and collided, several parts fell off. Seeing this, Jiang He quickly reduced his speed while laughing, "Oh wow, it's still a prop race." The viewers who saw the motorcycle fall began to cheer. Hearing Jiang He's comment about it being a prop race made them burst into laughter in the comments. Jiang He, with a big smile, controlled his car to leisurely avoid the fallen props, while the motorcycle and its rider tumbled several meters away, finally stopping in the roadside greenery. As Jiang He passed by, he saw the motorcycle rider struggling to get up. Jiang He deliberately rolled down his window and shouted at him, "Hey, you can't park in the greenery. Get moving, or you'll get fined by the traffic police." After saying this, Jiang He rolled up his window under the rider's furious glare and left the scene. All the way to the bathhouse, Jiang He hummed a little tune. When he reached the entrance, he parked the car and said to the viewers in the live stream, "Hey, guys, I've been streaming all afternoon, and my phone's out of battery. Someone in the stream now. We'll talk again tomorrow. Bye." Hearing Jiang He's words, the live stream was filled with question marks. "Wait, weren't you just charging it? Is out of battery now?" I feel embarrassed to point it out. "Dude, if you don't give the address, I'll just have to guess. You handle it. What about that 500,000 you owe? Not paying it back? Still going to wash up?" However, no matter how the viewers reacted, Jiang He had no intention of continuing the live stream. With a raised eyebrow, the live stream screen went black. Although many viewers felt unsatisfied, there was nothing they could do. At the same time, marketing accounts monitoring Jiang He's live stream immediately edited and released snippets of his stream on Douyin as soon as he ended it. There was no choice. This guy's day had been too exciting. The kind of show effect that many streamers dream of was as common as eating and drinking in Jiang He's live stream. From the afternoon when he started streaming until he ended, it was all show effects. Plus, since Jiang He was still trending, posting clips of his live stream would attract attention, making everyone more eager to share. In no time, many marketing accounts released content about Jiang He's live stream that day. Even those who hadn't been in Jiang He's stream started choosing to rework and post after seeing good data from their peers. This caused Jiang He's popularity to rise even further. Originally trending searches that were supposed to drop took off again. In just one night, Jiang He gained over 400,000 followers, reaching 780,000, and was on the verge of hitting 1 million. This led to many marketing accounts waiting at his live stream door the next morning, ready to record and edit as soon as Jiang He went live. However, unexpectedly, Jiang He did not stream at all that morning. It was at this moment that someone stumbled upon the latest video released by the police in Rongqing. Chapter 15. The car brought me here. Hello, dear viewers. This is the Rongqing Police Department. In the footage, a police officer is speaking directly to the camera. Just now, we received complaints from across the country stating that a foot massage parlor in Rongqing named Cloud's Secret Realm, is suspected of engaging in prostitution. Upon receiving the report, we quickly took action and conducted a surprise inspection of the foot massage parlor. After verification by our police officers, it was confirmed that the establishment indeed had activities suspected of prostitution. Currently, the parlor has been sealed off by our police, and the main individuals involved in the illegal activities have been apprehended. Next, please watch the specific situation. The scene quickly shifts. Inside the foot massage parlor, the situation in the private rooms is fully visible. Towels are scattered on the floor, and a group of people is lined up along the corridor, crouching with their heads in their hands. Upon seeing the camera, these individuals bury their heads even deeper, fearing they might be recognized. However, when the camera pans to the lobby of the foot massage parlor, one person is seen crouching in the corner, repeatedly saying, "Police uncles, you've got the wrong person. I'm not here for prostitution. I really am not. It's my first time here. No one introduced me. My car brought me here on its own. I'm not lying to you. I didn't do anything. I was just pressed down as soon as I walked in." The police officer beside him reprimands him repeatedly, but the man continues to frantically defend himself. It's clear that the seasoned police officers are unlikely to believe his words. After a round of scolding, the police used zip ties to restrain his hands and took him to the police car. Although the man's face was blurred in the video, some fans still recognized who he was. "Huh? No way. You really reported it? I thought it was a joke. Good Lord. I didn't stream for a whole morning and thought I was canceled, but it turns out I was caught. Poor Izai, just as he was getting popular. He is going to be blacklisted. Now it's all gone. After Izai came out, he found the sky had fallen. He lost his job and couldn't pay his debts. In fact, the management of internet celebrities by the government is much more lenient compared to that of stars. For situations like this that do not involve criminal activities, only administrative penalties. As long as Jiang He denies it to the death, there is no problem. After all, the police will blur out faces in the video, but he was still recognized. Even if he denies it, everyone knows he was caught for soliciting prostitution. This will have a significant impact on his popularity, especially since part of his fanbase consists of fans attracted by his looks. Once this spreads, his career, which was about to explode, could be cut short. However, the only one hurt by this incident was Jiang He, because the marketing accounts had a new topic to discuss. Caught for going to get a foot massage after being reported by his fans. What a great topic. In no time, the marketing accounts began to crazily repost the Rongqing Police Department's video while hinting that the protagonist of the incident was Jiang He. This led to an increase in discussions about Jiang He jumping straight from the entertainment trending list to the overall trending list. Although it was at the bottom, the heat was explosive. It was at this moment that Jiang He's live stream suddenly started. This surprised many fans, as they had witnessed Jiang He being captured. How could he still stream? A crowd rushed into Jiang He's live stream, eager to clarify the situation. This caused Jiang He's view count to surpass 10,000 in less than a minute, and it continued to rise. Looking at the soaring numbers in his live stream, Jiang He twitched his mouth, because he had seen the news on Douyin himself. In fact, he was indeed caught last night. However, he had been live streaming the whole time he was at the foot massage parlor, and as soon as he arrived, he was pressed down. There was no evidence of solicitation. After verifying, the police released him. But since he was released quite late, Jiang He got home in the early morning. So, he woke up relatively late. Who would have guessed that just a slight delay in starting his stream would lead his fans to assume he had been caught? Streamer, weren't you caught? How'd you come out so quickly? Huh? Weren't you the one caught? You're out so fast? Streamer, I saw a fool from Rongqing was caught for soliciting prostitution, and he said his car brought him there. It's hilarious. Streamer, I saw. The live stream's comments were a mix of inquiries about how Jiang He was released so quickly after being caught, or mocking him for the incident. Seeing this, Jiang He looked speechless and said, "I didn't solicit prostitution." This was met with a screen full of, "Who asked you?" Jiang He quietly gave the camera the middle finger and said, "I just overslept and started my stream late. Why does everyone think I was caught? If I've been caught, how could I be streaming now?" As he spoke, Jiang He showed the time on his phone to the viewers in the live stream. This isn't a recorded stream. It's live, the time matches up, and I also saw that Douyin video. That wasn't me. How could a law-abiding citizen like me be caught? As for the person in the video, maybe they just happen to look a bit like me. Don't overthink it. Okay. Initially, Jiang He wanted to admit to the incident and explain to everyone. After all, he hadn't committed a crime. But he wasn't new to being a streamer. Thinking it over, those marketing accounts would shamelessly twist the narrative for more attention, and no one would share his explanation. As long as he admitted he was indeed caught yesterday, he would be labeled as the prostitute caught ladybug by the marketing accounts. No marketing account would share his follow-up explanation. So, he simply chose not to admit it. At this moment, viewers who heard Jiang He's explanation began to waver. After all, Jiang He's reasoning made sense. If he had really been caught soliciting prostitution, he would have to spend a few days in detention. How could he possibly be released the same day? But just then, someone suddenly sent a super chat. Shan Yang knows horsepower. I found out it's true he was caught, but they cleared him after finding no solicitation. The appearance of this comment ignited the live stream. He's you still say you weren't caught. You were just being stubborn. It was you who was caught. You little brat. If you had gone a little earlier today, you wouldn't be able to stream. All right, now even your brothers are wary of you. You didn't bring your brothers to get a foot massage. Now you know your mistake, right? Looking at the comments in the live stream, Jiang He couldn't help but smile slightly, but he struggled to suppress it. So, with a somewhat awkward expression, he tried to deny. I didn't. It's not me, you've got it wrong, I'm a good person. But such denial had no effect, and the screen was filled with comments like, Chong Wei. You said you couldn't fight. Seeing this, Jiang He suddenly put on a compromising expression. All right, since you all want to ask, let me say something real. Chapter 16, the character setting is too rigid. Jiang He slowly approached the microphone and said softly, Actually, I am your father whom you have lost for many years. As soon as these words were spoken, the live chat was instantly filled with question marks. Big guts. Who taught you to say that? What big dog guts? The first time I've seen a streamer scold their fans. You're going to regret this. Kid, your account is done for. You wait for me. I will make you wait forever. Looking at the frantically scrolling comments and the live stream audience that surged to 20,000, Jiang He grinned and spread his hands, saying, So what do you want me to say? I said I didn't go, and you don't believe me. What can I do? Anyway, you don't like what I say, so I'll say something I like. Hearing this, the question marks in the live stream increased even more. At this moment, a super chat floated by. Loud Da's elbow strike. The old woman is looking for you to connect. Seeing this comment, Jiang He raised his eyebrows. Looking for me to connect? Get lost, you think I'm that easy to use? You want to ride my coattails? That'll make me look cheap, right? She has a few fans. How many people are in her live stream compared to mine? I can't even compare to her. Originally, Jiang He wanted to say something about her fans versus his fans, but then he thought, Daxiomi indeed had a lot of fans, it's just that not many people are watching her live stream now. On the other side, Daxiomi, who was watching Jiang He's live stream, said with a speechless expression, My goodness, just as he's getting up, he starts acting all high and mighty. Doesn't he fear backlash? However, the audience in the live stream did not agree with Daxiomi's words. Can someone who got arrested for soliciting on the first day trending really have a chance of backlash? Jiang He's character setting has no room for retreat. I really can't think of anything besides principal issues that could lead to his downfall. The only possibility that could make me unfollow Jiang He is if he turns out to be Xiao Chunan. Looking at the comments in her live stream, Daxiomi's mouth slightly opened. Don't say. Jiang He's live stream character setting does seem a bit rigid. In just these 2 days of streaming, Jiang He has accumulated most of the negative images. Loves to wash feet, wash feet, and got arrested for soliciting. Loves to curse. Hasn't he had a clean mouth since yesterday afternoon? Openly making money because he owes more. He even just took the opportunity to scold his fans. In this case, those who are still willing to follow Jiang He and watch his live stream must really like his content and style. There is really not much possibility of unfollowing. Even if he really acts big, fans would think he's being abstract. Thinking this, Daxiomi actively applied to connect with him. Let him act. Who told him to speak the truth now? The audience in his live stream really is a bit more, and she indeed has some intention of riding on his popularity. Jiang He looked at the connection request from Daxiomi and grinned. Then he adjusted the live stream screen and accepted her connection request. Finally, under the gaze of over 20,000 viewers in the live stream, he clicked reject. He straightened his back and said arrogantly, You think I'll let you ride on me? I said I got up, and you just jump on. Wait, let me take a breather. Daxiomi? Daxiomi was stunned for a moment. Then she directly sent a super chat in Jiang He's live stream. Daxiomi, if it's okay, it's okay. If it's not, it's not. What does take a breather mean? Sure enough, a man over 25 is like 65. Seeing this comment, Jiang He widened his eyes. Nonsense. Fabrication. What do you mean a man over 25 is like 65? That's an internet rumor. It's those underperforming students who are slandering our good reputations. Daxiomi, speaking the truth, are you getting anxious? What anxious? Do you know it takes a mouth to spread rumors, but a leg to refute them? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you a lawyer's letter. Come on, let us go on air and talk. While saying this, Jiang He sent a connection request to Daxiomi. The other party has rejected. Jiang He stared wide-eyed. You're not going to connect. Daxiomi. Someone's getting anxious, but I want to say who. Damn. Connect. Daxiomi. At your age. Not having a partner isn't because of this, is it? No you. Wait. It sounds like you have a partner, you old woman. At least I'm a post. 00S. What are you? Daxiomi. I don't owe 500. 000. Jiang He. Daxiomi. At your age, without a stable job, still in debt, no house, no partner, and your health isn't good, what is going to happen to your life? Jiang He fell silent, just silently looking at the live stream camera. A few minutes later, the audience in the live stream only felt the screen freeze for a moment. Then the stream started to float. It turned out Jiang He had switched his live stream to a drone view. He took the drone and silently walked out of his house, then headed outside. The viewers in the live stream seemed to understand what was happening. It's over. Someone else going to face reality. Is Jiang He and the old woman both in Rongqing? It's over. Old woman, hurry and lock the door. Let Chris lock the door. Jiang He. I'm getting angrier the more I think about it. I have to deal with you today. On the other side, Daxiomi felt a bit panicked watching Jiang He's actions. He wouldn't he really come to my house? Would he? He can't be that petty, right? No way, I was just joking. Saying this, Daxiomi began sending super chats in the live stream. Daxiomi. I was joking. You would he really come, would you? At this moment, Jiang had already gotten into his car. Looking at Daxiomi's super chat, he sneered. Humph, now you know to apologize? It's over. Just wait. Saying this, Jiang He started the car. But then he froze. He sat in silence for a few seconds, then asked the viewers in the live stream with confusion. Brothers, does anyone know where the old woman lives? As soon as he said this, the live stream was filled with question marks again. Daxiomi couldn't help but laugh so hard she couldn't stand up. Ha ha ha. You don't even know where my house is, and you want to face reality? Are you kidding me? Come on, come right now. I'm waiting at home. If I run away, I'll be a dog. However, just as Daxiomi was gloating, suddenly another super chat floated by in a live stream. Tun tun. I private messaged you. Take a look. Seeing this message, Daxiomi's eyes widened. No way. Tun tun. Are you still a person? Randomly telling someone else the female streamer's address. Aren't you afraid I'll get into trouble? While Daxiomi was scolding Tun Tun, Jiang He was already checking the private messages in the back end. He quickly followed Tun Tun back, then grinned at the camera. Someone is going to be in trouble. Let us guess who it is? Chapter 17, something's wrong. This is really wrong at this moment. The live stream room was filled with schadenfreude. Only one comment stood out. Catching Jiang He's eye immediately. I really envy the streamer who drives a Cadillac, unlike me, who saved up to buy a chain. On the day I picked up the car, the salesman conveniently registered a DD account for me and even asked me to pick him up after work. Seeing this, Jiang He raised an eyebrow, started the car, and said, Bro, it's obvious you're not a chain owner, so stop with these lame jokes. As he spoke, Jiang He revealed a knowing smile and added, You still need to get the license plates after picking up the car, and registering for DD takes at least 2 days. You can't even get a ride on the day you pick it up. You have to drive home empty. Hearing this, the viewers in the live stream couldn't hold back anymore. Why is the streamer so familiar with this? Did he also run a couple of rides while driving a Cadillac? If you can resist running a couple of rides after buying chain, then you're this, thumbs up. But if you only run 2 rides, you're still this. Remember, the woman you can't take away in a Bentley. I can take away in a BYD. Hey, you little rascal, almost forgot. Go run a couple of rides. Jiang He glanced at the comments while driving and said, Honestly, everyone should try not to play with lame internet jokes. The jokes you casually throw around might cause irreparable harm to the people involved. As the saying goes, a kind word warms 3 winters. While harsh words can chill someone in June, we should all strive to be warm-hearted people and avoid harboring too much negativity. The viewers were puzzled as to why Jiang He suddenly became so positive. However, the online bullying over the years also made them realize that some lame jokes can indeed be quite hurtful. Just as the audience was preparing to agree, Jiang He suddenly began to sing. That day's melancholy became melancholic. That day's loneliness became lonely. That year's college entrance exam scored 300. Listening to Jiang He's singing, the live stream was filled with question marks. Wow, he advises people not to play with lame jokes. But he is having a blast doing it himself? Facing the viewers' confusion, Jiang He grinned and said nothing, focusing on driving. Luckily, the address provided by Tun Tun wasn't too far, and after a while, he arrived at the destination. After parking the car, Jiang He walked toward the residential area. The security guard initially wanted to stop Jiang He, but hesitated. Suddenly, Jiang He spoke to the drone's camera, Okay, brothers, we've arrived downstairs at Dai Xiaomei's house. Let us go up to find her. Hearing this, the security guard glanced at Jiang He, then at the drone still live streaming, and silently stepped aside. He even kindly helped open the door. This little gesture caught the attention of the viewers in the live stream. Once a little distance away, Jiang He smiled at the audience and said, "Brothers, if you can, buy a second-hand DJI Action 4, the kind that can shoot. Those civilian law enforcement recorders aren't joking." This remark garnered agreement from many. Ever since entering the internet era, people have realized that there might be influencers everywhere, so they are extra cautious, afraid that one wrong move could lead to online bullying. When encountering those with cameras snapping away, regardless of their attitude, at least they wouldn't be too harsh. Among them, the DJI Action 4 is a favorite filming device for many, thus being humorously referred to as the strongest civilian law enforcement recorder. While talking, Jiang He found the building where Dai Xiaomei lived. However, since he didn't have a card, he couldn't swipe the elevator and had to take the stairs. Fortunately, Dai Xiaomei lived on the 7th floor, which wasn't too high, so Jiang He began to climb the stairs with a live stream audience. While climbing, Jiang He earnestly told the viewers, "Let me share a fun fact. Usually most of us feel tired when climbing stairs, but going down feels much easier. So when we feel tired climbing, we can run down a few steps and then climb back up. It will make climbing a lot easier." As he spoke, Jiang He demonstrated by climbing a few floors and then walking down a few, repeating the process several times. This finally resulted in a flood of question marks in the live stream. "Are you even listening to what you're saying? I'm just tired, not brain dead." The streamer's method was quite effective. After 3 hours, he successfully climbed from the 5th floor to the 1st floor. After fooling around for a few minutes, Jiang He finally reached the 7th floor. He first covered the door number and then knocked on the door of the address provided by Tun Tun. Knock, knock, knock. A few light knocks. No one responded. This was expected. He pointed at the door and laughed. "See, someone got scared and doesn't dare to face me. Knock, knock, knock." This time Jiang He knocked a bit harder. Still no response from inside. So he knocked even harder while loudly saying, "Open the door. You have the guts to steal someone, but not to open the door. If you don't open it, I'll call your boyfriend back. Then we'll all gather together. And you won't be able to save face." Just a short sentence made the viewers' CPUs run hot. Even the neighbor who heard the commotion quietly opened a crack in their door and pulled out their phone to record Jiang He. Jiang He didn't mind. Instead, he continued knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Finally, there was a response. Jiang He heard hurried footsteps approaching the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened. "I have to say, if you dare to steal someone, you should have the courage to face me." Huh? Jiang He stared blankly at the strong man in front of him. The man was slightly shorter than him, around 1.7 meters tall, but his build was exceptionally robust. It was obvious he was someone who worked out regularly. However, he seemed to not control his diet much, giving off a bit of a fat muscle impression. If that were the case, Jiang He wouldn't be too afraid. The key was, this guy a round-faced, crew-cut, stubbly beard and round glasses. With his fat muscle look, it was hard not to overthink. Moreover, the guy looked Jiang He up and down as he opened the door and asked suspiciously, "I don't know you. Who are you?" I wanted to ask if Dai Xiaomei lives here." The guy frowned. "Who is Dai Xiaomei?" "I don't know her." Just then, another male voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Jiang He turned to look, and another round-faced, crew-cut, stubbly bearded strong man was walking toward the door. This one looked even more authoritative, still wearing white socks. His mouth was slightly open. "Wow, it seems I've walked into some strange place." As the man in white socks approached the door, he curiously said, "I think I just heard something about stealing someone else's mistress. Did you change boyfriends?" The first strong man quickly replied, "No way." Then he looked at Jiang He angrily. "What nonsense were you just saying?" "Jiang He, something's off. This address is wrong." Chapter 18, Who Says It's Her Home? "Sorry, I seem to have a wrong door. What I'm looking for is a woman," Jiang He said awkwardly. If it were someone he knew, he wouldn't show the slightest hint of embarrassment. But this is someone he not only doesn't know, but also finds a bit intimidating. "Next time pay attention. It's really annoying," the burly man who opened the door said disdainfully, then turned to close the door. However, just as the door was not fully closed, Jiang He clearly saw that this guy seemed to have dropped some gear from behind. Even though it was just a moment, Jiang He felt he wasn't mistaken. Not just him, even the viewers in the live stream saw it clearly under the high-definition camera. "What the hell? My eyes. What the hell is that?" The stereotype. Fortunately, Heezy doesn't have a beard, otherwise I would doubt he could walk out of this door. At this moment, the door of a neighboring house also closed. In the distance, Jiang He seemed to hear a sigh. It was a regret of not getting to see the excitement. After leaving the 7th floor, Jiang He shouted into the live stream, "Damn it, Tun Tun, what address did you give me?" Tun, I never said it was Deus's home address. I just said I gave you an address I randomly found on the map. Deus, ha. I knew something was off when you got to the community gate. You really went there? Watching the two mock him, Jiang He silently raised his hand and gave a middle finger to the camera. Damn it, you better not let me catch you. If I do, you'll be in for a world of pain. The audience immediately flooded the chat with details of the pain. But Jiang He ignored them and said, forget it. I'm out now. Let's find a place to have lunch since I haven't eaten. After saying that, Jiang He began to look for a place outside the community. After leaving the community, Jiang He realized that the community Tun gave him was not a high-end one. On the contrary, it looked like an old community from 10 or 20 years ago. Although there was nothing wrong with this place, given Deus's current income and her identity as a streamer, it was highly unlikely she would live in such a complex area. It was just that Jiang He hadn't looked carefully before, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen for this trick. Lost in thought, Jiang He saw a nearby fast food restaurant. The shop wasn't very large, only a few scattered tables, but Jiang He didn't pay much attention. After all, it was just to fill his stomach, anything would do. When he walked into the shop, he found that there weren't many people. Perhaps because it wasn't mealtime, there was only one middle-aged man eating in addition to Jiang He. The man was simply dressed, and his coat had some latex paint on it. He looked like he worked in renovation. Jiang He glanced at the menu, which had only 3 short lines. 10 yuan for 2 vegetarian and 1 meat. 12 yuan for 2 meat and 1 vegetarian, and 20 yuan for all you can eat. He went to the cashier, paid 20 yuan directly, and then took a tray. He casually picked some dishes and added rice, then sat down across from the middle-aged man. The man seemed a bit surprised. He looked Jiang He up and down and said, "It's rare to see young people here." Jiang He smiled and replied, "There are plenty of young people on the street. I mean, it's rare to see young people eating this kind of food. It's mostly as hard workers, especially someone dressed as neatly as you. Eating is just eating. It's all about filling the stomach." Jiang He's words seemed to resonate with the man. He had a complex expression and said, "Yeah, it's all about filling the stomach." Jiang He understood what the man was lamenting. It's just that life isn't easy. After all, this is a problem everyone faces. If the system hadn't appeared, Jiang He would probably be even more lamenting than him. He still owes 500,000. Thinking that he had nothing else to do, Jiang He started chatting with the man. "Just finished working?" "Yeah. The nearby community is renovating. They said they needed people, but after a while, they didn't want me anymore. They gave me 50 and told me to leave." Jiang He looked at the man in surprise. "Why didn't they want you? Did they have enough manpower?" The man shook his head. "No, the owner found out I have lung cancer and was afraid I would die in his house, so he didn't let me work." Jiang He fell silent, but the man continued talking to himself. "I've been doing renovations for so many years and haven't saved any money. I finally married a wife, and she died. I put my son through college, and he got a visa to go abroad. I can't find him anymore. Before he left, he even made me borrow over 100,000, and now I have to pay it back. I finally finished paying it off, but last week, while working and smoking, I suddenly coughed up blood. After checking, it's lung cancer. They said I have only a few months left and told me to eat whatever I want and to enjoy myself. Sigh, how can I be that happy? I've worked hard my whole life, and I don't have any money. If I don't work, I'll starve. How can I be happy?" After hearing the man's words, Jiang He fell even more silent. Meanwhile, the live chat was filled with criticism of the man's son. "Damn, this is a real beast. It's one thing to run away, but he left his dad with a mountain of debt. Streamer, stop chatting. This is painful to listen to. Sigh, if Heezy had money, we could at least morally pressure him, but this kid also has a mountain of debt. Getting older and listening to this is painful. I can clearly empathize but feel powerless." Just as the viewers in the live stream were feeling emotional, Jiang He suddenly said to the man, "Uncle, is it convenient to see your medical records?" "Medical records? I didn't bring that. Why? Do you suspect I'm lying to you?" The man smiled and then took out his phone. It was a basic Redmi from a few years ago, with the tempered glass already cracked in many places, and some corners of the screen were missing. The man opened his slow phone, clicked on WeChat, and showed Jiang He the chat history. The most recent message was the man asking his previous foreman for money. He said he had lung cancer and didn't have much time left, asking when he would be paid the 6,000 from last year. He also attached a photo of his medical records, but the other party didn't respond. Then the man flipped through some more. Most of it was about asking for money. Some replied, some didn't, but only one person had transferred him money, and the amount was only a little over 400. "See, they know I'm dying, and none of them are willing to settle their debts. If it weren't for the 50 bucks from the neighbor today, I wouldn't even be able to afford a meal." At this point, Jiang He also noticed that the man was eating the cheapest 10 yuan meal. A few seconds later, an unusual expression appeared on Jiang He's face. He slowly raised his head to look at the man. "Uncle, Are you sure you can only live for a few months? The man shook his head. I don't know. The doctor said a few months at most, but I might not even make it to that day. Jiang He nodded with a strange expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 19. Too simple and plain uncle. Can I borrow your phone to make a call? I can't find mine. The uncle looked at Jiang He with some confusion, but still lent him his phone. However, when he handed it over, he said, I only have a few bucks of credit left, so don't take too long. Don't worry, I'm just looking for my phone, Jiang He replied, taking the phone from the uncle. Then, in front of more than 30,000 viewers in the live stream, he began to check the uncle's WeChat, wildly invading his privacy. In less than a minute, Jiang He confirmed that what the uncle had previously said was true through his chat history with others. Moreover, Jiang He discovered that the uncle had lent some money to others, but those people had stopped repaying it after learning that the uncle was dying. Additionally, the uncle was an only child with no siblings. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were puzzled about what Jiang He was doing and began to question his actions. What is Jiang He doing? Does he like to pry into others' WeChat? Isn't this wrong? It's not good to look at someone else's phone. Reading this chat history is heart-wrenching. The uncle's life seems really tough. He has only a few bucks on WeChat, and his bank account is empty. The uncle's life is really hard. However, amidst the viewers' doubts, Jiang He sat beside the uncle and whispered a few words in his ear. Because Jiang He spoke very softly and deliberately adjusted the drone's angle, the viewers in the live stream couldn't hear anything. He even covered his mouth slightly, making it impossible for anyone to guess what he was saying. After listening to Jiang He, the uncle looked at him in surprise. Really? Is there really such good news? Jiang He raised his eyebrows and whispered a few more words in the uncle's ear. The uncle's face visibly flushed a bit. He smiled and said, well, it's nothing. I'm a dying person. Why should I worry about this? The uncle's words made the viewers in the live stream even more confused. But Jiang He didn't explain to the audience. Instead, he started operating on the uncle's phone. Then, Jiang He had the uncle perform several familiar actions. Come on, open your mouth, shake your head. No need to worry about this year's holiday. The uncle followed Jiang He's instructions and began to perform these actions. After repeating it several times, the viewers finally heard Jiang He say with some regret, why is it only 270,000? Uncle, your credit isn't great. 270,000. The uncle looked at Jiang He in surprise. Is it really my account? Jiang He showed him the text message on his phone. You can see for yourself. You can withdraw it from the bank later. Okay, thank you, young man. The uncle beamed at Jiang He in gratitude. Jiang He waved his hand, pretending to be humble. It's a small matter. It's not my money. At this moment, even the most oblivious viewers realized what Jiang He was doing. Wow, online loan. Open your mouth. Shake your head. Every household has a little villa. Isn't it bad to lend so much to the uncle? How will he pay it back? Oh, he doesn't have to pay it back. Then, that's indeed a loss. The uncle's credit that he built for a lifetime was instantly cashed out by you. Initially, some viewers who didn't understand quickly grasped what Jiang He was doing after seeing others' comments. At first, everyone thought lending so much to the uncle would mean he couldn't pay it back, which would be harmful. But then they thought, who cares about that? Go argue with lung cancer. At this moment, Jiang He also saw the comments in the live stream and shrugged his lips. What are you all talking about? I don't understand at all. I'm just helping the uncle with his WeChat real name authentication. Not what you think. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the uncle grabbed Jiang He's hand and said, young man, wait a minute, go to the bank with me. I'll give you 10,000 when I withdraw the money. After all, I'm a dying man and one tea needs so much. No. Uncle, you keep it for yourself. You haven't enjoyed life much before. Now enjoy it well. Eat whatever you want, play whatever you want. Then I'll take you to a brothel. Jiang He. Uncle, are you being too simple and plain? Before Jiang He could react, the uncle continued, there's a street I've been coveting for a long time. I've never played there. Now that I have money, let me have a good time. Come on, young man, I'll take you with me. No, I don't like those kinds of places. Jiang He refused with a wry smile. The uncle's gratitude was a bit too direct, but the uncle clearly misunderstood Jiang He's meaning. After hearing Jiang He say he didn't like those things, the uncle suddenly looked at him oddly. The grip he had on Jiang He's hand loosened, and he took a step back, saying awkwardly, well, that's normal, as long as you like it. Jiang He. Uncle, your thoughts are a bit too avant-garde. Jiang He pulled at the corner of his mouth, wanting to explain, but not knowing how. After all, the uncle hadn't explicitly stated anything. Finally, he sighed helplessly, Uncle, you go have fun. After saying that, Jiang He lowered his head and began to eat his own food. The uncle originally planned to continue eating, but after looking at the balance in his phone, he put down his plate and turned to the cashier, loudly saying, give me a $20 meal. The scene left the viewers in the live stream both amused and bewildered. With only a few months left to live and no relatives to inherit his estate, he ended up holding $270,000, but chose to eat a $20 fast food meal. Although everyone understood that the uncle was just used to it, it still felt a bit absurd. To say something unkind. Now, they were just afraid the uncle was misdiagnosed. That would be a real disaster. What disaster? He has no family, no children, and is doing cashable renovations. What is there to be afraid of? Dude, you have to understand that the hidden social status of someone like the uncle is quite terrifying. I don't know what mentality the viewers in the live stream had, but right now they were facing a middle-aged man who was single, had no siblings, and was of a considerable age. Even without cancer, this person is frighteningly excessive. Regardless, the host behavior of teaching people about online loans is still not worth advocating. People like you should be banned. Initially, there were viewers worried that Jiang He had gone too far with his actions, thinking that if the uncle was misdiagnosed, lending so much would be disastrous. But a little thought would reveal how small the probability of misdiagnosis is nowadays. Do they really think it's a TV show? Especially late-stage lung cancer misdiagnosis. That is even less likely. Moreover, even if it were a misdiagnosis, the uncle wouldn't have to worry about it, would he? What is there to worry about? Worried about becoming a dishonest person and not being able to take the high-speed train or plane. To that, the uncle would just want to say, I don't give a F. I've lived for decades without using those things. Why worry about it now? Compared to worrying about that, it's more realistic to worry about the uncle having too much fun and getting AIDS. Of course, there were also those who didn't care about the uncle at all. They only focused on Jiang He's behavior of teaching him about online loans and criticized him fiercely for it. Chapter 20. Dog barking after finishing his meal. Jiang He bid farewell to the uncle and left the fast food restaurant in response to the other's enthusiastic reply. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were still discussing the recent events. Seeing this, Jiang He couldn't help but say, I know you brothers have a lot of guesses, but please don't make wild assumptions, okay? I'm just a passing, enthusiastic Cayman rider who helped the uncle complete his WeChat real name authentication. As for what you said about me helping him with online loans, that's as ridiculous as saying I was caught soliciting yesterday. I'm not that kind of person, all right? Even the viewers, no matter how naive, understood Jiang He's meaning. Yes, he did it, but he wouldn't admit it. Everyone understood why Jiang He would say this, so they all dropped the topic. However, there were still some viewers in the live stream criticizing Jiang He's behavior, saying that as an internet celebrity, he shouldn't teach people about loans. What if he led some teenagers in the live stream astray? Seeing this, Jiang He didn't deliberately engage with them. Instead, he said, speaking of online loans, everyone should avoid them. This thing is a bottomless pit. If you take out a loan of $30,000 in advance, you'll need at least 3 years to recover, and that's in an ideal situation. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. He sighed and added, advanced consumption is a trap. Don't believe those statements. Relying on yourself is the most useful. If you want to live well, you have to find a way to work hard. Everyone, make sure to stay safe. Originally, the viewers in the live stream were following Jiang He's sentiments, but suddenly, they felt something was off. What? You want us to what? Stay safe? Damn, you want us dead, right? All right, now you're not just cursing fans. You're telling fans to die, right? Reported. The host curses fans to die. Faced with the backlash from the viewers, Jiang He just chuckled. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going home. Can't find where the little girl is living. Can't really do anything with her. I'll find a chance next time. Oh, and about that pig, I'll really get her next time. I'll just pull off a silver. Real. As soon as Jiang He's words fell, a stray dog suddenly appeared by the roadside. The dog didn't leave. It just stared at Jiang He and inexplicably started barking wildly. Woof, woof, woof. Are you calling your mom? Jiang He cursed and then walked towards where he parked his car. Seeing Jiang He's actions, the stray dog took a couple of steps in that direction and continued to follow him. Jiang He frowned and walked towards the stray dog. Seeing this, the dog immediately backed away and its barking ceased. I thought you weren't afraid, Jiang He muttered, preparing to let the stray dog go. But just as he turned around, the stray dog started barking again. Hey! Jiang He walked towards the stray dog again, and this time the dog ran faster, always keeping a safe distance from Jiang He. Jiang He stopped and looked at the stray dog, his expression suddenly becoming a bit strange. He said to the viewers, brothers, don't you think this dog is a bit strange? The viewers were still a bit confused, and then Jiang He continued, what do you think about this dog's appearance? Does it look obedient? The viewers looked through the camera and found it was just an ordinary stray dog, even a bit dirty. As for being obedient, if it were really obedient, it wouldn't be barking at Jiang He for no reason. Jiang He continued, this dog looks quite well behaved, but when it barks, it can be fierce. I don't even know what breed it is, but it loves to bark. It's quite suitable as a guard dog. I also want to know how everyone evaluates this dog's inexplicable behavior of barking at me. The key is, this dog doesn't dare to come over and bite me. It just likes to bark. If I really confronted it, it would run away again. I don't know what it means. However, I'm quite grateful to it because as a host, I really can't casually comment on people. Luckily, I have it here, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to evaluate a dog. By the way, do you think the host saying this about the dog will make it react? At first, the viewers were still a bit confused about why Jiang He suddenly became interested in the dog. But after hearing his words, they instantly understood what he meant. Wow, the host really doesn't hold grudges. He just retaliated on the spot. I just found those stupid comments annoying. The host's cursing feels great. Some people really act like they're on a moral high ground, which is disgusting. The host is right. If that dog faced you, it would run away again, haha. The livestream was filled with various kinds of mockery. Meanwhile, the viewers who had been criticizing Jiang He for helping the uncle with loans, even thinking that someone like him should be banned, were now all red-faced in anger at these comments. They hurriedly typed in the chat that Jiang He was petty and couldn't handle criticism. But no matter what they said, Jiang He just smiled as he looked at the screen. Once the barrage of comments calmed down, Jiang He looked at the camera and casually said, "Dog barking. Woof, woof, woof." This directly drove the haters in the live stream even crazier. Initially, they might have just disliked Jiang He. Now, it had turned into pure hatred, and they were bombarding him with insults. But Jiang He just sarcastically replied, "If you like barking dogs, I'll get you neutered and you'll behave." After Jiang He finished speaking, the haters hadn't responded yet, but the stray dog that had been barking at him suddenly bolted away. Seeing this, Jiang He was taken aback for a moment and then pointed in the direction the dog ran off, saying, "Haha, this dog really only knows how to bark. I just showed a little reaction, and it ran away, haha." These words, laden with meaning, drove the haters in the live stream completely mad. The barrage of comments refreshed at a frenzied pace. Perhaps the comments were so wild that it made Jiang He's live stream push even more noticeable. Coupled with the trending topics he was associated with, the number of viewers in the live stream actually broke through 50,000. You have to know that once a host reaches over 10,000 viewers, every additional 10,000 represents a different status for the host. 50,000 online viewers already surpassed 99% of hosts on Douyin, especially for someone like Jiang He, who relied solely on the content of his live stream without relying on lucky bags. The key point is that this guy's account didn't even have 1 million followers. Thinking of this, the girl who was peeping into the live stream and the pig both realized something. Another 10,000 plus host was about to emerge. After all, with Jiang He's performance, once the live stream clips start going viral, this guy's follower count would experience a qualitative leap. There are too many similar hosts on Douyin. Many of them have hundreds of thousands to millions of followers, and once a clip goes viral, they can directly take off and gain hundreds of thousands or millions of followers, becoming top streamers. Chapter 21, barking at you again. After teasing the barking stray dog, Jiang He returned to his car. Just as he was about to fasten his seatbelt, he saw the stray dog wobbling over from a distance through the rearview mirror, barking at his car. "Woof, woof. Hey, do you really like barking at me?" Jiang He raised an eyebrow and then opened the car door to get out. As expected, the stray dog stepped back as soon as he got out of the car. Looking at the stray dog in the distance, Jiang He pondered for a moment. The viewers in the live stream had no idea what he was about to do. And then they saw Jiang He turn around, facing away from the stray dog, and slowly back up. This scene left the viewers in the live stream a bit dumbfounded. At this moment, Jiang He controlled the drone to observe the stray dog behind him while also watching the surrounding traffic to avoid getting hit by a car while backing up. Although the stray dog was somewhat cautious of Jiang He, its gaze also held a hint of confusion since he had his back turned to it. Thus, Jiang He slowly approached the stray dog. When the distance between them was less than 3 meters, the stray dog began to consider backing away. But by then, it was too late. Jiang He suddenly turned around and chased after the stray dog. Woof! The stray dog yelped and then took off running. However, the distance between it and Jiang He was just too close, and it was caught off guard. Just as it started to run, Jiang He caught up to it in just a few meters. Jiang He lunged forward, tackling the stray dog to the ground and then firmly grabbing its mouth. Woo woo woo! The once fierce stray dog instantly let out a whimper as it was pinned down and had its mouth held shut by Jiang He. Want to beg for mercy? Too late. Jiang He grinned wickedly and, in front of tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream, took off his belt and tied up the stray dog's mouth. The viewers in the live stream were left in a flurry of question marks. They truly had no idea what Jiang He was planning. But Jiang He had no intention of explaining. He held up his pants with one hand and the stray dog by the scruff of its neck with the other, then looked around. Soon, Jiang He spotted a direction, raised his eyebrows, and said, "You're in luck. You can become a eunuch without entering the palace." The viewers followed Jiang He's gaze and saw that the door of a nearby pet hospital was wide open. Connecting this with Jiang He's earlier words. What the hell? Just barking a couple of times, and it's going to get neutered? So you not only hold grudges against humans, but against dogs too? Damn. This dog really didn't check the calendar before heading out. What the hell? No need to enter the palace to become a eunuch. The Qing dynasty has already fallen. Being a eunuch is useless. The upstairs is wrong. Being a eunuch is not useful at all. Amidst the viewers' complaints in the live stream, Jiang He brought the stray dog into the pet hospital. As soon as he entered, he said to the nurses inside, "Neuter it." Upon hearing this, the two nurses at the front desk instinctively looked at Jiang He, then their gazes slowly dropped. "Not me, it's it," Jiang He said somewhat speechlessly, shaking the stray dog in his hands. Only then did the nurses direct their attention to the stray dog Jiang He was holding. One of the nurses stepped forward to examine the stray dog and said, "It's a bit dirty. How long has it been since it had a bath? Let us do a checkup first." "I don't know, I just caught it by the roadside," Jiang He said casually. The nurse, who was supposed to take the dog from Jiang He, paused and then grabbed a mask from the side to put on the stray dog. After that, the group cooperated to check the stray dog, and once it was confirmed to meet the neutering criteria, they immediately proceeded with the surgery. After the neutering was completed, Jiang He looked at the hopeless stray dog with its tongue hanging out and revealed a satisfied smile. He stepped forward to pat the stray dog's face and laughed. "Will you dare to bark at me again in the future?" As he said this, Jiang He looked at the live stream camera. "Barking at me will lead to entering the palace." This double entendre also drew a flurry of question marks from the viewers in the live stream. Hey, just talk. Why are you looking at me? Poor dog. Just barking a couple of times and lost its right to reproduce. Easy, listen to me, adopt it this way. It lost its reproductive rights in the first half of its life and lost its barking rights in the second half. Who says men can't empathize? I'm feeling a chill right now. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Jiang He grinned. I'll consider adopting it. After all, if I had to adopt every dog that barked at me, there would be far too many waiting for me to neuter and adopt them. Seeing Jiang He seize the opportunity to scold his fans, the live stream was filled with even more question marks. Amidst the sea of question marks, Jiang He paid for a few days of boarding and then left the pet hospital. He initially planned to drive home, but just as he stepped out of the pet hospital, he saw a middle-aged man looking around anxiously, shouting, "Lai Fu! Lai Fu!" Hearing this voice, Jiang He suddenly felt a bad premonition. He intended to pretend he didn't see and just walk away. But the man happened to walk right in front of him and asked, "Hello, have you seen a dog around here?" "It's a yellow Chinese rural dog." Jiang He instinctively glanced towards the hospital behind him. "No, I don't think so. Maybe you should ask someone else." "All right, thank you. If you see it, please contact me. I have a shop over there. My dog usually roams around here, but I don't know what happened today. It hasn't come back at mealtime. I've been looking for a while and can't find it. Looks like I'll have to put on a leash in the future. Bye." After exchanging a few perfunctory words, Jiang He quickly walked toward where his car was parked. He had already seen that the middle-aged man was heading towards the pet hospital. As soon as Jiang He got back to his car and started the engine, he saw that the middle-aged man burst out of the pet hospital, looking furious, and scanning the area around him. "Damn it, who the hell neutered my Lai Fu?" The middle-aged man's roar echoed down the street. Hearing this, Jiang He could only silently step on the gas. The viewers in the live stream were laughing uncontrollably at this scene. Ha, it's still a dog with an owner. The dog owner looked confused at his Lai Fu, wondering how it ended up going to the palace after stepping outside. Well, now it won't dare to roam freely anymore. That's actually good. If this kind of free-roaming dog bites someone outside, they won't admit it's their dog. This guy is quite the talent for letting his dog roam freely in the city. Although most people in the live stream didn't think Jiang He did anything wrong, there were still some who felt it was bad for Jiang He to neuter someone else's dog, saying it was disrespectful and other nonsense. To this, Jiang He had only two responses. "If it really bit me, you wouldn't be saying this. Moreover, barking at you will also lead to being neutered." Chapter 22. A Carefree Life. Originally, Jiang He planned to go home, play some games with his live stream fans, and rack up some hours. After all, the system had mentioned before that the two lucky bags he would receive daily were the lucky bag for easy wins given at the start of the stream and a lucky bag based on the overall content of the day's live stream. The start of broadcast lucky bag was not a concern, as the system had already delivered it to the warehouse when Jiang He began streaming today. However, The daily livestream content Lucky Bags rewards mainly depended on the quality of Jiang He's livestream that day. In Jiang He's view, the streaming duration should also count as part of the livestream content. The longer he streamed, the better the rewards from the Lucky Bag should be. It wouldn't make sense to have a stupid operation like on a Tiger platform, where the longer the streaming time, the lower the pay, right? However, just as Jiang He arrived at the entrance of his apartment complex, he received a message from his landlord. Hey, handsome, the building you live in caught fire yesterday, and many apartments upstairs were burned. It will need renovation for a while, so please avoid resting at home during the day. Upon seeing the message, Jiang He glanced at the entrance of the complex. Sure enough, several renovation vehicles were heading into the area. Many homes had been burned this time, and the renovation project would be quite substantial. It seemed he would need to move. Jiang He scratched his head and said, as a streamer, he rarely adhered to the routine of working during the day and sleeping at night. With renovations happening upstairs during the day, he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Moreover, live streaming from home would be impossible, as it would greatly affect the viewing experience. So now, the only option left for him was to move. Thinking this, Jiang He addressed his livestream audience. Brothers, today's livestream ends here. A fire burned many homes upstairs yesterday, and renovations will start soon, so I have to move. Otherwise, it will affect my rest. That's it for now. See you tomorrow. After saying this, Jiang He waved his hand and closed the livestream, preparing to find a new home. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Jiang He's mind. Ding, livestream ended, daily settlement in progress. Settlement completed. Livestream Lucky Bag has been issued to the system warehouse. Hearing this, Jiang He opened his system warehouse. At that moment, there were 2 Lucky Bags inside. One was today's Start a Broadcast Lucky Bag, and the other was today's Livestream Settlement Lucky Bag. Open both Lucky Bags, Jiang He said to the system. Ding, daily Lucky Bag opened, reward, 1 million cash. Ding, Livestream Lucky Bag opened, reward, 1 standalone villa in Lushan International. Jiang He. Before he could react, information about the villa flooded into his mind. This was a standalone villa covering over 300 square meters, with an actual usable area exceeding 600 square meters. Located in Lushan International, this place is familiar to anyone from Rome City. After all, in recent years, the name Lushan has represented the pinnacle of luxury housing in Rome City. Although the housing landscape in Rome City has changed in recent years, most people still subconsciously associate Lushan with luxury homes, especially since the system rewarded him with a standalone villa in Lushan International. The price for such a property on the market is typically over 10 million. Jiang He felt somewhat dazed because he hadn't expected such a huge disparity between the 2 Lucky Bags. The daily Lucky Bag contained 1 million, which was surprising but still within an acceptable range. After all, the online viewers in Jiang He's livestream today were significantly fewer than yesterday's, so an increase in rewards was normal. However, the standalone villa in Lushan International was truly unexpected. Yesterday, it was 200,000, and today it jumped over 100-fold. Even more than that. According to the information provided by the system, this villa was originally decorated by its former owner as a wedding house for their child, who had never lived in it. However, since their child had different choices, the former owner sold it. The selling price for this villa reached an astonishing 30 million, with over 4 million spent on renovations, meaning the entire villa's value was close to 40 million. Although housing prices have decreased in recent years, it is still a luxury property worth millions. Coming back to his senses, Jiang He couldn't help but smile. He had just been wondering where to find a new place, and now it was resolved. It was like a pillow was delivered just as he felt sleepy. He decided to contact a moving company and start moving to his new home. Since he had been living alone for many years, Jiang He didn't have much stuff, and before long, he had moved all his belongings to the new house. It was unclear whether it was due to the system or if the landlord regularly sent someone to clean, but when Jiang He moved in, the house was very tidy. He didn't even need to do any cleaning. He just needed to arrange his personal items and could move in directly. This was truly a move-in with just a bag. After expressing his admiration, Jiang He lay on the lounge chair on the balcony and took out his phone, intending to scroll through Douyin for a bit to relax. The moment he opened Douyin, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching 1 million followers, unlocking a milestone. Reward. Carefree life. Carefree life. All your expenditures exceeding 1 million will be refunded, with a certain probability of triggering a multiplier, up to a maximum of 100 times. Huh? Jiang He was momentarily stunned, then opened his personal account. He found that his follower count had just surpassed 1 million. Thinking it over, it made sense. After all, he had over 780,000 followers before starting the stream. And now, after one afternoon, with the trending topic still active, an increase in followers was inevitable. However, compared to gaining followers, he was more concerned about the newly unlocked milestone. According to the system, as long as he spent over 1 million, the system would refund that amount. Not only would it be refunded, but it could potentially multiply. Wow, this truly is a laying down to win system. Jiang He's eyes lit up. He had previously thought this system was good, but now he felt it was practically a blessing. No wonder this milestone was called Carefree Life. The more money he spent, the more he could get back. How could that not be carefree? Thinking this, Jiang He decided to buy something expensive to test the system's probability. Just as he returned to the homepage, Douyin refreshed, automatically pushing a video. This time, the recommended content happened to be from the live stream of the girl he had met before, Dai Xiaomei. Looking at the recommendation on the homepage, Jiang He raised an eyebrow. The system said that spending counts, but does gifting also count? Jiang He carefully read the system's description of Carefree Life. It clearly stated that all expenditures exceeding 1 million would count. Since it said all, then gifting should count too, right? Actually, Jiang He wanted to see if paying off his debt would count, as he still owed a minor a refund of 500,000. However, he could only refund 50,000, and he currently had only over 130,000 on hand. It seemed he only had one chance. Chapter 23. I'm the only one at home on the other side. The silly girl was chatting with her audience in the live stream. Why not connect with Izai? The silly girl glanced at the barrage in the live stream, rolled her eyes, and said, do I dare to connect? This guy's looking for me all over Rome City right now. If I connect with him, it would be easy for him to find me, right? As she spoke, her tone turned a bit sour. Oh, come on. He's a big streamer now, about to hit over 100,000 followers. Unlike me, a small streamer with only a few thousand viewers, how could I dare to reach out to someone like him? As soon as she finished speaking, a super barrage appeared in the live stream. Izai, weren't you quite arrogant this morning? Why are you acting like a small streamer now? Putting on a show, aren't you? Seeing Jiang He's barrage, the silly girl stuck out her tongue and shook her head, speaking in a sarcastic tone. La 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 la. Why do you care? Unlike some people who turn 65 after 25, always emphasizing how big they are. I see reality clearly. I'm a small streamer now, what's there to hide? I don't know about you, but I know that the more insecure a person is, the more they love to emphasize how amazing they are. Izai, is this how a small streamer talks to the big guy in her live stream? The silly girl looked at Jiang He's Douyin user level, then pointed at the camera mockingly and said, don't even go there. You, a level 20 newbie, dare to call yourself a big guy? I'm over level 40 on Douyin. As soon as the silly girl finished speaking, a wave of gift effects rose in the live stream. User Izai gifted streamer Silly Girl Douyin Carnival 10. Staring at the rising gift effects in her live stream, the silly girl was momentarily stunned. Izai, apologize to the big guy. The audience in the live stream laughed at this scene. Jiang He's temper, even with a debt of 500,000. He still wants to be the big guy. He is really not holding back. Amazing, the legendary Huabei is letting me see it. If it were someone else, I might laugh, but since it's Izai, it makes sense. Jiang He can really do anything out of anger. Facing the audience's teasing, Jiang He remained silent, only continuously sending super barges demanding the silly girl apologize. When the silly girl finally came back to her senses, she still gave Jiang He the respect of a big guy. With a smile, she said to the camera, I'm sorry, Jiang He, I apologize, all right? Do you still have Huabei? Brush some more, brother. Izai, are you being sarcastic? How could that be? The silly girl said in a sweet voice. How could I be sarcastic to the big guy in my live stream? I'm just doing what every small streamer does, trying to get more gifts. Izai, ugh. Disgusting. Why not just call me daddy? At first, the silly girl was smiling, but upon seeing this barrage, her expression changed. Do you really think I, silly girl, have no bottom line? Don't say 10 carnivals, even if it's 20, 30, or 100. I will never call you daddy. Even if I don't get a single gift today and starve outside, I absolutely won T. User Izai gifted streamer Silly Girl Douyin Carnival 100. Before the silly girl could finish her sentence, another wave of gift effects rose in the live stream. Looking at the screen full of carnivals, her mouth dropped open. Izai, will you call me or not? If not, I'll apply for a refund for minors. Seeing this barrage, the silly girl finally came back to her senses and said in surprise, what the heck? Do you have such a high Huabei limit? As she spoke, the silly girl revealed a complex expression and said, that's enough, Izai. Have you paid off that 500,000 debt? It's not easy for everyone to make money. Don't get so carried away. User Hezai gifted streamer Silly Girl Douyin Carnival 100. Jiang He said nothing, just continued sending carnivals, keeping the effects going in the live stream. At this point, he had already spent over 600,000 in Silly Girl's live stream. The Silly Girl also realized that Jiang He had already paid off that 500,000. This guy was much richer than she thought. With a smile on her face, she looked into the camera and said, "Brother Hezai, I didn't know you were so capable. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn just now. I apologize." "Okay, Hezai, call me daddy." The Silly Girl bit her lip, looking pitiful. At this moment, the audience in the live stream started to get into the rhythm, urging the Silly Girl to call. Seeing this, the Silly Girl slowly leaned closer to the microphone, parted her lips slightly, and then shouted loudly, "Call your mom." "No way, Hezai. Then I'll apply for a refund for minors." No, that was a joke. You have to give me a moment to prepare." The Silly Girl quickly stopped him, and the audience in the live stream watched as the Silly Girl took a deep breath in front of the camera. Then, the live stream has been closed, transitioning to the next live stream. Live stream audience? Looking at the black screen of the live stream, Jiang He couldn't help but laugh. He didn't really expect the Silly Girl to call him that. Forcing someone to call would seem a bit bullying. They're both streamers, just joking around. Besides, he didn't really care about that 600,000 anymore. Just a moment ago, when he recharged 1 million to Douyin, the system triggered a cashback bonus, and it was a full 10 times. His bank card had over 10 million. He quickly refunded the 2 kids who had applied for a minor refund, and now he still had 81 million in his account. Douyin even had over 300,000 cash diamonds, worth 7 million when converted. He could buy over 100 carnivals. While thinking about this, Jiang He received a private message from the Silly Girl. She sent him a contact method, asking to add her on WeChat to chat. Jiang He added her on WeChat using the contact she provided. After verification, the first thing the Silly Girl said was, "Do you want me to refund the money to you?" Jiang He raised an eyebrow. So straightforward. He typed back, "No need. Keep that little bit of money. Wow, it's tens of thousands, but it seems like just a few dozen bucks to you. Is it that easy to make money as a streamer on Douyin? Being a streamer is just a side job, purely for fun. I have other investments." Jiang He casually replied. He had checked the source of the funds that the system had credited him, and they all came from a foreign investment company. According to the system's explanation, these were all profits from his investments, completely legal and compliant, no worries about being investigated. The system even provided him with investment materials. So even if someone checked, he would be clear. That's why Jiang He could spend so freely. "Okay, I'll keep it then. When will we do a live interaction again? You're about to become a big streamer. Let us small streamers ride your coattails." Seeing the other party's joking words, Jiang He silently sent over an address and then typed, "Come over, I'm the only one at home." Silly Girl. Chapter 24. Amputation suggestion. After joking with the Xiaomei for a bit, Jiang He spent some time scrolling through Douyin before going to sleep. Although he didn't have much to move, relocating was still a hassle, and he hadn't hired too many workers. Having worked hard all afternoon, it was normal for him to feel a bit tired. When he woke up the next day, Jiang He noticed an inexplicable pain under his armpits. The key issue was that it wasn't just one side. Both sides were a bit painful. He could only raise his hands up to 90 degrees, and any further movement felt like it was pulling at his flesh. Despite the pain, Jiang He washed up and then took out his phone to look up the reasons for the strange pain under his armpits. The results shocked him. Some said it was a sports system injury. Others mentioned folliculitis and lymph node infection, while some suggested it could be related to surrounding tissue hyperplasia or shoulder periarthritis. The most outrageous claim was that it was cancer, prompting preparations for his last rites. At first, Jiang He didn't pay much attention, as everyone has minor health issues these days. However, the outrageous claims online were hard to ignore. So, he grabbed his drone, started a live stream, and decided to go to the hospital for an examination. As soon as he began broadcasting, a system voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully starting the live stream. The daily lucky bag has been distributed." However, Jiang He wasn't focused on the lucky bag at the moment. Looking at the endless stream of viewers joining the live broadcast, he explained while driving, "Brothers, I woke up today with inexplicable pain under my armpits. If I lift my hands even slightly higher, it feels like it's pulling at my skin. I'm planning to go to the hospital for a checkup." Upon hearing this, many viewers in the live chat were stunned. What the hell? Is he going to die right after getting popular? Is today the cancer script? No way. Are you really going to fight against illness so soon? Isn't this a bit too fast? Fast forward to the challenge of laughing at the illness. Seeing the teasing comments in the live chat, Jiang He felt a bit speechless. What the hell? This isn't a laughing challenge. I'm in real pain. While speaking, he noticed some viewers were also spamming the chat about how internet celebrities make money. Curious, he looked at the comments and realized it was because he had given to Xiaomei gifts last night, which caused a stir. Many marketing accounts pointed out that he was still struggling to refund $50,000 before becoming popular, but now, just one day after, he could give to Xiaomei gifts worth $600,000, indicating his daily income exceeded $1 million. After tax, that's over $1 million. That's why so many people were commenting that internet celebrities make money. In response, Jiang He didn't argue with them. He simply stopped the car, placed the drone outside, and gave everyone an aerial view of Lushan International. For those saying my daily income is over $1 million, take a good look at that villa over there. It's my home, worth over $30 million. I just moved in yesterday. The million you're talking about is underestimating me. My daily income is over $30 million, directly upgrading from an apartment to a villa. And it's a villa in Lushan International. At this rate, I can earn $3 billion in 10 days and $900 billion in a month. Listening to Jiang He's sarcastic remarks, many viewers couldn't help but laugh. Some even commented that Jiang He's math skills weren't great and that he must have been taught by a PE teacher. Jiang He retrieved the drone, got back into the car, and while driving to the hospital, said, "What's wrong with my math? Didn't your parents teach you to be honest? I just multiply by 10. One calculation at a time, no problem." Many viewers were momentarily confused. Wow, so the multiply by 10 you mentioned is actually that multiplied by 10. While chatting, Jiang He arrived at the hospital. He consulted a nurse and first registered for a surgery department. If that didn't yield results, he would try dermatology. After waiting in line, Jiang He met with the doctor and explained his situation. The doctor asked him to take off his shirt for an examination. Jiang He didn't hesitate and quickly removed his shirt. In an instant, his body, enhanced by health potions, was exposed to the viewers in the live stream. He sat there, his exposed physique a masterpiece of strength and beauty. His frame was well-proportioned and powerful, muscles covered in a way that was full yet not bulky, each contour perfectly illustrating the balance of strength and aesthetics. His chest muscles were thick like a shield, his back wide like wings, and his waist slim, outlining a masculine inverted triangle silhouette. It could be said that every muscle of Jiang He shone in the viewer's eyes. Wow, Jiang He has such a good physique? I never noticed before. I just thought he had a decent build, but his body is explosive. Damn, I thought I walked into a fitness influencer stream. His body management is better than many fitness influencers, right? Does Jiang He need a boyfriend? I'm local, can come over. Almost all the viewers were captivated by Jiang He's physique. Only Jiang He himself felt indifferent about it, as he had seen enough the day before. He nervously looked at the doctor and asked, "Doctor, what's going on with me?" The doctor didn't reply immediately. He simply took a pair of medical scissors from the side and snipped a few times at Jiang He's armpits, then expressionlessly said, "Your armpit hair got tangled." Jiang He. Not just him, but the viewers in the live chat were also bewildered. Armpit hair got tangled," he said in disbelief. The doctor nodded and said, "All done, try lifting your arms again." Jiang He attempted to raise his hands. Sure enough, the previous pulling pain was completely gone. "You can put your shirt back on and leave." Hearing this, Jiang He silently put his clothes back on and walked out of the examination room. When he turned to look at his live stream, he found it filled with comments mocking him. There was also a notification from Douyin system. Because his earlier act of taking off his shirt was too revealing, he was deducted 10 health points. This caused his already low health points to drop even further. Goddamn, armpit hair tangled. I never expected this ending. Amazing, Jiang He. Only you can encounter such a rare condition. This is serious. This is really serious. I suggest amputating below the neck. Jiang He looked expressionlessly at the mocking comments in the chat and silently raised a middle finger. Screw you. After saying that, he headed out of the hospital. Finding parking at the hospital was tricky, so he had just parked in a small alley outside. Winding through the alley, as he approached his car, someone suddenly lunged out and grabbed his neck, a cold, sharp pain shooting through his throat. "Don't move. It's a robbery." Hearing this, Jiang He's mind went blank for a second. What era is this? Can you still encounter such primitive tactics? Chapter 25. What happened to you, Cadillac? To be honest, Jiang He didn't know if it was because he had watched too many movies or what, but he always felt that today's crimes were relatively high-end operations. Especially in Hong Kong films, robberies usually involved a series of sophisticated maneuvers. As a result, he had somewhat forgotten about these primitive methods. Suddenly encountering this today left him at a loss. At that moment, the live stream was filled with question marks. However, due to the angle of the drone, the robber behind Jiang He didn't realize the drone was recording. He lowered his voice and menacingly said to Jiang He, "Kid, Do you want money or your life? Jiang He didn't know if he was still in shock or if his brain had short-circuited, but he suddenly replied, I want money. I already have a life. This response stunned the robber. The robber leaned closer to Jiang He's ear and growled, Don't talk nonsense with me. Hand over the money. Could you step back a bit? I'm not into this, Jiang He replied. You bastard. The robber was clearly getting angry, and the knife pressed against Jiang He's neck dug in a little harder. My bad. How much do you want? I'll give it to you. Whatever you want, just hurry. Jiang He continued, Let me get the money. Don't rush me. After saying that, Jiang He slowly reached into his pants pocket under the robber's watchful gaze, and after rummaging around, he pulled out a set of keys and a phone. He weakly said, Bro, can I transfer the money to you? I don't have cash on me. What the hell? I want cash. The robber's grip tightened again. Seeing this, Jiang He hurriedly said, No, bro. Who carries cash these days? I really don't have any. How about I just give you my car instead? Here are the keys. Jiang He slowly handed the keys back. The robber seemed to fall into silence. Finally, the robber said, Then just transfer the money to me. Sure. Jiang He unlocked his phone, intending to perform the transaction, but the robber snatched it away. With one hand holding the knife pointed at Jiang He, he opened Jiang He's banking app and began to initiate the transfer. Password, 123,456. The robber looked at Jiang He in surprise, seemingly not expecting the password to be so simple. But he still entered it. Password correct. However, the next second, the robber glared angrily at Jiang He. What the hell? Why is there a limit? Jiang He glanced at his phone. The card that was originally unlimited had now been downgraded to a limited card. He weakly said, Big brother, maybe I spent too much yesterday, and it triggered an anomaly. So it was downgraded to a limited card. I can unlock it at the bank. How about you come with me? Get the hell out of here. The robber shouted angrily. What the hell did you do yesterday? Bought a villa for over 30 million. Slap. The robber slapped Jiang He on the back of the head and said, You're full of shit. You, driving a broken Cadillac, can buy a villa for over 30 million. While the audience in the live stream was still worried about Jiang He's safety, this statement from the robber directly angered some viewers. What is wrong with driving a Cadillac? Why can't we buy a villa worth 30 million? Just wait. I'll call my brother with the Escalade to deal with you. You robber, are you discriminating against us? Amid the audience's complaints in the live stream, the robber turned his attention to Jiang He's car. Do you have cash in your car? Jiang He thought for a moment and shook his head. I have a membership card for a foot bath place. Just got it yesterday, but the place got raided. The robber. At that moment, the robber felt like he had hit rock bottom in life. No cash, transfer limits on the bank card. Just a broken car with nothing but a foot bath membership card inside. Even he didn't know what to do anymore. Woof, woof. Just then, a barking sound came from behind the robber. He instinctively turned to look. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang He took a step back, creating a safe distance, and then kicked the robber hard in the groin. Crack! The sound of something breaking echoed. Immediately after, the robber was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground, curled up like a boiled shrimp. All the male viewers watching the live stream instinctively shrank back at that moment. Who said men have no empathy? During the kick, the knife the robber was holding fell to the ground. Jiang He first kicked the knife aside and then walked over to the robber. What the hell? What era is this? Still using such primitive methods to rob? Are you out of your mind? The robber extended a trembling hand, pointing at Jiang He. Wanted to say something, but due to the pain, he could hardly speak. Jiang He squatted down and slapped the robber's face. You like robbing, huh? Saying this, Jiang He removed the robber's mask, exposing his true face. At this moment, the robber's appearance was revealed to everyone in the live stream. He glared at Jiang He, his eyes bloodshot, but his face alternated between green and white, clearly in a lot of pain. Jiang He took a glance and then skillfully took off his belt, tying the robber's hands. The robber attempted to resist, but he had little strength left. He could only let Jiang He bind him. Jiang He then flipped him over onto the ground, rendering him immobile. Finally, he retrieved his phone from the robber, preparing to call the police. Woof, woof, woof. At this point, the barking attracted Jiang He's attention. He turned to see a familiar golden retriever at the corner of the alley, barking at him. What the hell, Laifu? Jiang He stared in disbelief at the dog. Wasn't this the one he took to get neutered yesterday? In his daze, the sound of police sirens rang out nearby. Woo woo woo. Soon, several police cars appeared in the vicinity. Jiang He realized that someone in the live stream had likely called the police, so he shouted, Over here. The police quickly arrived at the scene. Don't move. Police. Several officers pointed their guns at Jiang He. Jiang He slowly raised his hands and said, I'm the one who was robbed. I'm live streaming right now. He gestured towards the drone that was still broadcasting. Upon hearing Jiang He's words, the The police's attitude softened slightly, but they still kept him restrained at the side. After all, they were uncertain about the situation at the scene. Soon, the live stream was shut down, and the audience was left in the dark about what had happened. However, news of Jiang He's robbery quickly spread across the internet. After all, live streaming a robbery scene was a rarity these days, especially from the first-person perspective of the robbery. In no time, Jiang He's name climbed back to the trending topics. Chapter 26, Doing Nothing. Achieving everything. The most magical aspect of the internet is that as long as you are abstract enough, you can make money. For example, wait, you mean? Just 2 comments led to an increase of over 100,000 followers. She didn't even have any follow-up, just kept posting videos with that 1 comment screenshot, and the views remained impressive. An ordinary small streamer, if they have that moment of abstraction that goes viral, might leap to become a big streamer, raking in money. And Jiang He has recently been filled with abstract moments. If the previous abstractions were just small-scale viral incidents that caught the attention of some people, today's robbery first-person perspective has completely propelled Jiang He out of the streamer circle, becoming the hottest search term on the internet that day. When netizens clicked into this term, they found that this guy Jiang He was a bit too abstract. Even when someone was holding a knife to his neck, he was subconsciously making jokes. This had reached a level that made people wonder if it was scripted. But Jiang He's reaction dispelled that notion, because no man would willingly cooperate with such a script. Swapping his brother for money, that would be rare even in ancient times, let alone in modern times. Thus, within an hour after the incident, Jiang He shot up to the top of the trending search list. In just one afternoon, this guy gained 1.4 million followers, more than he had in the previous 2 days combined. Originally, some netizens were still skeptical about whether it was scripted, but after seeing the announcement released by the Rongqing police that night, they all dismissed their doubts. The announcement clearly stated that the Rongqing police responded promptly to the report and arrested the suspect on site. And during subsequent hearings, the suspect did not make much of a defense, admitting to his robbery behavior. This indirectly proved that it was not a script. To play a script to this extent would be insane. It was at this moment that Jiang He released a video. In the video, he stood at the entrance of the police station, surrounded by noisy sounds, and Jiang He, looking helplessly at the camera, said, "Brothers, Rongqing is huge, so big that people living in the city might go their whole lives without meeting each other if they don't plan ahead. But Rongqing is also small. Small enough that this damn dog actually caught me just by using its 4 legs." After saying this, Jiang He turned the camera towards the not-so-distant Chinese rural dog, Laifu. Off camera, Jiang He remarked with a puzzled tone, "How the hell did you find me from over 10 kilometers away?" Woof, woof. Laifu stood far away, barking crazily at Jiang He. Jiang He leaned his phone forward a bit, and Laifu backed away frantically. Once Jiang He stopped moving, the dog barked at him again. Although it was impossible to understand what it was saying, the netizens could feel that it was cursing quite harshly. Fans watching the video couldn't help but tease, "You should thank Laifu, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to run today. Laifu, you send me to the palace as a eunuch, and I save you today, and you still dare to bark?" It was clear that Laifu had pure hatred for him. How could not hate him? Just going out for a walk and talking a little trash, and he lost his right to reproduce. This incident teaches us that one should not bark randomly. On the other hand, Jiang He did not look at the netizens' comments. After posting the video, he first went to retrieve his car parked near the hospital, and then went to the bank to unlock his bank card. This card had previously seen low spending, but yesterday it had a huge outflow and inflow of funds, causing the bank to downgrade it to a second-class card, leading to a limit. Luckily, the bank downgraded his card. Otherwise, the robbers could have easily transferred his money today. In that case, he would have to go through legal procedures to get that money back. Upon arriving at the bank, Jiang He presented his investment income proof, ensuring that his income was from legal sources, and the bank immediately restored his card to a first-class card, enthusiastically promoting a series of financial products. Jiang He rejected all of them, but still managed to take a few barrels of cooking oil and several bags of rice from the bank on his way out. On his way home, Jiang He spotted Laifu running wildly behind his car from a distance. When Jiang He picked up speed, he could no longer see its figure. "Will this guy not cling to me anymore?" Jiang He muttered to himself. Before heading home, Jiang He stopped somewhere to grab a meal. By the time he got home, it was nearly evening. Jiang He took a glance at his Douyin account. At that moment, he had 2.8 million followers, very close to 3 million. He checked the Douyin trending list. He was still first. At this rate, by the time he woke up tomorrow, he'd have over 3 million followers. Thinking of this, Jiang He couldn't help but smile. After all, the more followers he had, the richer the rewards from daily and live stream red envelopes. If he could break 10 million, he could unlock another milestone boost. The big internet celebrity unlocked at 10,000 followers and the gentleman unlocked at 100,000 followers didn't seem useful to Jiang He. But the carefree life unlocked at 1 million followers was a good thing. It would directly solve Jiang He's financial problems. When he ran out of money, he could just top up his Douyin account, which would allow him to show off in front of others while quickly boosting his finances. As for buying a car or a house, Jiang He never considered it, mainly because those things were a bit troublesome. Unlike topping up, where with a tap of a finger, the money is directly credited. And most importantly, buying cars, houses, and luxury goods is not as effective in showcasing wealth as giving gifts. To put it bluntly, someone like Jiang, he wouldn't even recognize an LV bag if it were in front of him. But if he gifted 100 carnivals, he would definitely think that person had strength. With these thoughts, Jiang He settled into a lounge chair on his balcony, swaying back and forth, and said to the system in his mind, "Open the red envelope." Ding! Daily red envelope opened. Reward: 1 Mercedes-AMG S63L Performance. Ding! Live stream red envelope opened. Reward: Skill Exchange Card 1. Hearing his rewards for the day, Jiang He raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect the upper limit of the daily red envelope rewards to keep increasing. From the previous 100,000 to 1 million, and now a Mercedes-AMG S63. This car costs about 3 million at the dealership. This indicates that his earlier speculation was correct. The more people in the live stream, the richer his red envelope rewards would be, regardless of whether it's the daily or live stream red envelope. It's a pity that the police's arrival today caused his live stream to shut down. Otherwise, if he had filmed the latter part, the live stream red envelope rewards would probably have been even more generous. However, he was quite satisfied with the skill exchange card, because the system's description of this item was very simple. Skill exchange card can randomly exchange for any skill. After exchange, directly learn and master the top techniques related to that skill. Note, the truly effortless life is doing nothing but achieving everything. Chapter 27. How did you even show up? Without much hesitation, Jiang He directly used this skill card that sounded a bit impressive. Ding! Skill exchange card used successfully. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill self-defense technique. As the system's voice fell, a wave of knowledge surged directly into Jiang He's mind. At the same time, his body uncontrollably twitched a few times. After a moment, Jiang He stopped twitching, his expression showing a hint of strangeness. A strange knowledge had appeared in his mind, as if he had practiced it for many years, without any sense of unfamiliarity. Moreover, he felt that his body's coordination had improved significantly, as if he could fully demonstrate the new knowledge that had appeared in his mind. But this knowledge was a bit inappropriate. Not in other aspects, but the system said this thing was self-defense. But why were there so many powerful moves? Jiang He opened his personal information panel and found an additional column. Host: Jiang He, age 25, balance 9, 815, 875. 18 Douyin diamonds. 3, 7 million real estate. 1 villa in Lushan International, Mercedes-AMG S63LE performance fans. 2, 8 million milestone unlocked. 10K fans, big internet celebrity. 100K fans, gentlemen. 1 million fans, carefree life. Skill: self-defense technique. Expand. Jiang He expanded the introduction of the self-defense technique. Self-defense technique. 108 extreme killing methods. The best defense is offense. An extreme offense can block everything. Huh, bro, is your understanding of self-defense like this? Jiang He was a bit dumbfounded, but upon reflection, it did make some sense. He recalled the scene of being robbed today. From the perspective of the self-defense technique he now mastered, there were at least a dozen ways for Jiang He to escape safely today. Moreover, he could deal a heavy blow to the robber while escaping. Thinking of this, Jiang He accepted it calmly. Although the probability of personal close combat was very low in today's society, low didn't mean none. Just like today, he encountered the most primitive robbery. Afterwards, Jiang He practiced the self-defense technique he had just mastered in his villa, confirming that using it felt completely natural. Then he scrolled through Douyin for a while before resting. Without the pressure of life and with financial abundance, this guy's daily routine became healthier and healthier. Perhaps this is what they call the richer you are, the more you fear death. After all, he hadn't spent all his money yet, and dying would be too unworthy. The next morning, around 6, Jiang He opened his eyes. He didn't wake up naturally, he was woken up. And what woke him up was a dog's barking. No, how the hell did you get in here? Didn't they say the security was good? Jiang He stood by the bedroom window, staring blankly at the dog downstairs, Lai Fu. He had inspected the property security of Lushan International yesterday. It was very adequate. How did this dog get in? Also, the place he currently lived was more than 20 kilometers away from where he had encountered Laifu before. How did this dog get here? Laifu downstairs didn't speak, just kept barking. Woof, woof. Fortunately, the area where Jiang He lived was relatively sparse, especially since the surrounding villas were unoccupied. It didn't disturb anyone else. He looked at Laifu downstairs with some speechlessness, and after a moment of silence, Jiang He went to the bathroom to wash up, then got dressed and opened a live stream with the drone. Although it was very early, due to Jiang He's recent popularity, the number of viewers in the live stream still rose quickly. Seeing Jiang He, who looked speechless in front of the camera, the viewers flooding into the stream began to ask why he was streaming so early. Jiang He adjusted the camera to aim at Laifu below. I don't know how this dog got in. It ran over 20 kilometers to bark at me. Isn't that impressive? Seeing Laifu, the viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. Wait, are you saying this dog holds a grudge? Damn, you mean this dog ran from near Chuanxi Road to Lushan International to bark at you? This dog has such determination, it could succeed at anything. Looks like it really hates you. Why not adopt it? Looking at the comments in the live stream, Jiang He responded with some exasperation. Adopt it? This dog barks at me every day. Am I supposed to adopt it so it can follow me and bark? Plus, it has an owner. What would that make me? Saying this, Jiang He paused for a moment. Was this dog really that good at tracking? Chasing me for over 20 kilometers? That's really impressive. Hearing this, the live stream was instantly filled with laughter. Clearly, some viewers were enjoying the spectacle. Laifu downstairs had no idea that thousands of people were laughing at him. It just kept barking at Jiang He. A man and a dog stared at each other across the space for over 10 minutes. In between, Laifu would take a break to drink some water from a nearby source before returning to continue barking. Impressive. You really have determination. Jiang He gave Laifu a thumbs up in praise. Laifu didn't understand, thinking Jiang He was retaliating, so it barked even more fiercely. Sigh. Do you think if I drive out for a while, it would be able to find me? Jiang He said curiously. If a person were to bark at it, it would definitely bark back. But the other party is a dog, a real dog. He found it somewhat interesting. Not just him. Even the viewers in the live stream found it amusing and encouraged Jiang He to give it a try. Seeing this, Jiang He went downstairs. Just as he stepped downstairs, Laifu quickly ran off to nearby, keeping a relatively safe distance from Jiang He. By the time Jiang He reached downstairs, Laifu had already created a distance of several dozen meters from him. But even so, it continued to bark at Jiang He tirelessly. Jiang He glanced at it and then controlled the drone to his new car. Once he got into the car, the viewers in the live stream noticed that this was not Jiang He's previous ET5 and began to ask if he had changed cars. While Jiang He looked for a suitable angle with the drone to ensure most of the scene was captured, he smiled and said, "Didn't I just buy a villa? Finances are a bit tight, so I switched to a Mercedes A-Class to save costs." Hearing this, the live stream filled with question marks. After all, someone who spent 30 million on a villa driving a Mercedes A-Class seemed a bit abstract, right? No, it wasn't just abstract, it was downright absurd. However, as Jiang He found the right angle and captured the interior of the car, the number of question marks in the live stream increased. This interior, are you telling me it's a Mercedes A-Class? Furthermore, car enthusiasts began to deduce from the various details in the interior what car it actually was. Good lord, AMG is also an A, huh? Screw the Mercedes A-Class. This isn't the AMG series? How did you all figure that out? I can only tell it's a Mercedes. I'm really envious of you car enthusiasts. When this car is in front of me, I just think it's a Mercedes. Chapter 28, Am I a Capable Person? Glancing at the live stream's bullet comments, Jiang He smiled and said, "Then don't worry about it. Just tell me if this starts with an A." As he spoke, Jiang He glanced at the rearview mirror. Sure enough, when he started the car, Laifu had already kept pace not far behind. Jiang He deliberately slowed down a bit. Goodness, Laifu actually chose to follow him continuously. However, Laifu had disappeared for a moment when Jiang He left the gate. Jiang He initially thought the guy had lost him and even considered whether to wait for him. But Laifu inexplicably appeared from the other side. This made Jiang He realize that this dog seemed to know how to dodge the main entrance. It had its own way to get into Lushan International. No wonder the security hadn't chased it away. It was hiding from them. This dog is a bit clever, actually knowing to avoid the security and not using the main entrance. Hearing Jiang He's words, the audience in the live stream also noticed Laifu following closely. Many people expressed the same surprise as Jiang He, not expecting it to be so smart. Wait, let us see how long this guy can follow me. After saying that, Jiang He sped up to shake off Laifu behind him. It wasn't until 20 minutes later that Jiang He stopped the car. and everyone realized he had actually returned to the place where Lai Fu had undergone neutering surgery. Jiang He parked the car and said to the audience in the live stream, "Brothers, I just thought about it. I must communicate with the dog owner. I'm willing to pay, but I can't let this dog keep following me. What if one day I go for a foot massage and this dog keeps barking at me, causing me to get caught?" Initially, the audience thought Jiang He was being overly concerned. There was no need to discuss such matters with the dog owner. But after hearing him, they all felt he had a point. Indeed, this must be discussed. After all, getting a foot massage is a significant matter in life. It can't be disrupted. Wait, why would you be worried about getting caught just for a foot massage? Something's off. If you're just getting a foot massage, what else there to worry about? Ahem. Seeing the bullet comments in the live stream, Jiang He cleared his throat and said, "I'm just worried about running into a misunderstanding like before. Anyway, it's about that, not what you think. Those who understand me will naturally get my meaning." Jiang He's convoluted explanation left some of the audience confused. However, most of them understood what he meant. Just then, Jiang He heard a familiar voice. Lai Fu, Lai Fu. He looked in the direction of the voice. Not far away, the middle-aged man had appeared on the street again, calling out his dog's name everywhere. When Jiang He looked at him, the middle-aged man also looked at Jiang He. Their eyes met, and without a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man rushed towards Jiang He. The imposing manner made Jiang He feel a bit flustered. In just a few seconds, the middle-aged man reached Jiang He and asked angrily, "You little brat, where did you take my Lai Fu?" "Bro, don't talk nonsense. I don't even know who your Lai Fu is. Don't change the subject. I checked the surveillance. You're the one who took my Lai Fu in for neutering." The middle-aged man glared at Jiang He and said, "I treat my Lai Fu like my own son, and you actually neutered him. What is the difference from cutting off my lineage?" Jiang He shrugged helplessly and said, "I didn't know it was your dog. Besides, you didn't have it on a leash, letting it roam free. I was just fine on the street, and it inexplicably chased after me barking. To put it bluntly, if it had bitten me, you would have to compensate me for it. It's a different matter. If it had bitten you and you killed it, I would admit it, but you weren't bitten, right? So, let us each take a step back. It didn't bite me, and I didn't kill it. It barked at me, so I neutered it. Isn't that reasonable?" The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned by this reasoning. It seemed somewhat reasonable. Not at all. Nonsense. If a person barks at you, would you also neuter them? All right. What the middle-aged man didn't expect was that Jiang He nodded seriously. "I have experience in this matter." The middle-aged man? Before he could process it, Jiang He pulled out his phone and showed his live stream footage from yesterday. "Look, this jerk was barking at me yesterday, so I neutered him." The middle-aged man looked at Jiang He's phone in confusion. When he saw Jiang He's kick, he instinctively stepped back 2 paces. He felt pain even through the screen. "Bro, see, I'm not lying. Whether it's a person or a dog, I do it. Your dog is lucky. It got anesthesia, but this jerk didn't have anesthesia and went through it raw." The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, looking at Jiang He's serious expression. He waved his hand, trying to appear calm, and said, "Don't scare me. This is a special case. Do you usually neuter people casually? I don't believe it. Now I'm barking at you. If you're capable, do it to me." Hearing this, Jiang He nodded. "Okay, spread your legs a bit." As he spoke, Jiang He took a ready stance. This scared the middle-aged man so much that he quickly stepped back a few paces. "What are you doing? Do you know this is intentional harm?" The middle-aged man, frightened, even used his local dialect. But Jiang He still wore that serious expression. "But big brother, you said if you're capable, you'd do it, right? I want to prove that I'm a capable person. Are you crazy? How do you know? Huh?" The middle-aged man looked at Jiang He in confusion. "Are you crazy?" "Yeah." Jiang He nodded seriously. "I just got out a while ago. I went to the hospital yesterday, just for a checkup." The middle-aged man stepped back again. He felt Jiang He didn't seem to be lying. How could a normal person think like this? Moreover, who would take a dog for neutering the first time they met? This guy seems to really be a lunatic. Realizing this, the middle-aged man's gaze towards Jiang He changed. "Bro, do I look like a capable person?" At this moment, Jiang He asked the middle-aged man a soul-searching question. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. "You are a capable person. Then spread your legs. You just said that if you're capable, you would let me neuter you." No, you're not a capable person." The middle-aged man refused while backing away. Jiang He stepped forward, looking even more serious. "But I think I'm a capable person, and I want to prove it to you. Don't run, big brother. Big brother, why are you running?" The middle-aged man began to run back. Jiang He relentlessly chased after him. He ran, he chased. Chapter 29, renamed as Chong Wei. He became honest. The viewers in the live stream couldn't stop laughing at this scene. "Big brother, don't come over. Big brother. Damn it. How did I end up encountering a lunatic while looking for a dog? Big brother, you're the real brother. I was wrong. You have the skills. Big brother was so scared that he almost had a painful mask on. After chasing Big brother for dozens of meters, Jiang He stopped teasing him, as he was there to discuss something. So, he shouted loudly to Big brother, "Bro, stop running. I have something to tell you. I'm not a lunatic. I was just messing with you." Hearing Jiang He's words, the middle-aged man glanced back at him, but his pace didn't slow down at all. After all, which lunatic would admit to being a lunatic? It wasn't until the middle-aged man disappeared around the corner that Jiang He scratched his head, as if realizing something, and said, "Seems like I messed up. Big brother doesn't really want to discuss things with me." The viewers also raised question marks upon hearing this. Who the hell wants to discuss things with you? You just said you're a lunatic. Who would believe a lunatic's words? After all, when someone claims to be a lunatic, you have to be suspicious to some extent. But if that person then says they're not, then your suspicion increases to 7 or even 10 points. Seeing this, Jiang He casually sat on a stone stump by the roadside, feeling a bit troubled. Big brother doesn't want to communicate with me. How am I supposed to talk about that dog? As he spoke, Jiang He looked at the live stream comments, hoping to see if the viewers had any ideas. The screen was filled with suggestions to neuter Big brother, to let him know you're a capable person. Jiang He rolled his eyes. I was just playing with him. I'm not really a lunatic. Why would I neuter him? After looking for a long time, Jiang He didn't see any good ideas. Just then, familiar barking sounded in his ears. Woof, woof, woof. Jiang He turned his head to see Lai Fu had somehow returned. Looking at Lai Fu barking at him, Jiang He twitched his mouth. This damn dog isn't going to cling to me, is it? Just as he thought of this, a smile appeared on his face. You guys think, if I keep chasing the dog, will it lead me home? After saying this, Jiang He stood up and started walking towards Lai Fu. Seeing Jiang He's movement, Lai Fu immediately took a few steps back. It backed away, and Jiang He took a few steps forward. Thus, in a tug of war, a man and a dog began to chase each other. This scene was very similar to when Jiang He chased the middle-aged man earlier. At this moment, it was just like before. Finally, when they reached the end of the street corner, Lai Fu started to turn. Jiang He immediately followed Lai Fu's pace. During their chase, Jiang He saw Lai Fu dash into a Sichuan restaurant. Jiang He followed him inside. At this point, Lai Fu's figure had already disappeared. Just as he walked in, he heard the familiar voice of the middle-aged man. "What are you?" "Damn." The middle-aged man looked at Jiang He in horror and said, "How did you find my house?" Jiang He blinked and said, "Lai Fu brought me here." The middle-aged man instinctively looked towards the kitchen in the back. He had just seen Lai Fu dash in there. Earlier, he was curious about how Lai Fu suddenly returned and hid in the kitchen. So it turns out he ran into that brat. "Brother, listen to me. You're still young. You must not go down the path of crime. Neutering someone's dog casually is illegal. You know that?" Big brother advised Jiang He while pulling out his phone to call the police. Jiang He noticed Big brother's actions and quickly said, "Big brother, you misunderstood. I'm really not a lunatic. I have something to discuss with you." Big brother looked at Jiang He cautiously. "What is it?" Jiang He didn't delay and directly stated his main purpose for coming here. "Your Lai Fu has been chasing me and barking ever since I neutered him. He followed me to the hospital yesterday, and this morning he even went to bark downstairs at my place. I wanted to ask if you could tie him up so he wouldn't keep chasing and barking at me." Upon hearing this, Big brother instinctively retorted, "I isn't it because you neutered him that he is acting like this? He has never experienced such humiliation at his age. Even if you don't consider me, you should think about your Lai Fu. I live at Lushan International, which is over 20 kilometers away. If he keeps running over to my place, what if he gets into an accident on the road?" Big brother frowned slightly. Although Jiang He's words were not pleasant, there was some truth to it. Soon after, Big brother helplessly said, "When I brought him back yesterday, I tied him up in the shop. But when I woke up this morning, I found he was gone. I don't know when he untied himself." "Huh?" Jiang He looked at Big brother with his mouth slightly agape. "Good grief, he even escaped to find me. It seems Lai Fu really hates him. Can you put him in a cage? I'll pay for the cage." Big brother's frown deepened. "I've always let him roam free. I've never kept him locked up. Ultimately, this is still your fault for neutering him." Saying this, Big brother sighed. "Forget it, I'll go buy a cage later." The middle-aged man wasn't stupid. He knew that letting Lai Fu run around looking for Jiang He would lead to trouble sooner or later. So even though he was reluctant, he had to lock him up. Losing freedom is better than losing a life. At worst, he could take Lai Fu out for walks more often in the future. "So, should I go buy that cage now?" Jiang He asked. Big brother waved his hand. "Forget it, I'll handle it myself. It's also my fault. I shouldn't have let him roam free. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a eunuch now." "Thank you, Big brother. You're reasonable." Jiang He gave Big brother a thumbs up. Big brother, however, waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and leave. Seeing you annoys me. Then I won't disturb you any further. After Jiang He finished speaking, he left the store. However, he hadn't walked far when he heard the familiar barking again. Turning around, he saw Lai Fu standing at the store entrance, barking at his back. Jiang He twitched his mouth. This damn dog is becoming a concept god. As long as I turn my back to it, it starts barking. The viewers in the live stream laughed upon hearing this. Lai Fu, I was just walking around near my home, and you neutered me, and now you want to let me bark a few times? This dog has found a job for the rest of its life. If you ask me, the best way to handle this is to adopt it. Let go hungry for a few meals, and it LL behave. I feel like I've seen this plot somewhere before. Seeing the comments in the live stream, Jiang He smirked and said, one day, when I rename myself the Chong Wei, it LL become as honest as the Qijia 13. Hearing this, the laughter in the live stream increased. Amidst the teasing from the viewers, Jiang He walked near where he had parked, only to see a girl loudly talking to a traffic policeman. Chapter 30. Watching the drama is in the nature of every Chinese person. Upon seeing a commotion, Jiang He quickly walked over to a spot 2 or 3 meters away from the two people involved, pretending to make a phone call while actually focusing all his attention on the girl and the traffic police. Come on, I'm not saying anything, but you traffic police are being too unreasonable, right? Just park the car for a moment to run an errand, and you had to issue a ticket? The girl said to the traffic officer with an indignant expression. Seeing this, the traffic officer frowned and explained, hello, illegal parking is wrong to begin with. And I waited by this car for 5 minutes. You didn't move it, and there was no one inside, so I issued the ticket. If you have objections to my punishment, you can submit a written review request to the higher traffic management department. However, the girl was relentless, saying, no matter what, you can at least call or send a message, right? You just issued the ticket without warning. That's not humane at all. Upon hearing this, Jiang He and the live stream audience had already figured out the situation. It was clear that the girl had parked her car illegally and was unhappy about receiving a ticket. TSK, what can be done about it? Besides accepting the penalty. There's no other choice, Jiang He muttered. The live stream audience agreed. Even though I think sometimes there aren't enough parking spaces on the roadside, it is what it is. When you decide to park illegally, you have to be prepared to be fined. It's like encountering a little fairy who doesn't even follow basic rules. Most people park illegally at times, but everyone knows that if you get fined, just accept it. After a few fines, she'll be more obedient. Just as the live stream audience was complaining, the girl continued. Even if you issue a ticket, I won't pay it. If you have the guts, just tow my car. In Jiang He and the audience's view, the traffic officer's frown deepened. The officer's tone also turned unfriendly. Obeying traffic regulations is the duty of every citizen. According to Article 50 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, if you refuse to cooperate, I will issue a warning or a fine of up to 200 yuan. However, the girl still didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation and arrogantly replied, do whatever you want. If you have the guts, just tow my car. I'm not moving it, so do as you like. At this point, their conversation attracted the attention of others around. Some even took out their phones to record. The traffic officer's tone became serious. I am now warning you according to the law. Please move your car to a proper area as soon as possible, or you will bear the consequences. Whatever, I'm not moving it. If you can, go ahead and tow it. The girl still acted nonchalant. She even looked proudly at the crowd around her. Seeing this, the traffic officer decided not to waste words and directly took out a walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was flooded with the word talent. Many have been fined for illegal parking, but it was rare to see someone so provocatively unaware of the situation. Jiang He shook his head, saying, what a talent. It seems our country's prenatal technology has really improved over the years. Then Jiang He seemed to think of something and quietly said to the audience, brothers, I just thought of something. I remember that in ancient times, our country had a population of just over 400 million, but now it's 1 per billion. So is it possible that the extra billion are actually born from the animal path? Like this one? Upon hearing this, the live stream audience was stunned. Wow, genius. This reasoning makes sense. Some commented, you can't deny it. Incredible, a whole new perspective. If you explain it this way, it makes sense why there are so many pseudo-humans. Amid the audience's teasing, a tow truck quickly arrived on the scene. At the same time, several more traffic officers appeared. By now, there were many spectators. The officers seemed to say something to the girl, and a look of panic appeared on her face. What does it have to do with me? If you have the guts, just tow the car. She shouted to the crowd. The police are bullying people. The police are bullying girls. The traffic officers noticed the crowd was getting larger, so one of them shouted, I am now clearly informing you that according to Article 50 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, if you refuse to cooperate with the inspection, refuse to leave the obstructed area, push the traffic police without causing injury, verbally insult or threaten, or incite others to obstruct law enforcement. You will face detention of 5 to 10 days and a fine of up to 500 yuan. Please come with us to the traffic police station now. As he spoke, the officer instructed the tow truck to take away the illegally parked vehicle. Jiang He had been seriously watching the drama until he saw the tow truck stop next to a familiar car. What the hell? That's my car. Jiang He exclaimed and squeezed into the crowd, loudly addressing the traffic officer. Wait a minute, officer. You must be mistaken. That's my car? Several traffic officers immediately turned to Jiang He. He hurriedly explained, You must be mistaken. That's my car? I don't know her. The first traffic officer was momentarily taken aback. He looked at the girl who had been causing trouble and asked, ISNT, this your car? At this point, the girl finally realized the seriousness of the situation and weakly said, I never said it was my car. I just wanted to see if you would tow it. Hearing this, both the traffic officers and Jiang He fell silent. Where did this talent come from? Finally, the initial traffic officer said to Jiang He, Do you know your car was parked illegally? Jiang He nodded repeatedly. I know. I came here for something important, thinking I could stop for a few minutes. I know parking illegally is wrong. I accept the penalty. He pointed to the drone above his head. I'm live streaming, and the footage can prove I didn't do it on purpose. I was just in a hurry, thinking I'd deal with things and leave. Once Jiang He mentioned he was live streaming, everyone looked at the drone above his head. At that moment, the girl suddenly spoke up, If it's not my car, can I leave now? The traffic officer's gaze instantly focused on her. The leading officer said, Leave? Since it's not your car, your previous behavior is even more egregious. You used threatening means to obstruct law enforcement, which constitutes obstruction of official duties. We cannot rule out the possibility that your actions involved provoking trouble, and you need to come with us to the traffic police station to clarify your responsibilities. As soon as these words were spoken, the girl's expression changed to one of panic, and it was evident she was on the verge of tears. Chapter 31. Practice makes perfect. Jiang He has been a kind-hearted person since childhood, unable to bear the sight of others in tears. So he gently comforted the girl, saying, It's okay, little sister. Normally, you would likely face administrative detention for 5 to 10 days, but today is different. Hearing this, the girl looked at Jiang He with anticipation. Because it's your car, so I'm fine, right? Not exactly. Jiang He shook his head and said, I just hit over 100,000 viewers in my live stream, which means your actions will definitely spread across the internet, and the impact is quite severe. You're likely to be treated as a typical case and face criminal charges for obstructing official duties, which could lead to a prison sentence of less than 3 years. The girl's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. She pointed at Jiang He and was about to retort, You mother. All right. Hurry up and drive your car away, or it'll be towed. Jiang He interrupted her. Before the girl could finish her sentence, a traffic police officer stepped in. From the viewer's perspective in the live stream, the corner of the officer's mouth was clearly struggling to hold back a smile. After all, having worked for a long time, they'd seen all kinds of people. In the past, encounters with such individuals usually ended with a few days of detention, which was a somewhat satisfying outcome. The unsatisfying part was just paying a fine, which was particularly frustrating for police officers who had been threatened. But today was different. With Jiang He, a big internet celebrity, involved, the impact of this incident was anything but ordinary. With a crowd of onlookers around, it would definitely be treated seriously. Otherwise, how could a typical case be established? If everyone thought it was fun to tease police officers like this girl, would there still be any authority left for law enforcement? Could their future work proceed normally? So Jiang He was indeed not wrong. This girl at least deserved a warning and a record. All right then, I won't interrupt your enforcement. Jiang He said with a smile as he got into his car and drove away from the scene. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at this scene. Ha! What a twist. This is like eating melons at home. You're so good at comforting people. After being comforted by you, that girl must feel like the sky is falling. Wow, I didn't notice you just hit over 100,000 viewers. Jiang He had been gaining viewers steadily throughout his live stream today. From a moment he joked with the owner of a Sichuan restaurant, claiming to be mentally ill, the new viewers had hardly dropped off. After chasing a dog and culminating in a little fairy battle with the traffic police, the number of online viewers in the livestream soared. When Jiang He realized that it was his car being towed, the viewer count surprisingly broke through to over 100,000. Over 100,000 in the entire internet. That qualifies him as a major streamer. Jiang He glanced at the comments in the livestream and said with a smile, "What is with you, kid? I kid stuff. I'm now a big streamer with over 100,000 viewers, so watch your tone. Or I might just cyberbully you." As soon as he said this, the live stream was filled with question marks. These were all comments from new viewers who had never encountered such an arrogant streamer before. Only the veteran viewers remained calm. After all, Jiang He directly insulted them, which was considered gentle, being a bit arrogant. What is the problem? Watching the number of viewers in his livestream grow, Jiang He thought for a moment and finally parked near Chunchi Road. He knew well that the current viewers were different from those in his previous streams. They were not here just to watch him play games. If he switched to gaming now, he would probably lose a large portion of his audience in no time. Moreover, the daily livestream gift bags offered by the system were based on the content of the stream. Only if the number of viewers remained high would the reward from the gift bags be more substantial. To get those generous rewards, he felt it was best to stream outdoors for a while. Outdoor settings had more people and uncertainty, making it easier to create entertaining content. Alright, brothers, I believe most of you in a live stream are from out of town and aren't very familiar with Rome City. So today I'll take you on a tour of Chunchi Road, which is relatively famous here. He paused for a moment and continued. Actually, the Taikuli next door is more famous, but there are too many weirdos there, and I'm afraid of dirtying my eyes, so I want to go. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at this. Who doesn't know about the Taikuli in Rome City? A bunch of strange characters hang around there. Amid the laughter of the live stream audience, Jiang He controlled the drone to move towards Chunchi Road while introducing. Friends from out of town might not know. But this Chunchi Road, well, as a local, I'm not very clear either. Let us just wander around. As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, he saw a child approaching him with a bunch of small accessories and a sign in hand. Before he could read what was on the sign, the child asked him, "Brother, do you play games? Rock, paper, scissors. If you win, you can take one of these. If you lose, you have to buy one for 9. 9. Jiang He glanced at the small accessories the child had, which were cute decorations suitable for keychains, and the price of 9. 9 wasn't too expensive. Moreover, the child said that if he won at rock, paper, scissors, he would get one for free. Especially with the child's eager expression, Jiang He couldn't refuse. Are you sure? If I win, you'll give me one? I'm really good at rock, paper, scissors, Jiang He smiled and said. However, the child nodded seriously yes. Best of 3. If you win, I'll give you one. Okay, let us play a round. Jiang He nodded seriously as well. In his view, since the child dared to say that, he must have some skill, especially with the best of 3 format. It ensured that the child had a decent chance of making mistakes. This could very well turn out to be a tough match. Maybe this child was an adult disguised as a child, actually well-versed in psychology, just like those characters in certain dramas who point a gun and say, "I'm 38 today." Thinking this, Jiang He started to make his move. Rock, paper, scissors. He and the child shouted simultaneously while making their moves. Jiang He used scissors to beat the child's paper. Just as Jiang He was contemplating what the child might throw next and what he should throw to win, the child suddenly said, "Rock, paper, scissors." At that moment, the child immediately extended his hand. Jiang He instinctively reached out his hand and threw paper. At that moment, Jiang He felt like he had been tricked. The child had launched a surprise attack, using a person's reflexes to smoothly win. Huh? Jiang He stared in disbelief at the rock in the child's hand. So you're a noob. Oh snap, I won. Little brother, you need to practice more. I told you I'm really good. Come on, give me one. Jiang He said with a smug look at the child. The child lowered his head, pouting with a look of grievance, but still quietly pointed at the small accessories on himself and said, "You can choose one." Looking at the child's expression, the smile on Jiang He's face instantly froze. No way. Are you trying to morally blackmail me? No, it's a matter of conscience. You're blackmailing my conscience. Chapter 32. You are my brother at this moment. The audience in the live stream also noticed the change in the little boy's expression and began typing in the comments. Are you really going to ask for it? But, are you really that shameless? Easy, oh no. My conscience. Little boy, I earn my money honestly. Little boy, the moment you promised me, this pendant was sold. Faced with the audience's ridicule and the little boy's aggrieved expression, Jiang He was silent for 2 seconds then. Without hesitation, he reached out and took a small milk dragon pendant. Sorry, little buddy, but I have no conscience. After saying this, Jiang He shook his head playfully at the little boy. The little boy, who originally had an aggrieved look, was momentarily stunned. Then his expression turned to confusion, as if he didn't understand why Jiang He said that. Seeing this, Jiang He curiously asked, "Is this your first day selling this?" The little boy replied softly, then weakly said, "Normally, it's my grandma who sells it. Today she's sick and asked me to sell a bit." Thud. As soon as the little boy finished speaking, Jiang He immediately knelt in front of him. "I'm sorry, you are my brother. Can I take everything?" Looking at Jiang He kneeling on the ground, the little boy's confusion deepened. Meanwhile, Jiang He was frantically searching his pockets. After some effort, he finally pulled out his wallet and took out 1,000 yuan. Good thing I withdrew cash when I went for a foot massage last time. Here, brother. Everything is yours. I'll take all of these. Don't say anything more. If you do, I might just quit the internet. Jiang He stuffed all the money into the little boy's hands and then took the pendants from him. There weren't many pendants. Selling them all probably wouldn't even make 200 or 300. The rest was Jiang He's price for saving his life. If he didn't buy them all, the audience in the live stream would roast him to the point of questioning his existence. Watching the 1,000 yuan in his hands and Jiang He hurriedly leaving with the pendants, the little boy finally came to his senses and shouted to Jiang He, "Brother, you don't need this much. Just take them all. Keep the extra for candy." Without looking back, Jiang He replied, "I can't stay here even a second longer. If this kid says anything else, it'll blow up." Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was laughing uncontrollably at Jiang He's reaction. "I can't believe you knelt down so decisively. If you had hesitated even a bit, your live streaming career would have been over. Easy, oh my. I just got popular and almost got banned. Am I the only one concerned about why he had to bring cash to a foot massage? Adults' business, kids shouldn't ask." Jiang He ran for about a kilometer holding the pile of pendants, then turned around to look. Once he confirmed he couldn't see the little boy anymore, Jiang He sighed in relief and patted his chest, saying, "That was close. I almost got cyberbullied. Scare me to death." Seeing this reaction, the audience in the live stream laughed even harder. Looking at the barrage of ridicule on the screen, Jiang He rolled his eyes. "Laugh all you want. I can't even scold him, let alone you guys." As soon as he said this, the originally mocking comments instantly turned into question marks. Jiang He then looked at the pile of pendants in his hand, scratched his head, and said, "By the way, are there any local brothers from Rongqing? If there are, come find me on Chuanxi Road. I'll give you some pendants as a benefit." Hearing Jiang He's words, amidst the question marks, a few comments suddenly appeared saying, I'm here, brother." Jiang He, seeing this, said, "If you really are here, come find me. I'll give you some, along with some conscience pendants." As he spoke, Jiang He shot a video of his surroundings. "It's about this spot, you guys come over. I'll wait for you for a few minutes." After that, Jiang He walked into a nearby convenience store to buy a bottle of water. After taking a couple of sips, he turned the camera in the direction of a nearby long-legged beauty. "Let us show everyone a sister. I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Brothers nearby, hurry up. If I finish my cigarette before you come, I'm leaving." It was a boring wait. Chuanxi Road was a place with a large crowd, and Jiang He could easily film some nice long-legged beauties. With this enjoyment, waiting didn't seem so dull anymore. Before long, Jiang He's cigarette was almost finished, but no fans had shown up yet. Seeing this, Jiang He said, "I'm about to finish my cigarette. Haven't any brothers come yet? If not, I'll randomly give away a beauty." "Hey, Heezy." Just as Jiang He finished speaking, he heard someone call out from not far away. Jiang He turned to look. A beautiful girl in a white short skirt was walking towards him in small steps. Jiang He's eyes lit up. "I have a female fan. How rare." As the girl approached and heard Jiang He's words, she smiled and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "So how about it? My fantas looked pretty good." "Huh? Not bad, not bad. Look at the pendants in my hand. Pick whichever one you like. If you don't like any of these, you can come to my house and see. I have more." Hearing this, the live stream was filled with question marks again. Even the girl looked at Jiang He teasingly and asked, "Are you really just going to your house to get pendants?" Jiang He couldn't help but smile. Well, it could be, or it could not be." The girl made a dismissive sound, then picked out a cartoon character pendant from Jiang He's hand. After selecting the pendant, the girl asked Jiang He, "Can we take a photo together?" "Sure, it's no big deal. I'm not a big star." Jiang He smiled and took several photos with her. The girl looked at the pictures on her phone and said in surprise, "Wow, I just realized you look way better in person than on camera." As she spoke, the girl looked at the camera of Jiang He's live stream and said seriously, "Really, sisters in the live stream, if you get the chance to see Heezy in person, he looks much better than on camera." "Really? I think I'm quite handsome too," Jiang He said, smugly fixing his hair. The girl didn't seem put off. Instead, she agreed, "Really, with your looks, height, and figure, you'd definitely be a model." Jiang He twitched his mouth. "I've done that before. I worked for 2 days, took one order, and then I got complained about by a customer and finally got fired by the manager." The girl? Live stream audience. "You really were a model?" The girl looked at Jiang He in disbelief. Jiang He shrugged and said, "What is so surprising? People like me who started working early have tried all sorts of low-level jobs, except for illegal ones. But I really couldn't make money as a model, those clients." Jiang He didn't finish, but his expression had already conveyed his inner thoughts completely. Chapter 33. There's not a single good person out here. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately shot a sideways glance at Jiang He. That's just your bad luck. If you were lucky enough to meet a customer like me, you might not even have to spend any money. That's impossible. Jiang He replied without a moment's thought. You know that male models get scolded for dating, right? Huh. The girl looked a bit confused, but the ones I talked to before all seemed like they wanted to date me. They usually contact me a lot. I just never agreed. TCH, Jiang He said disdainfully. Even though I've only worked for 2 days in the male modeling industry, if someone behaves like that, they are either new and clueless or an experienced guy trying to fish for your wallet. The girl looked at Jiang He with some suspicion. Aren't you also new to the industry for just 2 days? Being in the industry for 2 days just means I've seen less than others. But it doesn't mean I know less about it. Do you know what male models talk about in their meetings every day? If you listen to it a couple of times, you wouldn't believe that a male model would date you. The girl blinked her eyes, showing interest. So what do you guys talk about in those meetings? Jiang He tilted his head in thought, then adjusted the drone's live camera to match the girl's angle. Let me simulate a segment that I have to listen to at our daily meetings. Hurry up, hurry up. The girl was eager not to miss this chance. Even the viewers in the live chat were interested. Don't say, I'm really curious about what male models discuss in their daily meetings. I bet it has to do with performance or some brainwashing content. By the way, Jiang He's work experience is really rich. He's done everything. Hey, was Jiang He really working as a male model, or was he just pretending? The angle from above is quite interesting. After all, it's Rome City, so it's hard to say. Amid the teasing from the viewers in the live chat, Jiang He cleared his throat a couple of times and then looked seriously into the camera, saying, Quiet down. Meeting time. Is everyone here? Let me check the numbers. Jiang He pretended to lightly tap the attendance count and then clicked his tongue. TSK. How come a few people are still missing? Are they out dating their girlfriends again? Some people think they have a romantic relationship just because they have a flirty connection with a client, thinking the client is their girlfriend. They don't even attend work anymore. And they're not bringing clients to the company to spend. They just sit at home eating their assets every day, holding a woman. Remember, you must never learn from such people. They are completely out of their minds. You need to understand that when clients come to the company to spend money, they're just clients. They are here to have fun with their money. What are you here for? To work, to serve. When she likes you, you must go for her money. Why? Because if you don't take her money, she'll spend it on other models. That's her spending habit. You can't change it. You don't have the right to change it. If you don't manage to get enough money from her while you're with her, when she gets bored with you and thinks you're no longer interesting, when she breaks up with you, you'll end up with nothing, just watching her spend on someone else. You're like a free duck, wasting your body and emotions to accompany her. Even spending money you could have spent on other women on her. You're a stupid pig, understand? A stupid pig. As he spoke, Jiang He paused for a moment, then pretended to look ahead and said, Is anyone here saving more than 6 figures? That is, over 100,000? Not counting any credit services, just pure savings. Cash over 100,000. Raise your hand. Jiang He pretended to count and then said, See, not many people, huh? How come, after working for so long, earning at least 10,000 or 8,000 when it's low, and even 50,000 or 80,000 or even over 100,000 when it's high. And yet you can't even pull out 100,000? If your parents suddenly had an emergency and needed 100,000 to save their lives, what would you do? Borrow? Don't be ridiculous. How many people here would lend money to a colleague? You don't even know when you might run away yourself. So how could you trust anyone else? If you have nothing and can't borrow, what do you do? Just watch your parents die. Normally, you spend what you earn. The more you earn, the more you spend. If you earn less, you spend less. When something happens at home, you just shrug your shoulders and wait to die. I keep emphasizing, modeling isn't a lifetime job. You're making money with your body. So you must earn enough money during your limited youth to deal with various situations that may arise in the future. Understand? I'll say it 1,000 times. Don't date clients, and especially don't spend money on clients. Clients are there for you to make money, not to spend money on. Even if you're forced to date to maintain the client relationship, it can only be a fake relationship. And the only purpose of your dating should be to circle her money. Understand? Do you know why? Because there isn't a single good person among those who come out to play. If you really fall for someone like that, you can consider your life over, understand? The female fan, who was initially engrossed in listening, suddenly felt something was off. She looked at Jiang He in confusion. Did you just insult me? Jiang He opened his mouth slightly, a momentary awkwardness flashing across his face. Well, I was just thinking about how to repeat what the manager said, and just slipped out. He quickly explained for himself. I didn't mean to say anything bad about you. After all, if you were my client before. Now you're my fan. How could I say anything bad about you? What I just said was something our manager likes to say in meetings, not my intention. You get what I mean? However, no matter how Jiang He explained, the female fan continued to look at him with a questioning gaze. Jiang He could only look at the live chat to shift his attention. Wait a minute. Did I just get scolded by a duckhead during the meeting? Huh. Did I just act like a model for a few minutes? Don't say, what this duckhead said actually makes some sense. Ladies, remember, money isn't meant to be spent on men. It's for men to look at. Upstairs, you can't even get a model without spending money. Looking at the live chat, Jiang He also casually said, by the way, viewers, there's no need to send me gifts. I have my own investments, and my finances are doing well. If you have money, spend it on your family. Of course, if you're really wealthy, then forget what I just said. Upon hearing this, a female fan beside him suddenly asked, Jiang He, what kind of investments do you usually make? You seem to have made a lot of money. Jiang He was taken aback. Investment was just an excuse he used for himself. If he really had to explain, he wouldn't know how to do it on the spot. Chapter 34. 100 winning investment, but soon, the corners of Jiang He's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the female fan and asked, are you very curious? Who doesn't want to get rich? The female fan looked at Jiang He with anticipation. Jiang He leaned back a bit and, with a smile, said, since you asked sincerely, I'll tell you. I usually don't tell ordinary people what 100 winning investment means. The female fan nodded enthusiastically, like a chick pecking at rice. Even the viewers in the live stream were interested. After all, who wouldn't like making money? However, some old fans sensed something was off. This wasn't Jiang He's style. At this point, Jiang He slowly leaned closer to the girl and said softly, it's actually very simple. Stock trading. Stock trading? The female fan looked at Jiang He, puzzled. Didn't you say that ordinary people shouldn't touch stocks? If you lose everything. Oh, that's not right. Stock trading is the best investment I've seen in this world. You can make 10 times your money, and the most you can lose is what you invested. In any case, the benefits outweigh the risks. It's a great deal. The female fan? She felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. At this moment, Jiang He patted the female fan's shoulder seriously and said, sister, remember this. Losing in stock trading only means you've put some of your money into a particular stock. But if you don't continue trading and choose to sell, that's when you've really lost. Huh? Is that right? Before the female fan could react, Jiang He continued, and I also have a foolproof stock trading secret. The female fan slowly looked at Jiang He. Seeing this, Jiang He said, I only use 80 of my money for stock trading, and the remaining 20 I use to buy insurance for myself. If stocks go up, I profit. If they go down, I jump out. Either way, I win. The female fan was already numb. Even she could tell that Jiang He was teasing her. This was a scheme for investment. Huh. Actually, I have even higher yield options. The girl said expressionlessly, when the stocks go up, you jump out. Isn't that eating from both ends? Huh. Jiang He showed surprise, and then he stroked his chin, deep in thought, saying that sounds like a good option. It does seem to have high returns. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream also realized that Jiang He was messing around and began to chime in. I have 100,000. I only invest 50,000 in stocks. The remaining 50,000 I use to recharge at an internet safe. Recharging 50,000 gives me another 50,000. Then I close the position. Stock trading needs to be done slowly. You can't rush it. Take your time to research some money-making techniques and strategies. Opening up the mindset. It's normal not to have money at the beginning. If you don't have money for a long time, you'll naturally end up jumping off a building. By your logic, shouldn't 100 of the money be used to buy insurance? Isn't that losing more? Going all in is a kind of wisdom. Applaud if you understand. After teasing the female fan, Jiang He straightened his expression and said to her, I'm not teasing you anymore. Don't you have a job? Why are you coming to me for a pendant in the middle of the day? The female fan pointed to a tall building not far behind her. I work over there. It's quite close. Oh, what job do you have that allows you to walk around freely at your post? I'm a lawyer. It's just that it's lunch break now, and I happen to see your live stream, so I came over to take a look. Hearing this, Jiang He raised his eyebrows. Not a bad job. Not really. It's just that, looking at your business ability, it doesn't seem great if you still have lunch breaks. You can even go and hit on male models. The female fan. I think my business ability is quite good. Really? Just right. I have a legal question that I haven't figured out yet. Can you help me out? Sure, but it's a paid service, the female fan said with a bit of a proud tilt of her head. That's a small matter. As long as you answer my questions, I'll pay you. If not, I won't pay. If I can't answer, then my business ability is indeed lacking, and I wouldn't feel right taking money. Go ahead and ask. Perhaps because she was talking about her area of expertise, the female fan looked at Jiang He with confidence. At this moment, she didn't notice that Jiang He could hardly suppress his smile. He slowly began, "If you were my attorney, which of the following cases do you think has the highest chance of winning? First, I hit a pedestrian who was driving normally with my car. The other party doesn't know where they flew off to. Can I sue them for hit and run and claim compensation for my vehicle damage? Second, working over 8 hours is a violation of labor law. So can I sue my employees and demand they return their illegal earnings? Third, while walking my dog without a leash, I encountered a police dog. My dog provoked the police dog, and in a fit of anger, the police dog killed my dog. There were no cameras at the scene. Can I sue the other party's unit for violent enforcement and claim compensation for the mental distress caused by witnessing my dog die?" After hearing Jiang He's words, the viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Which of these questions sounds like something a normal person would ask? Especially the first and second. Dude, at least act like a human. The big streamer image hadn't been established yet, but the impression of a dog capitalist was already deeply etched. I think I know how you make your money. The host questions are great. I suggest you sprinkle some itching powder on that freshly tattooed body. At this moment, the female fan looked at Jiang He with a strange expression. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? Which of these 3 cases looks like it has a chance of winning? I don't care, Jiang He said, acting like a rogue. You're my attorney. You need to look at the problem from my perspective. If you can't do anything, then that is purely a problem with your business ability. You're talking nonsense. The female fan said angrily, in the first case, as a motor vehicle driver, hitting a pedestrian is considered the party responsible for the accident. If the pedestrian leaves the scene after being hit, it does not constitute a hit and run. You need to bear full responsibility for the accident and face the risk of traffic accident charges. You must bear the vehicle damage yourself, and the pedestrian can claim personal injury from you. This case is a 200 loss. Don't even think about it. In the second case, Articles 3641 of the labor law restrict overtime hours to protect workers, not to grant employers the right to seek restitution. Overtime pay is a statutory right of workers and is definitely not illegal earnings. If you submit a lawsuit, the court will directly reject it and may take judicial sanctions against you, such as for false litigation. The third case might have a bit of theoretical debate space, but since you weren't holding the leash, and the police dog was performing its duties, and there were no cameras at the scene, it's hard to provide evidence. The best possibility is that the police bear some responsibility, but the female fan paused, then waved her hand. In any case, it's impossible. You will definitely lose. Don't even think about it. But after talking for so long, Jiang He only frowned and said, "What are you rambling about? Transfer me $200. The female fan. Chapter 35, I am an I person you, as a lawyer, are useless. I wasted half a day, and you couldn't even figure out one case. What use do I have for you? I'm leaving." After saying that, Jiang He left without looking back. The female fan quickly chased after him. "Stop right there. My professional ability is fine." But Jiang He didn't listen at all. He quickened his pace towards Chunxi Road, Commercial Street, saying, not listening, a turtle reciting scriptures. A lawyer with no capability just doesn't listen. "Stop." The girl was almost losing her voice, but Jiang He had no intention of stopping and actually ran even faster. Before long, Jiang He had shaken her off. Then he spoke to the live stream camera. "Brothers, if you ever need to file a lawsuit in real life, make sure to find a good lawyer. If you encounter someone like that just now with poor professional ability, it's just wasting money and your own energy." As soon as he finished speaking, a super bullet comment appeared in the live stream. "Not eating cilantro. You're talking nonsense. My professional ability is great." Seeing this comment, Jiang He pointed at the camera with a smile. "Look, someone is getting anxious." The audience in the live stream couldn't help but laugh at this scene. "P.S. Just messing with people. Buy some sunflower seeds for that lawyer." Jiang He, "I understand the reasoning, but I want to listen. To be fair, I'm also a lawyer. I often hear my clients say what Jiang He just said." Looking at the bullet comments in the live stream, Jiang He laughed and said, "TSK, how come there are lawyers resonating in the live stream? Forget it. Let me draw a lucky bag for you guys to lighten the mood." As he spoke, Jiang He released a lucky bag worth 10 diamonds, with only one winner. Many viewers were confused when they saw the contents of the lucky bag. Seeing this, Jiang He said, "Don't rush. You may think this lucky bag has only 10 diamonds, but if you really win, you will get." Jiang He looked around and then leaned closer to the camera and whispered, "You will receive the blessing of the most handsome man in Rongqing." Hearing this, even fewer people participated in the lucky bag. In a live stream with 130,000 people, the number of participants was barely even 20,000. This shows how much these people disliked Jiang He. By the time the lucky bag was almost over, the number of participants had just barely reached 30,000. 000. But just 30 seconds before the lucky bag ended, Jiang He suddenly said, "By the way, the winning brother can come to Rongqing when you have time, and I will transfer my previous CT5 to you." "Oh right, Douyin can't exceed 50,000, right? So you come to Rongqing. I'll treat you to a foot bath and give you some signature from the foot bath city." As soon as these words came out, the audience in the live stream widened their eyes. After all, Jiang He had just said he would give away his CT5, and although he changed his words later, he was still talking about the signature from the foot bath city. What is the signature of the foot bath city? Of course, it's the technician. Oh no, of course, it's the Bath Emperor CT5. Some viewers were stunned, and the number of participants in the lucky bag suddenly jumped to 50,000. When others came back to their senses, they immediately participated in the lucky bag draw. In just 30 seconds, countless viewers experienced the most tense moment of their lives. Because there were too many participants, many people found that clicking to participate showed, "Current lucky bag is popular, please try again later." This made them anxious. If they participated and didn't win, they would be okay. But if they couldn't participate due to too many participants and ended up not winning, that would really keep them up at night. After participating in the lucky bag, the audience in the live stream also raised their questions, asking Jiang He why he suddenly thought of giving away a car. Seeing these bullet comments, Jiang He scratched his head and said, "Actually, this was just an idea that popped into my head. I figured, I live in a villa and drive a luxury car. And you guys don't really feel anything about it. After all, it's not yours. Plus, in this day and age, what can't you see online? I show off my wealth, and you guys don't feel anything. Coincidentally, I am indeed financially free now, just having fun with the live stream. Since that's the case, why not give you guys something expensive so you can truly feel my wealth? And I can also experience what it feels like to show off. As the old saying goes, wealth that is not returned home is like wearing brocade at night. I'm this rich, and if you don't let me show off, I'll feel uncomfortable." Ah, wait, what did I say? I was giving away a car. I clearly said I would give you some small gifts. Don't misinterpret me. Don't deduct my health points again. Jiang He pointed at the camera and warned the audience in the live stream. The audience instantly understood Jiang He's meaning. They got it. You are giving away the Bath Emperor. What car or what not? They can't understand at all. If I win, I will admit that Jiang He is the richest man on Douyin. I remember Jiang He's Bath Emperor was only bought a few days ago, right? A nearly new second-hand car. We really encountered it. In the cheerful atmosphere of the live stream, 30 seconds quickly passed. The winning audience member appeared in everyone's view. It was a female viewer named Jiang He's girlfriend. The other viewers who didn't win all sent congratulatory bullet comments. FCK Jiang He's girlfriend. X999. It was clear that everyone was very enthusiastic about this fan. Jiang He raised his eyebrows and said, "Wow, another female fan. Do I have so many female fans? Wait, let me connect with this fan and ask her how she feels right now." And those who were saying FCK, go line up outside. Saying this, Jiang He initiated a connection with this fan. Soon, a character avatar appeared in the lower right corner of the live stream. Jiang He smiled and asked, Hey, can you hear me, darling?" "Yes, I can, dear." A strange voice came out, and Jiang He's smile instantly vanished. Because this voice was a bit rough. The audience in the live stream were also filled with question marks. Something seems off. Just as Jiang He fell silent, the other party spoke again. "Dear, I'm also in Rongqing. When can we transfer the car? Can we meet offline? I can treat you to dinner." "You." Before the other party could finish speaking, Jiang He hung up the connection. He looked at the camera with a blank expression and said, "We'll talk about the transfer when I find an assistant. I'll have my assistant contact you then. As for meeting, it's not really necessary. I'm an person and don't like meeting strangers excessively. I would feel embarrassed, even if it's my own fan." Hearing this, the audience in the live stream was almost laughing hysterically. Haha, what the hell is an person? Goodness, even our extroverted Jiang He has turned into an person. Only you could do this. I take back my previous FCK stereotype 1. Do local people have anything to refute? CT5, I should have known it was a lousy factory, damn. Chapter 36. Tax. After another thing, looking at the teasing comments from the viewers in the live stream, Jiang He said somewhat speechlessly, "Come on, guys. I'm not a round-faced guy. I don't have a beard, and I don't like wearing white socks. I really don't know what you see in me. Yes, I admit I have some fitness background, but as a skinny guy like me, I'm not muscular at all. Why would you like me?" Hearing this, the viewers in the live stream laughed even harder. Seeing this, a mask of pain appeared on Jiang He's face. "Please don't laugh. This is really a painful thing. Okay, I would rather be stabbed in the back with a knife, seriously." However, no matter how Jiang He spoke, the viewers in the live stream just continued to laugh. Helpless, Jiang He had to skip the topic and said, Speaking of which, I've become popular too quickly recently, suddenly gaining over 100,000 followers, which puts me at a disadvantage compared to other big streamers. Other big streamers all have their own teams, operations, assistants, etc., unlike me, who is all alone and casually gained over 100,000 followers. Many streamers who were peeping in Jiang He's live stream had question marks on their foreheads. Come on, are you feeling wronged? If you can get popular, why not let me in on it? Just as these streamers were complaining internally, Jiang He shifted his tone and said, under normal circumstances, shouldn't I be hiring an assistant right now? The kind with a curvy figure, long legs, fair and shiny skin, looking as good as a supermodel just 18 years old. Are there any viewers like this in the live stream? If there are, DM me, and I'll give you a pre-tax monthly salary of 3,000. As for after-tax, we'll talk about that later. Once this was said, the live stream was filled with even more question marks. Are you trying to hire an assistant? I feel embarrassed to point it out. 3,000 before tax. 30,000 after tax, right? Is that tax even real? DM me, I'm interested, but can I be a guy? Jiang He immediately noticed the comment from someone claiming to be interested, but being a guy. He disdainfully said, you could just roll away. Don't think I don't know what you mean by good looking. Jiang He remembered watching a video where one bear complimented another bear's girlfriend, saying she was beautiful. Like a young, Jiang type. But when he met her in person, she was just a big bear. The so-called cuteness was just her wearing a pink coat. Ridiculous. It feels like people in this circle have lost their sense of normal aesthetics. While talking, Jiang He strolled with the viewers in Chunchi Road. Suddenly, he noticed a fortune-telling stall on the roadside with a bagua chart. The key was that there were quite a few people in front of the stall, even forming a queue. Jiang He said with some confusion, does anyone really believe in this? Isn't this just random nonsense? Many in the live stream agreed. But some said you might not believe it, but you should still show respect. To this, Jiang He curled his lips. He didn't want to talk much about supernatural claims, but for this fortune-telling stall, he could only say it was ridiculous. However, his lip-curling action was seen by the viewers in the live stream, and they thought he didn't believe at all. They started criticizing him again, with some even becoming verbally aggressive, as if he had stepped on their tails. Seeing this, Jiang He said disdainfully, those who are criticizing me, are you guys fortune-tellers too? As soon as he said this, those people became even more furious. All right, you don't believe, huh? Let me give you a demonstration of fortune-telling. Saying this, Jiang He walked over to the fortune-telling stall and addressed the crowd waiting in line. Free fortune-telling, 1 male and 1 female, only 2 slots. And you can't pull me. Hearing this, everyone in line turned to look at Jiang He, although they didn't understand what Jiang He was trying to do. Free stuff. Why not give it a try? In no time, an intrigued girl stepped out from a line and walked up to Jiang He, asking, free? Free. Jiang He nodded. The girl asked again, you want to try to sell me something else, will you? Jiang He pointed to the drone, filming him, saying, I'm live streaming, I definitely want to sell anything. I'll just show you, you can't pull me. Then tell me my fortune. What do you need? Just stretch out your hand, and I can read your palm and face to tell your fortune. So magical? The girl was a bit surprised, but still extended her hand towards Jiang He. Jiang He held her hand and rubbed it repeatedly. The motion was so strange that even the girl felt a bit awkward. She said with a weird expression, how long do you need to look? That's about enough. The girl's words brought Jiang He back to reality, and then he looked at her seriously and said, from your palm. It seems you're someone who appears easygoing on the outside, but is stubborn inside, and you prefer to bear many things alone rather than speak them out. As soon as he said this, the girl's eyes lit up. Yes, you're right, that's me. Jiang He tilted his head and continued. Moreover, you are easily soft-hearted, and because of this, you have suffered in relationships, so now you deliberately act distant to protect yourself. Exactly, master, you're so right. The girl looked at Jiang He with starry eyes. Seeing this, Jiang He couldn't help but smile, but still continued. There is someone around you who makes you uncomfortable, but you don't dare to confront them. The girl's brows furrowed. Yes, I'm so annoyed with her, but I have no way to deal with it, master. What should I do? Jiang He didn't answer her question, just continued. You are someone who is tough during the day, not to be messed with. But at night, you secretly feel emo alone, and you are too good at thinking for others, which ends up making you suffer yourself. In fact, your desire for money isn't that strong. You hope to find someone who understands your temper. You think that a meeting of minds is more important than a desire for money. So right, master, you're so accurate. The girl looked at Jiang He with admiration. What do you think I should do next? Jiang He shook his head with a mysterious smile. I don't provide solutions. I said, I'm just doing this for free to prove my ability. Saying this, Jiang He looked back at the crowd. There is still 1 male slot left. Who is coming? The onlookers, seeing the girl's expression, eagerly jumped in. Especially upon hearing there was another free male slot. These guys became even more proactive. As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, a boy squeezed over and extended his hand towards Jiang He. "Master, look at me." Jiang He glanced at the boy's hand and said, "Boys only need to look at their faces. No need to read palms." The boy. The girl who was just being read. Is something wrong here? Is it really a gender issue? Maybe it is. Chapter 37. How to become a Zodiac blogger, just as the bystanders were somewhat puzzled. The familiar audience in the live stream room, who knew Jiang, he already sensed something was off. The things you said, even half of them, could apply to a dog. I suggest adding that you've been on a diet lately, but can't stop eating. Now you understand why Zodiac bloggers are so popular, right? The people who believe in this are the same ones who believe in Zodiac MBTI. Selling health products to them is a sure thing. To prevent bystanders from seeing his comments, Jiang, he specially adjusted the angle of the drone and then looked at the boy. He pretended to scrutinize him and said, "From your face, you're destined to have many women, but you're a very emotional person, so you should be cautious in choosing a partner. Also, you don't care much about money and are generous with friends, but a favor for a favor. You must have been backstabbed by a good friend before. In terms of your career, your current job is a waste of your talent. You might consider changing jobs. Although you disguise yourself well and appear mature, steady, and manly, there's still a lonely little boy inside you that needs your care, and sometimes you need to pay attention to your own emotions. Of course, right now, you crave someone who understands your childishness and can share simple joys with you." Jiang He's fortune-telling this time was just as vague as the one he gave the girl. It could even apply to a dog. After hearing his words, some viewers in the live stream room began to curse him as a beast, mocking him for fooling around. Even Jiang He himself looked at the boy with a smug expression. Unexpectedly, the boy looked at Jiang He with confusion and said, "No, none of that is right. I'm still in school and have no job. I have ED, so I'm not interested in women. Because of my health, I only like money. Whoever wants my money is taking my life. My friends say I'm stingy as hell. No, I should say not many people consider me a friend." Jiang He. Huh, what the hell? You have ED? The people around also looked at Jiang He in confusion after hearing the boy's words. Wasn't he just accurate? How come it doesn't work now? At this moment, Jiang He showed a thoughtful expression and finally pointed at the boy and said, "You also have a contradictory personality." Upon hearing this, the live stream audience burst into laughter. To them, this was purely Jiang He's last-ditch effort. He had been exposed. What else could he do besides boast? But in the next second, the boy's confusion instantly turned into a smile. "Master, you are so accurate. You even figured out my contradictory personality. I was just trying to trick you, but you didn't fall for it. You really have skills." Saying this, the boy gave Jiang He a thumbs up. Jiang He smiled slightly. He wouldn't say that he just wanted to be cheeky. The people around also gathered in front of Jiang He, inviting him to read their fortunes. "Master, help me take a look. Master, look at me. I feel like I've been having bad luck lately. Master, can you tell me my fortune?" Faced with the enthusiasm of the crowd, Jiang He glanced at the mysterious scammer next to him, and with a mysterious expression, said, "You can find me online later. I will sometimes do fortune-telling live in the stream, all for free. You can follow my Douyin account." Great. A master who is accurate and free. Naturally, everyone was eager to support. In the end, amidst the crowd's farewell, Jiang He left the scene. Once he had walked a bit farther, Jiang He said to the audience in the live stream, "Damn, I almost got exposed. It seems that being a scammer isn't that easy." The audience in the live stream burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Damn, I thought I encountered a smart one, but turns out he's just a fool. Brothers, I think I know how to become a Zodiac blogger now. Wait for me." No wonder they say Zodiac bloggers grow their accounts quickly. It turns out to be like this. The less someone has, the more they want to hear. Jiang He seems to have nailed the core trick of being a scammer. Seeing the comments in the live stream, Jiang He smiled and said, "Actually, everyone understands these tricks. Normally, when you see these kinds of people on the street, you don't even need to pay attention to them. By the way, what do you think would happen if those people really followed me and then found out I was just messing with them?" The audience in the live stream imagined that scene. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help but laugh. By the way, I might not be able to tell fortunes, but I do have some little life hacks that I've summarized over the years." Jiang He said seriously, "Actually, everyone encounters some idiots in life, and these idiots can bring us various troubles. Making them uncomfortable can affect our work efficiency and quality of life. If you're facing such a situation, you can go to the pharmacy and buy a few herbs. Like I used to use 4g of dried tangerine peel, 2g of star anise, 5g of licorice, 5g of rhizoma ligusticiae, then boil it down to 1 bowl. Finally, pour it hot on the other person. You'll feel much better. Of course, if you find that troublesome, you can skip the dried tangerine peel and star anise and just pour some golden juice instead. The audience initially thought Jiang He was being serious and started taking notes. But when they heard the last two sentences, they were left dumbfounded. Then why don't I just stab him twice? Golden juice? I wouldn't even dare touch that. You know, this method, aside from being illegal, isn't that bad. Just as the audience was teasing, a strange male voice suddenly rang out in the live stream. He's I. Jiang He looked towards the voice and saw a middle-aged uncle walking towards him with a smile, waving his hand to greet Jiang He. Jiang He waved back. Before long, the uncle reached Jiang He's side and said with a smile, I was just watching your live stream at home. My daughter said your pendant looks nice and insisted I buy one for her. I thought since you were nearby, I'd come find you to get one. Hope you don't mind? Not at all. Since you're a fan, you're like family. Pick whichever one you like. Jiang He said, opening his hand to show the pendants. The uncle carefully selected one and finally chose a small pendant with a Hello Kitty design. I'll take this one. My daughter has always liked Hello Kitty. Sure. Since you're here, how about a photo together? Sure. After agreeing to the uncle's request, they took 2 photos together. Once everything was done and Jiang He was about to leave, the uncle suddenly called out to him. Hey, he's I have a small question I wonder if I can ask you. Go ahead, we're all family. Chapter 38. Does the lighter leak oil? The uncle scratched his head a bit awkwardly and said, we all know you're quite wealthy. A rich person, like, you should have a good grasp of money management, right? Jiang He replied, to be honest, I've only been wealthy for 2 days. No, wait, just 1 day. It's fine. So what do you want to know? If it's about making money, don't ask. I'll tell you I'm not interested in money. He interrupted the uncle's words. However, the uncle, not taking it to heart, continued, that's not it. I want to say that I earn over $5,000 a month, but I have to pay nearly $3,000 in mortgage. I also have to support a child in kindergarten and a baby who is still breastfeeding. My wife can't work because she has to take care of the 2 kids. Right now, my monthly income just about covers our family's expenses, and I feel a bit guilty for making them live such a hard life with me. I want to ask, in my situation, can I take a mistress? At first, Jiang He was listening seriously to the uncle, but by the last sentence, he was stunned. Huh? What are you talking about, buddy? Even the viewers in the live stream were confused. Mistress what, buddy? Am I that cheap? It's hard enough to drink 2 bottles of Wangzai milk. And you want to take a mistress? Mistress? Did you see me kill someone? Mistress is immoral, not brainless. Looking at the uncle's expectant expression, Jiang He fell silent for a moment, patted the other's shoulder, and said, at least you've shown that you're poor in resources but rich in ambition. Upon hearing this, a flash of disappointment crossed the uncle's face. So it really is impossible? Wait, you really want to take one? Jiang He looked at the uncle in shock and said, a mistress is not a fool. What do you have to offer? Your bag on your head? If she S with you, she S getting nothing out of it. And she still has to help you support your family and take care of kids and sleep with you for free every day. Isn't that possible? Seeing the uncle's sincere question, Jiang He fell silent again. Seeing Jiang He not speaking, the uncle said with some disappointment, forget it, I'll think of a way myself. Jiang He, you think too much. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the uncle's phone suddenly rang. The uncle first told Jiang He, wait a moment, I'll take a call. Then he answered the phone. Not sure if it was a middle-aged habit or something, the uncle put the call on speaker right after answering. A heavy voice came from the other end, speaking in a local dialect. Stop introducing your cousin or any friends to me for work. You need to call him and tell him to get lost. He only worked for 2.5 days, and you paid him for 3 days. Hurry up and tell him to get out. The uncle was evidently confused and said, what is wrong? Isn't he quite capable? Why are you telling him to leave for no reason? A sigh came from the other end. Then the person continued, he moved into the factory yesterday, but there's no bedding, and he said he needed to buy some. I saw him looking pitiful, so I let him squeeze in with me for one night. That bastard didn't he even wear his damn underwear to bed. The problem is, while he was sleeping, he knocked me awake. I asked what was pushing against me, and he said it was his damn lighter. I told him that lighter is going to burn someone. I realized it right away. At this point, the uncle's mouth was slightly agape. He paused for a moment and said, so, does his lighter leak oil? It leaks like hell. The person on the phone suddenly got agitated. That bastard shot out of bed. Do you know what I mean? He jumped up from the bed in a hurry. He didn't even stay in the dorm. He went out to stay in a hotel that night. You need to call him right now and tell him to get lost. Get out of my factory. At this moment, Jiang He, who was eavesdropping on the call, was stunned. He thought the fan who appeared in his live stream today was outrageous enough. But he didn't expect this to be even more ridiculous. Not just him, even the viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Although the other party was speaking in a local dialect, most people could still vaguely understand what it meant. When the caller mentioned shot out, The viewers had already filled the screen with question marks. Huh? Is there still Sichuan opera to watch? Good lord. How big of psychological shadow must that be? I bet he won't dare to sleep with anyone again for the rest of his life. But what surprised everyone was that the uncle at this moment actually said, it's hard to find workers now. If he can work, shouldn't we keep him? The person on the phone fell silent. Keep him? What can he do? I'm asking you, what can he do? Me? Tell him to get lost. Beep, beep, beep. After the person on the other end shouted angrily, he hung up. At this moment, Jiang He suddenly asked the uncle, brother, is that your boss? The uncle looked at Jiang He and nodded. Yeah, he's my factory boss. I started with him when he started his business. And we've been together for over 10 years. Our relationship is quite good. Brother, after working together for over 10 years, earning only over 5,000, don't you feel something is off? The uncle was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of realization. So you mean he is cheating me? Jiang He looked at the uncle with some speechlessness. If it were before, it wouldn't be a problem to think that way. But now I suspect your boss is keeping you based on feelings. Really? The uncle said, half convinced. Jiang He didn't say anything but patted the uncle's shoulder and then left. Once a little distance away, Jiang He said to the viewers in the live stream, brothers, I don't know if you've noticed something, the boss just told his cousin to get lost. Not him. In fact, most of the time, this boss's emotions seemed quite stable, so I suspect this guy has done such outrageous things more than once. The viewers in the live stream thought for a moment. An employee who has been working for over 10 years and only earns 5,000. Either the boss is completely heartless or the employee has a significant problem. From the brief conversation just now and the uncle's insistence on taking a mistress, it's highly likely it's not the boss's problem. You're right. So do you think the big brother can take a mistress? Now the question arises, is there really a mistress for such a big brother? Or let the big brother take his cousin instead? Upstairs, you're simply a genius. Just as the viewers were scheming, another boy walked up to Jiang He. Once he got a bit closer, he said to Jiang He, hello, host. Can I get a pendant? Jiang He looked the boy over. How to put it? He seemed a bit strange. Chapter 39, can Chinese be arranged like this? Normally, those who come to him for pendants are definitely his fans. Otherwise, who would go up to a stranger on the street to ask for a free pendant? But since they're his fans, they should call him Jiang He, or at least Hizai. After all, his Douyi name is Hizai. Yet someone called him Anchor. It's not that it's wrong. It just feels strange. Jiang He sized up the person. Not very old, probably in their early 20s. About the same age as Jiang He. But there was an undeniable fatigue and frustration on their face, as if they had just gone through something bad. All right, brother. Take whatever pendant you want, Jiang He said with a smile. Thank you, the boy said seriously as he chose a small pendant from Jiang He. Thank you, Anchor. I'll take my leave now. The boy bowed to Jiang He, which surprised him. No need to be so polite. Jiang He said, brother, you don't look too good. Did something happen? If you tell me, maybe I can help. Once a person achieves a comfortable life and financial freedom, they often want to do some good deeds. The satisfaction and joy that comes from doing good deeds is quite strong. Especially seeing the boy's lifeless expression, Jiang He wanted to know what had happened to him. He thought the boy would say a lot of nonsense, but the boy just shook his head. It's nothing, just that I lost my job. Jiang He raised an eyebrow. Unemployed? What did you do? I'm actually looking for an assistant if you... No. Jiang He was thinking that since he was looking for an assistant, if the boy was suitable, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let him try. But the boy quickly waved his hands, interrupting Jiang He. What I mean is, I'm on vacation. Huh? Jiang He was a bit confused. How can being on vacation be considered losing your job? Besides, with that expression on your face, shouldn't you be happy? Who likes to work? Upon hearing this, the boy nodded seriously. Huh? Jiang He was even more confused. Seeing Jiang He's expression, the boy continued. It's like this. I've always had poor social skills since I was young. When I was in school, not many people were willing to play with me. When I was lonely, I could only go to internet cafes, and in that noisy environment, I would order a companion game so that someone would have to play with me for hours, just for the money. After saying this, Jiang He's gaze towards the boy suddenly turned sympathetic. But before he could say anything, the boy continued. Then when I graduated and started working, I found out that there's something called a company in this world, which can provide me with a whole bunch of colleagues to play with. We all play a game called KPI together, and the company not only doesn't ask me for money, but pays me every month. The key is that the company uses salaries and PUA to make colleagues afraid to quit, which is equivalent to giving me a group of long-term, stable companions. The boy's eyes grew brighter as he spoke, but Jiang He's expression started to become bewildered. Is this guy speaking human language? At this moment, the boy excitedly said, not only that, but I later found out that as long as I stay at work longer, everyone will spend more time playing with me. And in the entire department, Everyone except the leaders has a pained expression. Seeing everyone's painful faces while they have to be with me gives me a sweet satisfaction. In this forced love, I feel that my life has never been so happy. Jiang He. Bro, are you even human? Chinese can still be arranged like this. Not just Jiang He, but the audience in the live stream was also dumbfounded. It felt like this guy was a product of going crazy at work. Am I still alive? How'd I end up hearing this kind of bizarre stuff? I think I know why this guy has poor social skills. How can you have good social skills? A born work thief. Beast. In the midst of the audience's condemnation in the live stream, the boy said with a face full of regret, "It's a pity I forced them to work overtime for 3 months and they couldn't take it anymore. Even the leaders didn't want to come to the company, so they gave us a long weekend this week. Since I got up this morning, I've been shopping outside. I'm so bored, why won't they play with me?" I messaged my colleagues and they didn't reply. Sigh. Am I really that unlikable? Jiang He looked at the boy expressionlessly, then snatched his pendant back from his hand. All right, now I don't like you either, get lost. The boy looked confused at Jiang He. Wasn't it said that as long as you were a fan, it would be given for free? Jiang He slowly approached the boy and said, "My benefits, I wouldn't give to a work thief like you." The boy looked at the pendant in Jiang He's hand, his expression becoming even more dejected. He shook his head, sighed, then turned and left, muttering as he walked. Why doesn't anyone like me? Work is better. If only I could work all the time. Originally, Jiang He felt that his actions were a bit excessive given the boy's dejected expression. But upon hearing this, he immediately gritted his teeth. Pure work thief. You want to work all the time? Why don't you just drop dead, you beast? At this moment, Jiang He also looked at the bullet screen and said, "Brothers, you must not become this kind of beast. If you're really bored, go do anything else. Just don't think about working. If it really doesn't work, go to Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen, take out a loan to buy a house. That way you won't be bored. You'll be under so much pressure every day that you won't be able to sleep." The bullet screen that was originally cursing the work thieves suddenly turned to curse Jiang He instead after hearing this. After all, these days, advising someone to buy a house is no different from advising them to die, especially in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. Is this a Hell Express version? Looking at the bullet screen in the live stream, Jiang He smiled and said, "Brothers, don't look at buying a house as something so terrifying. Think about it. If you took out a loan to buy a house at my age, when you're 25, you only need to pay $4,000 per month. Aside from giving up some past passions and being afraid to buy things you like, it's not that bad. After 2 years, when you turn 27, if you empty your parents' pockets to get married, that would be perfect. Life will get better in no time. Then after another 2 years, when you have a kid, your motivation to earn money will suddenly increase. There's pressure to have motivation, and with motivation, you can live a better life. Except for facing the unreasonable exploitation of your boss during the peak of layoffs at 35, it's not that bad. By the time you're 55, when a mortgage is paid off, you'll be free. There will be no pressure at all, and you can live a good life. The worst that can happen is that just when you finish paying off the mortgage, your son wants to get married and buy a house. What's the big deal? There's pressure to have motivation. And this time, not just you, but your wife and son will also have motivation. A happy life is right in front of you. After hearing Jiang He's words, the live stream was filled with question marks. Chapter 40. 100-Day Subsidy. Don't say it. Just listening to it makes me want to die. It turns out that the generation passed down through generations refers to the lone die. Think positively. This is still a smooth sailing life. If there were a disease or something, the pressure would really be overwhelming. Shut up. You're even more detestable than the previous scab. Looking at the discomfort of the live stream audience, Jiang He felt a bit better inside. However, at that moment, a super chat caught Jiang He's attention. Did He see the video just released by the Rongqing Traffic Police? Jiang He raised an eyebrow. Rongqing Traffic Police? What do they post? Saying this, Jiang He searched for the Rongqing Traffic Police account on his phone and saw the video they posted half an hour ago. Today, the Rongqing Traffic Police during enforcement. This video talked about the incident a few hours ago where a little fairy provoked the traffic police. But what Jiang He didn't expect was that the little fairy, or rather the little fairy boy, was actually a guy. Moreover, he was a social media influencer from abroad. Although his popularity was average domestically, he had quite a few fans abroad. He did this today purely to gain attention and film some prank videos. But he didn't expect that the domestic punishment for provoking law enforcement would be so severe. The Rongqing Traffic Police also stated that they would impose strict penalties on such behavior, intended for publicity. If nothing unexpected happens, this guy will likely be charged with obstructing official duties and disturbing public order. If that's the case, this would be a great relief. But this man is now a woman. To be precise, he used to be a man, but now he is completely a woman. However, his surgery was completed not long ago, so his ID still states he is male. This means that if he is sentenced, he will most likely end up in a men's prison. Things are getting interesting. After watching the whole video, Jiang He's expression became a bit strange. The audience in the live stream also finished watching the entire video with him. At that moment, the live stream exploded. That day, the prisoners in the jail were more excited than those outside. Wow. Is it like a pre-New Year celebration in prison? I can't even imagine. Forget it. I shouldn't think about it. No, I can't think about it. Prisoners, thank you, Mother Nature, for your gifts. Looking at the live stream comments, Jiang He's expression grew even stranger. If you remembered correctly, that woman, no, that man looked okay and the body was also decent, although he knew it was the power of technology. But the people in prison didn't care about that. That place, not to demonize it, but you can't expect the guard to watch over you all the time, can you? There must be times when the surveillance doesn't catch everything, right? Once it reaches that point, the prisoners who haven't seen a woman in years, oh, just thinking about it feels a bit too brutal. After a moment of silence, Jiang He looked at the camera and said, "Bad news, brothers. The 100-day subsidy has been sent." Hearing this, the live stream erupted with laughter. In this cheerful atmosphere, Jiang He suddenly noticed an Apple Experience store next to him. A thought flashed through his mind, and he said, "Brothers, do the big streamers nowadays like to give away apples? Do you want some?" As soon as he said this, the live stream was flooded with yes, instantly reaching 999. Seeing this, Jiang He smiled and said, "All right, I'll buy some for you." He suddenly realized that sending lucky bags was also a way to attract popularity and increase followers. Just right. If he spent over $1 million, he wouldn't have to pay. So why not get some good stuff to give away to the live stream audience? Giving away a few hundred top-spec iPhones, wouldn't that boost his popularity? Thinking this, Jiang He walked into the Apple Experience store. As soon as he stepped inside, a salesperson approached and asked, "Hello, which model would you like to see?" Jiang He directly asked, "What's the most expensive and best one you have right now?" The salesperson's eyes lit up, smiling as they led Jiang He to a particular phone. Currently, the best phone from Apple is this iPhone 16 Pro Max 1TB version in front of you, with an official price of 13,999 yuan. This phone is equipped with. Jiang He waved his hand, interrupting the salesperson. "Hold on a second." Saying this, Jiang He took out his phone to check his account information. After a day's live streaming, his account followers had reached 3 million. Seeing this, he said, "Brothers, I currently have 3 million followers, so how about I buy 300 units to give away to you?" He looked at the salesperson. "How much is it for 300 top-spec units?" The salesperson's mouth dropped open. 300 units? "Yes, 300 units. Calculate the price." "Please wait. I'll ask the manager. You can rest here." The salesperson immediately took Jiang He to the resting area. After all, buying 300 units at once counts as a big customer, right? While waiting, Jiang He glanced at the live stream comments. Sure enough, the audience was going wild. Compared to those who casually mentioned discounts, Jiang He's direct approach of buying and giving away live felt much more genuine. More importantly, this guy was buying 300 units in one go. Wow, are you serious, bro? Indeed. The biggest difference between being truly wealthy and pretending to be wealthy is that truly wealthy people act crazy. Some people on Douyin create rich personas, yet they only give away 1 unit in the comments. That's what a real rich person is. Damn, aren't you supposed to give away 1,000 units when you reach 10 million followers? Seeing the comments in the live stream, Jiang He laughed and said, "All right, now at 3 million, I'll give away 300 units. When I hit 5 million followers, I'll give away 500 units. And at 10 million, I'll give away 1,000 units. No, when I reach 10 million followers, I'll prepare something else for you guys. It'll be something expensive, and we can chat offline then." After saying this, he raised an eyebrow at the audience. How could the audience not understand his meaning? Official regulations state that you can't exceed 50,000. But if you really want to give, there are plenty of ways to do it. For example, holding an offline fan meeting. Everyone can give away some things offline, right? Many streamers don't do this simply because they think it isn't worth it. They spend money to gain followers and traffic. If you ask them to spend offline without being able to promote it, then what's the point? While chatting, the earlier salesperson returned and provided Jiang He with a quote. If he really bought 300 units at once, they could offer a price of 11,500 each. This price was even cheaper than the various discounts on Dog East. However, someone in the comments said that this price wasn't the cheapest. But Jiang He waved his hand. "Check out. Pack them up. Ding. This consumption totals 3.45 million yuan, triggering a cashback of 3 times. Cashback amount 10. 35 million yuan. Chapter 41. What's wrong with the dark side? After Jiang He completed the payment, the Apple Experience Store immediately began to transfer goods from nearby warehouses. The other party indicated that it would take about an hour for everything to be delivered. Seeing this, Jiang He said to the audience in the live stream, "Okay, brothers, they need some time to adjust the goods, so let's take this opportunity to do the lottery for the phones. We'll draw the winners and ship them directly. Also, those who win, remember to fill in your address right away. If I send out the package and you haven't written your address, it'll be void." Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream immediately cheered. After all, there are not completely no live streams like Jiang He's that involve buying goods. But those are mostly just for hype, and they usually don't ship directly on the day of the stream. Instead, they create a work, warm things up a bit, and boost the popularity of their live stream. Jiang He's approach, where he buys gifts worth millions in a live stream and ships them directly, is truly unique. For a moment, the live stream was filled with a joyful atmosphere. I declare, from now on, He is the only wealthy person in my heart. I don't know about others, but I can definitely see that He has money. This casual spending attitude is something that those who create personas can't fake. Indeed, when people have money, they become more handsome. I see He as the most handsome on Douyin. Although most of the audience was cheering, a small portion still questioned Jiang He's earlier statement. They believed that some winners might not realize they had won and therefore would not fill in their addresses. So it would be unfair if he didn't send them their prizes. Some even suspected that Jiang He would take this opportunity to not send the prizes to the winners, purely for publicity. To these people, Jiang He disdainfully replied, "What fairness are you talking about? Is it fair if a pie falls from the sky and hits you on the head? If you didn't catch the pie, is it unfair? Did I ask you to sign up for a card to enter the lottery, or to get a fan card to enter the lottery? Or did I ask you to send gifts to level up for the lottery? I didn't even ask you to follow me. What are you barking about? I'm just giving it away, and you're still being picky? You think I'm doing something shady? Well, I'm doing something shady. For those who are cursing me in the comments, saying I'm a conspiracy theorist, as long as I see your ID, I will definitely remember it. When it's your turn to win, I'll give it to you, just to make you mad. A blatant shady operation. What can you do about it? Don't try to morally bind me. I have no morals." After hearing Jiang He's words, the comments questioning him in the live stream suddenly decreased. Others may not know, but Jiang He's performance over the past 2 days has made it very clear. This guy really holds a grudge. If you really curse him, he really send it. Brothers, participate in the lucky bag in the upper left corner. We'll draw 15 units. And there are only 15 units in stock at the store. I'll send them directly to you. It'll be quick, so participate quickly. As Jiang He's words fell, the audience in the live stream actively participated. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and the 15 lucky winners appeared. Jiang He immediately said, "Hurry up and fill in your addresses. Hurry, hurry, I'm going to ship the packages." While speaking, Jiang He contacted nearby delivery personnel to come and pack the items. Since these are valuable items, the delivery person also needs to check them when shipping. Before long, 15 top-spec iPhone 16s were packed in front of the audience. At this moment, Jiang He opened his live stream backend in front of everyone and began to fill in the addresses. As he wrote, he said, "Congratulations to this brother from Shanghai with the ID for winning a top-spec 16. Here, the tracking number. You can see for yourself. The delivery person is packing it right here, and it's express delivery. It'll arrive tomorrow, so remember to sign for it and send me the unboxing video." As Jiang He's words fell, a gift effect floated up in the live stream. User gifted streamer a Porsche 1. Thank you. I'll post the unboxing video tomorrow. Although it was just a gift worth 120 yuan, everyone noticed that this guy was already at level 20. So that 120 yuan gift was quite thoughtful for him. Seeing this, Jiang He smiled and said, "No need to send gifts. Just remember to post the video." Now, let us move on to the next one. Congratulations to this friend from Beijing with the ID for winning a top spec 16. Not to mention, buddy, this name is a bit abstract. Remember to post the work. Congratulations to this ID called Congratulations. Every time Jiang He read out a name, he would package, label, and show the tracking number to assure everyone that it was a brand new, unopened top spec 16. Originally, the audience was looking a bit envious, but suddenly Jiang He paused while filling in an address. He first examined the address, then glanced at his phone, and finally searched through his phone. After doing all this, Jiang He looked at the camera with a strange expression and said, "Next, I can't congratulate you, because one of you is going to be unlucky." Saying this, Jiang He displayed his phone backend. At that moment, the audience saw that one of the winning viewers had the ID. Even more absurdly, Jiang He scrolled to this guy's private messages. Buying trending topics all day long for publicity, wasting public resources. People like you should be stripped of their nationality. The internet users who follow such clowns are all fools. Not only that, but Jiang He also pulled out a screenshot. It was a screenshot from his live stream. The timestamp was from just a few minutes ago. Around the time Jiang He was preparing to draw the lottery, this person had posted a comment in the live stream. Besides publicity, do you know anything else? At this moment, the audience reacted. This one definitely wouldn't get sent. If it were other hosts, everyone might worry that they would hold back and send it out for fear of being criticized. But he is Jiang He. Well, looks like one unlucky person won't be sleeping well tonight. ISNT going to show us his address. Too bad. He met the most vengeful host on Douyin. Now it's good. Has one more lifelong hater. Amid the audience's teasing in the live stream, Jiang He smiled broadly. Let us congratulate the audience in the live stream for having one more chance to win an iPhone 16. And let us thank this hater for their contribution. As AV, given up a spot. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream erupted in applause. Only the winning hater was fuming, sending dozens of comments on the screen in anger. If you can't play, then don't play. Not sending the prize ISNT shady. What is? I'm going to report you for being a host who can't play. Although I was wrong, that is not a reason for you not to send it. People like you are fit to be hosts. Watching the other person's spamming behavior, Jiang He shrugged. Look, someone else getting anxious. Hurry up, the more anxious you are, the happier I am. Jiang He's mischievous expression made the audience in the live stream laugh even more. This is really satisfying. Chapter 42. What matters is attitude. Come on, draw 86 more phones. And then directly draw 100 phones for the last 2 lucky bags. Quickly finish drawing all 300 phones. Then you fill in the addresses. And I'll fill out the shipping labels. Once the phones arrive, I'll pack them and send them to you. Saying this, Jiang He launched another lucky bag in the live stream, this time for 86 high-end models. Originally, there were 85, but that last wave of black fans contributed one. The bullet comments in the live stream were full of teasing towards the recent black fan. Thanks to the Hype Brother for giving us a spot. Over 10,000 phones and you still don't want them. It's all you, Hype Brother. Don't forget the well digger when drinking water. Thanks to the Hype Brother. Hi, brother. Don't forget to record and post your work to roast Jiang He. Even if you didn't get a phone, you can still contribute some fun. Faced with a screen full of ridicule, the Hype Brother was also frantically angry, retaliating against the teasing audience in the bullet comments. But no matter what he said, everyone just watched for fun, laughing happily. In fact, because of his presence, Jiang He's live stream seemed even more interesting. After all, who would refuse to tease a funny person while waiting for the draw to happen? But just as the atmosphere was harmonious, a sudden noise erupted in the live stream. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing that familiar dog barking, the audience instinctively looked towards the live stream. Jiang He also subconsciously looked towards the store entrance. Sure enough, outside the Apple Experience store, Lai Fu was barking at Jiang He with bare teeth. Jiang He. Damn it. Weren't you locked up? After a moment of shock, the live stream was filled with unified comments. The concept god has arrived. The staff of the Apple Experience store, unaware of the situation, immediately approached the entrance to drive Lai Fu away. Lai Fu didn't argue with them. When they chased him away, he just moved a little further away and continued barking at Jiang He. Seeing this, Jiang He twitched his mouth and pointed at Lai Fu. Say, you can keep barking. You can bark for at most another 6 months, because when winter comes, you can be eaten as dog meat. Lai Fu seemed to understand Jiang He's words and barked even more fiercely. The staff also seemed to realize Jiang He knew Lai Fu, so they asked him what to do. Jiang He just waved his hand. Ignore him. He only barks and doesn't bite if you find him annoying. You can go to street and find the owner of that Wang Gu Sichuan restaurant, tell him his dog has run over, and let him come take it back. Hearing this, the Experience store immediately sent someone to find Lai Fu's owner. After all, a dog barking outside their store would affect their business. However, compared to the Experience store staff, the live stream audience was quite curious about how long this dog would bark. Seeing the audience's comments, Jiang He shrugged and said, who knows? Anyway, he barked for an hour downstairs at my place this morning, and when he got tired, he even went to the nearby river to drink water. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream laughed even more happily. In this joyful atmosphere, the second lucky bag ended, and Jiang He began filling out the shipping labels according to the addresses they provided, getting ready to pack the phones once they arrived. Then came the third and fourth lucky bags. Once all the lucky bags were drawn, the phones ordered from the Apple store also arrived. Jiang He started packing and shipping them together with the delivery guy. The whole process was live streamed. The audience witnessed how 37 professional lucky bag grabbers missed out on their phones because they didn't write their addresses immediately after winning. Subsequently, Jiang He sent out another lucky bag for the 37 winners, delivering the last 37 phones. Once everything was done, Jiang He let out a long breath and said to the audience in the live stream, "Finally finished, all 300 phones have been sent out. Brothers who receive the goods, remember to film unboxing videos. I bought insurance for all of you in case they get lost or swapped. Contact me. I'll call the police and then claim compensation from the delivery company." The audience in the live stream understood this. Even though all 300 phones were packed and shipped in front of them, they might not actually receive the phones. The reason, well, those who understand, understand. No matter how good SF Express is, the staff below are still human, and there are always things that go wrong. At this time, some were worried that Jiang He wouldn't ship to those who wrote addresses and whether he would be swayed by the public opinion. Upon seeing this, Jiang He looked indifferent and said, "Swayed by public opinion? Let them be. I don't care. Am I going to spend money just to get myself upset? Am I crazy? Besides, if they want to post videos, let them do it. Isn't that increasing my popularity? Haven't you heard an old saying? If you have reason and evidence, go to court. If you have no reason or evidence, go to the police. If you have no reason or evidence, go to the reporters. If you're being unreasonable, go to mediation." Now, I'll add another line to this. If you want to take advantage but don't succeed, go post on TikTok. For Jiang He, sending out lucky bags indeed has its reasons for increasing popularity and followers, but fundamentally, he's pursuing a win-win situation. The netizens get benefits. Jiang He spends money for better rewards from the system. Everyone is happy together. But now there are people leveraging his status as a big streamer, thinking he would consider online public opinion, trying to morally bind him, not following the rules, even insulting him, yet still forcing him to send out the lucky bags. Can Jiang He agree to this? That would make him a big fool. He spends money for the rewards from the system to make himself happier. It's not to give others the opportunity to morally bind him and disgust him. Jiang He's words also receive the approval of most fans. Most netizens find such people disgusting and repulsive. But most streamers, to avoid public pressure, would choose to take a step back. After all, if public opinion pressure gets too high, it will affect their streaming reputation and their ability to earn money. Even if they are unhappy, they have to endure it. Just like most people in real life, facing certain unpleasant situations but being forced to compromise. Even if they can understand, it still feels frustrating. But Jiang He's not like that. He refuses to be bullied. He has just one attitude. Do whatever you want. I'm not taking any crap. This is something that the vast majority of streamers cannot do. The audience watching were thrilled. Yes, that's the attitude. Keep it up. Sure. As long as Jiang He maintains this attitude, I will never unfollow. Exactly. I watch the live stream to have fun. Don't create those frustrating plots. I just want to enjoy. If the streamer can maintain this attitude in the live stream, he might not become huge, but he definitely won't lose many followers. Seeing these comments, Jiang He smiled and said, "For now, let us not think about losing followers. After all, when I hit 5 million followers, I'll do another way for you guys, and if you don't win, then unfollow. But I'll say it in advance, you can't insult me. I hold grudges. If you insult me, even if you win, I won't send it." As soon as this was said, the audience in the live stream laughed even more happily. What they wanted was exactly this attitude. Chapter 43. Jiang He's live room doesn't support idle people. In a lively atmosphere filled with laughter, Jiang He left the Apple Experience store. He glanced at the time. Even though he hadn't done much today, the day had almost passed. So he addressed the viewers in the live stream. "All right, brothers, that's it for today's live stream. After I send out the benefits to you, I'm going to treat myself. By the way, to the brother of the Emperor of the Middle Bath, I will contact you and have an agent handle the transfer. No need for a face-to-face meeting. I'm a bit introverted. So, see you tomorrow." With that, Jiang He ended the live stream and put away the drone. As the live stream closed, the system's voice echoed in Jiang He's mind. Ding. Live stream ended. Daily settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Live stream lucky bag has been sent to the system warehouse. Back in the car, Jiang He first secured the drone, then said to the system in his mind, "Open the lucky bag." Ding. Daily lucky bag opened successfully. Reward. A Patek Philippe Super Complication Watch Series 6104R001. Ding. Live stream lucky bag opened successfully. Reward. Special skill language barrier. Huh. Jiang He raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have discovered a small pattern. The daily lucky bag seemed to only yield items that could be measured in money, or in simpler terms, things that could be bought with money or even money itself. For example, this Patek Philippe. According to the system's introduction, this Patek Philippe Super Complication Watch Series 6104R001 has a market price of $18 million in the country. It's expensive, but if one really wants to buy it, it's available domestically. However, The livestream lucky bag is different. It produces some things that go beyond reality. For instance, the previous skill card and this time's language barrier. Language barrier. Before you fully master the other person's language, you can determine whether they're insulting you and what profanity they're using through their body language and microexpressions. At the same time, you can learn the swear words in their language quickly during brief exchanges. In simple terms, this skill allows you to learn the other person's language through insults. Of course, you can only learn the profanities in their language. However, this skill has its benefits. That is, no one can insult Jiang He to his face. As long as someone insults him, he will be aware of it. It's a rather strange skill. Jiang He looked a bit confused. Why would he be rewarded with such a strange thing? He considered himself a very cultured person. Why would he need to learn the profanities in someone else's language? Isn't that damaging to his image? Besides, being so cultured, who would insult him anyway? Forget it. Let us go relax with a foot bath. Recalling his thoughts, Jiang He navigated to a nearby foot bath establishment and drove over. He had given benefits to his live stream audience today, so he should treat himself a bit as well. As the saying goes, a full stomach means being well-fed and warmly dressed. Yes, that's right. Meanwhile, the Rongqing traffic police released a statement today about that little fairy mail incident, which was too abstract and sparked widespread discussion, especially where she would end up. It piqued the curiosity of countless people. As the heat of the incident increased, many netizens discovered this matter actually had a connection to Jiang He. You see, Jiang He had been trending these past few days. Even those who didn't follow him knew who he was. And if it weren't for the hundreds of thousands of viewers in Jiang He's live stream fanning the flames, the heat wouldn't be so high. Coupled with the various abstract talents that appeared in Jiang He's subsequent live stream today, it directly spawned a new trending topic. Jiang He's live room doesn't support idle people. From the start to the end of the broadcast, not a single idle person appeared on screen. It was all talents. Even a dog became a conceptual deity in his live stream. At the same time, netizens who won prizes in Jiang He's live stream but hadn't received their items began posting rights protection videos. Among them, the hype guy posted over 20 videos, frantically accusing Jiang He. Because these people only showcase parts beneficial to themselves in their videos, many passing netizens frowned after watching, thinking Jiang He was an unplayable streamer. But after a quick search, they realized the situation was not at all like that. You mean to say, they sent out phones for free. You didn't fill in your address and missed out, and now you're blaming others for not sending it? Understood. Even though you insulted others and privately slandered their family, it's still others' fault for not sending you a phone, right? I don't know about anything else. But I do know Jiang He hasn't even released a statement claiming he sent out 3 million worth of phones this afternoon. It's clear who is hyping things up. Why don't you just call Jiang He and ask him to transfer you the balance in his bank account? Because they've experienced too many twists and turns. Netizens now instinctively search for related events after finishing their snacks. Plus, Jiang He's lottery was live-streamed the entire time. Once netizens searched, they quickly found out the cause of the incident. Naturally, they wouldn't support these foolish individuals. The hype guy was even mocked fiercely. Any passerby who saw him would have to laugh at him, but he seemed to mistakenly believe he had become popular. Upon seeing his view count, he went completely mad, continuously posting rights protection videos. Whether his actions gained him followers, passersby didn't know, but they knew that the hype guy's behavior only boosted Jiang He's popularity. With Jiang He saying during his live stream that the next wave of benefits would come at 5 million followers, with a draw for 500 top-spec iPhone 16s. These passersby hurried to follow Jiang He, hoping to get in on the next round of benefits. On the other hand, watching Jiang He trending again, the day's little sister felt envious to the point of her eyes turning red. She told her audience in the live stream, "Brothers, my eyes are really going to turn red. Look at this guy. He has 5 million followers now. I refresh and it goes up. It won't be long before he hits 10 million. I've been working for years, and he's gaining followers faster in just a few days." Hearing the day's little sister's words, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you try giving away 300 top-spec 16s? Exactly. If he can give away 300, you can give away 500. Don't be timid, old woman. Just go for 1,000. You'll definitely gain followers faster than him. Feeling envious? You should be. I'm envious too. Why do his followers get 300 top-spec iPhones? Looking at the barrage in the live stream, the day's little sister pouted. Damn it, I can't compete with him. These gifts worth millions. Who can afford that? You'd rather kill me than ask me to give away 3 million. Chapter 44. Abstract across time as soon as Daizio may finish speaking. An avatar in the lower right corner of the live stream flickered, and then the voice of Tun Tun appeared in the room. "Oh, come on. You used to be a top streamer. You can't be too broke to spend 3 million, right?" Tun Tun's contract with her old company was also about to expire, so she had been frequently active in various live streams on Douyin to warm up her presence. This was also why she had appeared in Jiang He's live stream before. Today, she happened to be chatting with Daizio Mei in her live stream when she saw Jiang He trending again. Hearing Tun Tun's words, Daizio Mei rolled her eyes and said, "No matter how big the streamer is, they can't handle what Jiang He is doing. Although I also give away iPhone 16s, I do it one by one, and they're not even top configurations. One of his phones is worth 2 of mine. Just today alone, he's given away more than I do in a month. Just look, this guy just gave away a 3 million yuan phone. Based on his current growth trend, he will reach 5 million followers by tomorrow at the latest. And then he throw out another 5 million yuan phone. That is almost 10 million. He doesn't sell products or promote brands, just gives out welfare. Who can compete with that? Ask around. Who in Douyin dares to play like him? Even the biggest streamers would collapse." As she spoke, Daizio Mei pulled out her WeChat and found a page of chat records to show in the live stream. "Look, when Jiang He and I were out eating barbecue, he said he was going to beg for money. But then the game developers contacted me. I asked them how the collaboration with Jiang He was going, and guess what they said? They said Jiang He had never contacted them at all. His so-called begging was just a joke." The viewers in the live stream glanced at Daizio Mei's chat records. Sure enough, the liaison from the game company clearly stated that Jiang He had only asked for their contact information but had never reached out to them. They placed an order for Jiang He through the official Douyin platform, and he didn't respond. The most outrageous part was that Jiang He left any contact information on his public social platforms, which made it impossible for the game developers to reach out to him. Even when Daizio Mei sent Jiang He's WeChat card over, the other party couldn't add him because Jiang He had set his privacy to restrict users. In simple terms, this guy had no intention of taking ads or collaborating with those merchants. He was a pure lone wolf. Upon seeing these chat records, many viewers who had watched Jiang He streams were dumbfounded. Wow, so he was serious about streaming as a hobby. This is really streaming for fun, without making any money. Daizio Mei wonder aloud. Am I the only one curious about how much Jiang He earns in gifts in a day? Don't even think about it. It's impossible to make 3 million in a day. This guy is really rich. Looking at the viewers' comments in the live stream, Tun Tun suddenly asked curiously, "Wait, wasn't he Jiang He streaming on Douyin for a few years? Why are people just now realizing he's rich? Didn't he give away large amounts before?" Hearing this, Daizio Mei was also taken aback. Yeah, did this guy just remember to start making money recently? As she said this, Daizio Mei opened Jiang He's Douyin account. Then she discovered something outrageous. Jiang He seemed to not know how to edit videos. All his videos were just a phone pointed at a computer screen, filmed in one take. The content was particularly rough and lacked any appeal. Perhaps realizing this, Jiang He stopped posting after a few videos of different games. Aside from the Douyin video he posted a couple of days ago in front of the police station, his last post was 3 years ago. The content was Jiang He playing Honor of Kings on his computer and solo killing Yao with Li Bai, with voiceover from Sealy. The video had no highlights, and the background music even felt a bit abstract. If viewed a few years ago, this video would hardly have any views or likes. But now, especially in light of Jiang He's recent live streams, this fit his style perfectly. Looking at Jiang He's Douyin from a few years ago, viewers in a live stream were filled with question marks. What is this? An abstract version ahead of its time? What is this abstract ancestor thing? And why does this old video seem fun now? Is this understanding of transcending time? Daizio Mei said, "Here is a fun fact. I've watched Jiang He for over 2 years, and theoretically, if he plays a different game every day, he shouldn't attract followers. He has barely kept some fans because of his banter while playing games and occasionally being abstract." Reading the comments from the live stream, Daizio Mei's mouth hung open. What is this? It didn't get popular because it was too abstract, but now it's popular because it's too abstract? Is this the legendary abstract king that transcends time? But why didn't he just stream one game honestly before? At least that would attract similar fans. Daizio Mei asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, the live stream was filled with comments saying, "You have his WeChat. Why don't you ask him?" Seeing this, Daizio Mei quickly pulled out Jiang He's WeChat and sent him a message. "Are you there?" After nearly a minute without a reply, just as Daizio Mei was about to send another message, Jiang He replied, "I've loved before, but not with children." Daizio Mei? What the hell is that? Daizio Mei said in bewilderment, and then directly called Jiang He on WeChat. The phone rang for several seconds before Jiang He picked up. Damn, master, be gentle. As soon as the call connected, Jiang He's inexplicable voice came through. Then a deep male voice followed. Kid, your muscles are pretty good. I've been in this business for so many years, and I haven't seen many with your level. Not bad, ah. It hurts a bit, be slower. Don't worry, I'm very careful. I've been doing this for a long time. The conversation between the two left the viewers in the live stream in a frenzy of confusion. Even Daizio may forgot to speak. It was only when Jiang He started talking again that she snapped back to reality. What are you calling for? Daizio May looked at the risk warning popping up in her live stream and quickly asked, What are you doing? I'm live streaming. Oh, why do you care what I'm doing? Daizio May said with a strange expression, Wait, you're actually with a guy. Shut up. I'm just using a fascia scraper. Stupid. Jiang He scolded Daizio May and then directly hung up the call. Could it be that you hit the nail on the head? And he embarrassed. Before Tun Tun could finish her sentence, Jiang He sent a video over. Daizio May connected to it, and then Jiang He, shirtless, appeared on the screen. In the video, Jiang He was lying on a bed while an experienced practitioner was scraping his back with a fascia scraper. Every time it scraped, Jiang He's face twitched, clearly in pain. Chapter 45. Old woman is just an old woman. Did you see that? Why did you call me in the middle of the night? Don't you know my address? Jiang He's words may die. Xiao Mei blushed instantly. She shouted back at Jiang He. What do you mean, I know your address? What do I know? Don't say random things, all right? I'm still live streaming. But the viewers in the live stream seemed to have discovered something interesting, and they were all spamming question marks in the chat. Even Tun Tun couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, your private relationship. Seems pretty good. Shut up. I've only met him once. Just once, and you're going to his house? You're really that open? Shut up. Ugh. It's not something I can explain clearly to you. Jiang He, you need to clarify. Dai Xiaomei said to Jiang He. However, Jiang He looked unconcerned. Is it so strange that I know where my house is? Many of my viewers know, even that dog Lifu knows. You don't? Dai Xiaomei, you're the dog. Your whole family are dogs. I'm your dad. You're your mom. Seeing the two of them quickly start bickering again, Tun Tun hurriedly said, Hey. Don't forget the main point. What did you come to find him for? Hearing this, Dai Xiaomei came back to her senses and asked Jiang He, right? My viewers wanted me to ask you, why did you only recently think about giving out goodie bags? Didn't you think of starting a channel before? Also, why did you keep switching games during your previous streams? Jiang He raised an eyebrow. What's so surprising about that? I just got money recently, so I'm giving out goodie bags. I didn't have money before, so I didn't give any. As for games, of course, I play whatever I find fun. Come on, suddenly having money and not spending it, just running to the live stream to give away benefits? Are you the legendary Shuli Ji? Dai Xiaomei looked skeptical. Believe it or not, I'm your dad. If there is nothing else, I'm hanging up. I'm still scraping fascia here. Upon hearing this, Dai Xiaomei noticed that the fascia scraper behind Jiang He hadn't stopped the whole time. Every time the master scraped, Jiang He's face would twitch, clearly in pain. But because he was on a video call with her and live streaming with a bunch of people watching, Jiang He chose to endure it. This seemed to also be the reason Jiang He casually found an excuse to fool her. He really wanted to hang up the video call. Seeing this, a smirk appeared at the corner of Dai Xiaomei's mouth. A bad idea popped in her mind. Oh, don't be in a hurry, brother Jiang He. Don't you like video chatting with me? You're so flirtatious. Jiang He looked at Dai Xiaomei on his phone with a face full of disdain. He didn't understand what was wrong with her, why she suddenly started acting bizarre. Oh, don't say that. I just want to chat with you more, Dai Xiaomei said sweetly, completely unfazed by Jiang He's words. Even the viewers in the live stream were confused about what she was trying to do, and the question marks were piling up even more. Who pressed your remote? The transition is a bit fast. It's hard to adapt. We're all friends. Stop it. Forget it. Old woman is just an old woman. Paratrooper 1 is ready. Ready to take off. Jiang He didn't know what was wrong with Dai Xiaomei, but he felt she had some ulterior motives. Stop talking and hang up. Don't. I said I just want to chat. I didn't say you could flirt. I'm not. I usually talk like this. You and your mom. You're not hanging up, huh? I just want to spend more time with brother Jiang He. Slapped before Dai Xiaomei could finish her sentence, Jiang He lit a cigarette on the video and took a deep puff. Is your live stream still on? Jiang He raised an eyebrow at Dai Xiaomei. Dai Xiaomei's expression changed instantly, and the previously cute demeanor vanished. She hung up the video call immediately, cutting off the scene of Jiang He smoking. But it was too late. Although her live stream audience was stable at a few thousand, as a former top streamer, she had a contract with Douyin and her own exclusive review. The main job of this review was to monitor her live stream to prevent her from engaging in any behavior that violated regulations, which could create a big rhythm. After all, she was a former top streamer, and respect had to be given. So when Jiang He lit the cigarette and exhaled smoke, Dai Xiaomei's live stream went black. Not only were her health points deducted, but the live stream was also banned for 24 hours. Seeing this scene, Dai Xiaomei was stunned. Jiang He, you beast. She sent Jiang He a voice message, message sent, but the recipient refused to accept it. Jiang He had blocked her. Originally, Dai Xiaomei predicted that Jiang He would break through to 5 million followers the next day. But in reality, that very night, Jiang He's followers surpassed 5 million. Although most of them were attracted by the goodie bags, he had indeed entered the ranks of internet celebrities with 5 million followers. Moreover, many predicted that if Jiang He, like before, directly gave away 500 units, even more people would follow him for the 10 million followers benefit. At that time, Jiang He might become a phenomenon-level streamer on Douyin in a short period. At the moment Jiang He broke 5 million followers, there was a flood of comments under his latest video urging for the goodie bags. Come on, brothers, get ready to receive 500 Apple 16s. Bro, I don't want an Apple. I want a Boeing 747. When will Jiang He release the 5 million followers benefits? Is he going live? How about Jiang He releases a video to warm things up? At least it would help gather more viewers for your live stream. What's the point? Jiang He doesn't do promotions or collaborations. It's the same whether there are many or few people. However, despite the fans' enthusiastic comments, Jiang He did not respond at all. He neither answered questions in the comment section nor released a video to warm things up. This made many viewers who were following him for the 5 million followers benefit start to question his behavior. Fortunately, the old fans remained relatively calm. After witnessing Jiang He's inexplicable giveaway earlier in the afternoon, everyone felt that he would definitely give something away during the live stream, and not warming up was a normal behavior. However, just when all the fans were filled with anticipation, a video released by the Rongqing police entered everyone's view. Today, the Rongqing police conducted a surprise raid against illegal activities. Originally, this was just a normal promotional video for a raid, but coincidentally, there was a familiar figure in it. Even the voice was particularly familiar. Police uncle, you have the wrong person. I really just came here to get a foot massage. That bag isn't mine. I didn't know this place was illegal. Chapter 46. You don't need to consider going out, although the video was blurred. Jiang He's fans immediately recognized his familiar figure. After all, there are very few streamers who have been caught for foot washing online. There are none like him who have been caught twice, at least none that are publicly known. Jiang He is the first. Even though he wouldn't admit it, it didn't matter because his fans recognized him. Bro, you got caught again? It's only been a few days since the last time. Was that myofascial release just a deception? Wow. Are you just here to boost your KPI? At that moment, Jiang He had no idea about his fans' exasperation because he was chatting with another guy in the same room. How did you get in here? Jiang He asked the man, who looked to be about the same age as him. Since I'm here, I might as well settle in. They'll eventually interrogate me. I really just came for a foot wash. Compared to the last time, he was caught immediately upon entering. This time, he was a bit more unlucky. Just as the technician asked him to take off his shoes, the police rushed in. To make matters worse, there was a used blue smuff in the corner of the room. This was truly an unspeakable situation, and he could only wait for the DNA test during the interrogation. Hearing what Jiang He said, the guy across from him helplessly replied, I don't know, I just came to look for a job, and then I got locked up. Huh? You got arrested for job hunting? Were you applying to be a madam? Jiang He asked in disbelief. No way, the guy said with a helpless expression. I've been in Rongqing for over 2 months and can't find a job. They want to take me because I have a prior burglary record. Jiang He twitched his mouth. If he were in their shoes, he wouldn't take him either. Don't talk about giving others a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you want to take risks, you should be responsible for the consequences yourself. So, you went stealing again? Jiang He asked tentatively. To his surprise, the guy shook his head. How is that possible? I'm not stupid. How could I commit a crime again? I already changed after the last time I went in. Jiang He looked at him skeptically. Then how did you end up here? The guy shrugged and said, I was thinking, since they didn't want you to come in passively, I would make them want to keep me for a job actively. You held a knife to HR's neck? Jiang He rolled his eyes at him. Do you really think I'm that dumb? That would be a much heavier sentence than burglary. So what did you do? He. The guy grinned and leaned closer to Jiang He, whispering, I went to a 4S store, pretended to look at cars. Then took the opportunity while the salespeople weren't paying attention to start the car and crashed into several other display cars. Jiang He looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he would do such a thing. Before Jiang He could respond, the guy glanced outside and continued. They wanted me to pay for the damages, but I don't have any money, so they call the police. But I believe they will definitely beg me to come work for them. Otherwise, even if they lock me up, they want to get compensation because I have no money. When he mentioned having no money, An unparalleled confidence erupted in the guy's eyes. That confident look was something Jiang He couldn't comprehend. He weakly replied, "You went to jail, and when you get out, you still have to find a job to pay them. There is something called enforced execution." The guy across from him was stunned. "What enforced execution? I don't have any money, so what can they execute?" "They can directly deduct money from your account, leaving you only the local average living expense, and the rest goes straight to them." This statement completely flustered the guy across from him. His previously confident expression finally changed. "No, it can't be. I don't have a job. How can they take my money? If you don't work after you get out, how will you live? You have to look for a job, right? Am I not looking for a job right now?" Jiang He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. For a moment, his brain went blank. It seemed like a dead end. Seeing Jiang He silent, the guy asked, "They won't really sentence me, right? I just got out." Jiang He replied, "If the amount isn't large, it could be negotiated, especially with a letter of understanding. There is a chance it could be suspended. But since it's already criminal, it can't be revoked. By the way, what car did you crash?" The guy frowned and thought carefully before saying, "I don't know. I don't recognize the brand, but I remember that logo clearly. It looks a bit like a pitchfork." Saying that, the guy raised his eyebrows and added, "I'm not stupid. If I crashed a luxury car, how many years would I have to work to pay that off? I specifically looked for a less-known small brand. It's probably not worth much." His proud expression didn't he even notice that Jiang He's gaze had changed. Jiang He squatted down and drew something on the ground. "Is a logo like this?" The guy nodded, "Yes, that's it." Sighing, Jiang He said to the guy across from him, "That is a Maserati. Remember to keep your distance from it when you get out. By the way, how severe was the crash?" "A bit serious. I crashed into 6 or 7 cars in the showroom, and 1 airbag even deployed." Jiang He's mouth dropped open. "Forget it. You don't need to think about going out anymore." Shaking his head, Jiang He continued, "Luxury cars are luxury cars. Even that little distance in the showroom could accelerate. Well, it could also be that the safety features aren't very good." The guy across from him didn't understand what Jiang He was mumbling about. He paused for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it. It's fine. They wouldn't want to get nothing at all, right? They will definitely beg me to come work for them." Jiang He. This was the first time he had seen someone more confident than himself. At this moment, the guy looked at Jiang He and asked, "By the way, brother, I haven't asked how you got in here." Jiang He tilted his head and thought for a moment. "I just took off my shoes and got caught." "Huh? Why, do you have athlete's foot that blinded the police?" "Maybe." Jiang He didn't elaborate further. Just then, the door opened and a police officer said to Jiang He, "We checked the surveillance and consumption records. And we also tested your DNA. You really didn't engage in prostitution. You could just sign a form and leave." "All right," Jiang He replied and quickly left the room. The police officer who planned to leave with him was stopped by the guy who had just been chatting with Jiang He. "Wait, officer, when can I go to work?" The officer glanced at him, said nothing, and silently left. "Work? You can dream about it." Chapter 47. Is Jiang He live streaming crazy? Because Jiang He was arrested in the early morning. Although he kept shouting his innocence, well, everyone who gets arrested claims they are innocent. Moreover, the number of people arrested this time was simply too many. By the time he proved his innocence and was released, it was already past 10 in the morning. Jiang He first returned to the footbath city to drive his car away, and then he went home. Having not slept all night, Jiang He didn't even play with his phone when he got home. He just took a shower and went to sleep. He slept for more than 8 hours. He slept soundly, but his fans outside were going crazy. After all, the last time Jiang He was just a bit late to start streaming, which proved his innocence. He hadn't actually engaged in prostitution, and the police had made a mistake. But this time, Jiang He had disappeared for an entire day. What could that possibly mean? Oh no, could it be that He was really caught in the act? Oh no, my 5 million fan benefits are gone. This is really bad. Being caught in prostitution means certain cancellation. Damn it, He, you have no heart. Give me back my top-tier iPhone 16. When Jiang He finally woke up, freshened up, and had breakfast and dinner, he looked at the rapidly increasing messages in his back end and was momentarily stunned. To avoid misunderstandings and to claim today as streaming rewards, Jiang He quickly started a live stream using a drone, because the news of his suspected prostitution arrest was still circulating outside, and many fans were waiting for his 5 million fan benefits. As soon as he started streaming, the room was flooded with viewers. Within a few seconds, the online audiences surpassed 10,000. Seeing the barrage of comments flooding the chat, Jiang He didn't pay much attention and said while eating, "What rumors are you all spreading outside? I just played with my phone a bit longer last night and slept in this morning, and now it turns into me being arrested for prostitution? Am I that kind of person? I, Jiang He, am a person of integrity. I swear to never associate with gambling or drugs in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, viewers in the chat couldn't help but start mocking. You're not even mentioning the prostitution, huh? You got arrested for gambling and drugs, right? We're too embarrassed to say it. Being arrested twice in 3 days, you're really something as a streamer. With all your money, can't you find something more upscale? Looking at these comments, Jiang He showed a helpless expression and said, "That is really not me. I should have had some brothers see me in an old woman-esque live stream yesterday. I was just doing some fascia scraping. How could I have gone to engage in prostitution? I'm really not that kind of person." However, no matter how Jiang He explained, the viewers in the chat just wouldn't believe him. Of course, who would believe that? The video from the early morning said you were arrested, and then you just disappeared for an entire day. They would rather believe that Jiang He paid for his release than believe he didn't go. Seeing that no one believed him, Jiang He had no choice but to say, "How about this? Although I've never been arrested, I like to watch some legal videos. It's well known that if someone gets arrested for prostitution, they have to notify their family, right? You can ask my family if they receive call from me." Upon hearing this, some serious viewers directly asked for Jiang He's family contact information. Jiang He shrugged and said with a somewhat suppressed smile, "Sorry, I'm an orphan. I don't have family." As soon as these words came out, the live chat was filled with question marks. This is really unsolvable. Then Jiang He continued, "First of all, it's you who said I was arrested, so you need to provide evidence that I was indeed arrested for prostitution, rather than me proving that I wasn't arrested. I can't fall into a self-incrimination trap. I can't just let you say I ate several bowls of noodles and then have to cut open my stomach to show you my intestines, right? Now, since you can't prove I was arrested, that means I was arrested. Is there a problem?" The live chat fell silent, with viewers just spamming question marks. Although Jiang He was technically correct, they were the audience. They were fans. They were netizens. They weren't the police. What evidence could they provide? Just as Jiang He ignored the question marks and doubts in the chat, preparing to continue eating, he suddenly heard a strange sound of insults in his ear. "Idiot. F your mother. You piece of SHT. I want to kill you. You better not let me catch you. I'll kill you sooner or later." Even though Jiang He could hear the insults, his expression was particularly strange, because the one insulting him this time wasn't a person. His mouth slightly opened as he looked out the window. A series of dog barks spread throughout the live stream. Countless people were spamming the words "Concept God." Jiang He, with a somewhat confused look, approached the window and looked down. Sure enough, Laifu was squatting in that familiar spot, launching into familiar insults directed at Jiang He. It was just that this time, Jiang He could understand Laifu's meaning from every bark. It was a very strange feeling. Although what he heard was barking, Jiang He could truly understand what Laifu was saying. "System, F your mother." Jiang He cursed inwardly at the system. In that moment, he suddenly understood what the language barrier skill awarded by the system yesterday meant. Looking at Laifu below, who was still barking insults at him, Jiang He remained silent for a moment, then tentatively barked back an insult. "Idiot." Although that was the meaning, what came out of Jiang He's mouth was, "Woof, woof, woof." Upon hearing Jiang He's response, the viewers in the live chat were stunned. Many people intensified their spamming of question marks. But compared to them, Laifu was even more confused at that moment. It was obvious in its eyes that it was filled with shock. But soon, it launched into even more furious insults. "You are the idiot. Your whole family is. You piece of SHT. IF." Jiang He couldn't just let it be, could he? Confirming that Laifu could understand the dog language he learned, Jiang He began his counterattack. "Idiot. Barking at your mother. Beastly thing. I'll F you. No. You beast." For a moment, Jiang He and Laifu began a fierce exchange of insults. But this scene appeared particularly bizarre to the viewers in the live chat. From their perspective, Jiang He was standing at the window on the second floor of the villa, barking madly at Laifu, who was on the roadside below. "Woof, woof, woof. Woof. Woof, woof, woof." That was pretty much the scene. What the F? Is the live stream going crazy? No way, bro. Are you really barking at a dog? Is it my imagination? Or does it feel like Heezy is also cursing quite dirty? It seems like Concept God is even angrier. Why do I have the feeling that Heezy is really barking at someone? Even though they couldn't understand what Jiang He and Laifu were saying, they felt that this person and dog were truly exchanging insults. It seemed Jiang He wasn't just casually barking. He was genuinely barking. In this confusion, the exchange of insults between Jiang He and Laifu entered a heated stage, with both sides noticeably increasing the speed and intensity of their barking. Chapter 48. The useless Laifu. The audience initially thought this farce wouldn't last long. After all, how much can one person and a dog really argue? But inexplicably, they felt that both Jiang He and Laifu were getting angrier. The insults kept escalating, and the dog barking grew louder. For a full half hour, Over 100,000 viewers watched as one person and one dog exchanged barks from distance. At this point, there were no other comments in the chat. Only the barking sound from the duo. Meanwhile, the popular streamer Jiang He, who had switched to a secondary account to broadcast Jiang He's live stream after the main account went offline, looked bewildered at her viewers and asked, "Brothers, they can't keep barking like this forever, right?" Hearing Jiang He's words, the viewers were also uncertain. If it were someone else, perhaps not, but Jiang He. Maybe. These two might really pull off something like this. What interspecies arguing? Jiang He wouldn't even care about the grievances of a dog. So why was everyone watching them bark? Glancing at the chat, Jiang He suddenly had an idea and said with a smile, "Come on, brothers. Let us have a prediction contest. Guess how long they will keep barking. I bet it'll be under an hour. That's about the limit. Their throats can't take it any longer." With that, Jiang He set up a prediction contest in her live stream. One option was within an hour. The other was beyond an hour. After much hesitation, most viewers chose within an hour. After all, they could hear that Jiang He was barking quite forcefully and would likely be unable to keep it up for long. Plus, Laifu's voice should also have its limits. It couldn't keep barking forever. However, some viewers who believed in Jiang He chose beyond an hour. They thought that while a human's voice might have limits, Jiang He's foul temper might surpass those limits. On the other side, other residents of Lushan International noticed something was off. The living environment here was indeed decent, with not many residents, most of whom had bought properties but rarely lived there. However, this didn't mean that Jiang He was the only household in Lushan International, especially as it got later and quieter. Jiang He and Laifu's barking stood out as particularly noisy. Initially, some residents found it annoying and asked the security to check the situation in the property management group, until someone in the residents group posted, "The new guy is arguing with the dog downstairs." This statement caused an uproar among the residents. "Are you kidding? Arguing with a dog? Is this for real? Where?" A resident near Jiang He shared his location, and immediately, neighboring residents rushed downstairs to watch the spectacle. They would stop to watch even if it were just people arguing. So why wouldn't they be interested in a person arguing with a dog? Before long, a crowd had gathered around Jiang He's home. Initially, some security guards wanted to disperse the crowd and tell Laifu to leave, but residents immediately stopped them. Many took out their phones to record this bizarre moment. Although they couldn't understand what Jiang He and Laifu were barking about, they could feel that both sides were barking rhythmically and even seemed to be communicating. Emotionally, both were giving their all. It was a strange feeling, but it was definitely there. Who would refuse to watch such a spectacle? Some residents even brought small stools to sit and watch. Jiang He and Laifu noticed this scene, but didn't stop. Until a moment came when 40 minutes had passed. Jiang He finally stopped barking. He stepped away from the window. The surrounding residents and the viewers in the live stream thought Jiang He couldn't take it anymore and was ready to end the farce. Jiang He cheered, preparing to settle the predictions in the live stream, when suddenly Jiang He reappeared at the window, dragging a water hose. He took a few swigs from the hose and started barking again. Woof, woof, woof. Laifu downstairs was startled by Jiang He's antics and barked back a couple more times. Once it regained its composure, Laifu immediately began to retaliate. Woof, woof, woof. However, after battling for dozens of minutes, its voice was much weaker than Jiang He's. At this point, the onlookers also sensed something was off. One resident ran back to their home, dug out a water hose, connected it to the hose used for watering plants nearby, and then tossed the other end to Laifu. Laifu hurriedly took a few sips and then began a fierce counterattack. After that, one person and one dog engaged in a prolonged battle again. Whenever they felt their throats couldn't take it anymore, they would take a quick drink and then retaliate wildly. After all, from either side's perspective, if they drank water, the other would bark a few more times, and if they didn't bark back, they would be at a disadvantage. This century-long farce took the surrounding onlookers from curiosity at the beginning, to excitement later, and finally to exhaustion. The residents looked at the still barking duo with tired faces, filled with despair. They just wanted to know the outcome, but it seemed both were quite stubborn. Jiang He's voice had gone hoarse, and Laifu's tone was barely audible. Yet neither of them stopped. They just kept barking. The viewers in the live stream even saw a rotation of new viewers. Some who had light sleep had even finished a round of sleep. These two were still barking. The sky began to lighten. An array of sunlight appeared on the horizon. Laifu's barking had transformed from the initial woofing to a whimpering sound. That noise, if one didn't know better, would think it was being spoiled. At this moment, Jiang He's voice wasn't much better, sounding like an elderly person, mumbling unclear words. Yet compared to that primitive Laifu, Jiang He knew how to use tools. He dug out his microphone and speaker from his home and forcibly increased his volume to suppress Laifu, whether it was the viewer's illusion or not. At the moment Jiang He pulled out the speaker, a look of despair seemed to appear on Laifu's face. When the sun fully rose, Laifu finally stopped barking on its own. It tucked its tail between its legs and wobbled away from Jiang He's door. At this moment, Jiang He finally spoke a human sentence. Useless Laifu. The emergence of this phrase caused the live stream chat to explode. Countless I1 comments filled the screen. Looking at the barrage of comments, Jiang He's mouth curled into a proud smile. A mere useless dog. What could it do to me? Don't talk about one dog. Even if it were 10, 100, or 1,000, I could suppress them with ease. Hearing Jiang He's somewhat melodramatic words, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but laugh and cry. They had never seen anyone win an argument against a dog. Chapter 49. Selling without trying? Watching Laifu leave, Jiang He finally felt a bit tired. After a whole night of barking, his throat felt like it was on fire. Brothers, good night and see you in the morning. I need to get some sleep. I can't take it anymore. Jiang He waved his hand and said. Just as he was about to end the stream, he suddenly realized something and added, forget it, I should get some throat lozenges, or I'll wake up unable to speak. With that, Jiang He walked out of the community. Arriving at the pharmacy, Jiang He asked the clerk for a box of throat lozenges. As he was paying and getting ready to leave, a girl walked into the pharmacy. She was somewhat attractive, and with the hot weather, everyone was dressed quite lightly. Jiang He couldn't help but admire her figure. At that moment, the girl said to the clerk, "Hi, I have a bit of a cold. Could you help me get a box of cold medicine?" "Cold? Then take a look at this," the clerk said as she took out a few boxes of medicine. By this time, Jiang He had admired her enough and was about to leave when he suddenly heard the girl ask the clerk, "Excuse me, what does this medicine taste like?" "Huh?" Jiang He's steps paused. That question, he had never heard it before. He looked at the clerk, whose expression also showed a hint of confusion. No one had ever asked about the taste of medicine before. It's not like they were buying snacks, right? The clerk shook her head, somewhat bewildered. "I'm sorry. I don't know." Hearing this answer, the girl frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "You're selling medicine, and you don't know what it tastes like?" The clerk's lips twitched slightly, but she still replied, "I'm sorry, I haven't tried this one." "What?" The girl's tone clearly rose several pitches. "You dare to sell it without even trying it yourself?" The clerk fell silent for a moment. Finally, she picked up the medicine she had prepared for the girl, looked at the ingredients carefully, and said, "It's a bit bitter, but also somewhat sweet because it contains sucrose." But the girl, with a skeptical expression, asked, "Didn't you just say you didn't know?" The clerk pouted and said, "Because we are a pharmacy, and there are thousands of medicines in the store. I didn't think of the taste right away. I only remembered after looking closely." "Oh, I see." The girl showed a look of realization and finally smiled at the clerk, saying, "You are quite professional, unlike the few stores I went to before." They couldn't say anything, not professional at all. Saying this, the girl shook her head. People nowadays will do anything for money, even for something as important as medicine. They dare to sell it without trying it themselves? Isn't that harmful? Yes. The clerk echoed her words. Jiang He, who had witnessed the entire conversation, was slightly agape. At that moment, the girl paid for the medicine recommended by the clerk and left. Seeing Jiang He still there, the clerk looked at him with some confusion and asked, "Do you need anything else?" Jiang He instinctively replied, Just now?" The clerk instantly understood Jiang He's meaning and explained, "Those who come to our pharmacy to buy medicine are definitely sick. After seeing many sick people, you get used to it." Jiang He. That makes so much sense. Even the viewers in the live stream found this reasoning quite valid. That's so true. Although it feels strange, there's really nothing wrong with it. So the question is, what was that girl's illness? The clerk had a feeling of having seen many mental cases. Sure enough, pretenders are everywhere, but there are particularly many in He's live stream. Jiang He glanced at the live stream comments but didn't say anything. Pretenders? There's still one in the police station. With that thought, Jiang He left the pharmacy with the throat lozenges and returned home. Once home, Jiang He waved to the viewers in the live stream. "All right, brothers. That's enough for today. I'm ending the stream now. See you later. As for the 5 million follower gifts, I'll prepare something and see if there's anything idle to give away. Bye-bye." After finishing, Jiang He turned off the live stream. Then he washed up, popped 2 throat lozenges into his mouth, and went to sleep. After last night's verbal battle with Laifu, Jiang He felt his head buzzing and fell asleep without even opening the fortune bag. When Jiang He woke up, the sunset had already appeared on the horizon. He glanced at the time. It was already past 6, almost 7. "Good thing I moved," Jiang He muttered. If he hadn't moved and was still living in that old community, just the daytime renovations would have kept him from sleeping well. Saying this, Jiang He went to the kitchen and boiled a bowl of instant noodles. He hadn't cooked in this new home yet, so he didn't have any ingredients. Just some instant noodles he brought over when he moved, which he had bought while living in the apartment. Eating the noodles, Jiang He scrolled through Douyin to wake himself up. Brothers who often turn day into night know that sleeping during the day and waking up at night requires a longer buffer time than sleeping at night and waking up during the day. Otherwise, it always feels like your soul hasn't returned. Just after watching a couple of short videos, Jiang He came across himself. It was a special feature by a popular Douyin influencer about it. Ridiculous incident in the streaming circle. Just last night, a streamer comparable to the abstract Mona Lisa potion in the past emerged in the Douyin live streaming world. The former potion went viral with the phrase "Do you deserve it?" repeated for 7 hours with viewers. And last night, Douyin's most popular streamer, He, engaged in a 13-hour verbal spar with a dog. Despite crossing species, He managed to infuriate Laifu with his powerful verbal talent. The influencer described Jiang He's actions from last night in detail, even explaining why Laifu had been following Jiang He and cursing him for days, as well as the backstory leading to Jiang He's 13-hour tirade against Laifu. After listening to the influencer's account, all the onlookers were dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? Are you saying a person and a dog had a 13-hour argument? They suggested everyone watch the original video, where Laifu truly looked furious. Those who had seen the original video knew that He wasn't just shouting randomly. He was indeed cursing, the dog with a rhythm. They still remembered the shocked expression on Laifu's face when He first countered. Because this incident was so absurd and abstract, it led to the influencer's video going viral too, garnering over 3 million likes. Jiang He was also searched frantically by netizens. Upon learning that Jiang He still had the 5 million follower gifts to give away, more people followed him. Just after sleeping through the day, Jiang He's followers increased from 5 million to over 7 million, getting closer to the coveted 10 million mark. Chapter 50, what are the brothers looking for? Looking at his current fan count, Jiang He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. At this rate, he would unlock the milestone of 10 million fans in just a few days. By then, he could also unlock a new boost. Jiang He was quite looking forward to the milestone boost for 10 million fans. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he still had 2 fortune bags to open. So he said to the system in his mind, "Open the system fortune bags." Ding! Daily fortune bag opened successfully. Reward: unexpected wealth. Ding! Livestream fortune bag opened successfully. Reward: beloved by all. Unexpected wealth. You will receive an unexpected fortune. Cool down time: 72 hours. Beloved by all, before you actively harm others. They will have an inexplicable fondness for you. Note: fondness is merely a psychological illusion. No cooldown time. Jiang He was a bit surprised. The rewards this time were similar to his previous guesses. The daily fortune bag was related to money, and the livestream fortune bag had all sorts of strange things. But it seemed that today's daily fortune bag had upgraded. Instead of just giving cash outright, it involved finding a middleman, or something else, but still involved money. However, the beloved by all was quite nice. When Jiang He saw this term, he immediately thought of Yanghua, the first charm demon in Jin Yang's work, a monster with a natural fragrance. That was truly beloved by all, loved to the point that his arm was chopped off. Bringing his thoughts back, Jiang He began to consider today's live stream. Originally, according to the previous live stream rhythm, he should have already surpassed 5 million fans. And he needed to plan to give the audience in the live stream room a benefit for reaching 5 million fans. However, due to the time difference being a bit off in the past 2 days, going to the Apple Experience store to get 500 Apple devices and then shipping them at this time might completely mess up the time difference. Jiang He suddenly thought of something. How does time difference get messed up? Thinking about it, Jiang He's mouth curled up slightly. He seemed to know what he was going to stream today. On the other side, a group of fans were waiting outside Jiang He's live stream room, eager to watch. After all, no one could predict when Jiang He would distribute the benefits for 5 million fans. Nobody wanted to miss out on the 500 top-tier iPhone 16s. But Jiang He was known for being abstract, so he might just start the live stream and draw directly. To avoid missing out on this benefit, everyone had no choice but to wait outside his live stream room. As the sky darkened and Jiang He's live stream room still hadn't opened, many people ran to the Rongqing police station to see if there were any new updates on videos. This inexplicable tacit understanding led to some strange comments under the video released by the Rongqing police yesterday. What are the brothers looking for? Seeing that the Rongqing police haven't released a new video, Are you all relieved? What is called reputation? This is reputation. What are you looking for? What are you looking for, brothers? Dad will help you find it. They were all here to find Jiang He. It was just at this moment that Jiang He's live stream room opened. With the opening reminder, a crowd surged into the live stream room. Just as everyone was about to ask Jiang He why he was starting the live stream now, they noticed that today's live stream environment was a bit different. It was a relatively dimly lit small room. There was a projector in the room, playing a classic movie by Stephen Chow. Jiang He was reclining on a sofa chair in the room, wearing a loose, standard pajama set, which seemed to have some words on it. But Jiang He had covered them with tape. He was eating green grapes and raised an eyebrow at the camera. Brothers, I finally washed my feet. I waited at the door for half an hour, making sure no one was checking on me before I came in. Saying this, Jiang He turned the camera around the room. Look, it's a legitimate foot washing shop. I'm an honest person, not going to those strange places. Upon hearing this, the live stream room was suddenly filled with question marks. Still not giving up, huh? Where are the police? Haven't they arrived yet? Which brother can recognize which shop this is? Report it. This seems hard to identify. Which shop is this? Looking at the comments in the live stream, Jiang He curled his lips and said, a bunch of animals want to report me again. Huh? Don't worry, I've hidden all the words. So you definitely can't report me this time. Besides, I really went to a legitimate place. Would I dare to live stream otherwise? As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, a super comment flew across the live stream. Ton. So you admit that the previous 2 times were not legitimate, right? Otherwise, why would you stop the live stream? Nonsense. When did I stop the live stream? I've never been before. This is my first time washing feet. Can you stop spreading rumors about me? Lawyer's letter warning. Just then, as Jiang He was arguing with the audience in the live stream, the sound of high heels echoed outside the door. Talp, talp, talp. Immediately after, a knock sounded. Hello, technician. Come in, Jiang He said to the door. The door opened, and a technician in a high-slit cheapao with her hair up walked in. When the audience saw the technician's looks and figure, the live stream room exploded. Countless people were asking for the address in the live stream. But Jiang He only raised an eyebrow at the camera and didn't say anything. At this moment, the technician walked up to Jiang He, bowed, and said, Hello, Technician 88 at your service. After saying that, the technician looked at Jiang He. Jiang He nodded, and only then did the technician start to run the water. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live stream was even more confused. Are you not familiar with this process? Is this really your first time? Do you believe that River Boy is here for the first time, or that I am Qin Shihuang, adoptive father? Please tell me the address, can I beg you? It's all fun and games, but can you not take pictures in entertainment venues? River Boy is being unreasonable. He is actually still live streaming at this time. Jiang He glanced at the comments in the live stream, then handed the technician a mask and said, Do you want to wear this? I'm live streaming. The technician looked at the drone Jiang He had placed on the service table, shook her head, and smiled. It's fine. We are a legitimate bathing place. Not afraid of being filmed. Hearing this, Jiang He said to the audience in the live stream, Did you hear that? I'm going to a legitimate place. The technician doesn't mind being live streamed. Upon hearing this, the technician gave a sweet smile to the camera and said, If you all have time to come to Rongqing, you can come to Wuhou District, Xinjialianhui Health Center, and ask for me. I'm Technician 88. Jiang He. No. Jiang He's face changed drastically as he hurriedly tried to stop the technician from continuing. But when he looked at the comments, he realized it was too late. The screen was filled with excited ha-ha, and everyone was laughing at the same thing. Only the technician looked at Jiang, who had a face full of despair and confusion. Chapter 51. Don't say it. I don't like to hear it. Looking at the confusion on the technician's face and the screen full of ridicule in the live broadcast room, Jiang He fell silent. He sighed and then looked at the technician and asked, Can you accept multiple people? Huh? The technician looked at Jiang He with a blank expression. Aren't you a buddy? You just said it was regular. Are you live streaming this? Is it a regular live streaming platform? A digital station? Before the technician could react, Jiang He lay back on the sofa chair. Midnight, multiple people, uniforms, thrilling excitement, the intertwining of desire and money. Listening to the words coming from Jiang He's mouth, the technician's expression changed from confusion to shock. Finally, it carried a hint of fear. Bro, we are a regular foot massage shop. We don't have what you mentioned. Saying this, the technician tugged at her short skirt, afraid that she might have misled Jiang He. But Jiang He didn't even look at her, just waved his hand and said, It's fine, you go ahead and wash. I've already verified the voucher, and it can't be refunded. Oh, okay. The technician replied, and then began the process of washing Jiang He's feet. But she occasionally stole glances at Jiang He. Seeing the faint deadpan expression on Jiang He's face, the technician couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Until, temporary inspection. Don't move. The door to the private room was pushed open, and several police officers rushed in. The sudden change scared the technician, and she trembled, standing against the wall, afraid to move an inch. Only Jiang He remained calm, looking at the police officers at the door. At this moment, the police also noticed Jiang He. He turned on the light. When he saw Jiang He's appearance, the inspecting officer seemed momentarily taken aback. "How come it's you again?" He. Jiang He chuckled dryly, then said, "What do you mean it's me again? This is our first meeting. Don't say that. My audience in the live stream will misunderstand." Hearing this, the police officer glanced at the drone next to Jiang He, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Why aren't you crying injustice this time?" Not understanding what the police officer was saying, Jiang He habitually argued back, then said, "This is a regular foot massage shop. I checked it out. What is there to cry injustice about? You are here to crack down on prostitution, not me." He. The police officer chuckled dryly. The next second, a voice came through the officer's walkie-talkie. "Captain, we caught two in the act. This shop is indeed suspected of prostitution." "What happened to the regular shop?" Jiang He looked at the technician by the wall. The technician dodged his gaze and then tugged at her skirt. Seeing this, Jiang He looked at the inspecting officer with a somewhat speechless expression. "Do we have to go with you again?" The police officer looked at Jiang He with amusement and said, "Didn't you just say we were meeting for the first time?" Jiang He. "Oh no, I slipped up." Before he could say anything, the police asked him, "Is this being live streamed the whole time?" "Yeah." Jiang He nodded and then took out his phone. "It's still a voucher I bought on Mate 1. Just verified. Do you want to check the consumption record?" The police officer picked up the walkie-talkie and said to the police outside, "Shao Li, check the surveillance and see when the guest in room 1688 came in." Soon, a response came through the walkie-talkie. "The guest in 1688 came in half an hour ago and hasn't gone out since." Hearing this, Jiang He showed the police officer the live stream duration in his room. It displayed 29 minutes. 29 minutes? The police officer raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang He. At this point, Jiang He was genuinely displeased. "What? You suspect I could do anything in just a few minutes? Just a few minutes? Do I look like I'm in bad shape? Am I some sort of petty dog?" Fortunately, at this moment, the police officer's walkie-talkie once again transmitted a voice. "Captain, the surveillance in 1688 hasn't been turned off. They should be doing regular foot massages. I just checked quickly and didn't find any violations." Received. After replying, the police officer looked at Jiang He and said, "Pack up and get ready to leave. This shop will definitely have to suspend operations." Sighing, Jiang He muttered to himself, "But I bought a 90-minute package." Saying this, he glanced at the live stream camera and then gave a middle finger. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at this moment. "Should V let you wash your feet quietly? Now you're enjoying it, huh?" Jiang He. "What did the police uncle mean by asking why you're not crying injustice this time? Can you explain? Weren't you just swearing that it was definitely a regular shop? How come someone got caught in the act? One shop gets cleaned up, another gets raided. You're about to be blacklisted by the Rongqing foot massage shops." As the staff member, the technician was naturally taken away. Meanwhile, Jiang He found an angle where the drone couldn't capture him, changed back into his clothes, and left the foot massage shop. Looking at the police cars at the shop entrance and the involved personnel being taken away, Jiang He shook his head and said, "I'm sorry to you all." Hearing this, the viewers in the live stream laughed even harder. "Let us find a place to eat. I originally wanted to eat after getting my feet washed at the shop, but you bunch of animals made me waste a voucher." Just as Jiang He finished speaking, he saw a girl walking towards him. The girl looked young, and she hadn't put on much makeup, but even so, her beauty couldn't be concealed. Wearing a JK skirt and a pair of white shoes, she looked youthful and vibrant. She walked up to Jiang He, waved and smiled. "Hello, Jiang He." The girl didn't try to be coy, and even spoke a bit louder, but her voice still sounded soft and sweet. Her appearance made the previously mocking comments in the live stream suddenly unify. "My wife, this is my wife. Damn it. How come Jiang He has so many female fans? Wife, open your eyes. This guy isn't a good person." I feel like Jiang He's about to set up a stall selling fried rice noodles. Jiang He looked at the girl in front of him and smiled back. "Hello, is there something you need?" He. The girl giggled and said, "It's nothing. I just saw you live streaming nearby and came over to find you. You don't know, I've been watching your streams for a long time." Oh. Jiang He was a bit surprised, because his previous popularity had always been low, with just a handful of viewers. To find a local fan in Rongqing was indeed not easy. "Is it my handsome looks and perfect gameplay that attracted you?" "No." The girl shook her head and said the most heart-wrenching thing with a smile. "The games you play are all the ones I like, but I don't have friends to play with. They all say those are stupid little games. Only you stream various stupid little games I like every day, so I've been watching you." Jiang He. "Okay, don't say it anymore. I don't like to hear it." Chapter 52, Don't Laugh. At this moment, The girl had not yet noticed Jiang He's twitching mouth and continued, I used to worry that you would starve because not many people watch your live stream. But it turns out you're a rich guy. It's okay, just average rich. Are you going to continue live streaming those silly games in the future? For now, I probably won't consider it. Upon hearing this, the girl clearly looked disappointed. But before Jiang He could comfort her, she continued, by the way, Heezy, they all say you're very wealthy now. How wealthy are you exactly? Well, how do I put this? Jiang He thought for a moment and finally revealed his Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. This watch is over 4 million. Huh? The girl's mouth dropped open. Her expression slightly surprised. Such an ugly watch costs over 4 million? Rich people really are easy to fool. Yeah, I also think this watch is ugly. Jiang He nodded in agreement. He had thought the same when the system rewarded him with this watch. It was just that he only had this one watch. So he wore it. After all, to him, a watch was just a decoration, and he didn't care about telling time. Then why did you buy it? The girl looked confused. Jiang He explained seriously, because it's expensive. If I wear it, people will know I'm rich. Now that I have money, I show it off a bit to compensate for the hardships I've endured for over 20 years. The girl chuckled dryly and then said proudly, that's because you haven't met me. If you keep flaunting in front of me, I wouldn't even notice this broken watch is worth so much. And to be honest, even though everyone says you're very wealthy, I still feel like you haven't changed much. It's no different from before. And I often think you're still poor. Jiang He, it's not that my charm hasn't changed. It's just that I made money too quickly. Do you understand what I mean? No. If it were someone else, Jiang He might think they had a contrarian personality. But this girl probably really didn't understand. Come on, take out your phone. What for? The girl asked, somewhat puzzled. But she still took out her phone. Open your payment code. Quickly. What? Are you going to transfer me money? Just open it. Oh. The girl followed Jiang He's instructions and opened her payment code. The next second, WeChat received 100,000 yuan. Looking at the 100,000 yuan that just arrived on her phone, the girl's mouth fell open in disbelief. The livestream chat was filled with question marks. Huh? Is flaunting wealth this simple now? If you're flaunting wealth like this, I really have nothing to say. Bro, I beg you, I'm also in Rome City. Is it too late for me to come see you now? How long is the event lasting? Can I make it if I come over now? Amidst the shock on the screen, Jiang He looked at the girl seriously. Now do you know how wealthy I am? Hearing this, the girl came back to her senses, nodding her head like a chick pecking at rice. I know. Heezy, you're the richest man I've ever seen. No one else compares. That's more like it. So, am I handsome? Handsome. Heezy, you're the most handsome man I've ever seen. How about my gaming skills? What can you tell from playing silly games? Still not enough money transferred. Come on, open your payment code. Jiang He took out his phone and was about to transfer money to the girl again. But this time the girl refused. No, she tightly held her phone, shaking her head in rejection. That was a surprise. If you give me more, it would just be begging. I don't want it. Hearing this, Jiang He's expression turned strange. Are you still in school? How did you know? I'm currently a junior in college. I'll graduate next year. I could tell. Anyone who has worked for even a few days wouldn't say what you just said. The girl pouted and said with a hint of pride. Who do you look down on? I can already intern, and once I find a job, I can start working. Jiang He's expression became even stranger. Are you really looking forward to working? Of course. That means I can rely on my own abilities to be self-sufficient, see a broader world, and become a freer version of myself. Just thinking about sitting in an office, using the knowledge I've learned to earn a salary, makes me excited. As she spoke, the girl revealed a look of anticipation. She seemed genuinely looking forward to working. Jiang He stopped talking to her and instead looked at the camera, pointing at the girl and saying, "This is a natural worker. I suggest she sit at a table with that scab from a few days ago." Upon hearing this, the livestream audience unusually did not refute Jiang He. Indeed, this girl could sit at a table with that scab. Since you love working so much, I'll reward you with a 007 job for 40 years, straight to retirement. People upstairs were clearly joking. How could 007 possibly live to see retirement day? Suddenly, I understood how Squidward felt watching the stupid little sponge. At this moment, the girl pouted and looked at Jiang He. Hey, I like you so much. Why are you scolding me? I'm not. I'm just speaking the truth. People who love working, aside from those burdened with mortgages, car loans, and kids, are just natural workers. Don't you like working? Don't you like earning a salary with your own skills? I don't like it. Jiang He said speechlessly. I'm a very simple and pure person. I just like getting something for nothing, enjoying the fruits of others' labor, and taking shortcuts. I want my life to be as simple as possible. I don't expect to realize my life's value, nor do I expect to exchange knowledge for a salary. I just want to win by lying down, not worry about money, and enjoy showing off happily. As soon as he said this, the live stream was instantly filled with me, too. Oomph. Lazy bum. The girl snorted lightly and said, just wait. Once I find a job and settle down, I'll build a career that belongs to me. By then, I'll definitely be richer than you, lazy bum. Generally, Jiang He would laugh at such naive words. But this kind of extreme naivety, he would only encourage. Go for it. I believe in you. Just wait. I'll work hard. All right. I look forward to your performance. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Jiang He intended to leave. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he asked the girl, what is your major in college? English. My English is great. At that moment, Jiang He experienced a strong internal struggle. His mouth involuntarily curled up, then fell, curled up again, and fell again. Control your mouth. Don't laugh. Chapter 53. Am I an Orleans roast chicken? Jiang He endured the hardships, but there was no need to endure in a live stream. Sister, your major is even worse than my civil engineering. Civil engineering? Not even a dog would study that. It can't compare to a single hair of my intelligent construction. A bunch of old geezers. As a nursing student, I suddenly found a bit of superiority over you all. I envy you college graduates, unlike me, who can only experience college life. In the teasing of the audience in a live stream, the girl looked at Jiang He with some curiosity. What's wrong? Is there a problem with my major? Jiang He took a few deep breaths to suppress his urge to laugh and asked, Sister, do you go online? Of course. Otherwise, how would I know about you? Have you seen the evaluations of your major? Oh, you mean that? The girl said nonchalantly, they say all majors are bad online. So why are there so many people going to college? I think the employment issues for English majors are more about the people than the major itself. There are differences in college entrance exam scores, so there must be differences in employment too. I believe that as long as I get through the first 2 years of internship and gain enough practical experience, I can definitely go out on my own. By then, this vast world will surely have my presence. Jiang He felt he had been trying very hard to hold back, but still couldn't help it. He glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, filled with classic. Seeing the scene made him feel a little better. It's not that he was being arrogant. Everyone had the same opinion about the girl. Innocence is a good thing, but excessive innocence can come off as foolish. Someone like her needs to be put in her place after a few days of hard work. He walked up to the girl, patted her shoulder, and said, I'll add you on WeChat. If you really can't find a job, contact me. I like your naive spirit. The girl tilted her head. Are you really going to help me find a job? Or do you just want my WeChat? Jiang He. Forget it. Just come on my live stream and send super chat in the future. Jiang He said with a smile. He felt no anger at all. He simply found it amusing. In this abstract era, it was rare to find such a silly and cute girl. Of course, this was premised on the fact that the girl was actually good-looking. Otherwise, Jiang He's evaluation of her would be silly pig. Even in an abstract era, looks matter. Without further ado, Jiang He turned and left. He looked around and finally chose a roadside barbecue stall. He casually ordered some food and sat down at the last empty table by the roadside. Then quietly said to the live stream audience, Brothers, if you want to eat something good, try to choose these roadside stalls. Most roadside stalls add a lot of effort and technology to attract customers, making their food delicious. Don't worry about whether it's healthy, it's really tasty. However, this method is only suitable for young people like us. Older folks shouldn't try it recklessly, or if something happens, you won't find anyone to blame. The audience couldn't help but laugh. Wow, you're really something, trading health for taste, huh? To be honest, if a roadside stall can make something inedible, that's just foolish. That's right, I agree with Heezy's statement. That's why I've always chosen roadside stalls. Huh, aren't you doing it because you're poor? Just as Jiang He was chuckling at the live stream comments, a big guy wearing a hat suddenly sat down next to him. Jiang He was a bit puzzled at first, but when he turned to look, he saw that all the other seats in the big stall were occupied. And they were all groups of 3 or 4, while he was sitting alone, so the guy probably wanted to share the table. Jiang He instinctively sized up the big guy and noticed his outfit was a bit strange. It was the middle of summer, yet he was wearing a hat and a mask, with the brim pulled very low. So, Jiang He leaned closer and quietly asked, Hey, isn't it hot wearing a hat in this weather? The big guy seemed taken aback. He was also sizing up his surroundings and, after hearing this, he turned to Jiang He. However, he just glanced at Jiang He without saying anything. Seeing this, Jiang He decided not to make things awkward. Soon, his barbecue was served one after another, while the big guy only ordered a portion of fried rice. Once the fried rice was served, the big guy started to wolf it down. But even while eating, he only pulled his mask up slightly, not removing it completely. This made Jiang He feel even stranger, and he kept glancing at the big guy until he finally pulled out his phone. The big guy shot Jiang He a hostile look. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Oh, I was looking at wanted notice. You look like a fugitive, Jiang He said, showing his phone screen to the big guy. Ding. The big guy's hand trembled as he was eating, and the spoon fell off the table. It was at this moment that the people around, who were originally eating, suddenly rushed towards Jiang He's table. To be precise, they rushed towards the big guy, sharing the table with him. Realizing the situation was not right, the big guy quickly pulled out a knife from his waist, while his other hand reached towards Jiang He, trying to control him. Don't move. Police. Someone noticed something was off and immediately identified themselves. Tried to intimidate the big guy to prevent him from harming Jiang He. But what no one expected was that just as the big guy's hand was about to touch Jiang He directly reached out and grabbed his wrist, then twisted it down sharply. Crack. Ah! The big guy cried out in pain. Immediately after, Jiang He smoothly twisted the big guy's wrist behind his back. The big guy instinctively stabbed backward with the hand holding the knife, but Jiang He easily dodged it. At the same time, he grabbed the wrist of the hand holding the knife. Crack. Damn. Using the same technique, Jiang He controlled both of the big guy's hands. Then, Jiang He kicked the big guy's knee pit, making him instinctively kneel down. This all happened so fast. The audience in the live stream hadn't even reacted when Jiang He subdued the guy. Even the surrounding police were momentarily stunned. When they came back to their senses, several plainclothes officers quickly stepped forward to take the fugitive from Jiang He. Then, they all looked at Jiang He in surprise. But Jiang He didn't greet them. Instead, he crouched beside the fugitive and gave him a tap on the head. You damn fool. Is it okay for anyone to put a knife to my neck? Am I your mom S. Orland's roast chicken, or what? Hearing this, the audience in the live stream couldn't hold back any longer. After all, everyone knew that Jiang He had just been robbed a few days ago. And now, he encountered a fugitive again while going out for a meal. What luck. Truly unbelievable. Chapter 54. It seems like I've been set up. Is there a magnet installed in Hizai's neck? Why is he so good at attracting knives? To be fair, Hizai's reaction was really quick this time. He subdued the person in an instant. So this guy is actually a wanted criminal? Did Hizai just look at the wanted notice right in front of him? When things are too outrageous, they seem quite reasonable. At this moment, the police responsible for the arrest also looked at Jiang He. Have you practiced? I know a little self-defense. The police raised an eyebrow. That's good. It's nice for a young person to learn self-defense. Come with us to the station. Am I on the wanted list too? Not at all, the police explained. This person is a drug dealer on the wanted list. We're here specifically to catch him, but you subdued him, so you should receive a portion of the reward money. Additionally, we will consider applying for a bravery award for you, depending on the situation. You'll need to come with us for that. A drug dealer? Jiang He widened his eyes. This was the first time he encountered someone like this in real life. Glancing at the drug dealer who had already been taken to the police car, Jiang He curiously asked, how much is the bounty on this guy? The police followed Jiang He's gaze and glanced at the drug dealer, saying, Ministry of Public Security, a level wanted notice. Bounty amount is 280,000. 280,000. Jiang He's pupils constricted. For such a stingy wanted notice to have this number, he couldn't imagine how much drugs this guy had dealt. Wow, this guy really dared to kill him. Compared to the person who robbed him before, that guy just wanted money. This was different, surrounded by police, to escape. He might even stab Jiang He to draw their attention. Not just Jiang He, even the viewers in the live stream were shocked by this amount. The chat exploded with comments of disbelief. Let's go, young man. The police interrupted Jiang He's thoughts. Oh, okay, just a moment. Let me turn off the live stream. Jiang He pointed at the drone beside him. Hearing this, the police looked at the drone. You're streaming? I didn't mean to film you. This happened so suddenly that It's fine, we're not drug enforcement officers. The police understood Jiang He's concerns and said, just turn off the stream and come with us. Okay. Jiang He waved goodbye to his viewers and ended the stream. He then went to the police station, went through a simple process, left his personal information, and then left. By the time he got home, it was already late at night. Because he hadn't eaten enough earlier at the barbecue and the takeaway took too long, Jiang He made himself a bowl of instant noodles. I can't keep eating instant noodles every day. I need to buy some groceries tomorrow. Jiang He mumbled to himself as he opened Douyin, planning to watch some videos while eating. After watching just a couple of videos, Jiang He found himself in a clip of his collaboration with the police from earlier that night thanks to big data. The title of the marketing accounts video was quite interesting. Hizai, I won't fall for the same trick twice. They even included footage of Jiang He being robbed last time, which prompted a lot of netizens to make jokes. Hizai, you want to sneak attack me again? Hizai, after last time, besides Lai Fu, no one can approach me silently. Do you think Hizai learned self-defense overnight because of the last robbery? Isn't anyone jealous of that girl from today? As is well known, marketing accounts rely on eye-catching events to gain traffic. The most affected areas are various types of fake news, followed by edited clips of internet celebrities and stars, as news naturally comes with social hotspots and can easily provoke opposition, making it a top choice for marketers. Internet celebrities bring their own traffic, which goes without saying. Recently, the hottest internet celebrity on Douyin was Jiang He, so they naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Before Jiang He even ended his stream, parts of the footage from his live broadcast were already edited and released by some marketing accounts. Not to mention, after he went offline, all the marketing accounts on Douyin posted related video clips, especially the cool moment of arresting the drug dealer just before he ended the stream. With a combination of social news hotspots and Jiang He's internet celebrity status, many marketing accounts that edited this video received hundreds of thousands of likes. As the protagonist of the event, Jiang He naturally benefited as well. His follower count, which was nearing 8 million, completely broke through the 8 million mark, reaching 8,300,000, charging towards 9 million. However, most of the comments under the Douyin video Jiang He posted earlier were still asking when he would release the 5 million follower gift bags. After thinking for a moment, Jiang He decided to film a video and post it on his account. In the video, Jiang He sat at a table, eating instant noodles while saying, "Brothers, I just got back from the police station. Regarding the 5 million follower benefits that everyone is concerned about, it should be arranged for tomorrow. I'll take care of it during tomorrow's live stream. By the way, is there anyone in Rongqing who wants to do this business with Apple? You can quote your prices in the comments below, and I'll buy from whoever has the lowest price. Besides phones, let us also ask about tablets. Let us get the whole set, 500 phones and 500 tablets. Lastly, I'm asking if there's anyone nearby who can help me transfer the car to the guy who won last time. Everyone knows I'm a bit socially anxious, so I won't show up." Within 10 minutes of posting the video, the comments reached 999, with the most liked comment being from the person who won last time. "He's I's girlfriend. Honey, are you really not going to give me a chance to meet? I've been following you for so long." Under this comment, a slew of netizens began to stir the pot. "Hang in there, brother. Perseverance will lead to success. Go for it, brother. You must get Hizai to open up. Come on, I support you becoming his sister-in-law. Hizai hasn't blocked you. He must be interested in you. Don't say it publicly, he's shy. Message him privately. He will definitely reply." Faced with these provoking netizens, Jiang He replied with a face full of confusion. "If you keep bothering me, I won't give you the car." What was meant to be a simple reply ended up with the netizen responding immediately. "Honey, why are you like this? You weren't like this with my roommate just now." Jiang He was baffled. "Roommate? What roommate? He only met. Wait, that girl majoring in English?" Jiang He's expression turned strange as he clicked into this person's account for the first time. The first thing he saw was the account description. "You still say you're not Nantong? I act like Nantong, and you still want to check it out. You pervert." Jiang He. "No way. It seems like I've been set up." Chapter 55. Lighten a skill on the opponent's homepage. There was only a brief introduction. There were no photos or videos. Yet, Jiang He felt as if he could see a girl on the other side laughing hysterically at him. No, it should be her best friend laughing along with her. After a moment of silence, Jiang He put down his phone and finished the last bite of instant noodles in his mouth. He lit a cigarette and went to the lounge chair on the balcony, looking at the scenery outside, and his mood improved a bit. Since moving here, he hadn't appreciated the scenery much, mainly because every time he got close to the window, that guy Lai Fu would come out like he had a radar. But today, Jiang had been back for a while, and Lai Fu hadn't shown up, probably because yesterday's all-night battle had worn him out. This guy probably wouldn't come back in a few days. After all, he couldn't win in a fight or a verbal spar. So why would he come back to suffer? Thinking about this, Jiang He looked at his system warehouse. He still had 2 lucky bags unopened. "System, open the lucky bags," Jiang He said in his mind. Ding! Daily lucky bag opened. "Congratulations to the host for receiving a Bentley Continental GT." Ding! Live broadcast lucky bag opened. "Congratulations to the host for receiving a skill card 1. As always, the daily lucky bag was related to money. Jiang He had already experienced the unexpected wealth from yesterday's daily lucky bag reward. When he came out of the police station, he figured out why he had been so unlucky. It wasn't bad luck. It was the system's unexpected wealth. This was indeed quite unexpected and did bring in money, though the amount didn't seem as much as before. But this skill had only a 3-day cooldown. After 3 days, Jiang He would receive another unexpected wealth. Over time, Jiang He might not even need to go live. He could just lie down and wait for the unexpected wealth to come. By then, once the cooldown was over, he could go buy a lottery ticket. Compared to the Bentley rewarded today, Jiang He valued the skill card from the live broadcast lucky bag more. He had personally experienced how useful this thing was. Last time, When facing a small-time robber for the first time, he had to rely on live food to attract attention. This time, facing a drug dealer with a bounty of over 200,000, he was still able to easily subdue him even when the other side took the first shot. That's the power of the skill card. Thinking about this, Jiang He said to the system, "Use the skill card." Ding. Skill card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill lightness skill. At the moment the system's voice sounded, Jiang He's eyes lit up. Wow. Was he about to enter the martial arts era? But when the system infused related skill knowledge into his mind, Jiang He quickly calmed down. Because this was not at all what he had imagined. If he had to explain it in simpler terms, it was probably a parkour technique. It was mostly about running faster and climbing walls or jumping off buildings better. In gaming terms, it was like the maneuvering skills in an FPS game. Even so, Jiang He was still quite satisfied. This skill, combined with his previous self-defense techniques, meant he could really fight and run now. Coupled with his decent physical fitness, his survival ability had greatly improved. As the old saying goes, the chances of close combat in today's society are relatively low, but they are not zero. Jiang He had encountered it twice in the past few days. Plus, he liked to show off his wealth in the live broadcast room. Who knew when someone might get jealous enough to come after him offline? Ding. Just then, Jiang He's phone rang. He clicked to check, and it was the owner group for Lushan International. The property manager had tagged everyone in the group. Property manager Xiao Li. Everyone. There are several stray dogs roaming outside the community today, and some of them even tried to enter the community. We have chased them away. We hope all owners will pay extra attention when going out to avoid injuries from stray dogs. Property manager Xiao Li. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. The other party also sent several pictures of the stray dogs being chased away in the group. Jiang He clicked to take a look. Damn. Lai Fu. No wonder Lai Fu didn't come today. He must have been blocked outside the community. The key point was that when Jiang He looked closely, there were not only Lai Fu but also a dozen other dogs. This was clearly bringing in reinforcements. Jiang He muttered to himself. The last time he had driven Lai Fu away, he had casually said he wasn't too afraid of how many came. But looking at the dozen dogs in the pictures, he thought, he really might not be able to handle it. There were just too many of them. Just then, another owner tagged Jiang He. Jiang He, bro. This seems to be the dog you were cursing at that brought all its buddies. Yeah, bro, why don't you go out and curse at them? I'm worried they might bite the kids. Bro, you go out and face them. We're getting ready to sleep. We're not watching the show today. You go out and curse. Looking at what the other owners said, Jiang He twitched the corner of his mouth. It seemed everyone could only tolerate this once. The first time was a novelty, watching the show. If it happened a few more times, everyone would be fed up. After all, not everyone was like him, with no serious job, just hanging around every day. Thinking this, Jiang He tagged the property manager in the group. Please make sure not to let these dogs in. I might not be able to handle them. There are too many of them. Property manager Xiao Li. Jiang He. Don't worry. It is our responsibility to ensure the safety of every owner in the community. Very responsible words. But the implication was, once you leave the community, we want to take responsibility. You're on your own. Jiang He didn't want to make things difficult for the property manager. After all, this was just their job. He scratched his head. It seemed he would have to go to Chuanxi Road tomorrow to make sure Lai Fu's owner locked him up. Jiang He really didn't dare to fight back anymore. He was afraid he would lose the argument and be humiliated. He was even more afraid that if he won the argument, those dogs would hold a grudge. If one Lai Fu could summon a dozen dogs, then those dozen dogs could summon more. Jiang He really had to call the police. Thinking of this, Jiang He put down his phone, washed up, and went to bed. Although he had just woken up in the afternoon, given his current sleep quality, sleeping a bit more was still quite easy. He planned to go find Lai Fu's owner tomorrow after waking up and also arrange the fan benefits for reaching 5 million fans. What Jiang He didn't know was that while he was sleeping, an owner had posted the messages from the owner group online. They even made a comment. First time seeing someone have a feud with a dog. This is probably going to drag on forever. Since the post included the hashtag Jiang, some of Jiang He's fans also saw it. When they saw Jiang He's replies in the owner group, all the fans laughed. So you're scared sometimes too? Jiang He. Damn, I was just talking big. Why are you really calling the dogs? Jiang He. Can't play fair? Still calling dogs? If you have the guts, come out and duel. So Jiang He really did curse at Lai Fu with dog language all night. Otherwise, why would Lai Fu be so angry? Chapter 56. No bottom line. When Jiang He woke up to know about this matter, Lai Fu had already been driven away by the local police. After all, a gathering of more than a dozen stray dogs was inherently an unstable factor. Fortunately, Lai Fu had become a popular dog in Rome City, thanks to Jiang He's promotion. and the local police didn't take any drastic measures, only sending him back home. Once Live Fu left, the other stray dogs naturally dispersed as well. Watching the video online of Live Fu being forcibly sent home by the police, Jiang He couldn't help but feel a bit schadenfreude. After a quick wash-up, Jiang He opened a live stream and prepared to head out. The audience in the live stream was still very quick to respond. As Jiang He had clearly stated in the video he posted last night that he would be giving away benefits to his 5 million fans today. Here it comes. Are we giving away benefits today? My phone, I'm coming. Move aside. All 500 of these are mine. When are you going to start the second Ninja World War with Live Fu? Looking at the barrage in the live stream, Jiang He smiled and said, today we're going to do 2 things. The first thing is, we're going to Live Fu's house to talk to his owner and ask them to keep him locked up. Otherwise, it's not very safe for other residents if he keeps running over to my place, especially after yesterday's situation where Live Fu was gathering people. Dogs, it's even less safe now. The second thing is to find a lucky Apple Experience store to distribute the overdue benefits to everyone. When the audience in the live stream confirmed from Jiang He's mouth that there would be benefits today, they cheered enthusiastically. Seeing this, Jiang He just smiled. He then went downstairs and used his keys to open the door of his new car. After getting in, Jiang He pointed to the logo on the steering wheel and said, brothers, recently to give you benefits, the host's own living standards have dropped. Now I'm driving a BYD. And later, I might even have to drive for ride-hailing to support you. The host is suffering, but the host will cry. After saying that, Jiang He raised an eyebrow at the camera. This drew a bunch of question marks in the live stream. Are you really calling a Bentley a BYD? Planning to use this to drive for ride-hailing? Boom, boom, boom. The moment the car started, the roar of the V8 engine erupted. Those who hadn't seen the car logo clearly also started questioning at that moment. Anyone could tell that BYD couldn't produce such a sound. Ignoring the crowd's questions, Jiang He drove to Live Fu's house. As he got out of the car, the familiar barking sound rang out. Woof woof. Damn it. How dare you come and see me, beast? To the audience in the live stream, it was just an ordinary barking sound, but to Jiang He, it was a series of insults. Jiang He twitched his mouth, once again hating the language barrier skill that the system had given him. If it weren't for this damn skill, he wouldn't even understand what Live Fu was cursing him about. Looking at Live Fu, who had already been tied up, Jiang He retaliated with a bark. Woof, woof, woof. Just as it seemed that the confrontation between the man and the dog was about to begin again. Live Fu's owner came out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Jiang He, the owner helplessly said, the police have already been here today, and I have tied him up. But the cage will take 2 days to arrive since I ordered it online. But don't worry, this time I tied the rope very tightly. He won't be able to break free. Jiang He took a careful look. Good heavens. It seemed Live Fu's owner was determined not to give Live Fu a chance to escape. They had directly used a chain this time, and it looked quite thick. Not to mention Live Fu, Jiang He felt even he couldn't escape if he were tied up. Damn it. Give me back my freedom. Give me back my basket. While Jiang He was assessing the situation, Live Fu cursed him a couple more times. Just as Jiang He was about to retort, Live Fu's owner said, all right, stop making noise. I still have business to attend to. You can go back for now. Hearing this, Jiang He gave up on the idea of arguing with Live Fu. After all, he wasn't a person who held grudges. At least that's what he thought. All right then, I'm leaving, Jiang He said, and then prepared to leave. When he returned to his car, Live Fu had stopped cursing him but was still staring intently at his back. Jiang He glanced in the rearview mirror and then smirked, extending his hand out of the window to give Live Fu the middle finger. Woof, 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 woof. Live Fu immediately went into a frenzy, cursing even more violently. But Jiang He simply started the car and drove away from the scene. The viewers in the live stream felt a sense of regret upon witnessing this scene. A legendary concept dog had fallen. Live Fu, the chain that tied me back then was made of iron. I had no choice. Live Fu, if I had another chance, I definitely wouldn't bark randomly. It's a pity his eye doesn't call Chong Wei. Glancing at the barrage in the live stream, Jiang He smiled and said, don't feel sorry. Live Fu's story tells us that if you bark randomly on the road, you might get taken to the palace. If you still don't repent after entering the palace, then you'll face life imprisonment. While speaking, Jiang He parked his car next to a parking space not far from Live Fu's house. He then went to the Apple Experience store where he had purchased his phone last time. Although there were many Apple Experience stores in Rome City, this one had done business with him before, making it easier to negotiate. As soon as he entered, Jiang He saw the store manager's enthusiastic smile. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm so happy to see you again. How happy? Jiang He's playful banter did not dampen the manager's enthusiasm. She smiled and said, normally, this store wouldn't be open at this time yet, but I've been waiting in your live stream for you. I believe you will choose our store again, and we will provide you with perfect service. Perfect service? Jiang He raised an eyebrow, then looked at the store manager. Finally, he took out his phone. Let's chat privately. Let's have we chat first. When the store manager heard this, her smile became even brighter, and she quickly took out her phone. Sure, Mr. Jiang. For any related questions in the future, you can contact me directly on WeChat, and I will respond to you as soon as possible. Watching the two add each other on WeChat, the viewers in the live stream felt like their teeth were about to shatter. The screen was flooded with beast. At this moment, Jiang He had also finished adding WeChat. He glanced at the barrage and said, "Call me handsome, or there won't be any apples today." All right. The handsomest handsome guy in Rome City. The audience in the live stream hadn't reacted yet, but the store manager was the first to speak. She was even more eager to close this deal than the viewers. Not talking about you. Jiang He looked at the store manager with a mix of amusement and exasperation. When he looked back at the barrage in the live stream, the entire screen had turned into a handsome guy. His fans were just like him, without any bottom line. Chapter 57, Deposits Exceeding 100 Million. Damn, I thought you guys had some backbone. Follow me. Jiang He mocked the viewers in the live stream, then looked at the store manager. How much is the price this time? 500 top spec iPhone 16 Pro Max and 500 top spec 13-inch iPad Pro. The store manager's eyes lit up again. She said, "Please wait a moment. Let me calculate. Currently, the price for the top spec 16 is $13,999. And is the configuration for the 13-inch iPad Pro fully upgraded?" Jiang He nodded. Fully upgraded. Everything included. All right. The store manager nodded and said, "Currently, the available configurations for the 13-inch iPad Pro include storage capacity, display glass, connection method, Apple Pencil, Magic Keyboard, and Apple Care Service Plan. If all the best options are selected, the official price is $27,746 per unit. Considering your purchasing needs, Mr. Jiang, we can offer you a price of..." Wait a moment. Jiang He stopped the store manager and incredulously asked, "A tablet, with all the top specs, can sell for nearly $28,000? The store manager nodded. "Yes, Mr. Jiang. The latest model of the 13-inch iPad Pro with all top specs is this price. But rest assured, we can offer you $26,000 per unit, saving you nearly $100,000 in total." Jiang He paused. He still hadn't been rich for long. He always thought that Apple's phones and tablets were capped at over $10,000. Can they really be configured to over $20,000? Help me calculate the total cost. All right, the phones will be calculated at $11,000 each. So the price for the 500 units is $5 million. The tablets are $26,000 each, making the total $13 million, totaling $18.5 million. Will you be making a direct bank transfer, or how would you like to pay? Give me the account number. I'll split it into two transfers, one for $5 million and one for $13 million, and please issue 2 invoices. All right, Mr. Jiang, I'll arrange the goods for you, since I made a heads up in advance. The phones and tablets will be delivered within half an hour. The store manager didn't question why it was 2 transfers. She just needed the money to come in. She sent Jiang He the bank account number, and he proceeded with the transfers directly. Ding! This purchase of $5 million triggers a 4-fold cashback, with a cashback amount of $22 million. Ding! This purchase of $13 million triggers a 7-fold cashback, with a cashback amount of $91 million. With the system's 2 cashback notifications, Jiang He's deposit balance also broke through to $100 million, reaching $111 million. When the payment record appeared in the live stream, the viewers were thrown into unprecedented excitement. What the heck? $18.5 million. Jiang He's generosity is truly something other streamers can't even compare to. This is what it means to genuinely benefit the family. I'm already looking forward to it. Let me win. Looking at the crazy barrage in the live stream, Jiang He smiled and said, "Okay, now comes the most anticipated segment, the lucky bag segment. As usual, 1 lucky bag for every 100 people, and the lucky winners can get a top-spec phone and a top-spec tablet. However, remember to fill in your address immediately after winning. If you don't, it counts as giving up, and if caught cursing me, it will be considered invalid. The rules for this lucky bag event are decided solely by me, Jiang He. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them, but I definitely want to listen." After saying that, Jiang He posted a lucky bag for 100 winners in the live stream. At this moment, all viewers in the live stream participated. Even the peeping Dai, Xiaomei, clicked to join the lucky bag. She participated in the draw while saying, "Brothers, if I win, I'll send it to you in my live stream. I've never bought a tablet over $20,000 before." Jiang He is really generous. As we all know, Apple's configurations are just for show, not really meant for selection. After all, the prices are absurdly high, and you can't possibly spend that much if you modify it offline yourself. But who would have thought someone would actually choose everything? Hearing the older woman's words, the viewers in her live stream couldn't help but scoff. You're really stingy, even trying to snatch lucky bags from other streamers. If you win, I'll treat you to a good meal. Jiang He's live stream has over 300,000 viewers now, and it's about to hit 400,000. Jiang He is truly a lucky bag streamer. A wave of lucky bags brings in tens of thousands of viewers and millions of followers. I'm honestly not envious of Jiang He as a lucky bag streamer. It's not about making money at all, it's just pure spending. Looking at the live stream's comments, Dai Xiaomei didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "Be stingy if you want." With Jiang He around, which other streamer on Douyin dares to claim they are generous? They casually throw out gifts worth millions or tens of millions. I'll be frank, aside from Jiang He, no other streamer on Douyin can pull that off. No one refuted this point. Other streamers at least have some purpose when they distribute lucky bags, like promoting merchandise or other things. In any case, the wool comes from the sheep. It's all to earn more money. Only Jiang He gives it out freely. So his flaunting of wealth doesn't make people feel annoyed, because this guy truly spends money for his brothers. On the other side, Jiang He had already started packing the first batch of deliveries. Theoretically, the goods Jiang He wanted couldn't be arranged so quickly. After all, the tablets were customized, which usually takes time, but the store manager put her career on the line. And after Jiang He finished his video yesterday, she immediately arranged for goods all around, all top spec. So as soon as Jiang He paid, and the invoices were issued, the prepared phones and tablets were delivered right away. She even arranged for people to come over to pack. Looking at the busy staff around him, Jiang He gave a thumbs up to the store manager. Impressive. You deserve to earn this money. Those who have never worked wouldn't understand how bold this guy is. If Jiang He and purchased the goods from her, she would have blown up. The store manager smiled slightly. We treat people with sincerity, and I believe Mr. Jiang won't disappoint people like us. Jiang He raised an eyebrow. That's not certain. Sometimes, this old lecher looks at people before placing orders. I do have a younger sister still in school. I can introduce her to you, Mr. Jiang. Sure, send me her WeChat. Jiang He didn't hesitate at all. It's a joke. Just looking at the store manager's appearance. Her sister must be great too. Why refuse? How about I just call her over? She has the day off today and happens to be around Chunxi Road. I'll call her and she'll come right over, Mr. Jiang. You could just meet her. Hearing this, Jiang He was taken aback. Wow, is she that eager to introduce her sister to me? But thinking again, how many girls could refuse someone like him? Good looking, young, rich, and willing to spend money. Willing to spend money is the key. Chapter 58. The data is not bad, right? The viewers in the live stream tightened their jaws again upon hearing the conversation between the two. They were really envious. But they didn't think there was anything wrong with the store manager's behavior. The vast majority of people, regardless of whether they were male or female, when faced with a guy like Jiang He, who was of absolute quality, would be willing to introduce him to their younger sisters if given the chance. To put it simply, even if Jiang He had some issues, they wouldn't hesitate too much. After all, this was a chance to cross social classes. Amid the envious gazes of the live stream viewers, the store manager used her phone to call her younger sister. Hey, Nan, are you still at Chunxi Road? Come to the store for a bit. You'll know when you get here. Okay, I'll wait for you at the store. After hanging up, the manager looked at Jiang He and said, My sister is nearby and will be here soon. She is about the same age as Mr. Jiang, and I believe you can become good friends. Oh, Jiang He raised an eyebrow and said, Your sister is also an old person like me at 25? When Jiang He said the words old person, it was obvious that the corners of the manager's eyes twitched. My sister was born in 2004. She is 21 this year. Oh, Jiang He replied, then shifted the topic. So, you're 25, right? Yes, I'm 25. The manager still wore a smile, but everyone could feel it wasn't as natural anymore. Ha ha, I, a 26-year-old, feel offended. Are you polite? Calling 25 an old person? The manager replied, Money is hard to earn, and it's tough to eat. Just bear with it. I really can't keep up with the times. A couple of years ago, they said I was a young one born in the 2000s, and now they're calling me a 25-year-old old person. Amid the viewers' complaints in the live stream, the manager suddenly looked outside the store and waved her hand, saying, This way, Nan. Jiang He also looked in the direction she was waving. He saw a girl with a high ponytail, dressed in sportswear, walking toward them. Although the girl's outfit was very simple, she was really good looking, with a smooth oval face and a sharp jawline. Especially those eyes, the inner corners slightly drooping like flower petals would do, while the outer corners suddenly lifted with a hint of heroism. The double eyelids were deep and narrow, and her thick eyelashes cast delicate shadows on her under-eye bags. To be honest, Jiang He really thought she was one of the prettiest girls he had ever seen. Jiang He was about to greet her when he saw the girl pointing at him in surprise and exclaiming, "What the heck, see non-tone." Jiang He. Huh, is something wrong? No, wait. Jiang He suddenly thought of someone. Only she would curse at him as see non-tone. Sure enough, the next second, the girl walked up to Jiang He and asked, "When will my Cadillac be transferred to me?" As soon as she said that, Jiang He showed an expression of just as I thought. The audience in the live stream was going wild with confusion. Nan, what are you talking about? What Cadillac? Why are you cursing as soon as you meet? No manners at all. At this moment, the manager still didn't know the specifics and quickly tugged at the girl's hand. Seeing this, the girl said to her sister, "I want a Cadillac in his live stream, but he hasn't transferred it to me yet." The manager looked at the girl in surprise. Nan, are you serious? Yeah, he thought I was non-tongue, and while he pretended to disdain me and didn't want to meet privately to transfer it, he secretly looked at my information. I've checked my visitor list, and he visited several times. It's obvious he is interested in non-tone. Who else would be interested in non-tone? Jiang He twitched his lips and said helplessly, "I really am not." Hearing this, the girl shook her head and said, "Yeah. A murderer wouldn't admit he is a murderer either." At this moment, the viewers in the live stream understood. Goodness, you little rascal, secretly looking at non-tone-s information. You tell me this is a real girlfriend fan? I'm not convinced. No, why aren't you non-tone? With that ID, you can't be a girl. Damn it. Jiang He, why do you have so many female fans? Each one is prettier than the last. Jiang He paused for a moment before finally asking, "Why would you, a girl, think of pretending to be non-tone?" The girl raised an eyebrow at Jiang He. "If I don't pretend to be non-tone, you would look at my information at all. That is not okay. Okay, I get it. Right. You're not. Don't say it anymore. I believe you. The girl's little combo directly left Jiang He speechless. Explaining wasn't an option. Not that either. It was like looking in a mirror with Zhu Beiji, neither inside nor outside. All right, do as you wish. Since you're here, I'll take you to transfer that car later. Oh yeah. The girl waved her little fist at her sister. "See, I already have a car before graduation, and it's a Cadillac." Looking at the excited girl, her sister forced a smile and finally said to Jiang He, Mr. Jiang, my sister is usually not like this. She is quite gentle, but maybe she is just excited to meet her favorite internet celebrity today. No, sister. I'm doing it on purpose. Woo. Before the girl could finish her sentence, her sister covered her mouth. At the same time, she shot her a warning glance. Jiang He vaguely heard the sister grinding her teeth, saying, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you to death." The girl blinked, indicating she understood. Seeing this, her sister released her hand and then said to Jiang He, "Mr. Jiang, my sister is really quite nice. You two could actually exchange contact information and chat. Maybe you'll get along well." The girl looked at her sister with a strange expression and then at Jiang He, seemingly understanding something. Her expression suddenly became serious. She crossed her hands in front of her and bowed to Jiang He, saying earnestly, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Fong Xianan. I'm 21 years old, 168 centimeters tall, weigh 54 kilograms, body fat rate 20, measurements are 88, 62, 90, currently single, studying at." Woo. Before Fong Xianan could finish her sentence, her sister covered her mouth again. The other party stared at her wide-eyed, forcing a smile and saying, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Fong Xianan blinked, then pointed at the hand covering her mouth. After her sister released her hand, Fong Xianan immediately said, "Didn't you ask me to communicate with him? What is wrong with exchanging information? Is that what you were supposed to communicate about? You're showcasing your data here. The data is not bad, right? I've been working out recently, and once I graduate, I'll get a cat, travel a bit, and then I can find a streamer who plays Sword Demon to be my husband." Who the hell asked you about that? Chapter 59 Deep Blue. Add some. The professionalism of the store manager was evident to all the viewers in the live stream. The fact that she could get so angry that she swore shows just how infuriating Fong Xianan could be. The key point was that Fong Xianan ignored her sister's murderous glare and asked Jiang He, "Hey, how's my data?" Jiang He looked her up and down. It was indeed very good. See? Even he didn't say anything. Why are you so anxious? The store manager rolled her eyes and then said to Jiang He, "Sorry, Mr. Jiang. It's fine. Jiang He waved his hand and said, "You don't have to keep saying sorry. I'm not that petty. You go ahead and be busy. I'll chat with her for a bit, and later when the phone here is done, I'll take her to transfer that car." The store manager wanted to say something else, but was pushed aside by Fong Xianan. "Go ahead and be busy." The store manager looked a bit worried, but still went aside to help pack. She could indeed sense that Jiang He wasn't angry. After she left, Jiang He looked at Fong Sinan and asked, "So why are you pretending to be Nantong? What? Are you disappointed that I'm not Nantong? That's normal. I'm local after all. Then what about that voice you used when you went live that day? Voice changer. Can't you use one? That's right. After all, someone who can't even edit videos wouldn't know how to use a voice changer. By the way, you're not using Douyin Live Assistant the whole time during your live streams, right?" Jiang He fell silent. Because Fong Sinan wasn't he wrong. He was indeed using a live assistant. He knew about OBS and whatnot that was mentioned online, but after glancing at the tutorial, he found it too troublesome and didn't he learn it. One could say he had a bit of knowledge related to computer games. But if you take away the games and only talk about computers, he didn't know much. If turning on and off the computer and downloading things didn't count, then he completely didn't understand. No way. You really just used the live assistant? Fong Sinan looked at Jiang He in surprise. You're so rich. Don't you have a dedicated assistant for this? Hearing this, Jiang He said irritably, "Why don't you come? Then how much will you pay me?" Jiang He was taken aback. "You're really coming? What? You can only talk big." Looking at Fong Sinan's slightly provocative look, Jiang He said directly, "How much do you want? Say whatever. Anyway, 100,000. Not giving." Both stared at each other, and neither could see any embarrassment in the other's eyes. One dared to ask for 100,000, and the other dared to backtrack on the spot. In the end, it was still Fong Sinan who spoke first. "It's negotiable. Just say a number. 10,000. Deal." Fong Sinan didn't hesitate at all and immediately grabbed Jiang He's hand. "Let us sign a contract. I'll have my sister print the contract." Jiang He. "Not good. I offered too much." "No way. I offered too much. 5,000. Jiang He showed no sign of embarrassment and directly have the offer. But even so, Fong Sinan still didn't let go of his hand. 5,000 is fine. It's not easy to find an internship these days. You don't have any internship experience? Jiang He stared wide-eyed at Fong Sinan. Right? Fong Sinan nodded and said confidently, "If it were me, would I need to lie to you to hire me? That one do." Jiang He shook off Fong Sinan's hand and said seriously, "Interns have to pay me. You can ask the interns outside how many work for free for an internship certificate. I can't disrupt the market rate, or else I'll be scolded by some entrepreneur." "Huh." Fong Sinan chuckled and then said, "Haven't you been scolded before? When the lucky bag stops, feelings go to zero. Just look at your bullet screen." Jiang He glanced at the bullet screen in his live room. Sure enough, the last lucky bag had just ended. The scene where everyone called him handsome guy had vanished, and it was all requests for him to start the next lucky bag. "Damn it, stop flirting. Give me my phone. The lucky bag is gone. You beast, stop flirting. Give me the lucky bag. I beg you, Heezy, give me one, just one. I really can't take it anymore. You can flirt, but don't forget us." Seeing this bullet screen, Jiang He helplessly said, coming. "What's the rush? You've scared away all the luck." Saying this, Jiang He sent out another lucky bag with 100 winners. At the same time, he opened the information of the intermediary on his phone and gave it to the courier on site. He instructed the other party to send it to the address above. And no address, no shipment. See, when a lucky bag stops, feelings go to zero. "Look, you're getting scolded again." Listening to Fong Sinan's gloating voice, Jiang He silently extended his hand and gave her a middle finger. "Shut up. You're not likable at all. TCH, why would I want to be likable? I'm already this pretty. If my personality were better, I'd be annoyed to death." Just on the way here, several people asked me for my WeChat. Fong Sinan said nonchalantly, "Wow, you're amazing, so impressive. So many people asked you for WeChat. You're so likable." Jiang He said sarcastically from the side, and finally pouted and said, as if anyone looks bad, "Am I not handsome?" "Well." Fong Sinan seriously sized Jiang He up, then glanced at the phone beside her and said, "You're okay. But if you give me a phone, I'll admit you're the most handsome man in Rongqing. You want a phone, huh? Then apologize to me first, no matter the reason. Just, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I apologize to you." Before Jiang He could finish his sentence, Fong Sinan seriously bowed to him and sincerely apologized. Jiang He was taken aback for a moment. Then waved his hand, here, go get one yourself and grab a tablet too while you're at it. I'll just have one less in the live room. Yay. Fong Sinan jumped up in celebration, then took a set of packed phones and a tablet. After getting them, Fong Sinan calmly said, "Actually, I've liked this phone and tablet for a long time, but someone in my family gambles, and the finances have always been tight, so I can only save money slowly. Thank you, Heezy." Hearing this, Jiang He looked at Fong Sinan in surprise. He didn't expect her to have a little hidden story. He comforted her. "It's okay. Every family has its own difficulties. I'm lucky to be an orphan, so I don't have those troubles." Fong Sinan looked at Jiang He and said, "Actually, I know you're not easy either. It must have been really hard for an orphan to get this far. It's all in the past." Jiang He smiled slightly. Not hard at all. Deep blue. Add some. By the way, who in your family gambles? Your dad? Not him. It's me. I play Three Kingdoms Kill. Jiang He. Give me back my phone. Chapter 60 that can suck. Give me back my phone. Jiang He reached out to take it, but Fong Xin and dodged. No. You just gave it to me. Besides, I'm really poor. I've been playing Three Kingdoms Kill. How much money could I have? I'm even thinking of going for fruit bags. Fong Xin tightly hugged the phone and tablet as she spoke. Hearing this, Jiang He raised an eyebrow. Fruit bags? Wait a minute. I can lend you some more. I could take a couple more photos. Okay? Ugh. Fong Xin made a dismissive sound. Stop worrying about me. Worry about yourself. You drive a Mercedes AMG. Shouldn't you be more careful? Why? Do I need to be careful just because I drive an AMG? Jiang He was somewhat confused. Seeing his reaction, Fong Xin explained. I have a classmate. His family bought him an AMG when he was 18, and he died of an STD by 20. You should be careful too. Jiang He. Compared to Jiang He's silence, the atmosphere in the live stream was much more cheerful. Not that late, at most 3 months. 2 years. Looks like the modeling is still a bit off. Otherwise, it wouldn't last this long. Ha ha ha. What a witty little sister. Why are all the female fans of Heezy so good-looking and funny? At this moment, Fong Xin suddenly leaned closer to Jiang He and asked quietly, Heezy, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. There have been rumors about fruit bags within our school, but it seems to only target us girls. Why don't you guys have any news on that side? Jiang He glanced at her, somewhat speechless. Fruit bags? Those guys in college, who are so sexually repressed, are willing to show you even without money. Lending? For some boys, money doesn't matter. If you want his photos, he thinks you're his fan. Fong Xin rarely twitched her lips. Are you guys really that abstract? Not as abstract as you. You pervert pretending to be an Intong. You're really disappointing. I am disappointed. Screw your disappointment. Heh, getting anxious. You know I'm not Intong now. Fong Xin pointed at Jiang He, her face full of mockery. You keep barking, and Cadillac 1T give you any. Hearing this, Fong Xin immediately retracted her finger, and her expression became serious. Do you need my help packing, Heezy? Just don't take the opportunity to steal my phone. Hey, saying that, Fong Xin silently pulled back her hand that was about to touch the phone beside her. She swore she just wanted to take a look. Of course, whether to believe it was up to Jiang He. During their chat, the second fruit bag in the live stream ended, and Jiang He reminded the winning audience to fill in their addresses before releasing the third fruit bag. After sending out the fruit bag, Jiang He said to the live stream, You all watch them pack. I'm going out for a smoke. After speaking, Jiang He walked out of the camera view and went outside the store. Snapped Jiang He lit a cigarette and stood at the door to smoke. After taking a puff, Fong Xin came out. Jiang He glanced at her, said nothing, and continued to smoke. Why not smoke inside? No one would say anything if you did, Fong Xin said. Jiang He pointed to the other customers inside the store and said, There's a kid over there. I'm not that well-mannered, but still a bit. It's not good to let a kid inhale secondhand smoke. What? So it's fine for adults to smoke? Fong Xin laughed, bantering with Jiang He. She suddenly found it a bit fun to argue with him. Sure enough, the next second, Jiang He rolled his eyes at Fong Xin and said, You're right. So we can't let white males, white females, yellow females, white children, yellow children, Walmart shopping bags, armed helicopters and non-binary genders, fluid non-binary, transgender males, transgender females, and other 97 genders of all ages smoke secondhand smoke. Is that enough? Are you satisfied? Fong Xin's mouth slightly opened, and then, as if she thought of something, she asked, Why not black ones? Oh, those can smoke. You really have discrimination. I'm going to expose you in your live stream. Expose me for what? Expose my identity as a justice warrior? Fong Xin blinked, then thought of the reputation of that color in the country. If exposed, it really would be a justice warrior. Just then, a strange bird call rang out, and Jiang He and Fong Xin instinctively looked up. They saw a crow flying overhead. As its wings spread, it looked particularly splendid under the sunlight. Wow, a crow. Will we be cursed for having a crow fly over us? Fong Xin said with a smile. But soon she couldn't smile anymore. Crows don't bring bad luck. You feel unlucky just because your life is a pile of dog poop. Fong Xin's smile froze instantly. She looked at Jiang He, somewhat speechless. You're pretty aggressive. Your aggression isn't weak either. You were like a little battle hen. Oh, at this point, Jiang He sighed, I used to raise crows. They're actually super hard to take care of, and I 1T raised them again. These birds are particularly picky about food and have a bad temper. Every time I fed them, it had to be mixed with several different ingredients in proportion. When I was busy with work before and got lazy with the feed, it threw a fit. Later, I got angry and yelled at it, saying, You're making it hard for me. Then it replied, hard? Then just don't do it. And it knocked over the entire table of feed. Fong Xinen was initially listening with great interest, but after hearing the ending, she silently gave Jiang He the middle finger. Which crow was that? Oriental crow. Fong Xinen didn't continue the conversation, but walked back into the store to help pack things. She was also waiting for the fruit bags to finish so she could go with Jiang He to transfer her Cadillac. When Jiang He finished smoking and returned to the store, the fruit bags were almost done, and he sent out 2 more. Seeing that the audience in his live stream had surpassed 400,000, Jiang He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, sending out fruit bags is the easiest way to increase viewers. I don't even need to show my face. But at this rate, it should be time to hit 10 million followers, and then I'll have to prepare benefits for 10 million followers. It's going to be tough. Jiang He scratched his head. The benefits for 5 million followers took so long to prepare. What about for 10 million? That would take a whole day. It's really hard to manage without hiring an assistant. I can't handle everything myself. Thinking of this, Jiang He looked at Fong Xinen, who was packing. To be honest, having Fong Xinen as an assistant might actually work. Besides being easy on the eyes, she has plenty of jokes and could help manage the atmosphere in his live stream. Just then, a super chat suddenly floated across the live stream. Easy. Haven't you noticed you reached 10 million followers? Jiang He. Wasn't he at just over 8 million this morning? Chapter 61 Tradition. Seeing the barrage of comments, Jiang He quickly glanced at his fan count. He found out that the viewers in the live stream were teasing him. His followers had just surpassed 9 million, still a bit away from 10 million. Damn it, still a million short, trying to trick me into giving out fan benefits, huh? Jiang He was somewhat speechless as he addressed the viewer who had just sent a super chat. What is the rush? Just a few days ago, I gave out the 3 million fan benefits, and now I'm already doing the 5 million, and before the 5 million is even done. You want 10 million? Eating from both the bowl and looking into the pot. Huh? Hearing Jiang He's words, the viewers in the live stream started laughing. Oh, don't sweat the details. It's bound to happen sooner or later. Exactly. You'll hit 10 million sooner or later. Why not just give it all out together? We're all brothers here, whether early or late. It's the same. Come on. You're rushing again. We said it's about fan benefits, right? I'm just wishing you hit 10 million followers soon. Seeing these comments, Jiang He curled his lips. I'm too lazy to argue with you guys. Let us just send out today as 5 million fan benefits, and I'll think about what to give for the 10 million fan benefits later. Sending out phones all the time isn't really interesting. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream became lively again. After all, everyone had witnessed Jiang He's generosity. Based on the increasingly lavish fan benefits he had given out, it was possible that the 10 million fan benefit would be something big. But Jiang He didn't elaborate. He just sent out the remaining goodie bags. Once all the goodie bags were sent out and the phones and tablets were packed into the delivery truck, Jiang He said, "That's about it. Let us take my sister to transfer the car, then I can end the stream. Another day of hustling is over." As he spoke, Jiang He looked at Fong Xinen, who had been waiting beside him after helping to pack the deliveries. "Let's go. First, we'll head to my house. Then drive over to transfer the car. The documents are in the car." "Yay, we have a car," Fong Xinen said with a smile. And then she greeted her sister before getting into Jiang He's car. At this moment, there were still a bunch of comments in the live stream about how the girl was confused, but everyone was just joking around. No one really thought there was a problem with Fong Xinen going back to Jiang He's place. With hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream, if anything were to go wrong, it would be crazy. After Fong Xinen got in the car, Jiang He asked while driving, "You're going out for an internship soon, right?" Fong Xinen glanced at Jiang He and nodded. "Yeah, I'll be a senior in the second half of the year, and I've started looking for internships gradually. Have you considered being my assistant? Although it's not as high as 10,000, it's definitely a bit above the average salary. And the workload isn't too high." No. Jiang He had just finished speaking when Fong Xinen directly rejected him. He looked at her in surprise. Why not? You seem quite interested just now." "Well," Fong Xinen smiled slightly and said, "I'm just chatty, not foolish. Maybe some people like a lively friend. But absolutely no one likes a subordinate who doesn't respect their boss. It's respect, not regard, by the way. Plus, being your assistant might not be a good thing. TSK. Jiang He clicked his tongue, a bit perplexed. "Why would you say that?" Fong Xinen turned to look out the window and smiled. People in our country are still quite traditional. Traditional to the point that most bosses don't treat their employees as people. Rather than saying work is about employees exchanging their abilities for corresponding rewards. It's more like bosses pay wages to hire a bunch of slaves who can help them make money and satisfy their sense of superiority. They have no concept of equality, only the landlord system ingrained in their bones. You might think I'm a bit lively and cute now, but once I start working, you won't think so anymore. I also don't want to change my attitude towards you. After all, I've been watching your live streams for so many years, and I quite like you. After listening to Fong Xin's words, Jiang He remained non-committal. He wasn't too sure about other places, but he felt he understood his own people fairly well. A free life, wealthy money, a decent job. These aren't what everyone is after. The vast majority of people spend their lives pursuing the privilege of being above others. Many viewers often say watching his live stream is enjoyable and stress-free. It's actually because they can subtly feel what that privilege tastes like while watching him. Jiang He didn't deliberately avoid this either. After all, even live Fu had privileges. A dozen stray dogs gathered, with one being a clear leader, the dog. If it were any other situation, the relevant departments would have dealt with it to avoid causing a big incident. But because Lai Fu is the current internet celebrity dog of Rome City, the relevant departments only took it away and sent it back. Moreover, Fong Xin's words and actions had already made some viewers in the live stream feel dissatisfied. This dissatisfaction became even more apparent after Fong Xin tricked him into giving her a phone and a tablet. It wasn't that the viewers were concerned about the money for the phone and tablet. They felt that Fong Xin didn't respect them enough. They had already put themselves in Jiang He's shoes, because they didn't sense that fear of a big internet celebrity and wealthy person from Fong Xin. They were unhappy. At first, Jiang He didn't care much. He was a more easygoing person, and as long as the other party didn't show obvious malice, he would get angry. He still planned to invite Fong Xin to be his assistant. But now it seemed that while he didn't care, Fong Xin did. She didn't seem prepared to face the tide of public opinion. All right, but we can exchange contact information. If being an assistant doesn't work out, maybe we can have a chance to date later, Jiang He said with a smile. That's fine. Fong Xin smiled and took out her phone to exchange contact information with Jiang He, then said, when you play Sword Demon, I'll go raise 5 kittens, and then I'll make a huge profit from you, directly splitting your fortune in half. Wait, is splitting in half too kind? Should I report you instead? Hey. Jiang He quickly interrupted what Fong Xin was about to say. Don't lead the narrative like that. I'm a positive energy streamer. What kind of positive energy streamer gets caught 3 times for washing feet? Once. If you didn't see it, then it doesn't count, right? What doesn't count? It was clearly once. While chatting and laughing, Jiang He brought Fong Xin to the bottom of his building. They both got out of the car, confirmed the documents, and then drove the CT5 to the vehicle management office. Because all the paperwork was complete and Jiang He even held a drone, the entire process went smoothly. Even the vehicle inspection was notably gentle. Chapter 62. The Fool Who Can Enter the Museum After Everything Was Done. Jiang He handed the car keys to Fong Xin and said, you drive it back, I'll take a cab home. Looking at the keys in her hand, Fong Xin smiled and said, how about I drive you back first, and then go back to school? That's fine, you can drive, Jiang He replied. With that, the two got into the car. Once Jiang He was in the passenger seat, he skillfully pulled out the seatbelt, but found he couldn't plug it in. Turning his head, he saw that Fong Xin had plugged the driver's seatbelt into his passenger seat's buckle. Jiang He looked at Fong Xin in confusion. Where do I plug my seatbelt in? Just plug it in, what's the big deal, you? Before Fong Xin could finish her sentence, she noticed Jiang He's strange gaze. Following his gaze, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't driven since leaving driving school. I forgot where the driver's seatbelt should go, Fong Xin said as she plugged her seatbelt back in. Then she started the car and mumbled left foot clutch, right foot brake, left foot clutch, right foot brake, left foot. Huh, where's the clutch? She looked down in confusion and then dumbfoundedly looked at Jiang He. Why doesn't your car have a clutch? Jiang He remained silent, just staring at her. Seeing this, Fong Xin cautiously asked, I think they removed your clutch during the vehicle inspection. Click. Jiang He quietly unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car, and stood outside, saying to Fong Xin, this is an automatic, there's no clutch. You can shift gears just by pressing the brake. You could drive back by yourself. I plan to hang around the vehicle management office a bit longer. Bye. After saying that, Jiang He left without looking back. He glanced at the live chat in the streaming room, where the viewers were even more excited than Jiang He. Don't let her drive the car out. Damn it. Who gave her a driver's license? I'm also in Rongqing. For the safety of my new car, I've decided to take the subway for a while. Why did you give the car to her? Seeing the excited comments in the live chat, Jiang He shrugged and said, to be honest, for a moment I regretted it too, but what if she's just messing with us? Even if she's not joking, she might just not have driven an automatic before. She'll get the hang of it. She doesn't seem like the type to have a license and still not know how to drive. Bang. Before Jiang He could finish his sentence, he heard a collision sound from behind. Turning around, he saw that the CT-5, which had just been parked by the roadside, had crashed into a tree very close to where he had parked. By the time Jiang He looked over, Fong Xinen was wobbling down from the driver's seat, holding her head, looking in pain. Seeing this scene, Jiang He paused for a moment and said, "This seems like a fool who can enter a museum." After saying that, he walked over to Fong Xinen and asked, "Are you okay? My head feels a bit dizzy, but it should be fine." "I'm in the car." Fong Xinen looked up, a bit confused at Jiang He, but Jiang He ignored her and went to check the condition of the car. Fortunately, it wasn't too bad. It seemed she hadn't accelerated much when starting, so the front was just slightly deformed, just a matter of doing some bodywork and repainting. After assessing the situation, Jiang He returned to Fong Xinen and seriously said, "I suggest you sell it, really, for the safety of the city and for your own safety." Hearing this, Fong Xinen quietly said, "I was planning to sell it anyway. I've already contacted a second-hand car dealer, but who knew I wouldn't make it there." Jiang He paused for a moment. "Hurry up and call him to come over. You can save on repair costs." "Oh." Fong Xinen took out her phone and started calling the second-hand car dealer she had contacted. When the dealer arrived on site, the first thing he did was pull Jiang He in for a photo and filmed a Douyin video. "Today we received a Cadillac from a local internet celebrity worth 10 million. All original paint, just freshly washed. If any brothers are interested, you can contact our car dealership." It's not original paint anymore." Jiang He interrupted the dealer. The dealer looked a bit confused and said, "ISNT at your car?" "Yeah, but you just bought it a few days ago." "Well, look." Jiang He pointed at the car by the tree. The dealer was stunned when he saw it. "Wait, I thought you parked it here on purpose. Who crashed it? What a talent." Jiang He glanced at the silent Fong Xinen. But fortunately, the dealer then said, "It's fine. It's not a big deal, just some paint and bodywork. After all, it's a low-mileage car and a celebrity car. It won't cost much." Saying that, the dealer started arranging for someone to inspect the car. After confirming that it was just a minor issue at the front, he signed a contract with Fong Xinen and transferred the money. Once all of this was done, Jiang He took Fong Xinen to the roadside to catch a cab. Looking at the silent Fong Xinen, Jiang He asked, "When are you going to the museum?" "Huh? Museum? What museum?" Fong Xinen looked at Jiang He in confusion. "Oh, I was complimenting you, saying you could be a decorative piece in a museum." "Huh?" Fong Xinen was still somewhat puzzled, but just then her cab arrived. So after saying goodbye to Jiang He, she got in the car and left. After she left, Jiang He turned to the viewers in the live chat and said, "When God closes a window for you, he might just hit your head with the door. This Fong Xinen is just a pure dragon turtle sword demon. Only knows how to play with memes and certificates." Hearing this, the viewers in the live chat couldn't help but laugh. "Big guts. If you say that again, I'm going to roast you." "You're right, but I won't listen. I'll just shift the conflict to class struggle. If you say it like that, I'll play a song." Watching the live chat, Jiang He smiled slightly. The sun was setting, and he found a nice angle to let his face bask in the sunset, finally saying, "Brothers, record this. Come up with your own captions." Initially, the audience was a bit confused about what Jiang He meant, but the next second, the background music started playing in the live chat, reflecting the bright moon. "My sorrow is as white as snow," playing a 7-character poem talking about parting, asking the heavenly palace, "When will we meet again?" The funniest part was that Jiang He himself was using a sad tone in the live chat, saying, "Sigh, for the sake of life, I even sold my first car." Watching others casually mistreat my beloved car and finally toss it to a second-hand dealer, I feel like I see my life. It seems people like us only deserve to pick up the junk others are tired of. Listening to Jiang He's words, the live chat was in an uproar. Chapter 63. Claypot Rice, are you trying to start your account here, you little rascal? Good. It seems you found the tutorial on starting an account. Impressive. A qualified blogger is always teaching their fans how to start an account. Babos, I'm here. Ding ding. Just as Jiang He was teaching his fans in the live broadcast room how to start an account aggressively, his phone rang. He opened it to find a WeChat message from Dai Xiaomei. "Are you getting off the stream? Are you coming to dinner tonight?" Jiang He glanced at the time. It was indeed dinner time. Moreover, today he had been busy distributing fan benefits and dealing with car transfer issues, leaving him with an empty stomach. Just a moment ago, he had been standing still, thinking about what to eat for dinner. What to eat? Look at you. How about that barbecue place we went to last time? I think it's pretty good. All right, should I go over first, or should I pick you up? Come pick me up. Save on taxi fare. After saying this, Jiang He sent his current location to Dai Xiaomei. He then looked at the audience in the live stream and said, "Brothers, I won't be ending the stream yet. Dai Xiaomei just messaged me to invite me to dinner." On the other side, Dai Xiaomei said to her live stream audience, "Brothers, I've made plans with Izai. We're having dinner together tonight, and I'll be leeching off his traffic. Let's end the stream and meet in his live broadcast room later. Hearing this, her audience began to tease. You better just go to leech some traffic. Oh, come on, what's the difference? Just leeching. Promise me, after dinner, let Hizai go home. Okay, are you going home to sleep tonight? Watching the teasing in the live stream, Dai Xiaomei said with some exasperation, what are you all talking about? You don't believe me, but you don't trust Hizai either? He's such a big streamer. How could he? Before Dai Xiaomei could finish her sentence, she saw comments flooding the screen saying he was caught washing his feet 3 times a week. This left Dai Xiaomei speechless. Indeed, what credibility does that character have? It's likely that even if Jiang He was discovered by fans on the internet, it wouldn't affect his reputation. This is totally something he could do. It's okay. It's all for the show's effect. He's a streamer. It's understandable. I'll end the stream now, brothers. See you in Hizai's live broadcast room later. After saying this, Dai Xiaomei turned off her live stream and drove to the address Jiang He had sent her. When she arrived, Dai Xiaomei immediately spotted Jiang He standing by the roadside. He looked deep in thought. Beep beep. After honking the horn a couple of times, Jiang He finally looked at her. Once Jiang got into the car, Dai Xiaomei asked, what were you thinking just now? Jiang He replied seriously, I just realized something. What is it? That punctuation can really change the meaning of a sentence at will. How normal. Chinese culture is profound. Punctuation can change meanings in many ways. Exactly. Just like now, if we say we're going to eat, but change it to we're going to eat punctuation, it would make us seem a bit crazy. Dai Xiaomei, are you talking about punctuation marks? Dai Xiaomei said, tugging at the corner of her mouth. Otherwise, didn't I say punctuation? What is the problem? It's nothing. Just feels like you really are crazy. While chatting, the two arrived at the barbecue restaurant where they first met. After parking, Dai Xiaomei asked, there are quite a few good barbecue restaurants around here. Why do we come to this one? Is it because we met here for the first time? After saying this, Dai Xiaomei narcissistically played with her hair. But Jiang He calmly replied, no, it's because this one is the most expensive. I want to feel bad spending your money. Dai Xiaomei was silent for a moment before saying, sometimes I really want to hit you. It's okay. Your fans probably want to hit you too. Maybe mine do as well. Dai Xiaomei's intuition told her that she and Jiang He were not on the same page. Taking a glance at the bullet comments in Jiang He's live stream. Sure enough, they were all saying, me too. Amidst their banter, they entered the barbecue restaurant and found a window seat. At this moment, a waitress came over with a menu and asked what they would like to order. Jiang He pointed to a sign at the door that read, children under 2 meters eat for free, and asked, hello, I'd like to ask if children under 2 meters eat for free? The waitress smiled slightly, yes, sir. If you have, then give me 2 children under 2 meters. Waitress. Watching the waitress's dumbfounded expression, the audience in the live stream laughed uncontrollably. Waitress. What the hell? Where did this cannibal come from? Are you here to order customers? Claypot rice. Ha. I really don't have time to mess with you. At this moment, Dai Xiaomei took the menu and said to the waitress, ignore him. He's not thinking straight. After that, Dai Xiaomei started to order normally. During this time, Jiang He didn't cause any more trouble. Instead, he stared intently at Dai Xiaomei. Even when she asked him what he wanted to eat, Jiang He just shook his head. After finishing the order, Dai Xiaomei looked at Jiang He with confusion. Why are you looking at me? Jiang He pretended to think and said, I was just wondering, can a person breathe through their mouth if they stick out their tongue? Huh? Dai Xiaomei frowned, thought for a moment, and then stuck out her tongue, breathing through her mouth a couple of times. You just looked like a dog for a moment. Dai Xiaomei. But it wasn't over. Jiang He then looked at the live stream camera and said, did a lot of dogs just appear in a live stream? As soon as he said this, the live stream was flooded with profanity. Many people had actually tried it out. Dai Xiaomei looked at Jiang He with a face full of speechlessness and said, are you just researching how to mess with people all day? Jiang He blinked and said, otherwise? Researching how to create people? That's new wise job. Dai Xiaomei opened her mouth, but couldn't find any words to retort. After all, Jiang He seemed to be on that path. While they were chatting, the waitress came over with the dishes. After placing the dishes down, she helped them place a few slices of meat on the grill and then left. But as soon as she walked a few steps away, Jiang He suddenly said to Dai Xiaomei, hey, how is it going with that thing you mentioned about being a mistress to get ahead? Huh? Upon hearing Jiang He's words, Dai Xiaomei was immediately stunned. What the heck? But the next second, she followed Jiang He's gaze and saw the waitress, who had originally planned to leave, turn back. Without saying anything, she silently picked up the tongs and started grilling meat for the two of them. Dai Xiaomei seemed to understand something and instinctively continued, well, it's going okay. You're doing well. You can achieve whatever you want. Unlike me, when I was cursing, I said damn it and ended up not getting that person's contact information. The waitress, while grilling the meat, trembled slightly and unconsciously glanced at Jiang He. Are you kidding? You're not serious about cursing, are you? Chapter 64. The genius who invented Jiang He. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room also noticed the shocked expression of the waiter and instantly understood what Jiang He was doing. Wow. Does this mean he doesn't have to grill the meat himself? Waiter, why can't my legs move? People will do anything for food. The person who invented Jiang He is simply a genius. Amid the teasing in the live broadcast room, Jiang He suddenly stopped talking. He picked up a piece of grilled meat and started eating it. Seeing this, the girl beside him also began to eat. Soon, the first batch of grilled meat was devoured by the two of them. The waiter, seeing that there was no more gossip to be had, placed a few ungrilled pieces of meat on the grill and prepared to leave. At this point, Jiang He turned to the girl and said, "Actually, you're under a lot of competitive pressure right now. Xiao Si and Xiao Wu are watching, and if you succeed in taking the lead, the others might learn from you." This statement once again captivated the waiter. The waiter picked up the tongs she had put down and began grilling meat for Jiang He. The girl understood what Jiang He meant, so she cooperatively said, "Yes, but luckily, they're all guys, so their competitiveness isn't as strong as mine." The waiter's hand trembled. She looked at the girl in disbelief. Wow, isn't that exciting? To prevent the waiter from running away again, Jiang He began to talk nonsense. Speaking of which, last time when I was Xiao Si, Xiao San thought she was pregnant and could settle down, but it turned out the guy was infertile. I didn't do anything and just took the lead directly. Now I can play everywhere, every day, without having to work. It's amazing. Except for occasionally being taken down by someone else, there's really nothing bad about it. The waiter's expression had changed from initial interest to shock. She felt like she had stumbled into some strange circle. Who could blame her? I'm almost the same now, just sometimes I'm not alone, which is a bit annoying, said the girl astonishingly. This successfully shifted the waiter's attention from Jiang He back to her. I never said I was alone here. My Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu are also watching. They're all waiting to take the lead, very proactive. Numbed. The waiter was completely numb. Every word from Jiang He, and the girl was challenging her moral bottom line. In her opinion, people at least shouldn't. Well, forget it. Thus, Jiang He and the girl continued to talk nonsense back and forth. The waiter, who was helping at the table, hadn't left them for too long. In the meantime, when Jiang He ran out of lettuce, she took only 4 seconds to bring over a large box. When Jiang He felt he had eaten enough and the meat was almost done grilling, he looked at the waiter, who was helping with the cleaning, and smiled. Is the story we made up nice? The waiter looked up at Jiang He, her expression almost overflowing with confusion. Jiang He looked at her and said, "Thank you. It's great not having to do it myself." The waiter glanced at the tongs in her hand, then at Jiang He, and forced a smile. "It's what we should do for our customers. Then I'll make up some other stories for you next time. What kind do you like to hear?" The waiter said nothing, only awkwardly smiled. The girl beside them couldn't help but say, "Stop teasing her." Saying this, she turned to the waiter. "Thank you. Your grilling skills are quite good." In response, there was still only the waiter's awkward smile. The audience in the live broadcast room began to tease. "Waiter, I'm really impressed with you too. How can a person be this bad?" "Waiter, I've been listening for so long, and it turns out it's all made up." "Waiter, are you big?" Amid the audience's teasing in the live broadcast room, Jiang He said to the girl, "Well, that's about it. Shall we leave?" "All right, let's go." The girl nodded and then called for the bill. Once the two left the barbecue restaurant, the camera clearly showed the waiter, who had been grilling for them, finding her colleague and starting to point at Jiang He's back while saying something. No need to guess. This person would complain about Jiang He for at least several days. No, several months. "I can already imagine how she would be cursing you behind your back," said the girl to Jiang He. Jiang He, however, just smiled nonchalantly. "It's fine. Anyway, I can't hear it. If I can't hear it, it means it doesn't exist. By the way, why did you say that just now? If you hadn't said it, she would have been savoring the gossip for several days and sharing it with her friends." Jiang He shrugged. "If I don't say it, she would see it on Douyin anyway. With my current popularity, there will definitely be clips edited out of this segment." The girl thought for a moment and agreed. Jiang He's recent popularity is absurd. It's like Douyin is trying to promote him. Thinking of this, the girl glanced at the camera, hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Jiang He directly said, "If you want to say something, just say it. If you hesitate, people might think you're in my bedroom or something." "You damn." The girl gave Jiang He a speechless look and then said, "I just wanted to ask if Douyin is intentionally promoting you lately. Your popularity is so high." Upon hearing this, Jiang He suddenly froze for a moment, as if he thought of something. "Right? Damn it, I'm so hot lately." Why hasn't Douyin contacted me for a contract? According to the usual practice, shouldn't they first trick me into signing a slave contract? Then I would start a fight with Douyin, the opponents would take advantage of the chaos, and then internet users would enjoy the gossip? Where's that process? Why hasn't anyone contacted me? The girl was also confused. You haven't signed with Douyin yet? Jiang He blinked. Yeah, no one has contacted me. I'm still a free agent. MCN? No agencies have contacted you? Wait a minute. Let me check my private messages. Jiang He took out his phone and flipped through it. Finally saying seriously, there's indeed a chicken contacting me, but no agencies. The girl fell silent. In this situation, she had never seen before. It was obvious to anyone how popular Jiang He had become recently. In just a few days, he gained nearly 10 million followers, and many were from live broadcasts. Now, there were 30 to 40,000 people in the live room, and when they released the lucky bags in the afternoon, the peak reached 60 to 70,000. In this situation, you tell me Jiang He is still a free agent? No contract with an agency or a platform. Is that even possible? At this time, Jiang He looked at the camera and said seriously, can any brothers tell me what's going on? Why hasn't anyone signed me? Where's the platform? Where did it go? However, what Jiang He didn't know, ordinary viewers in the live room wouldn't know either. But fortunately, not all viewers in Jiang He's live room were ordinary. At this moment, a mysterious person with hidden account information sent a super chat, the money-losing rich streamer. What do you go to sign with? Chapter 65, enjoying comfort upon seeing this super comment. Jiang He was momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, it seemed to be the case. Indeed, many platforms now need some big streamers to draw in the crowd. But such platforms certainly do not include Douyin. The saying, if you don't do it, others will, is vividly displayed on Douyin. With the explosive traffic of Douyin in recent years, any streamer with some fame will absolutely rush to Douyin. This has led to the situation where Douyin is not short of big streamers at all. There are quite a few sudden hits like Jiang He with 100,000 followers on Douyin. Those people will be signed by Douyin or agencies mainly because they can make money off them after they become popular. But what about Jiang He? He doesn't sell goods, doesn't take sponsorships, and even avoids PKs. He already has money and is still giving away red envelopes. You have to know that having 20 million in savings or net worth is not on the same level as having a mere 20 million benefits. According to Jiang He's model, if his net worth isn't in the 10 digits, no one would believe it if he said so. Starting with a net worth in the 10 digits, what do you use to sign him? You still want to make money off Jiang He? Jiang He would agree to that. In the past few days, Jiang He has already demonstrated through his actions that he is purely in it for fun during his streams. Apart from the points he streams that might attract viewers, he poses no threat to other streamers or agencies at all, coupled with his tendency to hold grudges. This has resulted in his stream having an unusually low number of haters. Compared to other popular streamers, it's not an exaggeration to say Jiang He has the fewest haters, because now no one is leading the rhythm against him. There might have been at the beginning, but now that everyone has realized he poses no threat to other streamers, those who use to stir up trouble have disappeared. Why hold a grudge against someone who is just here for fun? Moreover, this fun person is also a wealthy big brother. Who knows when he might even give you some gifts. Additionally, Jiang He is different from other streamers. He didn't rely on streaming for his wealth. His real assets have pushed his net worth into the 10 digits, and such a person is not someone an ordinary internet celebrity can easily touch. Having realized this, Jiang He couldn't help but smack his lips. So, does this mean that the drama of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West won't happen in my stream? What a pity. After saying this, Jiang He sighed. Beside him, the dazed little sister rolled her eyes. What are you regretting? No one is leading the rhythm against you. Is that something to be regretted? Look at how many haters I have in my stream. There are all sorts of comments online. Upon hearing this, Jiang He glanced at the dazed little sister and then said seriously, let us speak some truth. No chat, no flati. The dazed little sister stared at Jiang He. So what? What do you want to say? Jiang He blinked. That's all I wanted to say. Huh? The dazed little sister's brain took a few laps before she reacted. She looked at Jiang He in confusion. How did you jump to another topic? Jiang He spread his hands. I said what I thought. Is there a problem? No. No problem. The dazed little sister's expression was a bit strange. How should she put it? There's no problem, but it feels like there's a big problem. What a stiff transition. Just as the dazed little sister was in a daze, a figure suddenly walked towards the two. Hey, long time no see, kid. The other party waved at Jiang He. Jiang He focused and realized it was an uncle who looked a bit familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Hello, who are you? Jiang He asked, puzzled. The uncle was taken aback, clearly not expecting Jiang He to forget him. He smiled and said, the one who was eating at the fast food restaurant last time, the one who got cancer and was about to die. Upon hearing this, Jiang He immediately remembered who the person was. This was the uncle who had done renovations last time, who because of his cancer, Jiang He helped him with an online loan so he could enjoy himself and avoid regrets. Compared to his previous state, the uncle now looked extraordinarily healthy. He was dressed in new clothes from head to toe, and there was even a tag on his pants. Seeing this, Jiang He asked with a strange expression, "Uncle, you look so good now. You didn't get misdiagnosed, did you?" The dazed little sister beside him also widened her eyes to look at him. She naturally remembered who this uncle was. What if it really was a misdiagnosis? "Don't worry. No, I'm going to die in a few months," the uncle said with a smile, looking unconcerned. Although it was somewhat unethical, Jiang He still breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. What's up? You really want me dead?" The uncle teased with a laugh. Jiang He repeatedly waved his hand. "That's not what I meant, Uncle, you look good now. Any good news recently?" The uncle straightened his clothes, looking proud as he said, "Now that I have money, good things are everywhere. These days, I've been enjoying life. I never thought being rich could be so enjoyable." Hearing this, Jiang He smiled and said, "As long as you're having fun. Life is a journey. Don't leave too many regrets for yourself." "Stop that." The uncle waved his hand, then asked, "I heard you're a web celebrity? Recently when I went out with my girlfriend, they all said they saw me online and even showed me the video of you and me that day." Jiang He ignored the details in the uncle's words and said, "It's okay, just a small web celebrity. By the way, uncle, what are you doing here?" "I have a date over there. Do you want to join me?" Jiang He tactically leaned back. No, you can have fun by yourself. I'm going home to sleep." "All right then, they all say you internet celebrities know how to have fun. Not like us ordinary people. Looks like you really do have fun," the uncle said while glancing at the dazed little sister beside him. The dazed little sister opened her mouth, wanted to explain something, but was stopped by Jiang He. Jiang He said to the uncle, "You have fun. I'm going home with her first." "Okay, you do your thing. I'll do mine. Everyone has their own fun." Saying this, the uncle waved his hand and left the scene. After he walked far away, the dazed little sister said speechlessly, "Men are just pests until they die." Jiang He glanced at her. "Are you implying something?" The dazed little sister shook her head, non-committal. Jiang He glanced at the comments in the live stream and found that most people were not very friendly towards the uncle. Actually, thinking about it, the proportion of female fans in Jiang He's live stream is quite high. He checked before, and the male-to-female ratio was 4:6. This means that half of the viewers in his stream are female. How could these people have a good impression of an uncle like that? But Jiang He didn't think it was a big deal. A dying man who had not lived well in the first half of his life. Just wanted to have a little fun before death. That is already quite friendly. If the uncle had a bit of an antisocial personality, "It's about time I should go home too. Are you driving me back or what?" "Of course I'll drive, just a step on the gas. And I can check out your place." "Just checking out, right?" "Anyway, I'm just checking out." "Uh-huh." Jiang He raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything more. But this action instantly turned the comments about the uncle in the live stream into question marks. One can only say he understands live streaming too well. Chapter 66. Things are getting awkward, promise me. Just take a look at where he lives. Don't look at anything else, okay? Heezy, can you let the old woman go home tonight? Supplements. Can Heezy even dare to go to his house at night? Is this to play an escape room at Heezy's house? Watching the barrage in the live stream, Jiang He said nothing, just raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smile at the camera. This left more question marks in the live stream. It's not that everyone doesn't trust Jiang He. It's just that they trust Jiang He's reputation too much. Being caught 3 times in a week, can an ordinary person even do that? Amidst the audience's question marks in the live stream, Daisaw drove Jiang He to the entrance of the community. Because his information wasn't registered in the community system, they were stopped by the security guard at the entrance. Just as Daisaw was about to explain to the security guard, he caught sight of Jiang He in the passenger seat. He smiled and said, "Oh, it's the owner of Xiangyulin. Didn't I just see you drive out?" Hearing this, Jiang He smiled and replied, "I just went out for a stroll. Could you please open the gate? My friend is dropping me off." The security guard glanced at Daisaw in the driver's seat and gave a knowing smile, then opened the gate. "Thanks," Jiang He said, letting Daisaw drive in. "Looks like quite a few people know you in the community," Daisaw remarked. "Heh, not many know me, but definitely very few don't," Jiang He replied. "After all, you can hardly find anyone in the country who argues with dogs." "Exactly. That is why I like arguing with you." During their conversation, the car arrived at Jiang He's building. Jiang He turned to the live stream camera and said, "All right, brothers, I'm home now. I'm logging off. See you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the live stream was filled with beast. But Jiang He only smiled slightly and then shut down the live stream. He put away the drone and then looked at Daisaw, asking, "Want to come check out my house?" "No way. Going would be like an escape room. Daisaw declined. She was just here to ride on the popularity. She didn't have much other feeling for Jiang He, just to mislead the audience and stir up some topics. The rest, she was thinking about now. All right then, take it slow on the way back. Don't end up in a museum like that guy, Fong Sinan. Daisaw didn't say anything, just gave Jiang He the middle finger and drove out of the community. Since her license plate wasn't registered, Daisaw had to bother the security guard again when leaving the community. Watching Daisaw's departing figure, the security guard's expression became somewhat strange. He turned to look at Jiang He's villa location and muttered, "So soon? Looks like wealthy people are really weak." A colleague nearby couldn't help but laugh. "You're dreaming. Wanted to live in a villa and drive a Benz at 25. You want to even make it at 26. The security guard who was being teased also laughed. "Not that slow. Ha ha ha." A sneeze. Jiang He, resting on a recliner on the balcony, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and looked outside the community. "That bastard isn't live streaming to roast me, right?" Saying this, Jiang He anxiously checked Daisaw's big and small Douyin accounts. Seeing she wasn't live streaming, Jiang He couldn't help but wonder, who is that bastard? Forget it. It's time for my favorite lucky bag opening segment again. With that thought, Jiang He said to the system in his mind, "Open the lucky bag." Ding. Daily lucky bag opened successfully. Reward. Treasure map 1. Ding. Livestream lucky bag opened successfully. Reward. Skill exchange card 1. Huh. Although it was Jiang He's first time opening a lucky bag, the rewards the system occasionally gave really could be eye-catching. For example, this treasure map. Treasure map. A map that will lead you to find treasures. Although the system didn't specify what the treasure was, but since the system said it's a treasure, how bad could it be? However, Jiang He didn't have high expectations because the treasure map was drawn from the daily lucky bag. Based on his understanding of the daily lucky bag, this thing probably wasn't anything particularly valuable. It's unlikely to be too special, at most worth a bit of money. Of course, the treasure hunting process was still somewhat exciting. After all, it was the first experience in over 20 years. If he didn't feel any anticipation, that would be nonsense. With that thought, Jiang He again said to the system in his mind, "Use the skill exchange card." Ding. Skill exchange card used successfully. Reward. Marksmanship. As the system's voice fell, a large amount of knowledge suddenly flooded into Jiang He's mind. This influx of knowledge was more intense than any previous use of the skill exchange card. Even Jiang He sat there dazed for quite a while. When he came back to his senses, his expression couldn't help but feel a bit strange. How to put it? This skill was serious, but not entirely serious. This marksmanship skill made Jiang He's mind fill with countless techniques for using 3 types of guns. Yes, 3 types of guns. Traditional, modern, and is the system doing this on purpose or by accident? Jiang He muttered to himself. It wasn't that he was disappointed with this skill. It's just that it felt off. This system didn't seem to be that honest. Should I get a try? Jiang He hadn't felt much before. But today, having mastered a new skill, he suddenly had some ideas. Because Jiang He was often late for live streams, many of his fans had also started following the Rongqing police. And today, in the early morning, the Rongqing police released another video. The key was that the content of the video caught the interest of many of Jiang He's fans. Today, the Rongqing police dismantled a prostitution den. Unfortunately, after watching the video, they didn't hear a familiar voice. TSK. Not hearing Heezy shout injustice feels empty inside. Don't watch it, brothers. This is a real prostitution den, not a bathhouse. It's impossible for Heezy to be there. If caught here, there's no need to shout injustice. Huh? Is that person the cancer uncle? Although Jiang He didn't appear, sharp-eyed fans noticed a person's outfit that resembled the cancer uncle who had appeared in Jiang He's livestream today. This discovery left netizens dumbfounded. Wow. Has Jiang He's influence grown to the point that anyone who has interacted with him can't go anymore? If they do, they'll be in trouble? This discovery made many fans who originally planned to meet Jiang He offline cancel their plans. No one wanted to appear in the Rongqing police's video. On the other hand, Jiang He looked at the row of police cars in the distance, and those being taken away in handcuffs, falling into deep thought. It seemed things were getting a bit off. Why do the police follow me wherever I go? It feels like I'm being set up by the law. Chapter 67. Seems unfamiliar. Jiang He stood in place, smoking a cigarette, then said to the system in his mind, "Open the treasure map." Since he was already here and couldn't use his shooting skills, he might as well see what was in the treasure map. It was night, which could add to the atmosphere. Beep. Treasure map opened successfully. As the system's voice fell, a transparent 3D map suddenly appeared before Jiang He. On the map, Jiang He was represented by a green dot, while at the other end of the map, there was a red dot. If nothing went wrong, the red indicated the location of the treasure. Jiang He carefully examined the map and found that the treasure was quite close to him, just over a kilometer away. Not even 2 kilometers. Huh, what good things could be so close? Jiang He said, tugging at the corner of his mouth. He was currently in a commercial street. The land around here had long been dug deep by various developers, even more than 3 feet deep. In such a situation, what good things could still be around? It wouldn't be asking me to pick up a lottery ticket someone threw in the trash, would it? Jiang He thought to himself, but he still slowly walked towards the location marked on the treasure map. After all, as the saying goes, since he was already here, before long, Jiang He arrived at a night market food street, following the mark on the treasure map. Looking at the food stalls lining the street, Jiang He's mouth slightly opened. He didn't know if there was treasure here, but he was definitely feeling a bit hungry. After all, in modern society, hunger isn't just a physiological response, but a feeling. And he felt a bit hungry. Just a couple of steps in, Jiang He spotted a stall selling roasted lamb legs. He sniffed. It smelled amazing. "Boss, how much for the roasted lamb leg?" The boss was a stout, middle-aged man, speaking with a slight accent. 21 for one. "Give me one. The tables and chairs behind are yours, right?" "Yes. Sit wherever you like." "Do you eat spicy?" "Sure." After saying that, Jiang He sat down on a small stool behind the stall. Just as he placed his hands on the table, it wobbled slightly. Jiang He looked down and saw that one of the table legs was broken. "Boss, your table is a bit advanced. It even wobbles itself." Hearing Jiang He's words, the boss turned around to take a look. "Oh, you mean that? It broke a couple of days ago, and I haven't had time to fix it. Just wait a moment." Saying that, the boss fiddled around at his stall and eventually found a small black object to prop onto the table leg. Surprisingly, this made the table stable. "You put the broken table leg under it, huh?" Jiang He said with a smile. Unexpectedly, the boss waved his hand, looking a bit annoyed. "A couple of workers came here to eat a few days ago, carrying big bags. They got a phone call while eating and just rushed off. They were in such a hurry that something fell from their bag and smashed my table leg." The boss pointed to the object propping the table leg. "This is what did it. I thought they'd come back looking for it, so I kept it to ask them for table repair money when they returned. But no one has shown up in 2 days, so I figured I might as well use it to prop the table." Hearing this, Jiang He glanced at the object under the table leg. It was somewhat square-shaped, and it was hard to tell if it was covered in mud or something else. It was black and greasy, with a layer of lamb fat on it from the boss's earlier handling. Just as Jiang He was about to look away, he suddenly saw the red dot on the treasure map flicker, and then the navigation disappeared. Seeing this, Jiang He frowned slightly. The treasure on the treasure map can't be this thing, can it? He was confused as he picked it up, wrapping it in a tissue. After picking it up, Jiang He noticed that it was wrapped in a thick layer of ragged cloth. The dirt and lamb fat were on that outer layer. He peeled back a bit of the cloth and found something that looked like it was made of bronze inside. Jiang He's eyes widened slightly. If it were any other time, he definitely wouldn't think much of it. After all, such crafts were everywhere. You could easily wholesale a truckload in Iwu. But the system's treasure map led him here. Jiang He's gaze flickered. Just then, the boss brought over the roasted lamb leg he had prepared and placed it on Jiang He's table. Looking at the item in Jiang He's hand, the boss was momentarily taken aback. "What's that? Curious about what it is?" "A bit," Jiang He said noncommittally. Seeing this, the boss smiled and said, "It's just a cup. It's been sitting for a long time and got rusty. Probably a craft bought off Pinduoduo. Is that so?" Jiang He glanced at the boss, then smiled and said, "The rust on it doesn't seem too serious. A good wipe and it should still look nice. How about you just give it to me? Then you'll have to pay for my table. I'm counting on them coming back to pay for it." The boss replied with a laugh. He didn't take the item seriously at all. Despite what people online always say about bronze and antiques, hardly anyone in real life believes it. If they were truly good items, would it come to you? Most people would just see such items as crafts. After all, our country's craft industry is too developed. At this moment, Jiang He looked at the object in his hand, then at the table in front of him, and pretended to hesitate. "How much is this table? If it's too expensive, I don't want it. I could probably buy a brand new one on Pinduoduo for just $12. The boss looked at Jiang He in surprise. "Do you really want it?" Jiang He shrugged. "It looks okay in shape. If I clean off the rust, it should look quite nice. If it's not too expensive, I might buy it as a decoration." Hearing this, the boss stroked his chin. "Then give me 20. How about that price?" Jiang He frowned, seemingly considering. Finally, he looked at the object in his hand again, smacked his lips, and said, "Fine, 20 it is. Just consider it that I had an extra lamb leg." After saying that, Jiang He scanned the code to pay the boss $40. Then asked him for a small bag to put the item in. It was too dirty to just put in his pocket. After packing it up, Jiang He finished the lamb leg in front of him before leaving. After walking a bit farther away, Jiang He took out the small item from the plastic bag again. This time he didn't mine the dirt. Instead, he slowly removed the outer layer of ragged cloth. As the cloth came off, a beautifully shaped bronze cup appeared before Jiang He. Looking at the bronze cup in his hand, Jiang He fell silent for a moment, then scratched his head. How should he put it? You didn't recognize this thing? Chapter 68. A Life for a Life. After thinking for a moment, Jiang He took out his phone and searched for similar items by taking a photo. Soon, a list of names of crafts appeared before him. Shangzhou Bronze Gu was the name of the craft. However, after looking at it, Jiang He noticed that besides some minor differences, the shape was almost identical. If the system wasn't misleading him, then what he had in his hand should be a genuine bronze Gu. Then, Jiang He checked the value of this item. Wow! He found out that this thing, used as a table leg support, was worth at least several million. In the current publicly available auction cases in China, a Shang Dynasty late-period beast face-pattern bronze Gu sold at Christie's in 2021 for about 6 million. A Western Zhou period bronze Gu with the inscription of Fu Yi sold at Poly in 2018 for about 22 million. There was even a Shang Dynasty square Gu with a 70-character inscription, estimated to be worth over 300 million. After seeing the value of this item, Jiang He silently deleted his search history and then put the item into his pocket. What bronze Gu? I don't even know what it is. I'm illiterate and culturally ignorant. Singing a little tune, Jiang He went to his parking spot and drove home. Once home, he placed the item on the wine cabinet in the living room. Originally, this space was for wine, but Jiang He rarely drank and didn't have a habit of collecting wine, so it had been empty. Now, it was no longer empty. Placing a craft there felt much better. After a quick wash-up, Jiang He lay down on his bed to rest. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone of 10 million followers, unlocking the 10 million followers milestone, and obtaining worry relief. Worry relief. A truly laid-back life will not encounter any setbacks. When you face extremely frustrating situations, don't rush. A fated person will appear to help you relieve your worries. Hearing this voice, Jiang He took out his phone to check his account. It turned out that while he was sleeping, the number of followers on his account had already surpassed 10 million. Under his latest video, there were even a bunch of people urging him for the 10 million followers benefit. Seeing this, Jiang He's mouth curled up even higher. Yes, today is indeed a good day. As for the 10 million followers benefit, I'll talk about it after I wake up. Early the next morning, Jiang He was awakened by the sound of a ringing phone. Groggily, he pulled out his phone, and the words from the other end immediately made him alert. Hello, is this Jiang He? I'm Officer Zhang from the police station. We met last time. We have a case that requires you to come to the station. By the way, please don't come while live streaming. Upon hearing this, Jiang He immediately sat up. What's going on? The matter is a bit complicated. We need you to come to the station for a chat. All right, I'll head over now. Please be quick. After hanging up the phone, Jiang He looked towards the living room. Could it be that the craft he just got is going to be taken away? Thinking of this, Jiang He couldn't help but click his tongue. After all, aside from this, he couldn't think of any other reason that would make him go to the police station. Sighing, Jiang He washed up and drove to the police station. Upon entering the police station, Jiang He saw Officer Zhang, who was in charge of his robbery case last time. Officer Zhang, is there something regarding the robbery that you called me for? Jiang He asked. Officer Zhang nodded. Yes, it is indeed about the robbery case. We need to have a private conversation. Saying this, Officer Zhang looked around Jiang He and asked, You're not live streaming, are you? Jiang He shook his head, no. Then let us go inside and talk. Okay. Jiang He followed Officer Zhang into the station. The officer pulled out some documents and handed them to Jiang He, letting him read while he spoke. Soon, Jiang He understood the purpose of Officer Zhang's call. It was quite simple. After investigation, the person who robbed Jiang He last time was named Wang Hu, and he has a mental illness. Because he has a mental illness, there is a certain probability that the result of this case will be to send him to a mental hospital rather than hold him legally accountable. Originally, this matter could proceed through the process, but considering Jiang He's influence on the internet, the police station wanted to inform him in advance, not wanting this case to have a negative impact on the judicial system. This was also the reason Officer Zhang wanted Jiang He to come to the station and asked him if he was live streaming when they met. Even if he has a mental illness, it must be proven that he was in a state of illness during the robbery, losing the ability to discern and control in order to avoid criminal responsibility, right? I saw his speech was very clear at that time, and his behavior showed no obstacles. He was not agitated at all. I teased him a few times, and he didn't get angry. Is that losing the ability to discern and control? Jiang He frowned as he said. He didn't know much about the law, but he understood a little. It's not that having a mental illness is a free pass to do whatever you want. If a crime is committed to escape legal punishment, it must be proven that he was in a state of illness during the crime, losing the ability to discern or control. Based on Jiang He's recollection of Wang Hu, this guy was very clear-headed at that time, and his behavioral capacity was fine. How could that be a state of illness? Hearing Jiang He's words, Officer Zhang looked around, then leaned closer to Jiang He and whispered, "This is not his first crime. He was released from a mental hospital less than a month before robbing you." Upon hearing this, Jiang He's expression turned even more puzzled. So this habitual offender can still be treated as a mental patient? Officer Zhang understood Jiang He's meaning and continued. His family is financially well off, and they can hire a good lawyer. After saying this, Officer Zhang gave Jiang He a knowing look. The implication was clear. With good economic conditions and a mental illness under these two premises, the other party can hire a good lawyer to defend him, attributing the criminal behavior to his illness. Although it's not guaranteed to succeed, it can definitely help him escape most of the legal responsibilities. This is also why Officer Zhang called Jiang He over to discuss this matter in advance, to prepare him psychologically so that when the verdict comes down, Jiang He wouldn't blow things up online. In today's internet age, some issues may not pose legal problems, but can have significant moral implications. Most people are either unaware of the law or unwilling to understand it, especially in cases of robbery and murder. A life for a life, debts must be repaid. This is a saying that people grow up hearing. Now you tell me that wearing a mental illness label means you can disregard this rule? Most people would definitely not agree. Considering Jiang He's identity, if he were to speak out, the negative impact of this matter would be enormous. Chapter 69. Escaping is useless. But it feels good. I think my financial situation is quite good, and I can hire a decent lawyer, Jiang He said coldly. He didn't know the circumstances of the other mental patients, but Wang Hu definitely wasn't sick when he robbed him. Letting him go like this made Jiang He worry that he wouldn't sleep well at night. Hearing Jiang He's response, Officer Zhang's mouth slightly opened. He was aware of Jiang He's situation. This person was not only an internet celebrity, but also a wealthy individual. In this magical legal tug-of-war, he felt helpless being caught in the middle. After thinking for a moment, he said, "We will definitely pursue his legal responsibility according to the law, but the outcome may not be what you expect. Of course, I'm not trying to discourage you. We just hope to go through legal procedures and don't want to make a big fuss about it." After hearing what the officer said, Jiang He frowned. Is he still being held? Officer Zhang looked in the direction of the station and whispered, "He's applying for bail, so..." "All right, I got it. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now." Jiang He didn't say anything more to Officer Zhang. After all, the officer couldn't do much. He was just informing him of the current situation. Jiang He then left the police station. As he walked out the door, Jiang He looked back. An inexplicable feeling of frustration rose in his heart. Unpleasant. Very damn unpleasant. However, from a legal standpoint, Officer Zhang's words were all facts. If Jiang He were to expose the incident, perhaps his influence could change the outcome to some extent, but damn it. Just as Jiang He was about to leave, someone behind him called out, "Hey, young man, you're here too?" Jiang He turned around and saw the cancer-stricken uncle he had met yesterday. He looked at him in confusion. "Weren't you arrested? How are you here?" Upon hearing this, the uncle was stunned for a moment and then smiled. "I was indeed arrested, but I paid the fine. Besides, I'm a person who won't live for a few more months. Why would they keep me locked up? They're human too. Seeing me looking pitiful, they let me pay and leave." Hearing this, Jiang He's previously gloomy mood lightened up a bit. The uncle then asked Jiang He, "What are you doing here?" Sighing, Jiang He told the uncle about the robbery incident. The uncle frowned. "So you're saying that bastard robbed you with a knife, and he won't even get a real sentence?" Jiang He shook his head. "Not necessarily, but even if he gets sentenced, it won't be heavy, and he's mentally ill, so there's a lot of maneuvering space in there. Anyway, this matter. Sighed, damn it, these rich people deserve to die," the uncle said indignantly. Jiang He instinctively rubbed his nose. He was now considered a wealthy person himself. "Forget it. Let's talk about this later." "Uncle, what are you up to now?" The uncle scratched his head. "I don't know. Just go back and have some fun for a few days. I've almost spent all my money these days. I have a few thousand left. Just enough for living expenses until I wait to die." "Out of money?" Jiang He looked at the uncle in surprise. "What did you do?" He. The uncle chuckled and leaned closer to Jiang He, whispering, "Basically, I've been with women, the expensive ones are the best." Jiang He couldn't help but smile at the uncle's comment. He didn't expect the uncle to be in good shape. Over 200,000 just like that. At this moment, the uncle smacked his lips. "It's a pity. I contacted another woman yesterday and planned to go today, but now that I've paid the fine, I don't have enough money. If I go, I'll have to work again to wait to die." Hearing this, Jiang He laughed. Uncle, if you keep doing this every day, aren't you afraid your health won't hold up? The uncle waved his hand dismissively. I might have cared before, but what do I care now? I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well enjoy everything. It's a pity. I'm just one short of completing the 12 zodiac signs. Looking at the uncle's regretful expression, Jiang He took out his phone. Let me treat you to some fun, how about that? The uncle was taken aback. Why? I can't pay you back. Jiang He waved his hand. It's fine. To put it bluntly, you're someone who's going to die. If I can fulfill a little wish for you, I will. The uncle stared blankly at Jiang He as he pulled out his phone, looking like he was about to scan a payment. His tone suddenly became a bit dejected. If only my son were half as good to me as you are, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Jiang He paused for a moment, then patted the uncle's shoulder. It's okay. Don't worry about him. Just take care of yourself and have fun. The uncle looked at Jiang He for a moment and finally nodded. All right, I'll definitely have fun for myself, and you should too. Don't wait until you get to my stage to think about having fun. Don't worry, I have much more fun than you do. Jiang He smiled as he transferred 10,000 yuan to the uncle and asked, Is 10,000 enough? If not, I can send you a bit more. I make money easier than you. That's enough, that's enough. Even if it's easy, I still need to earn it myself. Taking your 10,000 makes me feel bad. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. I still need to go back to work. You enjoy yourself. Okay, I'm off to have fun. The uncle waved his hand and parted ways with Jiang He. Jiang He then casually found a breakfast shop nearby to eat something before returning to his car. He glanced at the drone in the passenger seat that was supposed to be used for live streaming and turned his head to look out the window, lighting a cigarette. Although he spoke lightly with the uncle, there was still a persistent feeling of frustration in his heart. That feeling pressed down on him, making him feel uncomfortable in a way he couldn't quite describe. Suddenly, Jiang He muttered to himself, Damn system, what happened to your promise of helping me with my troubles? Just one whose existence is enough to make me unhappy. Damn it, I'm going home to sleep. After saying that, Jiang He drove back to his villa. He abandoned his plans to stream and temporarily set aside the idea of preparing benefits for his fans. He decided to take another nap. This was a choice most people would make when faced with issues that were hard to resolve or even impossible to resolve. Escaping may not be useful, but in the moment of escape, it really feels good. While Jiang He was sleeping and escaping his gloomy feelings, the viewers eagerly waiting for his promised benefits for reaching 10 million followers were getting anxious. A group of people rushed to the comments under Jiang He's latest video, urging him to start streaming, or at least to inform them when the benefits would be released. Are you hiding again? Huh? Damn it. If we can't find you here, we'll just go wait at the police station next door. You weren't really taken in last night, were you? If you don't start streaming soon, we're really going to think you got arrested. Chapter 70. Straightforward. However, while the fans were anxiously waiting, Jiang He was sound asleep. He woke up a few times in between, but every time he became slightly more conscious, he felt uncomfortable and turned over to continue sleeping. This went on repeatedly, until he felt a bit weak and started to sweat, at which point he finally got out of bed. Looking out the window at the completely dark sky, Jiang He sat on the edge of the bed to gather his thoughts before going to wash up. He glanced at the time and saw it was already past 9 in the evening. After sitting silently on the balcony for a while, Jiang He slightly adjusted his mood and then opened a live stream with his drone. He silently watched the comments in the live stream room. He thought it would be filled with insults about his lateness, but instead, the comments left him a bit confused. You kid, you're something. Raising a Deadpool. Huh? Good. Good, good. You rich folks sure know how to have fun. Awesome. He's I know you hold grudges, but I didn't expect you to hold them like this. Every abstract action of yours is part of a grand scheme. Jiang He was a bit bewildered looking at the comments. What are you guys talking about? I just woke up. After saying that, Jiang He adjusted the camera to show everyone his unmade bed. But the comments continued to flood in with things Jiang He couldn't understand, leaving him looking utterly confused. Until a super chat appeared. Good flexibility. He's Go watch the video released by Rongqing Daily around 7 o'clock. Seeing this comment, Jiang He, feeling a bit lost, searched for Rongqing Daily on his phone. He soon came across a viral video they had posted 2 hours ago. In just 2 hours, the video had garnered over 1 million likes. And there was a viral tag below it. Clicking to watch, Jiang He was stunned. Today, a violent knife attack occurred in Rongqing, where a middle-aged man stabbed a young man 26 times in front of the police station, killing him on the spot. Since the incident occurred right in front of the police station, the police managed to apprehend the suspect immediately. But the victim died before he could be taken to the hospital. Next, Rongqing Daily will provide you with detailed information about the incident. The video included surveillance footage from in front of the police station. A young man, accompanied by his family, had just walked out of the police station when he was attacked by a middle-aged man who stabbed him 26 times with a fruit knife. During the attack, the victim's family tried to intervene, but were also stabbed multiple times by the suspect. Now, apart from the deceased victim, the rest are in the hospital receiving emergency treatment. Because the incident occurred at the police station, the suspect was controlled immediately. Jiang He recognized at a glance that the victim was Wang Hu, who had robbed him before, and the killer was the cancer-stricken uncle who had been joking with him just this morning about wanting to have fun with a woman. The most crucial part was that the video ended with an interview segment featuring the cancer-stricken uncle. Facing the camera, the uncle showed no signs of panic. Instead, he lit a cigarette, laughed, and said, "I've had a tough life. My wife is dead. My kids are gone. I went out to find a livelihood. But no one wants me because I'm a cancer patient. The foreman doesn't even want to see me or give me money. Relatives and friends want to lend me money. Not even the debts they owe me. Everyone around me bullies me, treating me like I'm not human. But this kid Jiang, he is different. He is straightforward. Knowing I don't have long to live, he didn't bully me, but instead gave me over 200,000 to have fun with women. He made my life so easy. I've never lived this comfortably. This morning, he knew I ran out of money and sent me another 10,000, so I can enjoy myself. My own kids have never sent me this much money. Jiang, he is really straightforward. A straightforward person like him gets robbed, and the robber gets to roam free? Just because he is mentally ill, he could be irresponsible? Is there any justice? Is there any morality? I'm still a cancer patient. Am I not as good as him? Jiang, he is straightforward. I can't be stingy. I haven't read much, so I don't know much about law. But I do know that a life for a life, and debts must be repaid. After all, I don't have many days left. When he pulls a knife to scare others, he should be aware that others can pull a knife on him too. No need to say more. He is straightforward. And I'm straightforward too. After all, cancer will take my life before bullets do. Whether I can live until the trial is another question. Screw him, because now, the video allows for comments. At the end of the video, the screen was filled with comments saying, straightforward. Jiang He stood there with his mouth slightly open, watching the scene. For a moment, he didn't know if it was his abstract good heart that helped him or the system that alleviated his troubles. Or perhaps, it was both. As Jiang He was lost in thought, the comments in his live stream exploded. Straightforward. The uncle lived his whole life with just 2 words. Straightforward. You know, I rarely stand on the side of the murderer, but he is just too straightforward. My death certificate comes faster than the court summons Uncle Woon-T have rectal cancer. Would he? That is too straightforward. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Jiang He said with a somewhat dazed expression, "Brothers, to be honest, I really didn't know about this before. I just found out by watching the video." Then Jiang He straightened his expression. "No need to say more. The uncle is straightforward, and I'm also straightforward. I'll contact a lawyer right away. Although the uncle won to live long, I'll try my best to find a way to let him enjoy a few more days. Okay?" Hearing Jiang He's words, there were no other comments in the live stream, only a screen full of straightforward. As for Jiang He's mention of enjoying a few more days, everyone knew what that meant. Originally, those who said the uncle was a ladybug were now all in agreement. There was no other way. This person was just too straightforward. Spending 10,000 to buy a Deadpool, isn't that straightforward? At this moment, several super comments floated up in the live stream, saying that those who needed a lawyer could contact them. One comment even directly caught Jiang He's attention. Law firm, 2 years of effort. Death penalty changed to not guilty, and compensation was claimed. Track record available. This comment immediately captured Jiang He's attention, and he privately messaged the person. After all, changing a death penalty to not guilty requires immense skill. Even if the person is innocent, it would need a great deal of effort. This would mean the judicial authorities admitting they made a mistake in their ruling. The issues involved are not ordinary. After receiving Jiang He's message, the other party sent him an address, asking him to meet them offline tomorrow to discuss, indicating that there was a lot of operational space in this matter. Jiang He agreed, then turned to the viewers in the live stream and said, "Brothers, a lawyer has contacted me, and their track record looks pretty good. Tomorrow, I'll report detailed information to everyone. For now, let us continue the live stream and talk about fan benefits." Chapter 71, We Are All Killers. Just as Jiang He was about to skip this topic and discuss the benefits for his millions of fans tomorrow, a super chat caught his attention. Isn't this considered hiring a hitman? Not only Jiang He saw it, but other viewers in the live stream also noticed this super chat. In an instant, 2 factions emerged in the chat, arguing about whether it was true or not. Seeing this, Jiang He helplessly said, "Dude, didn't you hear what the uncle said? This is something he couldn't stand himself. I didn't hire him. Let's take a step back and think if you doubt me. There should be evidence, right? Let us review the timeline. I met the uncle a day before I was robbed. Do you think I have the ability to foresee the future and know I would be robbed by a lunatic the next day? So I found the uncle in advance. Why didn't I just avoid the robber the next day? The knife was already at my neck. You think I would risk my life for a show, right? Besides, I've only met the uncle 3 times, and we don't even have each other's contact information. 2 of those times were during live streams. The first time was when I helped him with over 200,000. The second time was when I bumped into him after dinner with Dai, Xiaomei on Chuanchi Road. And we just exchanged a couple of words. Everyone could check the live stream replay for that. The third time was at the police station entrance. There are surveillance cameras there. Do you think if I said something suspicious, the police would let me off? Would they let me sleep soundly at home? If you insist on clinging to this, it's just because I inexplicably transferred him 10,000 yuan, right? Let's be honest, is 10,000 yuan a lot for me? Have I not done strange things like transferring money to people before? He is already in such a bad situation. And I gave him 10,000 to help him live a better life and gather his 12 zodiac wives. What is wrong with that? According to your logic, all the fans who receive benefits in the live stream are my hired killers, right? Ask those who won, whose prize ISNT over 10,000. The 5 million fans benefit is nearly 40,000 per person. And then there's Fong Sinan, who even has a car worth over 200,000. That girl the other day, I directly transferred her offline. Are they all my trained killers? Who do I want them to kill? Their own kids? The audience was initially listening seriously to Jiang He, but when they heard the last sentence, they couldn't hold back. A child said, "Am I not human? Am I really not human? According to you, we are all skilled killers." So, some people mean that Jiang He hired a hitman at the police station entrance? Are you out of your mind? Or are the police out of their minds? The suspect's interview has come out, and Jiang He is still sleeping. Don't you have any common sense? Watching the chat in the live stream, Jiang He smacked his lips and said with some emotion, "So, treating others with sincerity does have its benefits. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll draw some shopping vouchers for the brothers. With these vouchers, you can go to any 4S shop to buy a car and save 10,000. Let us draw 10 people." Saying this, Jiang He sent a lucky bag in the live stream. Winners get an extra 10,000 yuan card discount voucher. Looking at the lucky bag, the chat was filled with question marks. What the hell is this useful for? Even somewhat decent cars cost tens of thousands. To use this shopping voucher, you still have to put in tens of thousands of your own money. Who is crazy enough to use it? However, seeing the screen full of question marks, Jiang He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Considering that the winners might not be from Rongqing, you'll have to go to the 4S shop to buy with the vouchers. Those who understand will understand. As soon as he said this, the previously question mark-filled chat instantly turned into understood, since the vouchers need to be bought by themselves. What will Jiang He have his fans use to buy them? So hard to guess. Even so, some trolls in the chat still asked Jiang He why he didn't just give cash. Jiang He didn't want to bother with these people. They were the type who wouldn't know to pick up money, even if it was thrown in their face. The live stream started a bit late today, so I went to go outdoors, just chatting with the brothers at home and asking what kind of benefits you want for reaching 10 million fans. After saying this, Jiang He looked at the chat. In no time, the chat was filled with all kinds of requests, with many wanting phones since that's the most practical. But there were also some ridiculous requests. Can you transfer your AMG to me? Jiang He. Can I have your villa? Can you give me your U-Smuff? Jiang He. I also want to gather the 12 zodiac signs. Can you help me out? Seeing these comments, Jiang He couldn't help but feel speechless. The one wanting the AMG and villa, while ridiculous, was somewhat of a suggestion that could be considered. But what was that about wanting my U-Smuff? Are you even a person? Especially the one wanting to gather the 12 zodiac signs. I haven't even gather them myself. How did you manage to do that? When I gather them, you can help me scrub the pot. Jiang He was just venting, but when the audience heard him, the chat exploded with, "Scrubbing the pot is fine. You guys really have no standards." Jiang He was amused by such comments. It was evident that there were still quite a few repressed individuals in his live stream. However, after searching seriously, Jiang He indeed didn't find any good suggestions. He had already given away phones and tablets, and the benefits for 10 million fans couldn't be worse than those for 5 million fans. Moreover, for Jiang He, it wouldn't cost him any money, so the more impressive it was, the better. Not only would it reward his supporting fans, but it would also increase his visibility, allowing his account to gain followers faster and earn more rewards. Thinking this, Jiang He told the viewers in the live stream, "I will consider your suggestions. But right now the platform doesn't allow cash or items worth more than 50,000. So many things can't be distributed, especially regarding cars. The previous Cadillac was allowed because it was a second-hand car and didn't violate the anti-unfair competition law. But we can consider a suggestion from a brother to draw some offline meeting spots, then take everyone offline to buy some small gifts to take back. But I'll think about what to buy specifically. However, I have to tell everyone in advance. I probably won't give you cash offline. According to the law, cash requires you to pay taxes, and I don't mind, but you might not be able to handle it. The tax rate is quite high. The viewers in the live stream immediately understood Jiang He's meaning. If he decides on what big benefits to give everyone later, he could consider going offline. Giving gifts offline isn't illegal, as long as the legal taxes are paid. But he wouldn't directly give cash. For a moment, the enthusiasm in the live stream diminished significantly. After all, many of Jiang He's fans were there just for his lucky bags. To put it bluntly, these people were there to get free money, and upon hearing there wouldn't be any cash, their enthusiasm naturally dropped a lot. Chapter 72 want to make money off me? No way. Looking at the noticeably quieter barrage of comments, Jiang He glanced at the number of online viewers in the live stream. Thanks to a video released by Rongqing Daily, new viewers were continuously entering his live stream. Even though he hadn't put on any special show, the number of online viewers had already surpassed 400,000 and was still rising. Seeing this, Jiang He said, I don't think I've really made you spend any money. Huh? No way. I need to find someone to do a PK and get you to spend some money. With that, Jiang He started a PK match. At this moment, the audience in the live stream began to tease Jiang He about his actions. Get our money? We're here to pick up your money. Gifting the host? Not even a dog would do that. Want to take our money? Dream on. Don't worry, Jiang He. Your live stream is full of freeloaders. Looking at these comments, Jiang He couldn't help but say, you guys, all you know is to freeload off me. Before he could finish, the live stream split into two halves, with Jiang He's face on the left and another streamer on the right. In the lower right corner was the ID of this streamer, Lucky Camel. Hello, Jiang He. As soon as Jiang He saw the other person's face, Sister Camel on the opposite side took the initiative to greet him. Jiang He raised an eyebrow. Oh, Sister Camel. You know me? He had been a bit of a streamer before. Although he often played silly little games, he did recognize some well-known streamers from mainstream games. For example, the person opposite him, a LOL host and once a major streamer. Sister Camel, known for her awkward commentary before LOL matches began. Just kidding. The hottest streamer on Douyin recently is you. How could I not know? It's surprising that a big streamer like you recognizes a small streamer like me. Sister Camel said with a smile. Small streamer? Jiang He glanced over. But since the camera wasn't moving, he couldn't see much. Not bad. Should be considered not small. Right? Seeing Jiang He's actions, Sister Camel teased. Oh, where are you looking? My camera won't move. Just looking around. Jiang He replied dismissively, then said, So how about we play a match? Forget it. Sister Camel politely declined, saying, How can I compete with you? We've only been connected for a minute, and my live stream has gained 70 to 80,000 viewers. You must have dozens of thousands, right? If everyone gifts just $1, they could easily overwhelm me. It's fine. Just invite others to join. Can't we have 4 people connected now? Jiang He said nonchalantly. He felt that with his current size, ordinary streamers, not to mention 3 or 4, even 10 might not be able to beat him. Really? Sister Camel asked Jiang He. Really? Jiang He nodded, saying indifferently. Invite whoever you want. Bring 2 more. I'll take on all 3 of you. And if you win, I'll give each of you 100,000. Really? Sister Camel's eyes lit up, and her mouth couldn't help but curl up as she said, Then don't regret it. Come on, 300,000 isn't much. Just invite whoever you want, and watch me how I take my brother's money. All right, just wait. Sister Camel said as she began to pull out her phone to invite people. In just a few seconds, the live stream screen was divided into 4 sections. Jiang He was in the upper left corner, Sister Camel in the upper right. As for the lower left and lower right corners, they featured streamers familiar to the audience. One was Jiang He, and the other was Mosey. Although both of their live streams were currently doing fairly average, they were once major streamers with high recognition. As soon as these 2 entered, before they could say anything, Jiang He pointed at the camera with a disdainful expression and said, Just you guys? You 3 little caramels dare to compete with me? I'll just pick you up and fight. As soon as these words were spoken, Sister Camel and Jiang He looked at Jiang He with a puzzled expression. Only Mosey, with a smile on his face, said, Can you handle it? We're all nearing 40. Haven't you heard that 30 is like a wolf, 40 like a tiger, 50? Oh wait, I got warned. Anyway, I think you might be in trouble. As soon as Mosey finished speaking, Jiang He, with a face full of rejection, said, What do you mean nearing 40? That's you too. I just turned 30. Cut it out, you old thing at 30. Jiang He rolled his eyes and said in a sarcastic tone, Some people only age but don't grow up. Hearing this, Mosey coughed lightly. Fair enough. Saying this, he puffed out his chest. Although Sister Camel said nothing, she still pretended to fix her hair and sat up straight. How to put it? She wasn't that outstanding, but she was still a bit better than Daxiomi. Hey, what do you mean? Mosey is one thing. But why are you trying to take advantage of me, Camel? Where do you think you're going? Daxiomi said indignantly. Are you sending a WeChat to bully me alongside Jiang He? Upon hearing this, Sister Camel smiled and said, No. It was Jiang He who asked me to invite people, saying he wanted to fight the three of us, and if we win, he'd give us each 100,000. As soon as this was said, Daxiomi and Mosey's eyes lit up. Mosey even bluntly said, Big brother of the live stream, just fight hard, and I'll refund you the money we gift. I'll just take some of Jiang He's money. He has money, and doesn't he care about being taken? Daxiomi nodded in agreement. Exactly, big brother of the live stream. Help us take some of Jiang He's money. Don't treat him like a person. His money is easy to earn. Seeing both of them say this, Sister Camel tentatively said, Then can the big brother of my live stream help out too? Although I don't want to refund, I want to earn from both sides. Facing the three of them, Jiang He casually said, Do whatever you want. I'll just say one thing. Saying this, he looked at the camera. If I lose, I'll give each of them 100,000. If I win, that 300,000 goes directly to the live stream. So what they earn ISN, my money. It's yours, understand? Hearing this, the audience in the live stream instantly became excited. You definitely can't lose. They can earn your money, but they can't earn mine. Want to make money off me? I will never agree. Don't worry, we support you the most. We absolutely won't let you lose. Amid the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, Jiang He smiled and said, Are you all ready? Then let us get started. We'll have a 10-minute round to see your skills. All right, let us start a 10-minute round. Ready? Then let us begin. Sister Camel and the others said, then restarted a 10-minute PK. Chapter 73, how about I give you one? With the team successfully formed, Jiang He occupied one side of the energy bar, while the energy bars of the other three merged together. He turned the camera to the window and ran outside the frame. Brothers, you can handle it yourselves. I'll smoke a cigarette. It should take about 10 minutes. He continued. Every day you say I'm your most reputable anchor, so don't be stingy and embarrass me. Hearing Jiang He's words, the live chat was filled with messages like, Don't worry, we'll definitely win. However, when Jiang He finished his cigarette and looked back at his live stream, he realized he was being beaten by the three opponents. Although his score wasn't low, with over 800,000 points, which converted to about 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, the combined score of the three opponents was nearly 5 million points. Seeing this, Jiang He tilted his head and looked at the camera with a face full of doubt. Is this what you call a sure win? Is this your level? In response to Jiang He's skepticism, the viewers in the live chat confidently replied, Your money is useless. My money is useful. The money you give to those old women is yours, but the gifts for you come from my money. My money is useful. Definitely next time. Definitely next time. Looking at such comments, Jiang He lay back on his lounge chair, feeling speechless. You make me feel like you don't deserve to compete for my lucky bag. Just as he finished saying this, the score in Jiang He's live stream began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, his score soared to over 2 million points. The chat transformed into a flood of just kidding. If other streamers said such things, it might be a joke. But Jiang he was definitely serious. He didn't care about public opinion. If this guy was unhappy, everyone would be unhappy. He really held grudges. If he said he wouldn't send gifts, he absolutely wouldn't. After all, he had said before that he wouldn't spend money on things that upset him. A group of people had waited several days for the benefits of reaching 10 million fans and didn't want it to disappear because of this. So they each contributed a little. Because there were just too many people in his live stream, even if each person sent a few yuan, it directly boosted the score and crushed the three opponents. Seeing their team being beaten, one of the opponents, Mosey, rolled his eyes and said to the camera, Brothers, take it easy with the gifts. I don't want to refund you. If I can't earn from He's money, I'll take a bit from you. Beside him, Daizio and Tawazaji followed suit. Exactly, we can't earn nothing, right? It doesn't matter whose money it is. Thanks for your support, brothers. Hearing the words from these three, the question marks that were originally in Jiang He's live stream instantly moved over to their side. Big brother, am I a clown? Am I really a clown? Good heavens, treating the big brother as a little ghost, huh? The big brother applied for a refund from miners overnight. Did I notice that the top three on their leaderboard all had Jiang He's avatar? This clearly shows that Jiang He's fans were the ones supporting him. At this moment, Jiang He also noticed that the top 3 who sent the most gifts to Daizio were all using his livestream screenshot as their avatar, and they were all quite abstract. This was clearly his fans. Realizing this, Jiang He twisted his face and said, all right, you bunch of beasts. Running over to give gifts to the opponents, huh? I'm going to kill you all. All of you. I have a group of assassins waiting in my live stream. Kill them all. Hearing Jiang He play with his own joke, those who had gone to give gifts to the opponents all rushed back. What giving gifts to the opponents? I don't understand. I'm not, don't say that. You saw wrong. It wasn't me. I'm an assassin. Then am I a fool? Amidst the playful banter, Jiang He's live stream score began to soar. Those who had gone to give points to the opponents returned and all sent big gifts. This immediately exposed the true PK level of the Daizio trio. In less than a minute, Jiang He's live stream score skyrocketed to over 5 million, smashing the health bars of the 3 opponents combined. These people might joke around, but they still understood what Jiang He's first PK meant. A streamer without the ability to monetize, no matter how many fans they had, would still be laughed at by others. Although Jiang He himself had money and didn't care much about this, his fans did. They watched Jiang He's live stream every day and enjoyed it so naturally. They hoped for Jiang He to have a higher status in the streaming world, giving them more face as fans. This might sound a bit silly, but for some people with decent financial conditions, it was crucial. They watched live streams for fun, happiness, and enjoyment. Naturally, they didn't want Jiang He's status in the streaming world to be low, as it would be embarrassing to talk about it. When the 10-minute PK ended, Jiang He's health bar was fixed at 14.7 million points. This meant that Jiang He had earned over 1 million in just 10 minutes purely from PK. Looking at his high health bar, Jiang He smiled and said, all right, brothers, you've given me a lot of face. The 3 of you opposite. It seems you're not doing so well. Hearing Jiang He's words, Mosey tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, big brother, why don't you take a look at how many points you have? This score, there aren't many on the entire Douyin, aside from those brought by the guild. Your over 1 million points are already a lifetime achievement for many other streamers. Daizio, who had a closer relationship with Jiang He, spoke even more directly. Are you secretly letting your people boost your score? While Tawazaji remained silent for a moment and said, brothers have cheats. Let us report them to the opponents. Don't talk about irrelevant things. Jiang He waved his hand and said, just now, you all said what would happen if I lost, but didn't say what would happen if you lost. Now that you've lost the PK, according to tradition, should you express something? Express what? I can't do anything. How about I give you a tube? Jiang He, Tawazaji, Daizio. The 3 of them looked at each other in confusion at the already darkened live stream. That's right, after Mosey finished speaking, he was taken away. The original 4-person connection turned into 3. Jiang He looked at Daizio and Tawazaji in confusion and said, has she always been this fierce? Daizio blinked, pretty much. Awesome. Jiang He gave a thumbs up and then followed Mosey to give her a follow, saying, Mosey, I followed you. Let us talk about what you said offline later. Daizio and Tawazaji both turned to Jiang He at the same time. Are you really going to? What is wrong with that? She said it herself. Why should I refuse? Jiang He stated confidently. Now it was Daizio's turn to give Jiang He a thumbs up. You're impressive too. Tawazaji also gave one. Indeed impressive. Chapter 74. Wrong software? The viewers in the live stream began to tease as soon as they heard this. Murderer. Eating children. Oh no. Cannibals are about to appear. Tiger poison doesn't eat its own cubs. Ha, he's I. You still say you haven't raised a killer. You can't even spare your own child. Amidst the teasing from the viewers, Jiang He looked at Sister Toozy and Day's little sister. What do you say? There has to be a punishment for losing the PK, right? Upon hearing this, Day's little sister tentatively said, I think I can dance pretty well. Forget it. Your waist is as stiff as rebar, no way. Sister Toozy chimed in, I think I can sing okay. Forget it. I don't want to listen to singing. Day's little sister, looking confused, asked, huh? Then what do you want to do? Is that okay? Day's little sister was momentarily stunned, then rolled her eyes. Don't pull that. It's impossible. I would even do it for a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Before Day's little sister could finish her sentence, Jiang He barked twice like a dog. Day's little sister's mouth slightly opened. At that moment, she suddenly remembered that Jiang He was quite shameless, not even for a dog. Jiang He looked at Day's little sister, paused for a few seconds, then said to the viewers, brothers, report these 2 streamers over there. They're scamming your money. Don't. Look at you, so anxious. Sister Toozy quickly stopped. You can't let the big streamer bully the small streamer. Hearing this, Jiang He raised the corners of his mouth, forming a Nike logo, then smirked. He. Sister Toozy, you would want to see your live stream room get banned, right? Sister Toozy. She felt like she had heard this somewhere before. Even the viewers in the live stream felt it was somewhat familiar. Wait, did I click the wrong software? That's right, it's Douyin. How did it get mixed up? Something off. This doesn't sound right. Wait, am I a live audience now? Amidst the viewers' teasing, Day's little sister said, "Stop messing around. Just say it. What is the punishment? Then go out? Ghoul ben. Impossible. Then give it to me. No, call me Daddy. Daddy. Then you. Jiang He was taken aback for a moment. He was just teasing Day's little sister, but he didn't expect her to be so direct. Although it was a bit lacking compared to Mosey, it was still quite bold. Jiang He then unconsciously looked at Sister Toozy. Sister Toozy hesitated for a moment, then seriously looked at the camera and said, "Dad." Jiang He. Sure enough, people felt indifferent about zero-cost things. "Oh, this isn't fun, it's boring." Jiang He waved his hand and said, "I thought I could go live stream on another platform, but you all aren't cooperating at all." Day's little sister looked at Jiang He with disdain and said, "Cooperate with your second uncle. Are you talking about a serious platform?" But Jiang He was not the least bit embarrassed, saying confidently, "I'm a serious person. The platform I live stream on is definitely a serious platform." "Then say the name now. You know what I'm talking about." "I don't know, never heard of it. I don't understand." Hee. Watching the two bicker, Sister Toozy weakly said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Both of them turned to look at Sister Toozy. Although they didn't say anything, Sister Toozy felt inexplicably a bit guilty. "What are you looking at me for? You two continue, I'm leaving." After saying that, Sister Toozy exited the call. Now only Day's little sister and Jiang He were left in the call. The two looked at each other for a while, saying nothing. The bullet comments in both live streams slowly turned into question marks. Finally, Jiang He slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Where's your mom?" "Hey, Jiang He, I." Ding. Jiang He directly hung up the call and then laughed. Look, someone got anxious. So shameless. His eye seemed very close to becoming a god, but was already very far from being human. If his eye were mute, he could debut. With his mouth, he debut in the morning and collapsed by noon. Not that long. Watching the comments in the live stream, Jiang He asked, "All right, it's the classic lucky bag moment. First, let us send the prizes to the brothers who just won. I messaged you privately on the back end. Check it out. And about the 3 million lucky bags we agreed on. What do you say, still want phones?" Upon hearing this, the bullet comments began to polarize again. Most people wanted phones. After all, according to Jiang He's character, it must be 300 phones, but some viewers wanted something else. One comment caught Jiang He's attention. Someone wanted his AMG. Logically, Jiang He didn't really want to give away phones. Not because he was stingy, but purely out of laziness. 300 lucky bags meant he'd have to make another trip to Chunchi Road tomorrow. If he didn't supervise them while distributing, it'd easily cause problems online later, and he hated troublesome matters. But if it was a car, one car would settle it. Thinking this, Jiang He asked in the live stream, "Are there brothers who want my AMG? Then let us vote. Do you want phones or the AMG? If it's phones, I'll send them tomorrow, but if it's a car, you'll get the right to use it. But how long depends on the situation. Those who understand know." He started the voting. After a mere 3 minutes, the results quickly came out. The votes for the car were slightly more. Jiang He understood their thinking. Although there were 300 phones in a live stream with hundreds of thousands of viewers, the chances of winning 300 slots were roughly the same as winning one slot, at least for them. Rather than wanting a phone worth over 10,000, they might as well gamble on a car worth over 3 million. At least winning would genuinely change their lives. Seeing this, Jiang He directly released a lucky bag. The winning brother would get the right to use the AMG and could drive it away from Rongqing. Because of the previous Cadillac demonstration, the viewers all understood what this meant and eagerly participated in the voting. There were only over 40,000 people in the live stream, but the number of participants in the lucky bag quickly reached over 30,000. At this rate, total participation was expected to exceed 50,000. Seeing this, Jiang He smiled and said, "The odds of winning are still a bit higher than the double color ball. Brothers, we all have hope. We all have a bright future." The viewers couldn't help but laugh at this. In this day and age, the odds of winning anything are low, but compared to the double color ball, it seems everything is quite high. The atmosphere in the live stream had noticeably lifted. After all, it was something worth millions. However, this atmosphere was shattered when the winning name was announced. The winning viewer was called Tun Tun. Upon seeing this name, many viewers looked at the avatar in disbelief. Confirming it was indeed the Tun Tun with over 3 million followers on Douyin, the bullet comments exploded. "F Tun Tun, give me back my AMG. What the hell? Is this a scam? No, buddy, how could you be so shameless to compete with us? Damn it, my AMG. Tun Tun. You better be ready, we'll settle this. Upstairs, are you talking about serious compensation?" Chapter 75. Black Bear. After Jiang He saw who the winner was, he ran backstage to confirm. Goodness, it really was that Tun he was keeping an eye on. He directly addressed the camera in the live stream, saying, "Get on the mic, you dog. I haven't settled the score with you for last time's trickery, and you still have the face to come on my live stream for a lottery, huh?" Saying this, he invited the other party to join the mic. Soon, a small avatar appeared in the lower right corner of the live stream. The camera was off, but Tun's voice came through. "Oh my, why am I so lucky?" Thanks to He's eyes, AMG. Hearing the flirtatious and slightly cheeky tone, Jiang He replied with annoyance. "Are you even ashamed? A streamer with millions of followers. Fighting for lucky bags with my poor buddies in the live stream? How shameless." Tun responded without a hint of embarrassment. "You're a big streamer. You don't understand our struggles as small streamers. Small streamers are also very pitiful. There's no choice, for the sake of living. I have to go to major streamers' live streams to grab some lucky bags, or else I wouldn't have money to give my live stream brothers benefits. Come on, when you were popular, gaming live streaming hadn't declined yet. You made quite a bit, right? Not as much as you, President Jiang, haha." Jiang He sneered, and then looked at the camera with interest. "I just want to know if you have the nerve to come to me for a car. I still haven't settled the score for last time." "Oh, come on, Jiang Zone, don't be so stingy," Tun said in a high-pitched voice. "Think about it. If I hadn't tricked you, you wouldn't have gone to that neighborhood, wouldn't have met that uncle with cancer, and no one would have helped you vent your anger. Speaking of which, you should thank me. Thank your mother. One thing is one thing. You need to apologize to me, at least." "Sorry." Before Jiang He could finish, Tun directly apologized, which left him stunned for a moment. "Wait, don't you old streamers have any shame?" Tun boldly replied. "If face could be exchanged for an AMG, I wonder how many people would want it." Jiang He fell silent. Finally, he looked at the camera and asked, "Brothers, help me think of an excuse. I don't want to give her anything." Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream suddenly became interested. "No need to think of an excuse. I support you." "Exactly. Anyway, I didn't win. I support you. Just resend it. We want to roast you. If you resend it, we'll believe there's no foul play." Compared to the support from the live stream audience, Tun was not so calm. "Please, Jiang Zone, calm down. There's really no foul play. I really participated in the lucky bag. Don't worry, I'm not a soft-hearted person." Jiang He waved his hand and said seriously, "I want to change my mind because of the audience's few words." That is good. I knew you, Jiang Zone. I didn't plan to give it to you in the first place." Tun, are you kidding me?" Now it was Tun's turn to be silent. After a few seconds of silence, Tun chose the most primitive way. She began to cry in a live stream. "Help! The big streamer is bullying the small streamer. The big streamer can't play and wants a default. Help!" Crying. Even crying doesn't get anything. "I'm that shameless." Jiang He looked pleased. Seeing that her tactic didn't work, Tun said, "Come on, He's let us talk about the lucky bag offline. What if you're willing to give it to me?" "Oh, offline?" Jiang He raised an eyebrow. The audience in the live stream gasped when they saw this expression. "Boheo, my AMG. If it's offline, then it can be negotiated. I'm a person who values credibility." Yes. He's you are the most handsome, generous, incredible streamer on Douyin. How could you default on a small streamer's lucky bag? Didn't he do it? Yes, that's right. What I mean is, if you didn't do it, it doesn't necessarily mean you're credible. Tun. Why does the channel feel off now? She weakly asked. "Do you want to sit on a stool or a sofa?" "Stool? Sofa? Either is fine. I'm not picky, just that the stool might be too small to stretch out." At this point, the live stream's bullet screen had exploded. Finished. His eye is starting to act up again. Everyone don't believe him. This guy is just a mouthful monster. I've never found any of his videos online. Yeah, his eye is just a mouthful monster. No evidence. Seeing the bullet screen, Jiang He said defiantly, "What mouthful monster? You don't believe me? Wait, I'll shoot a video to show you my strength." As soon as this was said, the bullet screen instantly turned into, "Really, my righteous father?" Jiang He nodded seriously. "Really? My strength is beyond doubt." At this moment, Tun spoke up. "Huh? You're going to shoot a video? That won't do. It's a rule that you can't take photos in entertainment venues, don't you know? If you do this, no one will go out with you. You can't shoot in entertainment venues, but entertainers can. You're getting more and more off topic. Be careful your live stream disappears." "My live stream disappears? Oh my, I'm begging him to ban me. Please ban. With my current scale and money-making ability, if he bans my live stream, I'll immediately." Warning. The streamer violated live streaming community rules, banning the live stream for 1 hour. Many viewers were stunned to see the live stream go dark. all running to Jiang He's latest video to ask questions. I'm waiting for a batch of people. Open the door. Why did you close it? My account review is gone. Hurry and open the door to let our big streamer out. Jiang He looked at his darkened live stream, momentarily stunned. Damn, I was just mouthfulling, and you really banned me? Just wait. I'll make you wait forever. Although he was a bit angry, Jiang He had no way to deal with it. After all, he was just rich and a bit popular now. But the popularity was given by Douyin. If they wanted to ban his live stream, he could only endure it. However, fortunately, he had received the lucky bag today. Jiang He pulled his thoughts back and said to the system, open the lucky bag. Ding. Daily lucky bag opened successfully. Reward, 1 share of ByteDance. Ding. Live stream lucky bag opened successfully. Reward, one-time consumption card Black Bear. Black Bear, after use, reduces the presence of the target being used, even face-to-face. It is very likely to overlook the existence of the other party. Unless the host personally emphasizes the existence of the other party, the card effect can be broken. It can be used on up to 3 targets simultaneously. Although he received a brand new reward he had never obtained before, Jiang He's mind was not on the Black Bear. 1 share of ByteDance. Damn it, the super admin is about to come out and apologize. Chapter 76, The Administrator Speaks. Just as the audience in the live stream was spamming question marks below the video, before Jiang He went offline, he suddenly released a new video. In the video, Jiang He was still sitting in the same lounge chair on the balcony, grinning at the camera. He then pulled out a stack of paper documents. Brothers, I have a document here. Of course, there is a lot of content. So let me show you some key points. Jiang He rummaged through the pile of documents, and the camera focused on one line of text. From the date of signing the document, Party B Jiang He owns one of the actual equity shares of Byte Group. The parts before and after were not important, but this middle section was crucial. At least it was for the viewers. Because the meaning of this line was simple and clear. By the time the video reached this point, the comments were filled with question marks. Finally, Jiang He showed everyone the signature and stamp on the last page of the document. Then, with a fierce expression, he shouted at the camera, to the administrator who banned me, you're out of a job. After watching this video, all the viewers' heads were buzzing. They knew Jiang He was wealthy, but they didn't realize he was this rich. The market value of Byte Group had long surpassed 100 billion, and it was still rising. The value of one of the shares had already exceeded 100 million. And most importantly, these were actual equity shares. Not something you could just buy casually, because there were no circulating actual equity shares on the market, and no big fool would sell Byte's actual shares at this time. For Jiang He to acquire this, it wasn't just a matter of money. Once the video was released, it instantly attracted a lot of professionals in the field. Some even analyzed how difficult it was to obtain one of Byte's actual equity shares now. They listed a bunch of points and finally came up with 3 critical conclusions. First, legally, foreign investment in Byte is restricted, and with antitrust review regulations, it is nearly impossible. Second, under the circumstances where the founder's control is locked, there will be no sellers. Third, although the shares are only 1, the capital required to operate exceeds 16 billion, and it must be without leverage financing. In summary, Jiang He was either faking it for marketing, or he had some incredible means and super high cash flow. And combined with the official seal he showed at the end, if Jiang He wasn't looking to end up in prison, then it should be real. Because this matter was too outrageous. And with Jiang He's extremely high popularity on Douyin, within half an hour, it surged to the top of Douyin's trending topics. Byte's official account had to respond, confirming the matter was true. After receiving the official response, both professionals and Jiang He's fans were dumbfounded. Come on, we all know you're rich, but you didn't say you were this rich. Especially the most ridiculous part was that Jiang He announced this after being banned from his live stream by the administrator. This led to an extremely absurd rumor circulating outside. Our General Jiang was banned from his live stream, got angrier and decided to fire you. They knew Jiang He held grudges, but they didn't expect him to hold a grudge to this extent. Is this right, buddy? Were you shopping at the time? Jiang He replied, Administrator, you have someone backing you, but I have no one behind me. Amid the heated discussions across the internet, Jiang He's live stream reopened. In an instant, fans and curious netizens rushed in. Within just 5 minutes, the peak online viewership in Jiang He's live stream surpassed the previous 400,000 and continued to climb. Facing the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, Jiang He smacked his lips and said with a cheeky smile, I don't even know what is going on. They said I'd be banned for an hour. But why was I unbanned in just over 30 minutes? And why did my health points suddenly come back? How strange. Listening to Jiang He's cheeky remarks, the live stream was filled with the administrator speaks. But who would dare to speak? The colleague who had just casually used their power to ban Jiang He's live stream was now out of a job. What could they say? In reality, everyone knew that Jiang He's previous live stream content was at most skirting the edge of rules. It was still a stretch from being an actual violation. The administrator who banned him merely did so because Jiang He provoked them with a comment, challenging them to ban him. It's important to note that Douyin's administrators have significant power, and given that Douyin itself isn't lacking in big streamers, these administrators have become quite bold. To put it nicely, they strictly adhere to the live streaming rules. To put it harshly, they treat themselves like they're the main course. In the past, bullied streamers truly had no choice but to endure it, as they relied on Douyin for their livelihood. Even Jiang, he could only switch to live streaming on other platforms, unable to do anything about Douyin's administrators. But now it was different. He had a way to deal with them. Didn't they think they had great power? Now let us see who is greater. Watching the audience in the live stream grow larger, Jiang He slowly stood up, addressing the viewers. Let us go out for a stroll. I've slept all day and am not tired. Let us see if there is anything fun out there. With that, Jiang He went downstairs. He was still considering whether to take the AMG or the Bentley when a super comment appeared in the live stream. Tun, how about you drive your car over here, General Jiang? Just hand me the keys. Seeing this comment, Jiang He raised an eyebrow. Drive to your place? Isn't that inappropriate? It's the middle of the night. I just started streaming and you want me to stop? At first, the audience was still spamming question marks. But soon they began to encourage Jiang He. Go for it. It's okay if you don't end the stream. Exactly. I said Douyin will eventually allow this. Jiang, you said you'd show us if you had the chance. Now is your chance. Can you change the live streaming ecosystem on Douyin? It all depends on you. A bunch of people in a live stream were enjoying the spectacle and urging Jiang He on, fearing he wouldn't go. But at this moment, Jiang He looked at the camera and said, Didn't I say I'd settle the score with you? If I go, will you dare to meet me? Tun, you come. What do I have to be afraid of? All right, I like your spirit. Just wait, DM me your address. With that, Jiang He got into the AMG and turned the camera away to open his direct messages. At that moment, Tun really sent him an address. Jiang He initially wanted to start the car and drive over, but suddenly realized something. He looked suspiciously at the camera and asked, You're not sending me a fake address again, are you? Tun immediately replied on the screen. Tun, absolutely not. This is definitely my home address. Jiang He still wore a skeptical expression. He carefully examined the address Tun sent him and then asked with a strange expression, You actually live in a city village? Well, let me stack some buffs first. It's not that I look down on brothers living in city villages, nor do I think there is anything wrong with city villages. Of course, I know some brothers choose to live here because they just arrived in the city or are facing temporary financial difficulties, not because. Jiang He continued to stack buffs for several minutes before finally saying, In summary, I think based on Tun's income and the environment shown in her live stream, she shouldn't be living in a city village, right? Seeing Jiang He frantically trying to cover his tracks, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 77. Those who understand, all right, I get what you mean. Are you that scared? Goodness, now you're a big streamer and you're afraid of being cyberbullied. Did you see that? Even someone as outspoken as Hezai doesn't dare to show class discrimination in a live stream. In a way, it's also a sign of respect from Hezai to us. This guy shows off his wealth, but he doesn't look down on others just because he has money. Pretty good. Amidst the teasing from the viewers in the live stream, Tun sent another super chat. I really live here. You come if you can't see me. I'll give you one chance. Upon seeing this message, Jiang He's eyes lit up. Good, I hope you're not there. As soon as he said this, a bunch of question marks popped up in the live stream. Jiang He then started the car, heading toward the address Tun sent him, saying, This is the first time I hope to be tricked. The question marks in the live stream surged even more. Is he really hoping to be tricked? The viewers in the live stream were too shy to point it out. This is pure old playfulness. Before long, Jiang He arrived at the location Tun sent. He parked the car on the roadside and took a look around. The street next to him was a food street, while his street was relatively quiet, with only a few convenience stores open and the rest of the shops closed. Among these shops, narrow passages led to the residential buildings behind. This is an urban village. When Jiang He first started as a streamer, and even before that, he lived in a similar urban village. Every day after work, he would buy a portion of fried rice and carry a bucket of large mineral water through the narrow passages into the residential building behind. Then climb up to the 6th floor without an elevator. He would lie down on that wall bed in his room, listening to strange sounds occasionally coming from upstairs or downstairs. Looking at the somewhat familiar scene in front of him, Jiang He felt no emotional stirrings. Who the hell would miss the bad times they had? That would be crazy. He controlled the drone to survey the surroundings and smiled, saying, "Brothers, you all saw it. I came to the location Tun Tun sent, but she's not here. She tricked me again, so you all understand me." Before Jiang He could finish a sentence, a female voice came from behind him. Jiang He turned around and found Tun Tun at the other end of the street. At that moment, she was wearing a somewhat tight-fitting, short-sleeved shirt and yoga pants with sneakers, jogging towards him. With every run, she showcased her complete advantage over the likes of Daodu and others. Just as Tun Tun was about to approach Jiang He, she slowed down and walked over. Seeing this, Jiang He immediately ran a few steps in the opposite direction and then looked at Tun Tun. Tun Tun. She looked a bit confused at Jiang He's actions. "What are you doing?" Jiang He remained silent and ran a few more steps in the opposite direction. Tun Tun, slightly puzzled, jogged to catch up with Jiang He. Noticing this, Jiang He stopped to wait for her. When Tun Tun was almost close, Jiang He ran in the opposite direction again. "Huh, are you out of your mind?" Tun Tun cursed and then caught up with him again. But while running, Tun Tun realized something was off. She looked down and then stopped, slowly walking towards Jiang He. Jiang He ran in the opposite direction again, but Tun Tun didn't run a single step and just walked slowly. This made Jiang He feel a bit disappointed. Not very stupid, what a pity," he said regretfully. The viewers in the live stream agreed with Jiang He's statement. Indeed, they didn't expect Tun Tun to be that clever. They thought they could play around a bit longer, but she caught on. "Goodness, you kid are a talent. I like this about He's eye. Just like me, an old playboy." Amidst the teasing from the viewers in the live stream, Jiang He waited in place for Tun Tun to come closer. "Are you sick? You like watching me come closer so much? Do I have to run? Isn't that tiring?" Tun Tun said with a blank expression. "Oh, let me see." Jiang He said, staring at Tun Tun without a hint of embarrassment, even inching closer as he watched. Hey, what are you doing? Watching is one thing, but why are you getting closer?" Tun Tun retracted a bit. Jiang He smacked his lips. "Didn't you say to come closer to see?" "I'm getting closer." Tun Tun looked at Jiang He somewhat speechlessly. "Is that the kind of closer I meant?" "Oh, I thought it was," Jiang He replied. "But your location wasn't accurate either. I arrived and had to wait for you." "Then how about I just send you my house number and give you the key while I'm at it? Would that work?" Jiang He extended his hand. Slap. Tun Tun smacked Jiang He's hand and said, "I don't live this way. I went night jogging to the food street next door to refuel. You said you were coming, so I just sent you this location." Jiang He looked down at Tun Tun's noticeably bulging stomach. "You could fuel up a child with that energy. It's like you ran nowhere." "Don't worry about it," Tun Tun said, extending her hand toward Jiang He with a smile. "Thanks to President Jiang for the Mercedes AMG." Jiang He took out the key and handed it to Tun Tun, then said expressionlessly, "You're too happy too soon. It's just the usage right." Tun Tun widened her eyes and asked, "Didn't you say those who understand, understand?" Jiang He nodded and then said with an inscrutable expression, "I just want to say, those who understand, understand. If you don't, I won't say much. If I say it, you wouldn't understand anyway. It's better not to say it. Just ponder it carefully. Don't come asking me what is going on. The interests involved are too significant. Saying it won't benefit either of us. Just consider it as not knowing. As for the rest, I can only say the waters here are very deep, involving many things. It's hard for you to find out the details. Most of the information online has been cleaned up, so I say those who understand, understand. If you don't, there's nothing that can be done." The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded by Jiang He's tongue-twisting speech. "You're playing with tongue twisters? Understood, it's all nonsense. Where did this player come from? Oh no, you've learned the essence of the game." Even Tun Tun looked a bit confused at Jiang He. "What are you mumbling about?" "Give me 200 for gas." Jiang He raised an eyebrow. "What I mean is, those who understand, understand, but I never said I'd give you the car. It's just the usage right. But last time you said, those who understand. Understand about the Cadillac too, right? This understanding is different. I can only say those who understand, understand." Tun Tun fell silent for a moment and then looked at Jiang He, asking, "Can I curse?" "Damn, then I really understand your mother." After cursing, Tun Tun suddenly changed her expression, smiling as she said, "Forget it. I'll drive it myself. Whether you give it or not is the same. Still, thanks to President Jiang for supporting the Mercedes AMG." Upon hearing this, Jiang He leaned in a bit closer to Tun Tun and whispered, "Tun Tun, you wouldn't want your car to be towed away by the repo team in the middle of the night, right?" "Huh?" Tun Tun took 2 steps back. "No, something off with you. Right. No. Right. Just as the two were to stand still, a faint sound suddenly came from the side passage. Chapter 78. untraceable achievements. The sound was not loud, but just enough to reach Jiang He and Tun Tun's ears. Both instinctively turned to look down the corridor. What was that? Did you hear it? Tun Tun asked Jiang He. Jiang He nodded. Because they couldn't hear it clearly, both were a bit curious. After exchanging glances, their lips curled up simultaneously. Let's take a look. Let's go. Saying this, the two headed towards the corridor, with Jiang He in front and Tun Tun behind. Do you think someone has issued some strange task, and people are doing it? Jiang He said surprisingly. Tun Tun smirked, but didn't refute. In recent years, as more and more young people in the country started using the Blue Little app, the so-called task characters had gradually increased. Just a couple of days ago, it appeared in Hujing University. In the past, if such a thing happened, everyone would only secretly watch from the side. Even that was considered quite bold. But in the last 2 years, the atmosphere has changed. Everyone knows these things exist. When it appeared at Hujing University, a group of university students took out their phones to film, making it awkward for the person doing the task to run away. And now, at this time, in the early morning, in the urban village corridor, with the vague, strange sounds, it's hard not to overthink. At this moment, the live stream audience also became interested upon hearing Jiang He's words. Who wouldn't like to eat this kind of melon? You should know that on the internet, if you talk about anything, there will be people to argue with you. Only when it comes to inappropriate topics. The comment section tends to be exceptionally harmonious. Occasionally, a few good people only attract a bunch of likes. Could it be that someone is really doing a task? Goodness. Encountering his eye while doing a task would be a huge misfortune. You can't say at this place and this time, it really is possible. No, he's I. Don't send my favorite blogger in there. In the midst of the frenzied barrage of comments, Jiang He and Tun Tun drew closer to the source of the sound. At this point, they could also hear what the voice was saying. It was a male voice, speaking somewhat indistinctly, saying 99. As Jiang He passed a corner, he suddenly saw a man standing expressionlessly at the corner. The sudden appearance of the man startled Tun Tun, who was behind Jiang He, causing him to instinctively grip Jiang He's arm tighter. Jiang He glanced back at Tun Tun. Was that intentional or unintentional? Tun Tun rolled his eyes at Jiang He and then let go of his hand. Does it matter whether it was intentional? Did you suffer? Jiang He extended his hand to Tun Tun. You continue. Dream on, Tun Tun replied, looking at the man at the corner. What are you doing here? The man glanced at Tun Tun without answering, only continuing to say 99 to himself. At this moment, Jiang He also looked at the man. Brother, what are you doing? The man still didn't answer, continuing to say 99 to himself. Jiang He looked at Tun Tun and pointed at the man. This guy can't be deaf, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the man's previously loud voice suddenly lowered. Moreover, what he was saying seemed to change from 99. If it weren't for seeing the man's mouth moving and hearing a faint sound like a mosquito, Jiang He would have doubted whether the man had stopped speaking. To hear clearly what the other was saying, Jiang He leaned a little closer, but he still couldn't hear clearly, so he leaned in a bit more. Finally, he heard clearly. Smack. 100. The man said loudly. Jiang He touched the side of his face that had just been slapped, completely dumbfounded. Huh, no way. Looking at the man's exaggerated gestures, Jiang He was a bit lost. The audience in the live stream burst out laughing at this scene. Goodness, is it that number? This is also considered a task. You can't say this could indeed be a task. He's I, your mother. While the audience was laughing happily, they suddenly saw the live camera shift, pointing at the sky. The viewers were confused when suddenly they heard Jiang He's voice. 1. Smack. Although they couldn't see the specifics, they seemed to know what had happened. Then the camera turned back. The man who had been counting suddenly covered half of his face, crying as he said, You're bullying me. I'm going to find my mother, Wah. As he spoke, the man ran off backward. Jiang He stood with his mouth slightly open, watching this scene. This guy seems to be mentally ill. Tun Tun then spoke up. Is he a bit off in the head? Saying this, she looked at Jiang He with a strange expression. Did you bully a fool? Jiang He rolled his eyes directly. To hell with the fool. When he was bullying me, was he a fool? When I bullied him, did he know the pain? I don't care if he's a fool. I'm just glad I didn't send my assassins from the live stream to deal with him. Besides, whether he's a fool or not, I'm still an orphan. He has a mom. I don't. Am I not worse off than him? Saying this, Jiang He rubbed his face, mumbling, This fool has quite a bit of strength. Under the faint streetlight, the live stream audience could clearly see that Jiang He's right cheek was a bit fatter than his left cheek. Listening to Jiang He's words, Tun Tun pondered for a few seconds. Makes sense. Jiang He's level of achievements is indeed not lower than that of the fool. Let's go back. If we run into another fool and get slapped again, it won't be worth it. Tun Tun zugestet. Let's go. Jiang He waved his hand, and then the two returned along the path they had come. When they got back to the main road, Tun Tun waved the AMG key in his hand with a smile, saying, "So, Jiang, do you want me to give you a ride back?" "Of course. Am I going to walk back after driving here?" "But wait a minute, I'm going to grab something to eat next door. I haven't eaten yet." "All right, but I'm not eating. I'm full." "Whatever." Saying this, the two went to the snack street next door. Jiang He took a look and then sat down in front of barbecue stall. After ordering something, Jiang He looked at Tun Tun's stomach. It was fine when they were standing up. This guy could hold it in. But now that he was sitting down, she had eaten too much. When did she buy a swimming ring? How come I didn't see it just now? Jiang He teased. Tun Tun rolled her eyes. "It's a natural. Jealous, huh?" Jiang He lifted his shirt, showing off his 8-pack abs for a fleeting moment. "Natural? Then I'm indeed jealous, unlike me, who only has an 8-pack that looks like a washboard and is as hard as steel. You shameless, let me feel it." "Huh?" Jiang He looked blankly at the hand that appeared on his stomach. "Aren't you a bit shameless?" However, after feeling Jiang He's abs, Tun Tun said, "Not bad, pretty good. But too bad the achievements can't be traced. It might just be superficial." "Damn, if you want to see the achievements, let's have a practical session." "That's unnecessary." Tun Tun waved her hand to reject Jiang He's suggestion. At this moment, the barbecue stall owner brought Jiang He's order to their table. Just as Jiang He was about to eat, the discussion from next door caught his attention. Chapter 79, taking a deep puff of smoke. 3,000 is just 3,000. I really don't know where I lost it. I've been looking for 3 days and can't find it. Did you not see the big hole in the bag? This conversation caught Jiang He's attention. He turned to look and saw 3 men eating barbecue next to him. At that moment, the leader, a man wearing a hat, said, "Stop shouting. Think about where we've been recently." A bearded man replied, "I really can't remember. After we got to Rongqing, we had a roast lamb leg. And then we rushed to the hotel. We slept there, and when we woke up, we found our stuff missing. We asked the hotel owner to check the surveillance, but he said the camera was broken. We asked Oldley privately for a whole day, and he didn't admit to going to our room. So it shouldn't be him who took it. Later, we went to the stall selling roast lamb legs and asked, but the owner said he hadn't seen anything. However, I feel like that owner was acting suspiciously. He might know something. I told Old Yang to keep an eye on him for when he closes up to ask more." At this point, the last man spoke up. "If the roast lamb leg owner doesn't know anything, then it must be from the black car side. But dealing with those black cars is too troublesome. If we lost it there, we probably won't get it back." The hat-wearing man clearly felt speechless and said to the other two, "You're more likely to mess things up than to get anything done. If you can lose something like this, if the owner finds out, we're all done for." The other two remained silent, just drinking beer. "Drink a little less. We still need to ask the roast lamb leg owner later. Don't screw this up." "Got it. Understood." The entire conversation fell into Jiang He's ears. He turned back, remaining silent. His intuition told him that this matter was somewhat related to him. The item those 3 were looking for was very likely the craft from his home. The roast lamb leg stall they mentioned should be the place where Jiang He had eaten roast lamb legs before. As for their inquiries, it probably wasn't going to be friendly. Which hotel owner with a good temper would cooperate with them for a whole day? Moreover, they seemed so sure that the other party was not lying after their questioning. The key point is that these days, staying at a hotel isn't that common anymore. Jiang He could also guess a bit why the roast lamb leg owner wasn't telling the truth. If he hadn't sold it, he might have just given it to them, but he had already sold it to Jiang He. At this point, if the other party didn't call it craft and instead called it an antique, the owner would be in big trouble. In this day and age, those who know a bit understand that without evidence, one cannot acknowledge such matters. Otherwise, the other party could demand an outrageous price. "Sai, what am I thinking? Are you going to eat or not?" Looking at Jiang He, who was holding a skewer without eating, Tun Tun looked at him with some confusion. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about what fan benefits to send to the brothers in the live stream later." Saying this, Jiang He glanced at Tun Tun and said, "You stole 3 million from them. Think about how to face the anger of my live stream brothers." Jiang He's words instantly drew the attention of a live stream audience to Tun Tun. The bullet comments in a live stream were all criticizing her, demanding she return the 3 million. Seeing this, Tun Tun shrugged her shoulders and said with a smile, "I'm really sorry. I don't have many good qualities. Just particularly good luck." "Good luck is good, really can give birth to big healthy babies," Jiang He commented from the side. Upon hearing this, Tun Tun puffed out her chest. "It's fine. I can afford to raise a few. I'm not like some people whose kids clearly have to suffer even before they're born." "Sigh. Tun Tun, you're going to make the little sister mad if you keep talking like that." "I didn't say that. You did. That means you're implying it." "That's nonsense. That's what you want to say." At this moment, a super bullet comment floated in the live stream. "Little sister. So you're the one behind the scenes, huh?" Seeing this comment, Jiang He and Tun Tun both chuckled. At that moment, the three men at the table next to Jiang He left after receiving a phone call. Seeing this, Jiang He looked at the barbecue in front of him and said, "Forget it, it's too greasy. I don't want to eat anymore." After saying that, Jiang He settled the bill and walked towards his car, simultaneously saying to Tun Tun, "Let us go. I'll take you to eat something not greasy." Tun Tun looked at Jiang He's actions with some confusion, but still followed his footsteps. Once in the car, Jiang He used a spare key to unlock the door and get in. Seeing Jiang He's actions, Tun Tun's mouth opened slightly. "You have a spare key? So you could just drive my car anytime?" Jiang He raised an eyebrow and said dismissively, "In this day and age, who doesn't have a spare key for a second-hand car? And this car doesn't belong to you. It just happens to be in your possession. Don't think it's really yours. The original owner can drive it whenever they want." Jiang He said the latter part while looking at the live stream camera. This made many viewers confused. "You're talking in riddles. What do you mean? I'm asking you what you mean. She's different. I have my own rhythm." Looking at the bullet comments in the live stream, Jiang He smiled, then turned to Tun Tun and said, "Get in. I'm treating you." Tun Tun walked to the passenger door, opened it, and said to Jiang He, "You said princess, get in the car." Virum. Jiang He hit the gas in neutral, and Tun Tun immediately jumped into the passenger seat. As Jiang He started the car, he said, "Did you get it wrong, miss? I'm driving an AMG. What do you think this is? Still a princess?" Those who claim to be princesses in the AMG passenger seat are basically real princesses. However, Tun Tun didn't mind at all. She laughed and said, "If you say that, you have to transfer me 3,000. Taking a deep puff of smoke. 3,000 is just 3,000. Wait, I'll transfer it as soon as I get out of the car." Jiang He teased. While speaking, Jiang He drove according to the location in his memory. If everything was as he guessed, he definitely couldn't avoid this matter. If no one found out, he could keep it at home as a craft for fun. But if they knew, he couldn't hide it. The main issue was that the roast lamb leg owner was going to suffer, and it was still because of Jiang He. After all, Jiang He had a bit of an idea from the very beginning. If Jiang He didn't take care of it, he wouldn't feel right inside. He just wanted to take advantage a bit, not to torture others. But how to proceed? Jiang He already had a rough idea in his mind. Thinking this, Jiang He drove to the location of the roast lamb leg stall in his memory. At that time, the owner was packing up and preparing to leave. Jiang He looked at him and said, "Boss, not selling today?" The owner glanced at Jiang He, seemingly recognizing him, and smiled. "Yes, business was good today. A customer packed everything I had left. I'm closing up to go home. Come back tomorrow." "Oh, that I say pity. Do you have any left at home? I'm craving it today." Jiang He pretended to look somewhat regretful. "At home? I do have some leftovers for myself." "Are you really craving it that much?" "Well, boss, you cook it well." "All right, come with me. I'll cut you a portion." "Okay then, boss, you go ahead, I'll follow you." "Sure." Saying this, the boss hopped on his little electric scooter and began leading the way, while Jiang He followed behind him. Chapter 80. Are you really blind? Tun Tun sat in the passenger seat, watching Jiang He drive while following the roasted lamb leg vendor in front of him. He glanced at the large sign that read roasted lamb leg and slightly opened his mouth. "Is this what you call eating something light?" Jiang He blinked. "What's so strange about it? I ordered barbecue, then didn't want to eat it, wanted something light, but when I saw the roasted lamb leg after coming here, I wanted to eat it again. What's the problem?" Saying this, Jiang He pointed at the camera. "Don't say I waste food. Those zombie synthetic meats might be older than I am, and if you listed the additives, it would fill an entire page. I eat for joy, not to torture myself. If I'm not happy, I won't eat. If I'm happy, I will eat. When you waste the second bowl of unfinished instant noodles without any shame about wasting, don't tell me I waste food." Jiang He's words left the viewers in the live stream, who were about to call him wasteful, dumbfounded. Really? Is he so good at patching things up now? It seems that Jiang He's rationality allows him to be a positive energy streamer, but his body won't allow it, so he can only have his left brain argue with his right brain, patching things up after finishing the task. For some reason, watching Jiang He frantically patch things up made people want to laugh. It's hard to imagine what the private messages in Jiang He's background look like, making him start to patch things up for himself. In the teasing of the live stream audience, Jiang He glanced at a taxi that had been following them in the rearview mirror, then looked at the unused skill card in his system warehouse, the Black Bear. Well, he first suspected that this group of people might be looking for the craft items in his hands. He thought about directly using the Black Bear on the craft items. As long as he didn't say anything, this thing could stay safely in his house. He believed the system's statement. A presence that could easily be overlooked in face-to-face situations could be placed in his house without any problem. But then he thought, Regardless of whether he kept it or not, if something happened to the roasted lamb leg vendor, it would still implicate him. If it involved legal issues, it would be even more complicated. It was better to play dumb and pretend he bought a craft item to take home. Then he would just deal with the people behind him. If later Jiang He was found by others like officials, he would just give it to them since it was only $20. If it didn't find Jiang He, they could stay in his house as a craft item. With that thought, Jiang He followed the vendor to a shop entrance. This was a very small store, located deep in a certain street, usually not frequented by anyone. Coupled with the current late night, it seemed even quieter. After Jiang He got out of the car, the vendor said to him, "This is my home. This shop usually doesn't have much business. My wife sells some marinated meat here, and I push my cart to sell roasted lamb legs over there. You wait outside for a bit. It's a bit cramped inside. I'll go in and cut you a portion of roasted lamb leg." Okay. Jiang He nodded, glancing inside the shop. Just as the vendor said, there was a glass display case for marinated meat blocking almost the entire door. Looking inside, it was filled with various bits and pieces of ingredients and tools. There really wasn't too much space for him to go in. Then Jiang He said to Tun Tun beside him, "Let's wait a bit, then drive back." Tun Tun nodded. At this time, Jiang He spoke to the system in his mind. Use Black Bear, target, me, Tun Tun, and the drone. Ding. Black Bear used successfully. With the successful use of the system card, the taxi that had been parked not far away suddenly drove over. The taxi stopped beside Jiang He and Tun Tun. Then 4 big men got out of the car. One of them got out from the driver's seat. The group looked around, then rushed into the store. Watching the scene, Tun Tun looked at Jiang He with a confused expression. Jiang He shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what was happening either. Just as Tun Tun was puzzled, the 4 men rushed into the store. At this moment, the roasted lamb leg vendor happened to come out with a portion of cut and packed lamb leg. The 4 men didn't say a word and rushed toward the vendor. 2 of them quickly subdued the vendor and started dragging him into the store. 1 person followed behind them, while the remaining 1 glanced outside and prepared to pull down the rolling shutter. As the other pulled the rolling shutter, Jiang He walked in with the drone. However, the others seemed oblivious to his presence and directly closed the main door. This scene left Tun Tun and the viewers in the live stream with their heads full of question marks. What the heck? Is this a robbery? Huh? Are they robbing live on stream? No way. Where the hell is Jiang He? Are you blind? Didn't Jiang He go in with them? What's going on? I can't see Jiang He at all. Due to the effect of the Black Bear, even many viewers in the live stream didn't see Jiang He. Although he was standing right there, many people subconsciously overlooked him and didn't realize he was still in the live stream. On the other side, Tun Tun watched this scene, completely frozen in place. What the hell? At this moment, Jiang He followed the last person toward the innermost part of the store. Before reaching there, Jiang He saw the situation in the room. At this time, the roasted lamb leg vendor and a woman were both tied up. According to the vendor's earlier words, this should be his wife. The group of men stood in front of the 2. One of them pulled out a knife from his waist and directly stabbed the vendor in the thigh. Ah! The vendor screamed in agony. The live stream was instantly filled with question marks. At this moment, one of the men spoke. "Damn it, where's that bronze cup? If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill your whole family." Saying this, the man took out his phone and pointed the camera at the vendor. The last time, the hotel owner didn't tell the truth, and we tortured him for a day, stabbing him over 20 times until he bled out and finally confessed. "What about you? Are you going to talk?" As soon as the man finished speaking, Jiang He walked into the innermost part. The man with the knife instinctively turned to look at his companions. Then his pupils constricted, and he suddenly pointed at Jiang He, shouting, "How the hell did you get in here?" Jiang He blinked and shrugged, saying, "I just came in with you." As Jiang He spoke, everyone present noticed his existence. The person who had been walking in front of him was even more startled. He hadn't noticed someone following him. The live stream audience was dumbfounded by this reaction, especially those viewers who had been able to see Jiang He. What the heck? Are you really blind? Ridiculous. Hasn't Jiang He been right behind you the whole time? Don't you ever look back? Wow, the whole gang is just one blind guy. Wait, Jiang He isn't running? They have knives. At this moment, the few men also reacted and all charged at Jiang He. Facing the attacks of several people in such a small space, Jiang He had no room to dodge. But fortunately, he never intended to dodge. Bang! Without any hesitation, Jiang He punched the temple of the person closest to him. The man rolled his eyes and fainted. This man's fall also made it difficult for the others to attack Jiang He, because the space was too small. One person suddenly falling to the ground greatly affected their performance. Seeing this, Jiang He immediately kicked another person's knee. The man quickly spread his legs to dodge, and Jiang He seized the opportunity to kick upward. Crack! It sounded like a non-existent egg cracking. This is the pain that comes from the soul. The man also curled up on the ground. The fall of two people in a row made the remaining two realize something was wrong. But Jiang He would not give them a chance to react. He stepped on the bodies of the fallen and took a step forward. A forward punch. A kick. The consecutive strikes made the third person retreat a few steps, feeling dizzy and out of breath for a moment. The retreat also successfully blocked the last person's line of sight. When a man holding the dagger pushed aside his companion, Jiang He was already in front of him. As Jiang He grinned, revealing his white teeth, his fist landed on the opponent's temple. Cool. Chapter 81. I thought it was just a joke after dealing with the man holding the dagger. Jiang He kicked the dagger away from him and walked over to the bound boss. He took out his phone, dialed 120, and simultaneously grabbed a clean piece of cloth to wrap around the boss's injured thigh to prevent excessive blood loss. Jiang He put the phone on speaker and said to the boss, "Tell the 120 operator your home address." After doing this, Jiang He got up. At this moment, the third man who had fallen to the ground had already gotten up and grabbed a wooden stick nearby to attack Jiang He from behind. The viewers in the live stream saw this and flooded the chat with warnings for Jiang He to be careful. Jiang He also saw the man's movement through the drone's footage. Just as the wooden stick was about to hit him, Jiang He easily dodged to the side. Without even looking back, he kicked out with his foot. Bang! The man was kicked back several steps and crashed against the wall of the room. Jiang He then turned and walked towards him. Before the man could react, Jiang He punched him in the temple. The man rolled his eyes and fainted. Meanwhile, the boss had already communicated his address and injury status to the 120 operator. Jiang He hung up the call and dialed 110. "Hello. I have 4 men armed with knives who broke into my place. Don't worry, they have been subdued. 3 are unconscious, and there's 1 left." Jiang He glanced at the man he had kicked in the groin, who was curled up on the ground, gasping for breath, and stepped forward to deliver another punch. "Oh, I misspoke. All 4 are unconscious. Please send someone over quickly. The address is..." Jiang He handed the phone to the boss. The boss stated the address, and the operator advised them to stay safe, assuring that help was on the way. After hanging up, Jiang He untied the ropes binding the boss and his wife. Then he curiously asked, "Boss, who did you provoke?" "A few people came to kidnap you. If I hadn't been live streaming tonight and happened to come looking for you, wouldn't you be in big trouble?" Upon hearing this, the boss glanced at the small drone following Jiang He. He had been curious about what it was for, but he didn't expect it was for live streaming. When he looked down, his eyes flickered for a moment. Then he raised his head with an innocent expression and said, "I don't know." He pointed at one of the men and said, "That guy initially asked me if I'd seen any copper or something. I said no, and he kept asking. I repeatedly said no, and then he bought all the lamb legs I had on display. Then you came in, and when I was just handing you the lamb leg, these guys rushed in, tied me up without saying a word, and immediately stabbed me, asking where my stuff was." "What the hell? What did he even ask about?" "He didn't ask anything, just came in swinging a knife." Can you stand that? Hearing this, the previously tense atmosphere in the live stream dissipated instantly, and a bunch of viewers started spamming question marks. "Boss, you could at least ask. If you don't ask, I would have said it was chicken feathers." "Boss, what the hell were you guys doing?" "Ha ha ha, I'm eating." And hearing the boss say this made people laugh uncontrollably. After hearing the boss's words, Jiang He glanced at him but said nothing. He had thought the boss would explain the situation, but it seemed like he intended to play dumb just like him. Actually, this was fine. At least there would be no follow-up issues. After all, Jiang He had eavesdropped earlier and knew these guys were suspicious not only of the boss, but also of the black car they had been in. They probably did something to the hotel owner as well. Finding the boss would only lead them to think these guys were ruthless, with no real evidence to back it up. This was an unexpected gain. His family's handicraft could stay displayed for a while longer. With this in mind, Jiang He rummaged through the boss's place and found a few ropes. After all, he was in a market business, so there were ropes available. Using these ropes, he tied up the 4 men and then sat down to wait. But, isn't this a bit unconventional? Is this how you tie people up? I think I've seen this method in an educational film. You're quite the character. Oh my, what kind of binding is this? Not just the viewers. Even the boss and his wife looked at Jiang He with strange expressions. Jiang He shrugged innocently and said, "This is the only way I know how to tie knots." At that moment, outside the door, the sound of police sirens and an ambulance could be heard. Jiang He walked out of the shop and saw several police cars and an ambulance parked outside. He looked around and realized he hadn't seen Tun Tun. Thinking about it, he must have overlooked it. Jiang He called out, "Tun Tun, come help out." As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, Tun Tun seemed to appear out of thin air, coming down the street from the entrance. Many viewers in the live stream were puzzled, asking how long Tun Tun had been standing there. At this time, the police and emergency personnel all approached Jiang He to inquire about the situation. Jiang He briefly explained, and upon hearing this, the police and medical staff immediately went inside. The small shop was crowded with people, and after a commotion, the boss was taken away by the medical staff in the ambulance, with his wife accompanying him. Meanwhile, the several big men were taken away in police cars. Since Jiang He and Tun Tun witnessed the entire incident, after saying a few words to the viewers in the live stream, Jiang He ended the stream and drove to the police station. At the police station, Jiang He honestly recounted the entire situation. I didn't know. I just wanted to eat a lamb leg, and they suddenly rushed in. I thought it was just for fun, so I went in to see the excitement. I didn't know why they didn't see me. I was still live streaming. If they wanted to mess with me, I'd mess with them back. Who knew they were so weak? One punch each, and they were down. Jiang He's response was somewhat absurd. However, after watching the even more absurd live stream replay, the police fell silent. Because from the looks of it, these men were quite professional in their methods. They swiftly subdued and bound the boss, then interrogated him. But the ridiculous part was that Jiang He just swaggered in and no one noticed. He was right behind the guy, closing the door. They didn't think anything was wrong at all. It was only after Jiang He entered that the man with the knife noticed him. The whole incident gave off a bizarre absurdity. But the facts were right in front of them, so they had no choice but to believe it, ultimately blaming it on the other party being a bit blind. Since Jiang He and Tun Tun had live streaming as evidence, plus Jiang He himself had considerable influence and was the one who subdued the kidnappers, they were allowed to leave after answering a few questions. After leaving the police station, Tun Tun looked at Jiang He, his eyes still filled with confusion. How could those people be so blind? Jiang He blinked and equally confusedly replied, I don't know. Maybe they forgot their glasses at home. Tun Tun's expression was a bit strange upon hearing this, but he couldn't think of any other explanation for a moment. There was simply no way to make sense of it. Stories need logic, but reality can be woven freely and fantastically, because no one knows what a person will do next. Just like Tun Tun initially just wanted to accompany Jiang He for a meal. Chapter 82. Bad luck, what are we doing now, going home? Tun Tun asked Jiang He. Jiang He blinked. Is that okay? Tun Tun shook her finger. No. Jiang Zong, I could be a princess in the AMG, but not in the private room. You mean in the car? Tun. She looked at Jiang He expressionlessly, not saying a word. Jiang He blinked, not continuing to tease her, and said, Let's go, I'll go home first. Then you can drive the car back yourself. Okay. After getting in the car, Jiang He first drove home, then handed the car keys to Tun Tun, letting her drive away by herself. Since it was already late at night, Tun Tun didn't turn on the air conditioning when she drove off. Instead, she opened the windows to let the wind in. The security guard at the community entrance saw this and shook his head with a look of regret. TSK. That guy's no good. It's always like this. Excluding the time spent driving back and forth, it's only 1 or 2 minutes at most. What a pity. Such a beautiful woman. Achoo. On the other side, Jiang He inexplicably sneezed twice. He rubbed his nose and then looked in the direction where Tun Tun had left. Why is this woman scolding me too? He remembered the last time when his little sister left his house. It was the same. Do they not want to leave? Jiang He thought to himself, then looked at the crafts on his living room shelf. After thinking for a moment, he took the crafts off the wine cabinet and directly threw them beside the TV cabinet, just in case. Nobody knows what the boss of that roasted lamb leg will say in the end. If he mentions the crafts being at his place, Jiang He can just say he bought them casually and forgot about them after getting home. If this thing gets classified as a transaction, it would be too much trouble. Thinking about this, Jiang He poured himself a glass of water and went to the lounge chair on the balcony. Looking at the scenery outside, he said to the system in his mind, Open the lucky bag. Ding. Daily lucky bag opened successfully. Reward, 10 shares of Tiger platform. Ding. Live streaming lucky bag opened successfully. Reward, bad luck card. Bad luck card. After using this card, the host will be extremely unlucky for 1 hour. Misfortune will abound. Jiang He. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Jiang He was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? I get unlucky after using it? What the hell? This is a stupid tool, right? Jiang He looked at the unposted short video on his phone. No, it's not supposed to be like this. Who gives the host such junk from a good system? This system seems like it has developmental issues. Jiang He complained and then finished the water in his hand. Went back to bed and went to sleep. If he didn't sleep now, it would be dawn soon. Because he had slept too long the day before, Jiang He only slept for a few hours this time and woke up around noon. He glanced at the time, 12:30. After a quick wash, he sat on a balcony and ordered takeout for himself. The daily Lucky Bag and live streaming Lucky Bag were both collected during the early morning broadcast, so it didn't matter whether he streamed today or not. The system was somewhat humanized in this regard. As long as it passed midnight, the refresh count would reset. While waiting for the takeout, Jiang He checked his account. After waking up, he now had 13 million followers on Douyin, and every time he refreshed, his followers would increase a little. However, Jiang He wasn't too concerned about it. The first 10 million followers were fine. As long as he gained some traction, it could increase, especially since he was still crazily releasing Lucky Bags. But increasing from 10 million to 100 million was 10 times harder. Only a few had over 100 million followers across the internet. The key was that Jiang He couldn't buy followers because the system didn't recognize it. This made it even harder for him to reach 100 million followers. So at this point, whether he cared or not didn't matter. The milestone reward for 100 million followers was still far off. Thinking about it, Jiang He scrolled through Douyin to pass the time and found that the events from the early morning were trending again. Who understands, if it weren't for the live broadcast, I wouldn't believe such absurd things could happen in reality. This is the level that would be criticized as ridiculous even in a novel. The incident started when the 10 million follower influencer Jiang He and Tun Tun were eating barbecue by the roadside. But Jiang He thought barbecue was too greasy, so he took Tun Tun to eat roasted lamb legs. Yes, you heard that right. He thought barbecue was too greasy, so he went to eat roasted lamb legs. Then, in the next moment, people ignored Jiang He and kidnapped the boss of the roasted lamb leg right in front of him. Jiang He swaggered in and followed the kidnappers. The kidnappers didn't pay any attention to Jiang He, as if they were blind. Even more absurd, some netizens discovered that when Jiang He was initially eating barbecue, 3 of the 4 kidnappers were behind him eating barbecue too. They were even openly discussing how to kidnap the boss of the roasted lamb leg. Every single event was so absurd that it couldn't be scripted. Yet, Jiang He happened to encounter it. What a bizarre phenomenon. Similar marketing accounts popped up, and Jiang He quickly came across 3 of them. It seemed everyone was trying to seize Jiang He's traffic. The rapid increase in Jiang He's followers was partly due to this, because after seeing the trending topic, some netizens searched for Jiang He's live clips. And now, with Jiang He's popularity and follower count, there were dedicated editing accounts just for him. When these netizens searched for these editing accounts, they found that Jiang He's daily live streams were all outrageous. Outrageous to the point that they didn't seem scripted at all. Upon further investigation, they discovered that Jiang He hadn't dropped off the Douyin trending list recently. As if he lived there, just with different trending words every day. Faced with this situation, many netizens were dumbfounded. This is someone born to be a streamer. No wonder he is so rich and still likes to stream. It turns out streaming is so fun. Any random day stream was a peak other streamers would never reach in their lifetime. 10 million followers in a week, and it seemed like it would keep increasing. So envious. Indeed, money flows to those who don't lack it. However, under Jiang He's latest video, which was released in the early morning about Douyin shares, there were countless persistent fans asking Jiang He when he would release the 10 million follower benefits. Seeing these comments, Jiang He put down his phone and began to think about the 10 million follower benefits. Based on the previous scale, this time the benefits definitely couldn't be too shabby. It would be best to have a wide coverage and also be able to spend more money. After all, the more spent, the more cash back. Spending meant not spending, and funds would still increase. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Jiang He's phone suddenly rang. He looked and saw his Tun Tun calling him. What's up? Did you wake up? I saw you were online on Douyin. Damn, are you testing me? What do you want? Oh, I wanted to ask which company's insurance you bought for the AMG. Huh. Jiang He frowned, feeling something was off. Ping and why? Okay. Where are the vehicle registration documents? They're with me. What do you want to say? Actually, I crashed into a tree on the side of the road just over a kilometer from your place last night. Considering you might be asleep, I only contacted the traffic police and tow truck. Now I need you to get the documents so I can go through insurance. Jiang He. Chapter 83. Traffic accident. Is your driving skill really that bad? Jiang He said, somewhat speechless. On the other end of the phone, Tun Tun sounded a bit aggrieved. No, I don't know why either. When I passed that intersection, the light flashed in my eyes, and then the steering wheel just went off course. Hearing this, Jiang He twitched the corner of his mouth but still asked, is it serious? Are you hurt? No, it's just that the front of the car needs a lot of repairs, so I plan to go through insurance. All right, I'll bring it over to you later. Forget it. I'll just transfer it to you directly. You can fix it yourself in the future. Oh, send me the address, and this time, don't send a fake one. Got it. Tun Tun on the other end of the phone clearly sounded a bit guilty. Although the car was hers, it had just arrived and already turned into a wrecked AMG, which was somewhat embarrassing. She sent her address to Jiang He. Jiang He took a look. It was a bit far, so he ordered takeout at home before slowly making his way over. He also brought all the relevant documents for the AMG, planning to handle the traffic accident and then transfer the car to Tun Tun. Tun Tun lived in a flat within the second ring road. After all, as a fairly well-known streamer, she had some means. I'm downstairs at your place, come out. Why don't you come up and sit for a bit? I'm still doing my makeup. Okay, send me the door number. After getting the door number, Jiang He knocked on Tun Tun's door. Tun Tun opened the door wearing a tank top and hot pants, instantly showcasing her figure. Jiang He raised his eyebrows. Wow, trying to seduce me. Tun Tun said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Jiang Zong, can you not always act so clueless? You've seen women like me before. I've seen women like you, but I haven't seen you. As they spoke, Jiang He walked into Tun Tun's home. He didn't know how other female streamers' homes looked, but Tun Tun's place was quite messy. It was a large house filled with packages, various lighting tools for streaming, and Tun Tun's clothes. Some of her intimate clothing was also casually thrown around. Jiang He had to push aside a pair of stockings that had been left on the sofa to find a place to sit. Seat with I'll be done in a bit. Saying this, Tun Tun plopped down on the living room carpet and continued doing her makeup. Jiang He took a moment to look around her home and shook his head. No wonder people say female streamers' homes are a mess. This is really chaotic. Hearing this, Tun Tun didn't turn around and said, it's normal. Girls like to buy clothes, and we female streamers need to keep things fresh for our audience. Plus, having made a bit of money, we buy even more clothes. A lot of them we only wear once or twice, so we just toss them aside. Once it piles up, we just throw it away. Jiang He picked up a pair of worn stockings with his foot and waved them in front of Tun Tun. This is also worn. Tun Tun glanced at it and nodded. Yeah, if they haven't been worn, they're still in their packaging. Isn't this a benefit for your fans? Selling used items is illegal. Giving them away wouldn't be illegal, right? Is it? I'm not sure. I haven't given anything away. I think you want it. I'm not that perverted, but you can give it to me. I'll give it to my junior in the live stream. Isn't that a bit underhanded? But did you really give it to your junior in the live stream? Isn't it for personal use? Haha. Jiang He chuckled and kicked the stockings aside. He looked at Tun Tun. At that moment, Tun Tun was sitting on the carpet, and Jiang He was standing in front of her. The perspective was indeed nice. Not bad. No scamming here. Jiang He complimented. Tun Tun didn't mind and smiled. I'm not like Daizio Mei. She might do that. I don't need to. My abilities speak for themselves. At that moment, Tun Tun had just finished her last touch-up. She closed her makeup kit and said, all right, let me change into another outfit, and then we can head out. This outfit is pretty good. Of course, I can't just show it off for free. The audience has to pay to see it. You're going to make a lot today. After saying that, Tun Tun walked into the bedroom. A few minutes later, she came out wearing a purple bodycon dress. She brushed her hair and smiled at Jiang He. How does it look? Is it okay? Jiang He shook his head. Haven't tried it. I don't know. Tun Tun exclaimed, then took out a selfie stick and asked Jiang He, aren't you going live today? Jiang He shrugged, no. Everyone is urging for rewards for reaching 10 million followers, but I haven't figured out what to give, so I might as well not go live. How about a phone? Compared to other things you give away, this is cheap and practical. If you win, you can keep it for yourself. And it's easy to sell if you want to cash out. Tun zugestet. But Jiang He hesitated. It just feels a bit thin to only give away a phone. Then just give away cash using so-called car vouchers, 1,000 of them, each worth 50,000. Wouldn't that make me look like a fool with too much money? Then don't give it away. Just say you're defaulting, create a buzz, and get on the trending list. Sister Mianfin has been asked for her phone for years. Your default would definitely have a better effect than hers. But I don't want to be scolded. What should I do? Well, think for yourself. Tun Sait. Somewhat speechless. She understood why Jiang He was so conflicted. With so many restrictions, how could he not be conflicted? Forget it. Let's talk about this later. First, let's deal with the traffic accident, Jiang He said. Then the two of them walked towards the door. At that moment, Tun Tun opened her live stream with her phone and said to Jiang He, if you're not going live, I will. You don't mind, right? Jiang He shrugged. No problem. You go ahead. Okay. At this time, Tun Tun's live stream started, and many viewers were momentarily stunned by Jiang He's back. Huh? You have a man at home? What? Just started the stream, and it's this big? Aren't you a single female streamer? You're just letting a man out like that? No warning at all? Just showing a man? Since it was just his back, many people didn't recognize Jiang He. It wasn't until Tun Tun called out that Jiang He turned to look at the camera. Tun Tun smiled and said, why doesn't Jiang Zong greet my stream brothers? Jiang He looked at the camera and waved, hello, brothers, I've tried it. It's pretty good. Tun. Stunned for a moment, Tun Tun quickly turned the camera back to herself and explained, Jiang Zong is joking. Don't take it seriously. I just called him over to handle a traffic accident. Not what he said, but upon hearing this, The comments in Tun Tun's stream became even more filled with question marks. Huh? A traffic accident? Did someone die? Did he run a red light, or was there a fatality? Wow, Jiang He is so quick with his hands. How long have you known each other? Indeed, the happiness of the rich is beyond my imagination. Faced with the barrage of comments, Tun Tun's mouth slightly opened. Oh no, I've been led by Jiang He into a rhythm. Chapter 84. I like to drink water at this moment. Jiang He also realized that what he said might bring a bad rhythm to Tun Tun. So he walked over to Tun Tun, looked at the camera, and said apologetically, "Sorry, brothers, I was just joking with you." Tun Tun breathed a sigh of relief. At least the rhythm wasn't so intense after Jiang He's explanation. But the next second, she heard Jiang He say, "She's not moist at all." What the hell? Tun Tun widened her eyes at Jiang He. In less than a minute after the broadcast started, this guy had already brought her 2 waves of rhythm. Tun Tun looked at Jiang He with some helplessness and said, "Have you tried it? You're just talking nonsense." Jiang He turned to look at Tun Tun and then raised his hand to block the camera. "I'm just at your place. I'm giving the brothers a real experience." Hey, I'm just joking." Tun Tun quickly stepped back a few paces, creating some distance from Jiang He. "Forget it. No more messing around. Let us finish dealing with the car and go home." Jiang He waved his hand and then walked out of Tun Tun's house. Seeing this, Tun Tun followed Jiang He. At this point, after the two had their fun, the viewers in the live stream had somewhat figured out the situation. Realizing things weren't as they thought, some viewers relaxed a bit. However, those who knew Jiang He felt a sense of regret. After all, Jiang He had said before that he would definitely film it for the brothers to see. Now looking at it, there was no chance anymore. No, it should be said that there were no works for them to see now. How could that not make people feel regretful? The two arrived at the spot where Jiang He parked his car. Jiang He unlocked the car and directly sat in the passenger seat. Tun Tun was momentarily stunned by Jiang He's actions. "Am I driving?" Jiang He rolled his eyes at her and said, "What else? You want me to handle the accident and drive for you too? Aren't you afraid I'll crash again? Did you buy your driver's license or something? I paid the exam fee, spent money. What's the difference?" Impressive. Jiang He gave Tun Tun a thumbs up and then said, "But it's useless. You're the one driving. I don't believe a person's skills can be that bad. You can still crash in broad daylight while driving seriously. All right, I'll be careful then." With that, Tun Tun took the driver's seat. She first handed her phone to Jiang He, then began adjusting the driver's seat until she was satisfied and could properly grip the steering wheel, then nodded and started the navigation. Jiang He held Tun Tun's streaming phone, pointed the camera at her, and complained, "You guys take a look at your beloved host, not caring whether she feeds the steering wheel or not, just force-feeding." Hearing his words, the live stream was filled with comments like, "It doesn't eat, I eat." Seeing this, Jiang He shook his head, a bunch of die-hard fans. After saying that, Jiang He looked ahead. Tun Tun's driving skills were not as poor as Jiang He imagined. To be precise, they were quite good. Although the speed was a bit slow, her defensive awareness was high, and there were no bumps along the way, nor any ridiculous operations like starting with 3 nods. It was quite smooth. Just like that, they drove steadily until they reached the roadside outside the traffic police station. However, Tun Tun, who had been steady the whole way, encountered a problem while parking. Bang! Tun Tun glanced at Jiang He somewhat nervously and said, "I think I hit something. It shouldn't be a person." Jiang He glanced at the rearview mirror and said with some exasperation, "Of course not. It's a tree." He looked at Tun Tun and asked, "Didn't you see such a big tree parked there?" Tun Tun shifted her gaze somewhat guiltily, looked elsewhere, and said softly, "I should have been able to see it." "So you didn't see it, right?" Tun Tun fell silent. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but laugh at Tun Tun's little expression. Well, what can we do if she really didn't see it? TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang He's new car, and it's a Bentley. How much damage will this crash cause? Tun impressive. Knocking down 2 luxury cars in one day. So your driver's license really was bought, huh? Amid the viewers' ridicule, Jiang He got out of the car to take a look. The right rear was hit by the tree, but it didn't seem to be a big issue. It looked like it just needed some bodywork and paint. However, considering how expensive his car was, the repair cost wouldn't be cheap. Fortunately, Jiang He wasn't short on money and, "You fix it," Jiang He said to Tun Tun. "Whatever can be saved should be saved. Whatever needs to be spent will be spent. It's your fault, so you definitely won to be paying." Moreover, their relationship was just okay. They had only been in contact more frequently these past few days. Hearing Jiang He's words, Tun blinked and said, "Okay, but no, that's different. If you want to sleep with me, that's another price." Before Tun could finish her sentence, Jiang He firmly rejected her. Although he didn't necessarily reject what Tun had intended to say. I just wanted to ask if we can go to a regular repair shop instead of the 4S store. That's not possible either. It's not my money, so why go to a regular repair shop? The technology at the 4S store isn't necessarily better than that of outside repair shops. But the 4S store is expensive. Don't you know you should choose quality over price? Jiang He looked at Tun Tun seriously. Tun Tun pouted and said, fine, since I'm the one driving. I'll see if I can get the driving school to reimburse me later. Jiang He, who was originally planning to walk into the traffic police station, stumbled a bit upon hearing this. He turned back to look at Tun Tun. Why don't you ask the road authority how they made the parking spaces so small? Is that okay? Okay, your head. Let us go. We need to handle the accident. The two arrived at the traffic police station. Because Tun Tun wasn't the car owner, she couldn't provide the necessary documents at the time and didn't want to disturb Jiang He's rest. So the car was towed away in the early morning. After dealing with everything today, the car was finally towed to the 4S store for repairs. At the same time, Jiang He notified the insurance company for a claim. After finishing all this, Jiang He and Tun Tun returned to the car. This time, Jiang He sat in the driver's seat. He drove while saying, last time it was Fong Xi Nan, this time it's you. Just got my car and it's already in need of repairs. Today is even more ridiculous. You managed to hit a tree after driving just this little stretch of road. Is my car recognizing its owner, or is the stereotype of female drivers really true? Hearing Jiang He's words, Tun Tun found herself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal and could only sigh. I don't know about others, but the only two accidents I've had while driving happened today. One with your AMG and one with this car. Jiang He curled his lips. Thanks. Now my car has your first accident. To be precise, it's two. It's a double whammy. The viewers in the live stream were filled with confusion upon hearing their conversation. What? Is this right, bro? Don't you think Jiang He and Tun Tun driving together is a bit too frequent? Huh? The person above, haven't Jiang He and Tun Tun always been driving? Are the cars you're talking about the same as the cars I understand? Amid the viewers' questions, Jiang He drove to the bottom of Tun Tun's building and said, we're here. Are you going home alone? Or are you inviting me to come up and sit for a bit? Tun Tun looked at Jiang He suspiciously. Is it really just sitting? To sit for a bit and leave. Tun Tun was silent for a moment, then bit her lip. I can invite you up for a glass of water. Okay. I like to drink water. Chapter 85, I really saw this back at Tun's house. Jiang He found a relatively clean spot on the sofa and sat down. Tun Tun poured him a glass of water and then sat down on the carpet opposite him, placing his phone aside. Jiang He took a sip, pursed his lips, and frowned slightly. What? President Jiang only drinks Evian? Tun Tun said with a smile upon seeing Jiang He's expression. Jiang He shook his head and replied, no, it's just that you didn't wash the cup. It smells like cola. Tun Tun's smile froze for a moment, and he quickly took a look at the cup. Sorry, we don't have many visitors at home, and this is one I used before. I'll get you a new one. It's fine. This water is for your live stream. They don't mind. Tun Tun glanced at the live stream comments. Sure enough, the screen was filled with he doesn't drink, I do. Tun Tun covered his face, feeling a mix of crying and laughing, and said, brothers, it's fine usually, but can you give me a little face with outsiders? Obviously, they couldn't. In real life, people might hold back a bit, but online, everyone is more extreme. At that moment, Tun Tun looked at Jiang He and cheerfully asked President Jiang, since the water is finished, do you want to go to the bathroom and then have a meal? Looking at the smiling Tun Tun, Jiang He raised an eyebrow and said with a slight smirk, you're live streaming on Tiger platform, right? Yeah, I've been live streaming here for many years. My contract is about to expire soon, and I might go to Douyin. I'll have to trouble you to help me out then. Hearing this, Jiang He smiled and said, actually, I can help you now. Huh? What do you mean? Tun Tun looked at Jiang He, puzzled. Jiang He didn't say directly, but instead asked, how's your relationship with the people at Tiger's official? Tun Tun smirked and said without hesitation, how good can it be? Their operations seem to be run by people with no brains. Let me show you the back end. I haven't received my salary in a long time. And the platform's operations are crazy. Really, the longer the live stream, the lower the salary and the less popularity. I've never heard of such a live stream rule. Sometimes it feels like the executives' brains are attacking their own little brains, and the little brains are tied up. Hearing Tun Tun's words, Jiang He's eyes twitched. Although he had just received shares, the people Tun Tun was cursing actually included him. Well, there is something you might not know. What? I have shares in Tiger platform, 10%. Huh? Tun Tun looked at Jiang He in disbelief. Even the viewers in the live stream were all spamming question marks. How do you have shares again? Is buying shares your personal hobby? Can you just finish showing off in one go instead of spreading it out? So the people Tun Tun just cursed included you, right? At this moment, Tun Tun came back to her senses and asked Jiang He, So the executives of the brain damage company I just cursed include you, right? No, I just acquired them. Those decisions have nothing to do with me. Oh, that's a pity. I thought I could curse you. Tuntin said with a look of regret. What are you regretting? Do you want to lose your job? Really? Tuntin's eyes lit up as she looked at Jiang He. Are you going to terminate my contract with the company? Can you? Thank you so much. Ha, you're thinking too beautifully. Jiang He scoffed and said, although the previous decisions have nothing to do with me, you've been live streaming on Tiger platform for so long. Doesn't the platform use resources to support you? Saying this, Jiang He pretended to calculate with his fingers and said, I calculate that the platform has invested over 100 million in you over the years. At least I can invest a few hundred million. In short, if you want to terminate the contract, you have to pay the platform a penalty of 13,375,000. Hearing this, Tuntin tilted her head and said, why does this penalty sound familiar? Don't worry about it. Jiang He waved his hand, then leaned closer to Tuntin and whispered, Tuntin, you don't want to pay 13,375,000 in penalties, right? Tuntin leaned back tactically. She looked around. This scene, this dialogue, this terrible character setup. She felt like she had really seen something similar. Not just her, the viewers in the live stream also expressed that they had seen it before. I've seen this episode. How do you fast forward? Why does this penalty have the same number as my buddies? Are you all the same operator? I forgot the front. I forgot the back, but the middle can start. The clothes are wrong. It should be professional attire. Change it. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Tuntin waved her hand and said, what are you talking about? What have you seen? I'm not your buddy. My live stream hours are enough. Otherwise, why do you think so many streamers still willingly live stream for free even though they know the longer they stream, the less they earn? They just don't want to be liable for damages. Tuntin's words revealed the truth. Now the entire platform is complaining about Tiger's operational mechanisms. But those who often watch live streams and the streamers themselves all know. Tiger platform no longer relies on streamers to make serious money. They're just waiting for your penalty. Who doesn't know you want to run to Douyin? They have to give you a hard time. If you don't make up the hours, wait for the contract to come looking for you, and then pay the penalty. This was also the reason why Tuntin initially looked at Jiang He with shining eyes. If Jiang He really terminated her contract, she would have to set up a couple of tables to thank Jiang He. Thinking of this, Tuntin slowly leaned closer to Jiang He, wrapping her arms around his arm, and said, President Jiang, if I upset you, will you really terminate my contract? After saying this, Tuntin even winked at Jiang He. Jiang He pretended to think for a moment, and then looked at Tuntin and said, you're not in the same episode as me. This isn't the same episode. Oh, Tuntin released her hold on Jiang He, then poured him another glass of water, sitting opposite him and looking at him. Seeing Tuntin's expression, Jiang He stroked his chin and asked, why are you staring at me? I was thinking about how to trick you into helping me terminate the contract. Sigh, President Jiang, if you had told me you were a shareholder of Tiger Platform earlier, I wouldn't have treated you like this. What would that be like? Tuntin winked at Jiang He and said, let us talk after the stream. The viewers in the live stream started spamming question marks again upon hearing this. However, they were used to it. Since Jiang He and Tuntin met, the two have been flirting nonstop. Crash. Just then, the live stream suddenly went black. Only a line of small text appeared in the live stream. The host has ended the stream. Go check out other hosts. Seeing this line, the viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Aren't you guys just kidding? This time you're serious? For a moment, Tuntin's backend private messages and the Douyin video comment section were all flooded. Even Jiang He's video comments were also overwhelmed. The most liked comment was, envious of easy. Indeed, the happiness of rich people is unimaginable for us. Chapter 86. Check the details at this moment. Jiang He and Tuntin were still unaware that the live broadcast room had disappeared. The two were casually chatting. To be honest, the contract on the Tiger platform really was a bit too much. It really was just squeezing us dry. Tuntin said with a look of speechlessness. Jiang He leaned back on the sofa and casually said, it's normal. How would capitalists make money otherwise? Who cares about your life or death? So, is that what you think too, Mr. Jiang? Jiang He shrugged. Not me. I'm a beneficiary, no comments. Just joking. He now has shares in the Tiger platform and can share profits. So what is there to comment on? Moreover, how many good things can there be for streamers? Especially those old streamers from the old platforms. They're all somewhat involved. The hardest hit area is that group from the star constellation. They would do anything to maintain their big brother status. Jiang He remembered watching 2 camera angles before. Thinking of this, Jiang He's gaze suddenly became strange as he looked at Tuntin. He was wondering if Tuntin had done such things. Noticing Jiang He's unusual gaze, Tuntin looked at him with a similarly strange expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang He bluntly said. I suddenly thought of the two camera angles, and I was wondering if you had done such a thing. Definitely not. Even if I did, I wouldn't admit it during a live broadcast. I'm not stupid. Huh? At this point, Tun Tun finally noticed that her phone had not turned on. She took a closer look. Damn, the phone is out of battery. When did this happen? Usually, when streaming, she always faces the camera. If the battery died, Tun Tun would have noticed it immediately. Just now, because she was chatting with Jiang He, she had checked the live broadcast room less frequently, which led to her phone dying and shutting down without her noticing. She immediately plugged in the charger and turned the phone back on. At the same time, she logged into her account with another phone. Seeing a pile of messages, Tun Tun quickly posted a video. Brothers, my phone died and the live broadcast room just shut down by itself. I'll start streaming again soon. Because there were still many fans causing chaos in the comment section under her and Jiang He's posts. As soon as the video was posted, a bunch of comments flooded in. What? It's only been a few minutes and Heezy looks fine. Got it. Heezy's muscles are also from drinking protein powder. All show and no substance. 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Excluding the time spent filming the video, Heezy has a big problem. Heezy, our men's clinic in Tianjin is quite good. Why not come and take a look? Jiang He also saw the comments in the comment section. A few black lines appeared on his forehead. What? Does this bunch of people just love to see me suffer? Perhaps because he had seen too many comments. Tun Tun Zupkonskiusli glangstet Xi o Jiang. This gaze was caught by Jiang He. He looked at Tun Tun in shock. What are you looking at? Do you suspect me? Tun Tun blinked. Didn't Ti say before, there's no record to check. Who knows? Hey, Jiang He moved closer to Tun Tun, examining her with a serious expression. Why don't you verify it? My record can stand up to scrutiny. Let us see if you can handle it. Tun Tun stepped back a bit, but still cheekily said, After all, we're in Rome City. If your record can withstand scrutiny, that's normal. Damn. Jiang He took 2 steps forward again. At this point, he was only a few centimeters away from Tun Tun. He could even clearly see the eyelashes on her eyes. Perhaps due to the close distance, he instinctively swallowed. Seeing Jiang He's movement, Tun Tun also looked at his Adam's apple. How to say? It seems unnecessary to say much. Just like how Jiang He talks about his reasons for streaming every day. Many things don't have any reason. He just likes it. If he feels that moment is right, then it is. Tun Tun had promised to go live in a while. But the live broadcast room still hadn't opened. Initially, fans were jokingly thinking she was preparing something. After all, streamers need heat and topics. That's normal. As for her and Jiang He, 2 streamers who had only met twice, what possibility was there? Rather than saying Tun Tun and Jiang, he had a high possibility. It would be more accurate to say it was with the silly little sister. After all, they had known each other a bit longer. But as the black screen of Tun Tun's live broadcast room continued for longer, fans gradually began to get anxious. A group of people ran to comment under her latest video. Didn't you say you'd go live in a bit? Where are you? Open the door. You really didn't let Heezy take you away, did you? I told you not to bring a man home. And now look, you got taken. Main quest, take Tun Tun back. Side quest, take Tun Tun once. What is up? You guys really got into it, huh? However, no matter how fans urged in the live broadcast room, Tun Tun still did not start streaming. It wasn't until the next day that everyone saw the latest video posted by Tun Tun. In the latest video, Tun Tun was holding a paper contract and said to the camera, I didn't stream yesterday because I received a notification from the platform later saying my duration was enough. As you brothers know, my contract expired quite early, but it was limited by the duration. Since my contract expired yesterday, there was no need to continue streaming. I signed a termination contract with the platform staff overnight. In a few days, I'll have my debut on Douyin, and I hope you all come to support me. I'll also send you some iPhone 16s. So, I'm going to sleep now. I spent all night checking details, and I'm a bit tired. Fans who saw this video were dumbfounded. Ah, you just said there was a problem with the duration yesterday, and today you're saying it's enough? Is that right? Is it just a coincidence? And Jiang He is still a shareholder of the Tiger platform. Is that right? You said you checked details all night. Why do you look so radiant? Is it because the big contract is in front of you and you're happy? Even though Tun Tun's explanation sounded quite reasonable. Upon closer thought, reasonable my ass. The only thing in the entire video that made fans feel was true was that the contract had indeed been terminated. As for how it was terminated, don't worry about it. Anyway, Tun Tun said, it was because the streaming duration was enough. What is your situation? Is the contract really related to Jiang He? No way, girl. Is it worth it for a contract? Looking at the WeChat messages from the silly little sister and Mosey, Tun Tun blinked. She turned back to look at Jiang He, who was snoring and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It wasn't all because of the contract. That thing was relatively secondary. the situation yesterday. It was simply that she and Jiang He had a moment of mutual understanding. And then, they understood each other even more. She actually wanted to help Jiang He post a statement to prove that Jiang He's muscles weren't from drinking protein powder and that he wasn't as people said. But after thinking about it, Tun Tun decided to give up. If she took the initiative to say it, it would seem strange. She still didn't know what Jiang He's attitude was. Chapter 87. Are you filming something serious? What are you watching? Tun Tun asked as he lay on Jiang He's back. Jiang He, lying on the bed without turning his head, replied, "Oh, it's about that uncle from before." Tun Tun thought for a moment and said, "Is it the one who talked about being straightforward?" "Yes." Jiang He nodded and said, "I mentioned contacting a lawyer before, but I got delayed yesterday. I added him on WeChat to communicate, and he has already met with the uncle and obtained the other party's authorization. He has also submitted the risk assessment report for death during detention issued by the hospital and the list of missing medical equipment from the detention center to the prosecutor's office. As long as the prosecutor's office believes that continuing detention may lead to the suspect's death and that the evidence is fixed with no risk of collusion, they can change the uncle's status to residential surveillance, and they might even approve home monitoring. However, the monthly rental fee for electronic monitoring equipment is over $10,000, and it has to be paid in a lump sum for a year. Even if it's not approved, there will be no refund, and the lawyer is asking me for the money." Hearing this, Tun Tun calculated and said, "Isn't that over $100,000 at once? But isn't the uncle's cancer only a few months at most?" Jiang He shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Isn't there an old saying, money can't buy happiness? The uncle is so straightforward in his actions. If I were stingy over this 100,000, that would be a bit inhumane." Saying this, Jiang He showed Tun Tun the transfer record and said, "I've already sent the money. Now we just wait for the lawyer's news." Seeing this, Tun Tun curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid he might run off with the money since you haven't even met him?" Upon hearing this, Jiang He turned to look at Tun Tun with a strange expression. "Do you know how this lawyer found me?" Tun Tun tilted his head and said, "If I remember correctly, he seemed to have sent a super chat in the live stream to find you." "Yeah." Jiang He nodded. "He's a local lawyer from Rongqing. He didn't charge a fee for this case. His only request is to promote them in the live stream once the uncle's status is changed to residential surveillance." "Do you think they would run off with my money in this situation?" Tun Tun thought for a moment. Indeed, the possibility was almost non-existent. Jiang He currently has tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream and over 10 million fans, with significant influence. The advertising effect of shouting in his live stream is not something that a mere lawyer's fee can compare to. Of course, that kind of risk representation is another matter. It's generally very expensive. The main point is if the uncle cannot be changed to residential surveillance, then they would have work for nothing. Once the uncle successfully changes to residential surveillance, Jiang He would also mention these matters in the live stream. If the other party is scamming Jiang He's money, surely someone knowledgeable would come out to criticize him, and by then, the advertisement wouldn't be effective and his reputation would be ruined. Thinking of this, Tun Tun stopped considering those matters and turned to Jiang He, saying, "So, when do you think I should debut on Douyin?" "Whatever, debut or not. It's not like you're guaranteed to get over 100,000 views. It's all about the same," Jiang He said bluntly. Hearing this, Tun Tun pouted and pressed down, saying, "Then can't you come to my live stream and help me out? You're a personal account with Douyin. If you join, won't that guarantee over 100,000? "Sure. Just let me know when you've decided on the debut date, and I'll come help you after I finish my stream." "Okay." Ding dong. Ding dong. At that moment, both Jiang He and Tun Tun's phones rang. Jiang He picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Douyin's backend. Tun Tun received the same message. The content of the message was simple. It was an invitation to attend Douyin's so-called Creator Festival. In recent years, as Douyin has grown, it often invites bloggers with a decent number of followers to participate in offline events. There are annual galas, creator events, influencer activities, basically a variety of events. The most famous among them is the annual gala. After all, this event invites the most bloggers, and several award winners have significant follower counts and influence. So Douyin users are quite familiar with it. "The Creator Festival? They actually invited me?" Tun Tun said, somewhat surprised after reading the back-end message. "What's wrong? Do you think you don't deserve it?" Tun Tun looked at Jiang He with a hint of speechlessness and said, "No, it's just that I used to be on the Tiger platform, so many activities on Douyin didn't relate to me. Although I've terminated the contract now, I haven't discussed signing anything with Douyin yet. After all, I primarily focus on live streaming. Why would they invite me?" Jiang He waved his phone and said, "I haven't signed with Douyin either, yet they invited me." Tun Tun's expression of disbelief intensified. "Dude, you're a shareholder, whether you sign or not. They consider you one of their own, so of course, they would send you an invitation. If you want to go to any Douyin event, what is stopping you? Upon hearing this, Jiang He stroked his chin and said, So, do you think Douyin might officially organize a party? You know, one with money involved? Money involved? Tun frowned, not immediately processing it. But when she saw Jiang He's strange expression, what are you thinking? It's an official event. If they organize something like that, it would be a serious crime. Saying this, Tun added, at least they wouldn't organize it on the surface. TSK. Jiang He clicked his tongue and shook his head, saying, what a pity. After speaking, Jiang He shifted his body a bit. Stop pressing on me. You're not light either. Tun pouted, turned over, and lay down next to Jiang He, still mumbling, I didn't say you were heavy when you were pressing on me. Huh. Jiang He chuckled awkwardly. Then you should have loosened your legs at that time. You were hugging tighter than anyone else, and you still have a nerve to say that. While chatting, Jiang He glanced at the back-end invitation date. It was 7 days later. The event location is Haya. TSK. They don't even cover the flight and hotel. Is the official side that stingy? Jiang He complained. Beside him, Tun explained, such minor events are usually not covered. To put it bluntly, these events are meant to help bloggers network and interact, so they can create better quality videos, not to let you take advantage of the official side. Besides, bloggers who receive official invitations want to be short of this little accommodation money. Some smaller bloggers even get the news and pay their own way, then drag along some big bloggers to gain traffic. Saying this, Tun glanced at Jiang He and said, if you go, there will definitely be many small streamers looking to ride on your coattails. I bet the big streamers will also want to collaborate with you on videos. Jiang He stroked his chin, pondering. So how do you generally reject them? I don't know. I'm usually the one being rejected. After all, I don't primarily operate on Douyin, and many bloggers are on different paths. I just say it's inconvenient or that I have something to do, and then there's no follow-up. Then if a male blogger invites me to shoot together with a female blogger, how do I reject the male blogger while inviting the female blogger to shoot? Tun. Are you filming something serious? Chapter 88 Blind Box almost done. I'm heading back first. I still need to stream. I haven't streamed all day. With that, Jiang He got up from the bed. Tun, lying on the bed, casually said, if you're not streaming outdoors, just go to the computer room over there. I have all the equipment for the stream. Jiang He, who was getting dressed, looked at Tun in surprise. What's wrong? Not afraid your fans will find out you stayed up all night with your number one brother? You haven't even tipped me. So he doesn't count as your number one brother. Whatever. I'm too lazy to walk. Smack. After speaking, Jiang He gave Tun a light slap, and then turned to walk into the adjacent computer room. Watching Jiang He enter the computer room, Tun pulled out the WeChat messages that Mosey and Daxiomi had sent her earlier. She and T replied to them. Nothing much. Just a turtle looking at a green bean. Daxiomi replied with 6 dots. Mosey was straightforward. What a power of capital. Capital. You've won. Tun just replied with a hee. To be honest, while it's not all because of Jiang He's identity as a major shareholder, to say there's no reason related to this would be a lie. We're not teenagers anymore. Sometimes we also consider reality a bit. If we hit it off, then it's fine to hang out, but if the conditions are satisfactory and we feel we can dig deeper, who would mind? Tun didn't hide her thoughts on this matter. Ding dong. At this moment, Mosey sent Tun another message. After seeing it, Tun looked back at the door with a bit of guilt, confirming Jiang He wasn't there before she smiled and started typing. In the adjacent room, Jiang He watched with a dark expression at the WeChat on Tun's computer. Didn't anyone tell her that the WeChat on the computer syncs with the phone? Looking at the chat history between her and Mosey, the frown on Jiang He's forehead deepened. Goodness, what are you girls saying behind the scenes? After watching for a while, Jiang He silently exited Tun's WeChat on the computer. The next second, Tun in the bedroom saw this message. WeChat has exited. Tun widened her eyes at the message and then suddenly looked towards the door. Damn, I forgot the computer was still on and WeChat was still open. Just thinking about how Jiang He saw all her chat history with Mosey made Tun's face turn red. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, after exiting WeChat, Jiang He downloaded a Douyin live streaming assistant, logged into his account, and started the live stream. As the stream began, question marks started appearing in the bullet screen one after another. This was just a routine. In the past, whenever Jiang He started streaming, the chat room was like this. However, when they saw the content from the camera, the question marks on the bullet screen instantly multiplied. Is this your house? No way. ISNT this Tun's streaming room? No way, bro, you really got on, huh? Easy, I'm genuinely happy for you, but I can't find your video. And I'm not comfortable. Exactly. Where's the promised video? Why can't we see it? Looking at the bullet screen, Jiang He said seriously, Jiang He, have always been a man of my word. Since I said that once I do it, I will definitely show it to you, then I will show it. Hearing this, the audience's eyes lit up. Although it sounded a bit outrageous, what outrageous things hasn't Jiang He done? However, just as they were getting excited, Jiang He suddenly changed his tone and said firmly, "But I didn't do it, so there's nothing to show." In an instant, the question marks filled the live stream again. But no matter what the viewers said, Jiang He stuck to his guns. "I didn't do it. You all didn't see it, so how can you say I did? You can't just make claims about things with no evidence. I won't fall into the trap of self-incrimination unless you have photos or videos proving I did. Then I would have to call the police." After hearing Jiang He's words, the screen was filled with beast. If they still couldn't figure out Jiang He's meaning, then they were fools. This clearly meant he wouldn't take responsibility. Just as everyone was denouncing Jiang He for not keeping his word, Jiang He suddenly said, "By the way, I've been delaying the benefits for my brothers with millions of fans, and after thinking about it all night last night, I finally came up with something. It's a bit glitch, but it's relatively interesting." With that, Jiang He raised an eyebrow at the camera and said, "I'm preparing to draw 1,000 blind boxes." What is a blind box? That purely depends on luck. And as for the best prize, you'll know once you open it. I can only say the worst is a 10G gold bar. You know what I mean? Hearing this, the bullet screen in the live stream surged again. If it were another streamer mentioning such so-called blind boxes, everyone would be uninterested. After all, blind boxes mean undisclosed contents. Who knows what would be inside? The streamer might send some junk to save money. But Jiang He wasn't short on this. Moreover, Jiang He clearly stated that the worst prize is a 10G gold bar. The best. He didn't say, but it could be over 50,000. Because it exceeded that number, it was inconvenient to mention. To seemingly validate their guesses, Jiang He added, "However, everyone knows I haven't found an assistant. So if I have to send out 1,000 packages by myself, it might get a bit chaotic. If by any chance I accidentally stuff too much into the blind boxes or mix things up, please don't mind. Just make do with it." Once this was said, the live stream was filled with cheers. They all started to type disclaimers. How could it be bad? What if a fool got something worth over 50,000? Jiang He could also say he sent it by mistake. "All right, brothers, I'll send you 100 first. The packages will be sent out within 7 days. Because the blind boxes aren't prepared yet, I'll only go buy the stuff after I finish the stream, and then I'll have to pack and ship them. So it'll take some time. Please understand." Saying this, Jiang He sent out a lucky bag for 100 winners in the live stream. For a moment, the number of participants surged to the point that the system lagged, and many were prompted by the system that the participant limit had been exceeded and to try again later. A guaranteed 10G gold bar at the current gold price. That's over 6,000, and that's the selling price, pure cash. Who could resist that? After all, it had been a long time since any streamer on Douyin had given out cash like this. At first, when cash giveaways were not allowed, everyone used to give out gold bars, but as gold prices soared, these streamers stopped because the premium was too high. They couldn't afford it. They couldn't just give fans 1 gram at a time, right? That's both stingy and boring. On the other side, Mosey, who was broadcasting Jiang He's live stream, teased, "Oh, this person is in high spirits with good news. Jiang Zhong's generosity has reached a new level. Just curious about what the best thing in his blind box is." Meanwhile, Daxiomi, also broadcasting Jiang He's live stream, smiled and said, "TSK, TSK, TSK. I want to participate too. Brothers, do you think my luck will be as good as Tun's winning directly?" Saying this, Daxiomi participated in Jiang He's lucky bag. She also took a glance at the number of participants. Goodness, over 40,000 people participating in one lucky bag. At this rate, there are at least over 50,000 people in Jiang He's live stream. Hearing Daxiomi's words, the audience in her live stream started to tease. "Go ahead, after you draw, Jiang He will draw you. Tun is good luck. I think she has pregnancy luck. Go on, you'll suffer if you go. Tun hasn't spoken up yet, and you want to follow in her footsteps?" Chapter 89. Everyone stand up. Looking at the number of people participating in the live stream lottery, Jiang He casually said, "By the way, brothers, in a couple of days, I should be going to Haya to attend a Douyin event. They invited me today, and there should be quite a few streamers going. Do you have any favorite streamers? I could try to collaborate with them, preferably female streamers." Hearing Jiang He's words, many viewers in the live stream revealed meaningful smiles. "What kind of collaboration are you talking about? Is it proper video? If so, I won't watch. I prefer male streamers. Do you collaborate with them too?" Streamer. I can pay myself. Can I shoot an episode?" Looking at these comments, Jiang He smacked his lips and said, "What are you guys thinking? I'm a legitimate streamer, of course. I'm making proper videos. I just thought I'd cater to the brothers' preferences and find some streamers you like. After all, everyone likes the Minotaur. Oh no, I mean everyone likes the dual chef delight, right? Hearing Jiang He's words, the live stream was filled with question marks. With such a statement, who would think it was a serious collaboration? Seeing the screen full of question marks, Jiang He also revealed a satisfied smile. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't act a bit arrogant for a day. He didn't bring his drone when he went out yesterday, so he didn't stream outdoors. And today he decided to play some silly mini-games. Alright, let me show you guys. Saying this, Jiang He opened LOL on his computer. Seeing his actions, the livestream audience rarely did not refute him. You can't deny it, this is indeed a silly minigame. So you didn't go home all night yesterday, right? I said you can't bring this guy home. Now it's fine, you won't leave. What do you mean you didn't bring the drone yesterday? And today you can't stream outdoors. Now you're not even pretending, right? Amidst the audience's complaints, Jiang He logged into his account. His rank wasn't high, only Diamond 3. At least this rank was still low for the Douyin comment section. He casually opened a ranked match and chose to play jungler. The support on his team wanted to swap positions with the mid laner, but the mid laner refused and directly chose Yasuo. Seeing this hero, some people in the comments were already questioning. But Jiang He remained calm and said, although Yasuo as a support is a bit rare, what if he's a skill player? Plus, I haven't paid attention to this silly minigame for a while. Maybe there are some new tricks recently. As they chatted, the game officially started, and Jiang He controlled Graves to do a red start. Watching Yasuo help him hit the red buff, Jiang He laughed, look, this brother is quite nice. He knows to help me hit for a while, so I can get into the rhythm faster and then. Before Jiang He could finish his sentence, he saw the red buff symbol under Yasuo's feet. Outlaw. Yasuo didn't speak, just stood there in a daze. Forget it. He might have disconnected and didn't notice. He auto-attacked and stole it from me. My bad. It's a bit embarrassing for Graves to have his red stolen by Yasuo. Saying this, Jiang He walked down to the stone camp to start hitting the stone monsters. Just as Jiang He was about to kill the stone monster, Yasuo, who had been standing in a red buff bush, suddenly flashed down and used Steel Tempest to steal the stone monster from him. Then he even started to steal the remaining small monsters from Jiang He. Hey, what the heck? Do you really think of yourself as a human without me educating you? Jiang He said with an angry expression. Saying this, Jiang He started typing on the public screen. Outlaw. Yasuo, where's your mom? Watching you steal monsters from the sky. Huh? Windsword Master. I haven't seen my mom since I was little. Windsword Master. My grandma said my mom went to a faraway place. Outlaw. So she died, right? Outlaw. With a son like you, damn. Outlaw, not dead. Outlaw. Who's dead? Outlaw. 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 Dim. Outlaw. Outlaw. Explode on the spot and spiral to the sky. Jiang He's hands were crazily typing on the keyboard like a machine. Every time the audience blinked, the bottom left corner of the screen was refreshed by Jiang He's words. At first, Yasuo would resist a bit, but he typed one line, and Jiang He would send 4 or 5 lines back. Seeing that he couldn't fight back, the other side used their ultimate skill. Windsword Master. I earn 500,000 a year in real life. Drive a BMW 5 Series. What are you? Jiang He pointed at the screen and mocked. Classic Showtime, brothers. When the game is going poorly, they start talking about reality. Outlaw. Search Jiang He on Douyin. See who your dad is. 500,000 is enough for what? Not even enough for my tax change. The other side remained motionless, clearly really searching for Jiang He's ID. At this moment, Jiang He pointed at the camera and said, Idiot, what are you looking at? My 500,000 is indeed just enough for my tax change. But you'd better really earn 500,000 a year and not be a bad player with a blown-up mentality seeking revenge on society. Realizing he couldn't win in insults, he hid in a dark corner eating cheap food while shopping on Pinduoduo for products costing $9.99 and applying for refunds, and often sent messages like help me out, transfer me $10 like a rat person. This was Jiang He's first time looking down on so-called poor people on the live stream. But the live stream was filled with, well said. No one felt Jiang He was insulting the poor. This guy's targeting was too strong, purely insulting Yasuo alone. Most importantly, Yasuo heard it, because he typed in the game, looking down on the poor, publicly provoking class conflict, inciting fans to insult. Want to learn from 555? Seeing this message, the sarcasm on Jiang He's face deepened. Learn what? Learn this? Now, everyone in the live stream, please stand up. Jiang He said disdainfully. Who was the first to say their annual salary was 500,000 to compare with me in real life? And now, says I look down on the poor? So who's really looking down on whom? And even if I did say what you think I said, why are you so anxious? Throwing a stone into a dog pile, of course, some dogs will get hit. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Most viewers in real life were just ordinary workers. But they didn't feel offended by Jiang He's words. It's simple. Jiang He was not looking down on the poor, but on those who only know how to take petty advantages, brag, annoy others, and think highly of themselves like rat people. Even if Jiang He did show signs of looking down on the poor, everyone wouldn't care that much. Because if someone flaunts their wealth and looks down on the poor, it purely provokes your hatred. But Jiang He isn't like that. If he calls you poor, it might be because he feels you're poor, and he might throw you 100,000 to help you not be so poor in the future. He has done similar things before. In the hearts of the live stream audience, Jiang He is like a saint in this regard. Most of the time, saints are respected. The one being cursed by countless people is the saintly BTCH. Chapter 90, Amazing My Jiang. It seemed that Jiang He's words had hit a nerve, and the Blade Master only left a message saying, reported, wait for your account to be banned. Then he activated self-mute. This is a feature in LOL where, after self-muting, a player cannot receive messages from teammates nor send messages themselves, and it will also notify teammates. Seeing this, Jiang He raised an eyebrow. Oh, admin. Someone called you to work, what are you doing? Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream began to tease the admin Douyin admin. Your boss called you to work. Admin, come clear this up. Admin, what should I do? I am scared. Admin, don't drag me into the dumb Yasuo's self-destruction. Amidst the audience's teasing, the game continued. Although he couldn't trade barbs with Jiang He anymore, Yasuo kept annoying Jiang He. At first, he followed Jiang He to steal his jungle monsters. However, Jiang He was playing Graves and had Smite, so he couldn't be constantly bothered. As the levels increased, Yasuo, who had been unable to gain jungle experience, started to struggle. Because he kept following Jiang He even scared the opposing jungler when entering the enemy jungle, allowing Jiang He to successfully counter jungle a few times. After a few waves, Jiang He even caught some players and gained an economic advantage. Seeing the situation turn against him, Yasuo started feeding kills. But since it was later in the game, with experience compensation, Yasuo managed to level up a bit from just sneaking in experience, and dying resulted in a lengthy respawn time. Additionally, since Yasuo wasn't in the bot lane to farm, the ADC was constantly paired with the tower, leading to higher experience compared to the opponents. And he even secured a double kill against an enemy trio attempting to tower dive. The economic gap widened significantly. Ultimately, after nearly half an hour of back and forth, Jiang He and his team won the game. At the moment the crystal was about to shatter, Yasuo lifted his self-mute. However, before Jiang He could speak, his teammates typed first. Flying House Yasuo, useless Yasuo. Is Yasuo the O in yellow? The words from the three teammates felt like a final whisper, leaving the unmuted Yasuo speechless as he silently exited the game. After the game ended, Jiang He clapped his hands and said, Good, good, a happy ending for everyone. If we had lost this game, it wouldn't have been as satisfying. While he started queuing for another game, he remarked, this is the current game environment. If it were in the past, you'd start with a mute and then get banned for feeding. But now, since there are fewer players, the operators are reluctant to ban accounts, fearing further player loss, so more and more idiots appear. His words drew agreement from a bunch of viewers. Because they are reluctant to lose players, they are also reluctant to impose strict punishments. But because of these idiots, other normal players lose interest in playing. So, player loss increases even more. Because of the increased loss, the official stance becomes more lenient, leading to a vicious cycle. That's why everyone now says it's a brainless minigame. At this moment, since Jiang He did not hide his account information when logging in, everyone knew which server he was on, and many viewers with computers logged in, planning to snipe him. This greatly reduced Jiang He's waiting time. When entering the pre-selection hero interface, Jiang He encountered two fans. They were mid lane and support. These two greeted him as soon as they entered. Easy, caught you. Filling positions really works, caught you right away. Seeing their messages, Jiang He greeted them back. Hello. Then it was time to select heroes and enter the game. However, it was not surprising that last game's Yasuo was back again. This time he became the opposing mid laner. Seeing that familiar ID, Jiang He immediately perked up. Hey, mid laner and support, play well, don't let me distract you. If the idiot Yasuo wins, I won't be able to sleep. I'll just have to hug my stuffed animal. Something along those lines. Upon hearing this, the mid laner and support immediately expressed their intentions. Don't worry. We absolutely let them win. I'll make sure you have a perfect gaming experience, one that will keep you up all night. No chance for hugging the stuffed animal. The audience in the live stream enjoyed their conversation. It was clear that winning the game was secondary. Not letting Jiang He hug was the priority. In this game, Jiang He was still the jungler, but this time he played Zac. Without any hesitation, he ganked mid at level 2, and after Yasuo flashed under the tower, he revealed his weakness and typed, "Is this it? Flying house." Jiang He wasn't too angry. He just finished clearing his jungle and then visited mid again. Because Jiang He arrived early when the enemy jungler came to clear the river crab in the upper half. Jiang He was already hiding in the bushes. Seeing his jungler present, Yasuo was positioned too close to the river, giving Jiang He the opportunity. Without flash, Yasuo was like a toy in front of Zac and a mid-lane crocodile. First blood, Zac, crocodile. The two question marks left Yasuo speechless. After that, Yasuo played more cautiously, but Jiang He didn't care about that. As long as the crocodile slightly whittled down Yasuo, he would tower dive. The enemy jungler tried to resist, but early game Zac and the crocodile were not to be trifled with, and the enemy jungler was simply fed. By the time the game reached 15 minutes, Yasuo was at 0-7-1. With his only assist coming from Jiang He and the mid-lane crocodile when the enemy jungler came to pick up a kill during a tower dive. Seeing this, Jiang He typed, "You're playing more seriously this game than last game, dying more." This statement shattered Yasuo's last psychological defenses. He remained in the fountain, not coming out. It took several minutes for the enemy team to type, "Mid-pushing, please help report Yasuo, thanks." It seemed that even after Yasuo went AFK, there had been some minor friction with the enemies. Upon seeing this message, Jiang He laughed in a live stream and said, "Brothers, this Yasuo's skills are lacking. And he can't even talk back. At least those who are throwing know how to talk back. This guy only knows how to throw without learning to talk tough." The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Ultimately, this game ended amidst Jiang He's laughter and joy. After the game, the mid laner and support sent friend requests. After Jiang He accepted, they asked if they could play together. Jiang He thought it would be good to queue with viewers since it was just for fun. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the computer room. Jiang He looked up to see his friend, who had a slightly furrowed brow, standing at the door. He curiously asked his friend, "What is up?" His friend pointed at the camera in front of Jiang He. Seeing this, Jiang He turned off the camera. The audience in the live stream instantly filled the screen with question marks. At this moment, seeing Jiang He turn off the camera, his friend walked over and whispered in his ear, "Your skin is inflamed. You might need to see a doctor." Jiang He instinctively glanced over. How should I put this? It was a bit unexpected and a little proud. "Should I go with you now?" His friend nodded. Seeing this, Jiang He turned the camera back on and prepared to inform the audience that he would be signing off. However, at that moment, the bullet screen was filled with teasing comments. "Amazing, my Jiang. Easy, are you serious? Not a buddy? You're this strong? Awesome. Can I really hear this?" At this moment, Jiang He noticed that the microphone had turned on by itself. He looked at Tun Tun in confusion. "I remember I turned off the microphone." Tun Tun's lips twitched. Then he pointed to a small button on Jiang He's headset and said, "That can turn on. It might have been accidentally bumped." Jiang He looked at the camera. "Since the brothers can hear me, I won't say anything else. I'm going offline to take her to the hospital. See you tomorrow, brothers. It's just enough time for 2 games and the lucky bags have been distributed, so I can log off now. Bye." With that, Jiang He closed the live stream. Chapter 91. My money is useful. After the broadcast, Jiang He drove with Tun Tun to a nearby hospital. After the examination, it turned out to be a simple skin abrasion with inflammation, and with internal and external treatment, it would heal in a few days. The only thing to note was that care should be taken in the recent period, and it was best to avoid certain activities. When the doctor said this, he looked at Jiang He with a strange expression. Jiang He, feeling proud, replied that he understood, almost asking the doctor if he was impressive. Tun Tun beside him couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. After getting the medicine, the two walked out of the hospital, and Jiang He naturally said, "I'll take you home first, then I'll head back." Tun Tun turned to look at Jiang He. Facing his calm gaze, she pulled at the corner of her mouth and asked, "Aren't you the least bit embarrassed?" "Why should I be embarrassed? You have half the responsibility too. And wasn't it you who—" All right, I take responsibility. I know, Tun Tun interrupted Jiang He, knowing what he wanted to say, but there was no denying the truth in his words. As they walked towards where they parked, they noticed that the parking spaces at the hospital were quite tight, so they had parked far away. As they passed a square, they suddenly saw a crowd gathered. Upon closer inspection, they found a performer dressed as Guan Yu, walking on stilts and singing something. "Is this opera?" Tun Tun cool usli usket. Jiang He shook his head. "I don't know. Let's go take a look." It was his first time seeing such a situation. As they got closer, they noticed that in the center of the crowd, along with Guan Yu, there was a tired-looking woman and a kneeling child in front of her. The child appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. curiously watching the performer who towered over him on stilts. The performer occasionally waved a large sword over the child's head while singing. Jiang He couldn't understand the lyrics, as they didn't sound like Mandarin or the local dialect. "What's going on?" Jiang He muttered. At that moment, a man filming with his phone explained, "The child is sick and the hospital couldn't treat him, so they invited Guan Yu to ward off bad luck and cut the disease at its root, hoping for a cure." Huh. Tun Tun was somewhat surprised by this. Isn't this just feudal superstition? The man glanced at Tun Tun, then sighed. If there were a choice, who wouldn't want to send their child to the hospital? Look over there. He pointed not far away. Jiang He and Tun Tun followed his gaze to see two patrolling police officers. The officers merely glanced over and then turned their attention elsewhere. At that moment, both Tun Tun and Jiang He understood. Everyone knows the situation, but sometimes there really are no options left, and they have to rely on these beliefs. The two silently watched the entire performance. When Guan Yu left on stilts, the crowd began to disperse. The child's mother stood up, holding her child. Jiang He didn't leave, but stepped forward to ask the child's mother, "May I ask what illness the little one has?" The child's mother looked at Jiang He and Tun Tun, hesitated, then said, "Spinal muscular atrophy." Jiang He continued to ask, "Is it untreatable?" "It can be treated, but the cost is too high." Perhaps it was the mother's immense pressure or Jiang He's sincere demeanor, but she quickly revealed everything. According to her, the child had spinal muscular atrophy, a hereditary neuromuscular disorder that leads to muscle weakness and atrophy due to the degeneration of motor neurons in the anterior horn of the spinal cord. The affected child shows progressive muscle weakness, unable to stand or walk, and severely impacts breathing and swallowing functions. The key drug for treating this condition is called nusinersen injection, which is administered via lumbar puncture. The first year requires 6 injections, followed by 3 injections each year for maintenance. The price of this medication is exorbitant, originally 700,000 yuan per injection, reduced to 33,000 yuan after negotiations for medical insurance in 2023. However, this drug has not been included in the national medical insurance, and some regions do not cover it. Additionally, there are restrictions on reimbursement. The child's family is not from Rongqing. Their registered residence does not cover this medication. They came to Rongqing because they could apply for reimbursement according to the local rate. Even so, the nearly 200,000 yuan annual cost after reimbursement still placed a huge burden on them. This does not include hospitalization fees and other medical expenses. They are a typical rural family with little savings. Without borrowing money and crowdfunding, they couldn't even afford 2 injections. Despite this, after half a year in Rongqing, their savings were almost depleted, so they could only rely on inviting Guan Yu to provide some psychological comfort. After listening to the child's mother's account, Jiang He looked at the innocent child. Seeing Jiang He looking at him, the child smiled and pulled out a candy from his clothes, offering it to Jiang He. "Do you want some candy, brother?" Jiang He couldn't help but smile at this gesture. He turned to Tun Tun and said, "See, this is the significance of having money. It's all about poverty-related illnesses." Upon hearing this, the child's mother darkened, not out of anger, but because Jiang He spoke the truth. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," she said, pulling her child to leave. But Jiang He stopped her. Seeing her puzzled expression, Jiang He took out his phone and said, "Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll cover the remaining medical expenses." The child's mother looked at Jiang He in disbelief. Jiang He thought she hadn't heard clearly and repeated, "I said, I'll reimburse what the insurance doesn't cover. Just send me the hospital bills, and I'll transfer you the money. Just to be clear, I'm only giving you money for medical treatment, not to make you rich. My money is useful." "Really? Really?" the child's mother said with a trembling voice. Jiang He blinked. "What do you mean, really? I have things to do. I'm in a hurry to buy gold, so hurry up and add me on WeChat." "Isn't your child going to get treated?" Suddenly, the child's mother knelt down in front of Jiang He. Jiang He quickly reached out to help her up while saying, "What are you doing? I have money. It's reasonable for me to give you money. Why are you doing this? You're older than me. You're not supposed to shorten my life. Get up." Saying this, Jiang He forcibly helped the child's mother back up. Amid her tearful gratitude, they added each other on WeChat. And Jiang He transferred 30,000 yuan for medical expenses right away, agreeing to reimburse any future bill she sent him. Tun Tun looked at Jiang He with stars in her eyes, and the child's mother urged her child to thank Jiang He. Then Jiang He suddenly said to the child, "Call me Daddy." It was originally just a joke to lighten the mood, but the child's mother said to her child, "Yang Yang, call him Godfather." "Godfather?" Jiang He exclaimed. "Wow, you're really doing it. Then let me transfer another 50,000 to your mom." Jiang He transferred another 50,000 yuan to the child's mother. She quickly declined. But Jiang He nonchalantly said, just take it. I earn tens of millions a day. I'm not short of this. It's for my son, so don't keep it for yourself. Despite Jiang He's tone, the child's mother still respectfully bowed to him. This time, Jiang He didn't dodge. After receiving this bow, Jiang He waved his hand and said, all right, take the little one to get treated. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Jiang He left the scene with Tun Tun. Chapter 92, is it a serious party? After walking a bit further, Tun Tun asked Jiang He, why are you thinking about helping them? Jiang He shrugged casually and said, the little guy is quite cute, isn't he? Is that the only reason? Jiang He stopped and looked at Tun Tun, saying, haven't I said it before? I have money. They don't have money. So it's reasonable for me to give them the money I don't need, right? Tun Tun's mouth opened slightly in surprise. I thought you were joking. Who would complain about having too much money? I'm not complaining about having too much money. It's just sitting there. So what's wrong with letting everyone use it? Besides, making money is easy for me. This was Jiang He's honest thought. His money came exceptionally easily. Since it's so easy, why bother worrying about how to spend it? Instead of worrying about how to spend money, it's better to do whatever you want. He used to think about how to indulge in luxury as a rich person, but wasn't he the purpose of wanting to be rich just to do whatever he wanted? Now that he truly had it, did he really want to guard this money until he was in a coffin? At this moment, Tun Tun sighed and said, I always thought your generosity was a way to gain followers. Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't. Gaining followers makes me happy. And what I just did also makes me happy. Essentially, they're the same. Tun Tun looked at Jiang He with an odd expression. You really are different from the other people I've met. Because it's easier for me to make money than for others. As they spoke, the two arrived at the car. Are you going to buy gold with me? Or are you going home to rest first? Jiang He asked Tun Tun. Tun Tun shrugged. I'll go with you. I don't have to live stream for the next few days, so it's a good time to rest. All right, let's go buy gold. After saying that, Jiang He drove to the bank. He had already talked to the people at the bank before coming. When the car stopped at the bank entrance, Tun was momentarily stunned. Aren't we buying gold? Why are we at the bank? Because the bank has a lot of gold, Jiang He said with a smile. Then led Tun Tun inside the bank. The branch manager immediately came over upon seeing Jiang He. Mr. Jiang, I communicated with you on WeChat before. Let's go inside and talk. Okay. Jiang He nodded and took Tun Tun into the meeting room. Once inside, the manager poured 2 glasses of water for Jiang He and Tun Tun, then took out a notebook and said, Mr. Jiang, you previously mentioned needing 200 bars of 10G gold, 200 bars of 20G, 200 bars of 30G, 200 bars of 50G, and 200 bars of 100G, right? Hearing the manager's report, Tun Tun looked at Jiang He in shock. Is it really that much? I knew you were buying a lot, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Yes, that's the amount, Jiang He nodded. Seeing this, the manager continued, today, our gold price is 810 yuan per gram, and you're purchasing a total of 42,000 grams, with a total value of 34,020,000 yuan. I've already applied to transfer goods from nearby branches, and the gold bars will arrive at our branch soon. How would you like to pay? Jiang He waved his hand by card. All right, Mr. Jiang, this way please. Ding. This transaction is 34.02 million yuan. Cash back for this transaction is 3 times. Cashback amount is 106 million yuan. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Jiang He's lips curled into a smile. Have it all delivered to my house. Understood, Mr. Jiang. I'll have the delivery arranged to your home. Okay. After settling the gold matter, Jiang He looked at Tun Tun and said, I just realized something. It seems you can't go home yet. Tun Tun looked at Jiang He with some confusion. What's wrong? You need to come to my house. The doctor just said to be careful. Jiang He interrupted Tun Tun's words, speaking to himself. Bring Dai, Xiao Mei, and Mosey along. Aren't they in Rongqing too? And that camel sister, ask her if she is available. If she is, have her come over too. By the way, don't let outsiders come, just those few of them. Tun is ice vedant. Wait, aren't you going to even pretend a little? Jiang He frowned slightly. What are you thinking? You'll know in a bit. Tun looked at Jiang He with slight suspicion. Is it not what I think? You'll know when you get there. It's completely different from what you think. Are you sure? Sure. All right, I'll call them over now. After saying that, Tun sent a message to the other 3. When they first received the message, they were all confused. Even Mosey, who was live streaming, bluntly told his viewers, brothers, Tun got injured at work, and Mr. Jiang asked us to go over for a party with Dai Xiao Mei and Camel Sister. The viewers in the live stream were also filled with question marks. Is it really a serious party? Something feels off. This doesn't seem right. Do you know this is illegal? This is too much. Can he handle for it once? Looking at the barrage of comments, Mosey laughed and said, "Since Mr. Jiang has invited us, I have to go. Brothers, I'm taking a break, and I'll send you a video later to show you what is going on." After that, Mosey's live stream went dark. Due to the experience from the last time, netizens were not completely dismissive of outrageous possibilities. Although, it should be like that, but what if? What if Jiang He really got that wild? For a moment, netizens across the internet were itching to know what was really going on. Ding. Transaction successful. This transaction is 11 million yuan. Cashback multiplier is 4 times. Cashback amount is 44 million yuan. Looking at the room full of boxes, Tun's mouth was slightly open. Behind her were Dai, Xiaomei, and Mosey. Camel's sister didn't come because she was working. She was in Modu, not Rongqing. Aren't we supposed to have a party? This doesn't seem right. Yeah, I have a bad feeling about this. Mr. Jiang, you know I got injured at work. Listening to the three of them, Jiang He smiled and then controlled the drone to the ceiling of the first floor, starting to film below. Finally, he slowly said to the three, "Are you ready to work?" The three looked at Jiang He with blank expressions. Jiang He then said, "Our task now is to pack 1 gold bar with 1 mobile phone into a total of 1,000 blind boxes, and then the delivery person will be outside. Once one is packed, we'll randomly send one out." I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'll leave first. Can you give me one of those gold bars? My cat is about to give birth to puppies. I think I need to go home. Saying this, the three still walked into the hall on the first floor. Originally, the living room was quite spacious, but it suddenly became very crowded with piles of phones, gold bars, and packing boxes. In fact, Jiang He could have asked others to do these tasks, but he realized he hadn't updated high-quality videos in a long time. So he specifically brought the three over to help pack and record a video to gain some followers. After all, what they were packing was worth nearly 50 million. Let us get to work. Gold bars, here I come. I'll secretly take 2. The three began packing blind boxes while complaining. Because the delivery guy was waiting nearby, the few people packing and shipping were not slow. However, while they were preparing the blind boxes for fans, Jiang He quietly climbed to the top of the trending searches once again. Chapter 93, Buying Followers? Finally done. My God, with you being such a big boss, can't you hire an assistant to handle these things? Mosey slumped on the sofa, looking speechless. Daizio sat next to Mosey, equally speechless as she looked at Jiang He. "We've been busy for hours, boss. Can't you at least get us a glass of water?" Only Tun appeared relatively calm, but her words weren't much better. "I figured it out. The more familiar we are, the less Jiang treats us like people." Hearing the complaint from the three, Jiang He chuckled. "Well, I got to save where I can and spend where I must. Besides, I'm just shooting a video on the side." With that, Jiang He looked at the three and asked, "Don't you have a dedicated editor? I'll send you the video. Can someone help me edit it?" The three exchanged glances and then simultaneously reached out. "Me, give it to me. My editing skills are top-notch. My editing skills are even better. I've been an anchor for a long time. Saying this, I edit all my videos myself. Give it to me. I'll definitely make a top-quality video for you." Watching the three fight over it, Jiang He was momentarily stunned. Why are they suddenly so energetic? But in the next second, he understood what was happening. Mosey looked at Daizio and Tun, gritting her teeth. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to." Daizio retorted, not backing down. "I still remember the last time you only edited your own photos." "How do you say that?" Tun pointed at Daizio. "We haven't even settled the score with you for editing yourself to look bigger while making us look smaller." Jiang He's mouth fell open. Wow, is this what they call plastic friendship? Only editing for oneself, and even making friends look smaller. On this point, Daizio really went a bit too far. "Forget it. I'll find an editor myself. You all look so unreliable. I'm afraid my house will distort in the video." Jiang He complained. He looked outside. The delivery guy was loading boxes. Seeing that it was almost done, Jiang He handed the guy 1,000 yuan in cash. Although this was his job, and with this many packages, the guy would surely get some commission. Jiang He still felt a bit embarrassed for having him work for several hours while he just helped on the side. Of course, the main reason was that this 1,000 yuan was taken from Daizio's wallet. Jiang He had no cash left. "What about your face? You don't care about your face, huh?" Daizio looked at Jiang He, speechless. "You're such a big boss, yet you're taking advantage of us small anchors, making us work for free and even taking money from my wallet." Jiang He glanced back at Daizio and said, "Daizio, I remember you signed a contract with Douyin, right? You wouldn't want to lose your job, would you?" "Oh, here we go. The classic unspoken rules coming into play." Tun and Mosey cheered from the side. Daizio rolled her eyes and then looked at Tun. "You were the first one to be under the unspoken rules, right?" Hearing this, Tun proudly puffed out her chest. "That's different. Being under unspoken rules is forced, I was proactive. Daizio. Mosey. For some reason, the two suddenly thought of a classic scene from a film. So you even. Of course, neither of them said it. Saying would be a bit too much. Boss Jiang, since you've helped us for so long, you should at least treat us to dinner, right? I'm hungry. Boss Jiang. We came here on empty stomachs, Boss Jiang. Hearing the three, Jiang He shrugged. I'm not stingy to that extent. Go ahead. What do you want to eat? I'll order from Ping Ho Fan. You've got Ping Ho Fan on your radar? You're joining the takeout battle too? Ping Ho Fan? Which good person treats others to a meal at Ping Ho Fan? Facing the 3S doubts, Jiang He said seriously, Sai, you don't understand. It's the Matewan Coupon Festival now. Just open Matewan, click on Ping Ho Fan, and there are various large subsidies and discounts, all from big national chains like Yuanji, Ruishing, and so on. Now open Matewan and search. Stop. You really got the sponsorship? Daizio looked at Jiang He in confusion. Tunton and Mosey also cast doubtful glances. This familiar advertisement. He said it before too. Jiang He looked up at the drone still recording, then blinked and said, No, I'm just recording in advance. Later, I'll go to Matewan to ask for food. They're in a takeout battle now, so I'm sure they have business orders for me. Oh, so it's a loss-making deal. I thought you really got a sponsorship. The three waved their hands, looking disgusted. Among them, Daizio even said, You're still getting business orders? You should open your star map first. How can you get business orders if you don't open the star map? A mosquito's leg is still meat. Those small amounts of money don't mean much to you, but you can use that money to ask manufacturers for some benefits for your live stream. TSK. That makes sense. Jiang He thought for a moment and agreed. Although he didn't lack money now and didn't care about those small business orders, he might indeed be able to ask for some exclusive benefits from the manufacturers looking to cooperate with him. Not the kind of empty words other anchors say, but real exclusive benefits for his live stream audience. At worst, the cooperation could be without payment, just benefits. This could also be a way for Jiang He to boost his popularity. Better than nothing. Thinking this, Jiang He opened his star map on his phone, wanted to find the merchants that could collaborate with him. Merchants can directly post business orders in the back end, and Jiang He can actively contact them if he finds something satisfactory. However, just as Jiang He was about to exit Douyin, he suddenly noticed that his follower count had risen to over 17 million. It had skyrocketed compared to the morning. Seeing this follower count, Jiang He was momentarily stunned. He felt he hadn't done much today. He had only streamed for a little over 2 hours before going offline, although he had offered a 1 million follower benefit. Currently, only he, Daizio, Tunton, and Mosey knew what the specific follower benefit was, so it should have caused such a big uproar, right? What are you looking at? You're not really ordering from Ping Ho Fan, are you? That feels like something you would do. Seeing Jiang He standing still, Daizio and the three got up from a sofa and walked over to him. When they saw Jiang He's account showing over 17 million followers, the three were also stunned. Did you buy followers? How come yours is higher than mine? Daizio exclaimed. Mosey and Tunton looked at him with skepticism. After all, Jiang He had just broken 10 million followers a couple of days ago. How could he reach 20 million so quickly? If Douyin were that easy to do. Mosey wouldn't have just barely crossed 10 million after so many years. Tunton even only had over 3 million. Among the three, the highest was Daizio, with over 14 million. But that was because Daizio had a period of explosive popularity. But Jiang He had only been a few days? Almost 20 million already. I really didn't buy them, but I'm also curious why this happened. Jiang He said innocently. If he knew why this happened, he wouldn't have been stunned. Go check the trending searches. What did you do this time? Just search your related keywords to find out. Daizio and Mosey said. Meanwhile, Tunton appeared to be deep in thought. It seemed she had guessed the reason. Chapter 94. The power of Hextech. Jiang He initially wanted to search for related terms on his phone. As soon as he returned to the homepage, the first video that appeared was a marketing video tagged with explosive. The opening line of the video immediately caught the attention of several people. Mr. Jiang despises your poverty and throws a wad of cash at you. Upon hearing this, Mosey and Days Girl both looked at Jiang He. Jiang He and Tunton exchanged knowing glances. They had both guessed the reason. Sure enough, the older brother who had been filming next to Jiang He and Tunton this afternoon didn't leave after the ceremony ended, but continued to film that mother and child. Thus, their entire conversation was recorded. When Jiang He pointed at the mother and child and said, "This is poverty sickness," the barrage of comments on the video was filled with "I am also poor." There were no rebuttals to Jiang He's words, only agreement. Those who commented had watched the entire video. By the end, when Jiang He decided to reimburse the child's medical expenses and said, "I have money, you don't. It's only right for me to give you money," the comments were full of admiration for him. Of course, there were a few troublemakers posting Miss Big Shot in the comments. However, the comment section of the video was harmonious, with no hostility whatsoever. Only someone like Jiang He could say you're poor without making me angry. Because you have no money, and I just happen to have money. So giving you money doesn't sound wrong, but why does it feel strange? If it were someone else, having money while looking down on the poor would be praised as respectful, let alone helping them. Only Jiang He would actually throw cash at you. Jiang He said, do this first, then that. I've always been this way. Upstairs, someone remarked. You definitely have a hidden meaning in your words. This video was trending at the top of search results. There were countless similar marketing videos, and all of them unexpectedly went viral. While marketing accounts can be annoying, one has to admit that their reach is extensive. Many TikTok streamers became popular because of the mutual promotion by these marketing accounts. Now, the promotion of Jiang He made him the biggest beneficiary. Those who once thought Jiang He was ostentatious became fans after watching such videos. This was also the reason for Jiang He's rapidly growing fan base. At this moment, Days Girl and Mosey stared at Jiang He in awe. Wow, Mr. Jiang, you're throwing money again? Mosey said softly. Hearing this, Jiang He twitched his mouth. I'm not throwing money. This is called helping people. Isn't that the same as throwing money? Days Girl asked. Aren't you worried that their parents will take this opportunity to make money off you? Like now that it's so hot, they might register accounts to exploit you, using you and the child to promote products and such? Jiang He shrugged and said nonchalantly, if it were before, I would definitely consider it. After all, my money doesn't come easily, and I can't let others steal my hard-earned money. But now my money comes relatively easily. In this case, if I'm going to do something that makes me happy, why should I care about gains and losses? If that family really makes money for me in a legitimate way without my knowledge, that's their skill. At least from another perspective, I'm helping a previously poor family become prosperous, and my godson will have a better living environment in the future. What's not to like? Awesome. Your perspective is really impressive, Mosey said, giving Jiang He a thumbs up. She genuinely thought Jiang He's idea was remarkable. It sounded a bit silly, like someone who is foolishly rich, but having interacted with Jiang He, she could feel that he wasn't foolish. So being able to do such things and have such thoughts only showed how broad his mindset was. After all, not many people would despise having too much money, nor would they inexplicably give money to others. At least Mosey couldn't do that. All right, enough about that. What do you want to eat tonight? Jiang He asked Mosey and Days Girl. Days Girl looked at Mosey. She didn't know either. Mosey then looked at Tun Tun. Tun Tun, what do you want to eat? Tun Tun blinked and finally looked at Jiang He. Seeing this, Jiang He said helplessly, are we playing pass the parcel here? Let us just find a restaurant nearby. All right, I'm fine with that. Let us go, they said, and the group got into Jiang He's car, heading out of the community. Since it was already evening and the sun had set, it wasn't too hot outside. So when Jiang He drove out, he didn't turn on the air conditioning, but opened all the windows. Passing by the security booth at the entrance of the community, the familiar security guard watched the scene in the car with his mouth slightly agape. This guy doesn't have much ability, but he sure knows how to show off. Thinking he knew Jiang He's little secret, he felt this was indeed a bit wasteful. Jiang He drove around the nearby streets for a while before stopping in front of Sichuan restaurant. The others had no objections. After all, in Rome City, Sichuan cuisine is one of the most commonly eaten cuisines and relatively safe to choose from. After entering the restaurant, they asked for a private room. Jiang He handed the menu to the others. Everyone was not polite, having worked hard all afternoon and ordered a bunch of food. After ordering, Mosey looked at Jiang He and asked, are we drinking? Jiang He looked at the other two. Tun Tun and Days Girl both had indifferent expressions. I'm fine with anything, just a little is okay. Seeing this, Jiang He asked the waiter to bring in a case of alcohol. Let us drink a little. I'm not going to push anyone to drink. If you can drink, then drink. If you can't, that's fine. Jiang He said. However, Mosey waved her hand boldly. There are 3 of us. How can we not drink just because of you? No matter how much you can drink. You can't get us 3 drunk, right? Regarding such remarks, Jiang He remained noncommittal. He felt his alcohol tolerance was decent, but he hadn't drunk with Mosey and the others before, so he wasn't sure about their capabilities. Before long, the waiter brought the drinks and dishes. The group chatted while drinking. By the way, I received an invitation to the Douyin Creator Gala. What about you guys? Mosey said. Days Girl nodded and replied. I received it too, but I'm considering whether to go. I think I got the invite because of Jiang He. Hearing this, Mosey and Days Girl both looked at Jiang He. Jiang He exchanged glances with them and said, why are you all looking at me? If you want to go, then go. It's just that if you're going, we can go together. At least we can ride on your coattails, Mr. Jiang. Day's girl said with a smile. Exactly. Now that your popularity is so high, we should definitely take advantage of it. Mosey added, both of them smiling at Jiang He. Jiang He glanced at Tun Tun and teased, my popularity isn't that easy to ride on. Some people have gotten burned from trying. This statement drew the attention of Mosey and Dazed Girl to Tun Tun. But Tun Tun just blinked, showing no signs of embarrassment. Instead, Mosey unexpectedly said, did he give you the power of Hextech from Shanghai? Cough. Cough. Hearing this, Jiang He nearly choked on his food. Chapter 95. Faded ones. As a few bottles of wine went down, the conversation among the group became increasingly relaxed, especially with the presence of Mosey, who couldn't hold back at all. Since switching from the old company to Douyin, many things couldn't be casually said, because if the super admin felt displeased, they would deduct health points. If too many points were deducted, it would affect the stream's visibility and directly impact the number of online viewers. There was no choice. Even someone as strong as Mosey had to be careful with her words on Douyin. This left Mosey, who was known for her bluntness, feeling stifled. Now that they were offline, could Mosey still be subtle? Absolutely not. As the meal progressed, the topics Mosey brought up were hard for Jiang He to keep up with. If it were recorded, it would surely require a whole paragraph of asterisks. Stop, stop, stop. Don't say any more. We're just here to have a meal. Why does it feel like we're at a silver party? Jiang He looked at Mosey, somewhat speechless. Mosey didn't mind. She shrugged and said, it's normal. We're adults. We should talk about adult topics. Oh. Jiang He glanced at Mosey and said, then let's talk about work, income, and family. These are all topics adults often discuss. Never mind. I suddenly feel I'm not that mature. Mosey waved her hand. In front of others, she could at least chat a bit. After all, as an ancient streamer, she had earned quite a bit over the years. But in front of Jiang He, her income was hardly worth mentioning. The amount Jiang He had given out in benefits a few times was about the same as her total earnings. So what was there to talk about? At this moment, Dai Xiaomei asked, by the way, Heezy, are you going to that creator gala? I remember you mentioned during your stream that you might go to Haya recently. Hearing this, Jiang He nodded, I should go. Since I have nothing else to do, and many streamers will be there, it's a good opportunity to expand my network. Dai Xiaomei looked at him with a slightly strange expression. She glanced at Tun Tun and then back at Jiang He, asking, is it really just to expand your network? Not to expand something else? TSK. What you said. If someone insists, I can't really refuse, can I? After all, I'm a good person, and I'm not good at saying no. Jiang He replied with an embarrassed look. Come on, I see you're a bit eager, Mosey teased from the side. Jiang He just smiled, not denying it. After all, he was indeed a bit looking forward to it. However, at this moment he noticed Tun Tun. After packing the gifts for the fans, Tun Tun had hardly spoken. During the meal, it was Mosey who kept bringing up topics, with Dai Xiaomei chiming in occasionally. Only Tun Tun was seriously focused on her meal. He looked at Tun Tun and asked, are you feeling unwell? I see you haven't said much. I'm fine. Tun Tun smiled and said, I see you all are having a good time chatting, so I just focused on eating. Jiang He raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. At this moment, Dai Xiaomei and Mosey also noticed Tun Tun's unusual behavior. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with curiosity. After eating for a while, the group felt it was time to leave. After settling the bill, Jiang He found a designated driver on the roadside and looked at Mosey and Dai Xiaomei, asking, do you want me to take you back? Both Dai Xiaomei and Mosey shook their heads. No need, I'll just take a cab back. Me too, I guess we were going out to eat. So I didn't drive. Jiang He nodded. All right then, take your time. I'll head back first. He didn't asked Tun Tun, although she had been inconvenient lately. He guessed you want to go home with him. Sure enough, after Dai Xiaomei and Mosey left, Tun Tun got into Jiang He's car. After telling the driver the address, Jiang He, sitting in the back seat, asked Tun Tun, are you troubled? Tun Tun, who had been looking out the window, turned to Jiang He, looked at him for a few seconds, then nodded. Care to share? Tun Tun was silent for a moment, then leaned her head on Jiang He's shoulder and softly said, do you think you would find a girlfriend like this? Jiang He glanced at Tun Tun and laughed. Like what? Like me, Tun Tun replied. Jiang He thought for a moment and countered, what do you think a girlfriend is? A girlfriend is just a girlfriend. Tun Tun ansviet. Hearing this, Jiang He laughed. See, you can't even define what a girlfriend is. So what is the point of asking if I would find one? If you think having meals and sleeping together counts, then I can. If living together counts, I can do that too. If you think marriage counts, then I'm indifferent. But whether it's meals and sleep or living together or even getting a marriage certificate, none of that is really that important. Because true feelings change in an instant. Even if you do all those things, there is still a chance the two of you might not be happy together. In that case, Does it really matter if she has a girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Tun Tun stopped speaking, just quietly leaning against Jiang He's shoulder. She understood what he meant. Even if they acknowledged their feelings and got together, they could still break up. Why dwell on those things? Moreover, her connection with Jiang He was just a fleeting moment. If she had to put herself into a certain role, it would only create distance between them, which was pointless. Of course, this was a nicer way to put it. To put it bluntly, they were just having fun together, and if it went too far, that was being together. So Tun Tun didn't continue to ask. She had some other thoughts about Jiang He now, but he didn't seem to have much on his mind. Digging deeper would only bring her self-discomfort, so why bother? Just then, the car stopped in front of the street where the community entrance was located. The designated driver in the front turned to Jiang He with a smile and said, "Boss, I'll stop here. Your community is too big. I won't be able to get out for a while. I don't have a small electric scooter. I usually ride a shared electric bike for work. Can I leave you here?" As he spoke, the driver showed Jiang He the order on his phone. Sure enough, there was another order a few kilometers away that had come in not long ago. If the driver drove into the community, it would take quite a bit of time to come back out. But Jiang He smiled knowingly and said, "All right, you can get out now." "Okay, boss, thank you." The driver got out of the driver's seat with a smile, and then Jiang He said to Tun Tun, "You take the driver's seat. Someone faded will come over to fix the rear end soon." Tun Tun looked at Jiang He. "Are you talking about the driver, just now?" Jiang He shrugged. "So sometimes it's better not to be lazy. I should have just found someone on the platform directly. This private arrangement is indeed risky. Indeed, there's not much safety with private arrangements." Saying this, Tun Tun got out of the back seat and sat in the driver's seat. Bang! As soon as she got into the driver's seat and hadn't even fastened her seatbelt, a bike came up from behind and bumped into the rear end of the Bentley. "See, here it comes." Jiang He pointed to the back with a smile. Even Tun Tun couldn't help but show a somewhat speechless smile. She said somewhat gleefully, "Oh no, fixing your car is going to be expensive." Just as the two were teasing each other, two people came down from the rear vehicle and started knocking on their car windows. Chapter 96, I'm good at sterilization. What kind of driving is this? Parking in the middle of the road. Do you even know how to drive? The two people who got out of the car knocked on the driver's side window with unfriendly expressions and said, "Just because you have money, you think you can park anywhere." Hearing the words from outside the car, Tun Tun glanced back at Jiang He. She saw Jiang He leisurely pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, just watching the two people outside. Seeing this, she also remained silent. As the two outside continued to knock on the window without any response, they increased their force. At this moment, Jiang He rolled down the back window and exhaled a puff of smoke outside. "You idiot, do you even know how to speak? Do you know you're parked illegally?" One of them shouted angrily. The other pretended to hold him back, but, as if he had discovered something, leaned in to smell inside the car and asked, "Have you been drinking?" He then looked at Tun Tun in the driver's seat. However, Tun Tun still didn't say anything and just stared at Jiang He in the back seat. Seeing the atmosphere becoming inexplicably strange, the two outside took the initiative to speak. "Forget it, brother. We also have our reasons for not watching the road, but after all, you parked illegally first. And you've been drinking. Just compensate us for the repair costs. I see you're not short on money. Just give us 100,000 as a gesture." Jiang He did not respond, just continued to smoke his cigarette. The man who initially played the role of the good cop immediately became angry and said, "What kind of attitude is that? Are you mute? Just because you have money, you think you're something special? You don't want to accept my brother's offer? Huh? Forget it. Maybe you're just too drunk to think straight." The bad cop quickly tried to mediate, saying, "Brother, it's tough out here for everyone. We're not trying to scam you. You really were driving under the influence, and we did collide. Asking for repair costs isn't unreasonable, right?" At this point, Jiang He finally spoke. He pointed to a nearby camera and said, "You don't know there's a camera? Whether there's a camera or not, you're still driving under the influence. You're fully responsible." The good cop quickly replied. Jiang He responded, "You don't want to settle this privately, huh? Then we'll call the police." Saying that, he took out his phone and pretended to make a call. The bad cop quickly intervened, pretending to mediate. "No need, no need. We're all just trying to make a living. There's no need to escalate things like this. Let's settle this privately." He looked at Jiang He, trying to give him a hint. But Jiang He acted as if he didn't understand and pointed at them, saying to Tun Tun, "Their acting isn't bad." Upon hearing this, the two of them dropped their pretense and moved closer to the car window, saying to Jiang He in the back seat, "So you want to play hardball, huh? If we call the police, you might end up in jail for a few days." Jiang He looked at them expressionlessly and said, "Do you know how dumb you are?" Both frowned. "What are you barking at?" "The dog is barking at your mother. You idiots. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Saying this, the man who had initially taken out his phone directly dialed 110. Before the call connected, he said to Jiang He, This is your last chance. Once the call goes through, it'll be too late to say anything. As he spoke, his finger hovered over the hang-up button, ready to end the call at any moment. Meanwhile, Jiang He calmly looked at Tun Tun and said, "See, being a bit of a tough guy has its advantages. At least you didn't drink." Once these words left his mouth, the expressions of the two men changed instantly. They looked at Tun Tun in the front seat. "You didn't drink?" Tun Tun still didn't say anything, just smiled at them. She had planned to have a little drink today, but Jiang He didn't let her, saying she was still recovering from an inflammation and should avoid alcohol for a few days. How could Tun Tun refuse such concern? Little did she expect that not drinking would have other advantages. "Let us get out of here." Jiang Tun Tun smiled. The two men felt something was off and quickly prepared to retreat. But Jiang He wouldn't let these fortunate people who could help him with car repairs get away. He opened the car door and pushed it hard outward. The two men, who were about to leave, stumbled back a few steps. Jiang He took the opportunity to get out of the car and walk toward them. One of them tried to run back to his car, but Jiang He reached out and grabbed his clothes. The other instinctively swung a punch at Jiang He, who casually tilted his head to avoid it and then slapped the guy across the face. Seeing this, the other man rushed in to help. He swung his fist at Jiang He, who caught his comrade's hand and forcefully pulled him in front of himself. The punch landed squarely on his comrade's face. Jiang He then pushed the man forward. The guy dodged to the side, and Jiang He took the opportunity to kick him in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. At this point, the two men's initial call to the police had already connected. The operator on the other end heard noise, but no one spoke and kept asking questions. Jiang He picked up the fallen phone and said to the operator, "Hello, I'm currently on the street outside the main gate of the Lushan International Community in Rongqing City. Someone is maliciously trying to scam me and has also attacked me, threatening my personal safety. Please send someone over." The operator assured him that they would send someone to the scene immediately and advised him to stay safe. After hanging up, Jiang He walked over to the two men, casually took off his belt, and tied their hands together. Watching Jiang He's skilled movements, Tun Tun, who had just gotten out of the car, couldn't help but ask, "You seem pretty good at this." Jiang He smiled and replied, "I used to do this when I was taking dogs for sterilization. TSK, what do you think about sterilizing these two guys? I have plenty of experience." Upon hearing this, the two men, who had initially felt powerless to resist, began to struggle. Jiang He slapped one of them and shouted, "If you keep moving, I'll really sterilize you." "Damn, I've been doing this for the past few days." With that, both men tightened their legs. They realized that Jiang He was not someone to be trifled with. "Brother, we're all just trying to make a living. There's no need to go to extremes. Give us a chance. Name your price." One of them spoke to Jiang He. The other nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, brother, no need for this. Just name a number, and we'll get it for you immediately." Jiang He pointed to the back of his car. "You tell me, how much will it cost to fix this car? Just a friendly reminder. This car is worth over 4 million. The two men followed Jiang He's gaze. When they initially struck, they were worried Jiang He might just step on the gas and drive back to the community, so they were a bit too quick. Now the trunk door was dented, and one of the tail lights was shattered. Fixing this would likely cost a pretty penny. One of them gritted his teeth and said, 500,000. "How about 500,000? As long as you let us go and pretend this never happened, I'll have someone bring you 500,000 immediately, all cash." The other man did not refute this, but looked at Jiang He. "TSK. Jiang He smacked his lips and then checked his watch, saying, "My watch is worth 4 million. What is the use of your 500,000? The two men thought Jiang He was trying to raise the price, so they exchanged glances. Finally, one of them gritted his teeth and said, 1 million. "Brother, that number is really the limit. Although it's clear you're not short on cash. 1 million is not a small amount. It's really okay." Jiang He did not respond, but instead looked at Tun Tun beside him. "What do you think?" Tun Tun assessed the two men and finally showed a thoughtful expression. The two of them placed all their hopes on Tun Tun.